The slum, a settlement for the poor who hold no citizenship, is an underdeveloped area, and is also where this girl lives. On a day just like any other, on her way back home, she tightly clutched a small bag of bread, the meager amount of food that would keep her alive for a few more days. She suddenly encountered a child who was completely covered in a shawl, kneeling right before her eyes. Feeling puzzled, she spoke up to ask what it was doing. At that exact moment, it looked up, revealing that it was actually a boy, with jet black hair and shimmering golden eyes. The light radiating from those eyes was so dazzling that it instinctively made her think of someone. Perhaps because of that vague sense of familiarity, she reached out her hand and extended an invitation to the strange boy to come to her house if he had nowhere else to go. But she could never have imagined that. At that very fateful moment when she reached out her hand, she was saving the person who would later kill her. The origin of this entire tragic story stems from the unique mindset of a fallen saint, which is actually a romance novel written by Elisa herself along with her younger brother. Only a single copy exists in this world because every word and setting they created together was incredibly sacred and precious. That story tells of Lysel, a saint who was strictly imprisoned in a temple amidst the chaos of war. 39. They intentionally placed the Holy Grail They deliberately placed the Holy Grail in a position center to make Lysel stand out even more. A perfect stage was meticulously set up, and there were three powerful men who willingly fell deeply in love with Lysel. The first is the male lead, Crown Prince Adrian Bridium. The second is the second male lead with a pitiful fate, Zelicad. And the last one is the cruel villain of the series, the Demon King's son named Raven North. This last character happens to be her absolute favorite. A villain with a ruthless personality, heartless, yet possessing an incredibly beautiful appearance. The reason he chose to become a villain was because, in the past, he was deceived by a girl who brought him into her home, only to heartlessly sell him to a slave trader. Right during the rebellion in his clan, Raven was taken to a distant palace, having to endure all kinds of hardships and horrific humiliation for 15 long years. By the time he managed to escape, everything around him had completely gone downhill. Returning home, he painfully had to defeat his own biological father, who had been turned into the Demon King amidst choked-up tears, and from then on officially became a villain, obsessed with seeking revenge. Snapping out of her memories of the story, when Elisa regained her consciousness, she was shocked to realize she had reincarnated into Evelyn, the scheming girl who had deceived Raven, and the very dark origin that caused him to become a villain later on. And then, by a twist of cruel fate, she met Raven in real life. Just like the opening scene of the novel, the wooden door swung open, and Evelyn stepped inside the house, placing the bag of bread on the table. Following closely behind her was Raven, with a highly vigilant expression, examining him through Evelyn's consciousness and gaze. She found Raven to be breathtakingly beautiful. Even though his face was covered in scuffs and scratches, he was truly radiant, like a precious gem lying in a pile of mud. She gently invited him to eat the bread on the table, partly to fill his stomach, and partly to ease the high guard in his heart. Raven would temporarily stay at her house for the time being. The two began to introduce themselves to each other in an atmosphere filled with caution and suspicion. Even though Raven is still a child right now, his eyes already exude a hidden fierceness and a cold sharpness that is hard to conceal, because at this exact point in the story, he has been hit with a deadly poison and is being relentlessly hunted down by traitors of his clan. Raven held the piece of bread in his hand, his face looking as if he was in pain. She could only blame herself, because the former female host herself had created this cruel setting. Therefore, in her new identity as Evelyn, she promised herself to take responsibility and wholeheartedly help Raven. The bread was quickly eaten by Raven, with not a single crumb left. That was also the only food that Evelyn possessed at the moment. She felt glad that Raven seemed to like it. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain surging in her chest. She hurriedly asked Raven if he wanted to go into the empty room inside to rest, then stammered a lie, saying that she remembered having an urgent matter to attend to. Evelyn ran quickly into her private room and tightly shut the door. She writhed in pain, feeling the agonizing ache tormenting her body. That was precisely the Krat symptom, a dreadful disease of the mixed blood race, which usually occurs when the energy of another race inside the body becomes too powerful, causing the inherent balance to be lost. According to the original plot, the character Evelyn had to suffer from this agonizing disease, and the reason she sold Raven into slavery was solely to get money to buy medicine for her treatment. She tried to reassure herself, telling herself that she knew the details of the story well, and knew exactly how to treat this disease, so everything would be fine. What worried her more right now was Raven. She was determined to provide him with enough food and drink, take good care of him, and guide him onto a different, brighter future path. Thinking up to this point, Evelyn suddenly felt the space outside the room become unusually quiet. She gently cracked open the door, then stepped outside to check on his condition. But for some reason, at this very moment, Raven was also kneeling on the floor, his whole body trembling violently as if he was experiencing excruciating pain. In a panic, Evelyn rushed over to Raven. She carefully helped him up. "Are you okay?" Evelyn's gaze froze. His condition was much more serious than she had thought. There are even some symptoms of paralysis. With this current situation, it will be very difficult to move his body. I need to get him onto the bed first. A while later, she tried her best to care for him. The fever is too high. Raven at this moment looked extremely miserable. "You have to wake up." He drifted into his own dream. "Raven, Raven." He happily called out to the person in front of him. "Farrell." Raven asked curiously, "Why are you standing here alone? Where's my father?" Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to crack. Later, Raven recalled the painful memories. Farrell poisoned the clan leader, and now he is in critical condition. Damn it, we still haven't found Lord Saga yet. What? Farrell, what did you do? It seems that information regarding the North clan has been leaked. Farrell was the one sent by the royal family. He could not believe it. Farrell, you sold information about the North clan to the royal family? Farrell's hand shoved Raven backward. What are you saying? Farrell would never do that. His cold voice rang out. Goodbye, Raven. Farrell. Afterward, Raven was locked inside the cellar. Farrell, you sold me to a slave trader? Ugh, you really betrayed me and father. Both of us. The magic on his body gradually activated. Raven tried to resist. It's so hard to use my power. Because of the magic seal that the slave trader placed on me, I must quickly escape from here, otherwise I will end up receiving a real slave crest. The scene shifts to a poor street. Raven's entire body was trembling as he told himself, I won't trust anyone ever again. He collapsed in despair. Damn it, the poison that traitor used has already spread throughout my entire body. His vision gradually blurred. I can't faint in a place like this. Right at this moment, Evelyn walked over. Hey, why are you sleeping here? Raven's eyes suddenly lit up. About my age. A girl? She reached out her hand to save him. If you have nowhere else to go, then do you want to come to my house? I promised myself that I wouldn't trust anyone ever again, though. The door to the room gently opened. Returning to the present, Raven had woken up. What was that dream just now? He saw Evelyn, who was tiredly and soundly asleep, right beside him. Hearing a sound, she was awakened. You're awake, Raven? Evelyn took thorough care of him. I was in such a panic when you suddenly fainted. You had a very high fever. But I'm glad you look better now. She cheerfully checked on him. You're feeling better, right? Let me take a look. What's wrong? Evelyn teased. If you keep frowning like that, I might misunderstand and think you're still in pain. You have such a handsome face. So why don't you smile a little? Raven scowled, suddenly laughing. What's that about? What's the point of being handsome anyway? She pointed her finger and advised. Hey, just as you said, wouldn't it be better if we talked and laughed with each other? Evelyn continuously praised him. From the first time I saw you, I already thought your eye color was very unique and beautiful. It's even more beautiful up close, isn't it? And she offered a reassuring smile. It's been a very long time since I've talked face to face with someone like this. So, could you be a little gentler? Evelyn talked to herself. Since we will have to face each other often in the future, I'll call you Jay, okay? And you can call me Belle. How about that? He turned his face away, but still agreed. Whatever. Evelyn was extremely pleased. All right then, get some rest. Jay, you're still not fully recovered. I'll go finish the housework and come back later. For the first time, Raven felt warmth from a stranger. As soon as she stepped outside, Evelyn thought to herself. It seems like he has let his guard down a little bit, hasn't he? The rest will just happen naturally as we continue to live together. She pulled out a pen and paper, intending to do something. Now, since Raven has gone to rest, shall I begin? Evelyn happily started writing down everything I remember about the original plot. It would be very difficult if I suddenly can't remember something when I really need it. And if my answers don't align with the memories of Evelyn from before I took over, I will be suspected. She attentively recalled every detail. Raven's condition will improve a lot more after a few days. Let's take really good care of him, send him back, and treat my own illness. Evelyn knew the original plot by heart. And when the war in the Empire begins, I must migrate to the kingdom of Alcasa or Igara. Because those two countries can escape the fires of the Imperial War. She pondered deeply. The most urgent thing right now is to earn living expenses. Immediately. Evelyn's grandmother, the only person who cared for her, has passed away. The money my grandmother left behind is running out. That's a good way. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Right, there is a way to treat my illness while earning money at the same time. 6 herbs that grow on the outskirts of the dark forest carry chaotic energy, and Evelyn's crush disease can be treated by consuming it. Evelyn recalled. By consuming the herb while it is still warm, the complete healing process will begin. However, there are also side effects. If you consume it continuously, at some point you will cough up blood and die, and the subsequent effect will cause you to lose your voice. She had found another way. From then on, once I stopped consuming the herb, the treatment will conclude by drinking holy water of the highest quality. Evelyn exclaimed. This herb is quite a common type of herb in this area, but I don't even have the money to buy it. She was extremely delighted. However, there is someone in this town who has a warehouse full of this herb, so I must at least drop by and check it out. There is so much potential that can be exploited if I utilize the original plot that I remember. While she was happily enjoying herself, Raven was standing at the door observing her. I guess I'm a genius. He returned to his initial vigilant self. The next morning, the house was illuminated by daylight. Evelyn went out and asked, is anyone here? She felt cheerful thinking about it. The only low-level alchemist in the village lives in this house first. I need to secure a job here and earn my living expenses. After that, there's no way. I won't be able to ask for a little bit of the herb from the warehouse, right? Her hand gently knocked on the door. All right, the plan is just perfect. Excuse. Before she could finish her sentence, the door was swung open. And seemingly angry man questioned, who are you, kid? He irritably snapped. A damn human dares to disturb my sleep. This is tenser than I thought. Evelyn turned pale with fear. Perhaps this won't be an easy task. Jay furiously shouted, who is that? A damn human dares to disturb my sleep. She softly muttered to herself. He looks even more formidable than I guessed. This is Jay, the only alchemist at the edge of the village. For someone with no money and no job like me, there is no better way than working for him. She gently bowed. Good morning, sir. I wish you a good day. Evelyn's clear voice rang out. I just wanted to ask if you happen to need an assistant. An assistant? Jay sighed and denied. Why are you suddenly talking about an assistant? I don't need anything like that. She was shocked. He rejected it so bluntly. Evelyn's hand blocked the closing door. Wait a minute. No way. She held up 3 fingers to offer terms. If the hourly wage is fine. And I'm also not like other ordinary assistants. I can't come all the way here just to return empty-handed. Evelyn quickly enticed him. Actually, I know a secret medicine recipe. That's it, he reacted. In her heart, she was secretly delighted. If you successfully develop your own recipe, then you can be immediately recognized as an intermediate alchemist. Therefore, to him, a low-level alchemist. My offer is quite attractive. Hearing that, Jay also agreed. All right, what kind of recipe is it? Let me hear it first. Of course he would be interested. Evelyn happily announced. It's a type of medicine that can dye hair into rainbow colors. Jay stood frozen for a few seconds. Completely speechless, right? That is my exclusive privilege, knowing that it is currently a trend in the capital. Then he flew into a rage. What on earth are you talking about, huh? You mischievous brat, do you think someone like you could possibly know a medicine of the same caliber as transformation magic? Evelyn was dazed and confused. Did I write that? 364 Jay furiously slammed the door. Jay furiously slammed the door shut. Beat it if you have nothing else to say. Evelyn didn't know what to do. I didn't expect this situation at all. There's no other choice. I'll have to use the backup plan. Later, she was rummaging beside the house. 370, even though I failed to get a job and get the herb. Despite failing to find a job and get Raisban, there must be plenty of other useful herbs besides that one. Evelyn's hands picked them up quickly. Since this is a box containing failed research, I should be able to take some herbs from here. They're going to be thrown away anyway. This one, and this one too. This one is also very useful. If I gather these things and make something out of them, I'll surely be able to earn money somehow. Jay stood inside the house, saw everything, and muttered to himself. Returning to a moment before Evelyn left the house, she softly called Raven. Evelyn carefully instructed, I will be back. No matter who knocks on the door, don't open it and pretend you're not here, okay? He found it confusing. Why? Aren't you supposed to welcome guests? She shyly asked Raven. Do you know the place called Upper Athos? Raven replied in a deep voice, I know it very well. Why do you ask? The pain from the engraved slave crest surged. Evelyn explained, that person is one of the merchants who occasionally comes to my house, and he is targeting you. I don't know what he will do if he finds out about you. Her hand gently stroked Raven's head. So remember carefully what I said and look after the house, okay? He turned his head away and shyly said, I am not a child. Take care. A few hours had passed. Raven was worried. It's already starting to get dark. Why hasn't she come back yet? He grew impatient. Where did you go all by yourself, anyway? At least you should have told me beforehand where you were going and when you'd be back, instead of ignoring the person who was waiting. Suddenly, Raven's emotions shifted slightly. He thought of Evelyn. Am I really just quietly standing here and waiting for a suspicious girl I barely even know? She just keeps saying silly things, which is why I let my guard down. That's all there is to it. Suddenly, the pain from the crest flared up, making him cry out. Raven grit his teeth to endure it. Damn it, it hurts again. Right at this moment, Evelyn returned. Hey, I'm back. She cheerfully asked. Were you okay being alone? He irritably asked. Where did you go, huh? Evelyn showed off her basket of herbs. I went to buy some herbs. It looks like you're covered in injuries all over your body. You need to be treated right away. These words made Julian, Raven, embarrassed. What do you mean, my whole body? So you stripped my clothes off while I was unconscious? Evelyn tried to explain. I know what you're thinking, but it's not like that at all. She stated, I was just worried because you kept groaning when I looked at you. And it seems like you haven't leaned your back against the chair even once. Your back is injured, isn't it? These words surprised him. I thought you were just naive and overly optimistic. But your eyes are surprisingly sharp. Then, Evelyn urged again, what are you doing, huh? Come here and take off your outer coat. Raven was wary. Seriously? You want me to take off my shirt? She pretended to be huffy. Oh, come on. I am also quite curious about what a boy's body looks like anyway. It will fester if it's not treated, so hurry up. Even so, Raven resolutely refused. I won't take it off. A moment later, the shirt on his back was torn open. Just as I thought, it's covered in scars. Evelyn, applying the medicine, felt a pang of pity. You endured all of this, regardless of your condition. You must have gotten these wounds when you were sold as a slave. Right? She comforted him in a low voice. It must have hurt a lot. Suddenly, a sound made him alert. All right, it's almost done. A second later, the glass window behind them shattered into pieces. Evelyn's eyes were filled with absolute shock at this sight. Raven carefully checked on her. Are you okay? Raven. He repeated in a low, sharp voice. Did you hear what I said? Are you hurt? Evelyn, startled, replied, I'm fine. His gaze focused on the rock that had been thrown inside. Are they the traitors chasing after me? Or the slave traders? Jason's, Raven's, hand swiftly grabbed the knife beneath the basket. Evelyn tried to dissuade him. All right. Wait, calm down, Raven. There is some straw blocking it. I will deal with them. Next second, Evelyn stepped outside amidst the shouting. Hey, monster. You're awake, huh? You accursed bitch. In front of her were two kids. Finally stepped out, you monster. The boy is named Jack, and the girl is named Sarah. Jack, hurry up, you two. Throw it. These were the children etched in Evelyn's memories. They always tormented Evelyn. She confidently provoked them. You guys came all the way here, but you don't dare to come any closer? These words infuriated them. What? You want us to come closer, huh? We'll get cursed. That's right, just as I thought. Evelyn had guessed it. Because of her unusual hair color, Evelyn was loathed even in this outer suburb. She let out a sigh. Even though they behave this way, they are still just children. If I just scare them a little bit, they will run away immediately. Evelyn's voice dropped slightly. A curse? Sarah was startled. What is that? Her eyes flashed with light. Should I show you guys what a real curse looks like? This action made the two kids turn pale with fear. Jack hastily ran away. So creepy. What are you laughing at? A monster. She must be seeing something spooky. Run. Evelyn sighed in boredom. They run so fast. Her eyes caught sight of Raven, who was observing her. She proudly beamed. Look, Ray, I told you I could deal with them. Didn't I? He felt a trace of sympathy. Why are you so calm? It's like you're completely used to this. There is one thing that requires attention when using the herb to treat Krat. Namely, until the symptom of coughing up, blood stops and signs of voice loss manifest. The usage of the herb must not be ceased. As Krat gets progressively worse, I have had to reluctantly consume the herb for treatment, but Evelyn almost gagged. Having to consume this bland soup made from this type of herb for every meal is driving me crazy. She let out a heavy sigh. Putting the taste aside, the amount of the herb I brought back that time is also nearly exhausted. This matter is equally troublesome. Evelyn recalled a few more things. Even though I have dropped by to see Mr. Goat for several days now, he still refuses to accept me as his disciple. Master, my beloved, talented master. Master's disciple. Jay actively approached. The only ray of hope is that today he asked me to run some errands from the window. However, Evelyn was still not satisfied. If I keep going like this, I'll just end up as an errand girl, not a disciple. Her gaze drifted out the window. Do I have no other choice but to venture into the forest myself? To harvest it? It seemed Evelyn was deeply lost in her thoughts. I'm also not quite sure if I can venture into that poison-filled forest with this sickly body. Jack and Sarah, seeing this, muttered to each other. She's completely distracted. Throw it. Sarah's hand picked up a rock. A second later, the girl intended to throw it straight at Evelyn. Get out of our village, you witch. However, Raven's hand blocked her. Stop it. Sarah was surprised. What? Sarah, I don't want to miss this chance. What on earth just suddenly appeared and got in my way? Raven exuded an oppressive aura. I will let it slide just this once. But there won't be a next time. Now, leave this place immediately while I'm still being nice. If you guys keep doing such stupid things, I will kill you. The two kids were once again scared out of their wits. Afterward, they ran away again. Run. Let's go, Jack. Evelyn, inside, praised him. Jay, you handled them all by yourself. They are quite stubborn, you know. He was a bit puzzled. All you have done is just talk cleverly. Why do you let those eyesores run wild like that? Isn't it easier to just kill them? These words made Evelyn freeze. What? K-Kill. He truly is a potential villain. She secretly lamented. No wonder his future is so bleak. He still has a long way to go. Suddenly, Evelyn shifted to another goal. I can't waste time worrying like this. I need to recover my health as quickly as possible, so I can focus on helping Raven too. Afterward, the two talked to each other. Why do you keep staring at the forest? You were so focused on looking at the forest that you didn't even notice those pieces of trash approaching. Raven turned his head away and reminded her. If that's the case, is there something about the forest on your mind? I can never trust the people at the edge of this village. Evelyn was confused. What? She realized the meaning behind his words. Are you talking about the people here gossiping about me? Do you think I would leave you here alone and go into the forest? Raven huffed again. There's nothing I can do about it, but I have no intention of obediently following you around either. Evelyn seriously stated, Jay, the reason I keep looking at the forest is because of an herb called the shadow grass. Shadow grass. She tried to explain. That is a type of herb that I use to boil and eat for every meal. It looks so ordinary, but it is an important food source for me. It's so bland. Then why do you still eat it? Raven asked curiously. Is it that delicious? You eat it all the time. She denied. No, it's not like I love it. But either way, Evelyn gently twirled her hair. I have to keep eating it because of my circumstances. And I don't have money to buy food. It's also not certain that I can find a job right away either. That's why I'm considering whether I should venture into the forest myself and harvest them. She stroked Raven's head again and instructed. So, you don't have to show such a worried expression like that. He gently pushed her hand away and refuted. I have never shown such an expression. This action made Evelyn laugh with amusement. She exclaimed. So cute. Sometimes when I look at you, your thoughts switch to a completely different direction, don't they? I already told you not to treat me like a child. The scene shifts to the end of the village square. Sarah's voice rang out. This is so annoying. The young girl grumbled. What's up with that black-haired guy anyway? Sarah noticed something strange. Lately, Evelyn has been acting weirdly too. Do you think she has changed? Jack chimed in. Her aura has changed. Sarah crossed her arms and denied. She's probably just putting on an act to impress that guy. That's all. They must still be fooling around with each other. What a disgusting couple. I won't let them off the hook. Meanwhile, at the North Clan, a multitude of sick people lay scattered all over the corridor. Inside the room, someone asked, Have you found Lord Saga yet? Luke continued and stated, Not yet. But at least for now, he hasn't been captured by the Imperial Palace. The captain of the Northern Knights, Luke Swan, rested his chin on his hand and assessed. Then the royal family must be frantically looking for him as well. The physician of the Northern Empire, Swan. Luke confirmed it. That's right. We must be the ones to find him first. Even though the Empire is searching through every single village at the border, we are running out of time. He thought to himself. There is no way he would just leave so quietly like that. With the magic trace being cut off like this, he must have sealed his magic power to avoid leaving any tracks. Luke's heart was filled with turmoil. If we can just wipe out the spies and deal with the traitor, I will definitely bring the prince back with my own hands. Suddenly, he demanded to know, how is the clan leader doing? Swan reported, there are still no signs of recovery. He flipped through the information. We cannot identify the type of poison the assassin used. However, Swan had a new clue. It seems similar to the poison that the former clan leader was struck with a long time ago. She was also poisoned at the royal ball. Luke began to suspect. Could the Imperial Palace have a hand in this again? His gaze sharpened. That's right. They are even more sinister and cunning than we imagined. The scene shifts to another location. So you mean, we still haven't found him yet? The servant bowed his head to plead guilty. I am sorry, Your Majesty. Please show mercy. Suddenly, a surge of killing intent made him shudder. Argos raised his sword high and reproached. Useless. The Emperor of the Empire, Argos Radium. A second later, fresh blood spilled out. He continued to question. What about the group sent to the Northern Clan? Someone's voice rang out. Only 2 people are still in contact. It seems that the North Clan has already found our faction spies. I used to think that the North Clan was full of brainless fools. But it looks like that's not the case. I can't believe they could find that many people. Impressionable. Argos clicked his tongue and ordered. Those guys must be completely useless by now. Dispose of them. Yes, Your Majesty. He issued a warning. No matter what method you use, bring him to me before the North Clan finds him. Argos smiled sinisterly. If we can't trace his magic, then trace his blood. Bring him to me at all costs. Jay's diary. At 1500 hours on a certain day in May, I asked the girl to process the Yuta pollen cabbage leaves and popcorn just like before. Perfect, clean, and organized. May 5th at 2100 hours. That bold. Girl managed to do all the requested tasks today, and didn't fail even once. I went straight to the place where I gather the remaining ingredients. It seems she still believes that place is a trash heap. But that's not the full extent of her greed. Is it? I threw the stored pepper juice into an old, battered jar. Just as I guessed. The girl noticed, and picked it up immediately. May 5th at 10 a.m. That brat came by again in the morning. She eagerly told me that the mixture of extra and Camara fruit gives a blood-stanching effect. On May 5th at 4 p.m., the blood-stanching medicine made exactly according to the child's instructions, achieved better results than before. Why does this child have to stay in such a hopeless village? I guess I should give that girl a few silver coins. Evelyn happily thought to herself. Thank goodness. I think Jay has opened up more than before. Moreover, there are so many useful things piled up in the trash heap. This time, I even got paid. She recalled the moment she reached out her hand. Jay had instructed, go down to the village and buy 2 books on herbs. Just use the remaining money to buy whatever you want. Even though he is a bit cunning, he is actually a very good person, except for the fact that he won't accept me as his assistant. Not his assistant. Evelyn's heart was filled with joy. I bought a book for Raven with the leftover money. I hope he will like it. Suddenly, a voice made her freeze. The half-blood one. Evelyn quickly hid from those people. They continued to talk. Isn't it about time her painkillers ran out? Probably. It looks like the money the brat has is also nearly gone. How can she survive with an incurable disease without painkillers anyway? She secretly evaluated. Are they slave traders? Evelyn was a little scared. Half-blood. You guys are talking about me, aren't you? In this village, Evelyn was ostracized by the villagers just because of her different, half-elf appearance. But ironically, because of this unique appearance, slave traders were always targeting Evelyn. The more special her appearance is, the more valuable she becomes. She said to herself, it's been so long since we last saw each other. Yet I'm already starting to feel angry. Right now, I need to be careful. Around the village, Evelyn overheard some information. This time, she will have no other choice but to listen to us. Let's drop by again next week. They plan to come to my house next week? Of course, the Evelyn in the original plot was not so easily submissive. She simply chose to sell Raven to the slave trader instead of herself. In her heart, she was secretly determined. It's fine. There is still plenty of time until next week. Don't be afraid. I won't let things happen according to their wishes. I will save Raven with my own hands and keep Raven with me. She turned around, intending to leave. First, I need to quickly escape from this vicinity. Why are you here? Hey, freeze. Evelyn and Sarah crashed into each other. The book in her hand fell. The young girl huffed and shouted. Hey, don't you even bother to look where you're going. Evelyn was flustered. I'm sorry. You're not hurt, are you? She quickly picked up the book. By the way, I have an urgent matter to attend to. I will be leaving first. Saying that, she turned to leave. Sorry. Even so, Sarah still looked at her with pure disdain. A moment later, Evelyn had gone up the mountain. I can't waste time while those slave traders are targeting me. From now on, it might be hard to get herbs from Mr. J. I must venture into the forest to prepare the ingredients for the final stage of my treatment. She motivated herself. Let's go. Evelyn looked around to find her way. Let's see this signpost. Suddenly, she saw a landmark pointing this way. Sarah, from behind, laughed to herself. Stupid Evelyn. You are always so self-satisfied. But let's see how you handle this. Evelyn used a shovel to dig the soil. While working, she thought, thanks to Mr. J's guidance. Over the past weeks, luckily, I can now distinguish several types of herbs. Evelyn gently wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand. The air is fresher than I thought. Everything will get better. Once I mix these things with the shadow grass. Suddenly, there was something behind her back. Evelyn herself sensed it too. However, something is strange. She looked at the item in her hand and remarked, this is definitely not a herb that grows here. Even so, Evelyn still found it odd. I followed the signpost, so why? On the other side, Jack called out loudly, Sarah? The signpost has changed again. Great job. The arrogant girl said, I don't like her anyway. Sarah showed her jealousy. Did you see her during the day? Holding a book. The young girl clenched her fist tightly. I'm sure she only did that to show off. Even when we want to learn to read, we can't. She wants to say that now. She has become a proper citizen who knows how to read. Saying that, they calculated, in about an hour, let's inform the villagers that she went into the dangerous forest, okay? Sarah turned to leave, casting a quick glance back at the forest. Let's see if there are any books. Let's go. Suddenly, they were stopped by Raven. Hold it. He urgently asked, where did that girl go wrong? Sarah, startled and replied, hey about that. I only heard that she went into the forest. She is so annoying. Because she entered the sleeping fog. I think she has already fallen asleep by now. Raven was confused. Sleeping fog. The aura he exuded was highly oppressive. You guys, wait right here. I won't let you off if I find out that you ran away when I return. 865 This terrified the two kids. Jack timidly whined, Sarah. I think we're in big trouble now. Raven rushed off in a hurry. This is bad. I need to hurry up. In his heart, he knew very well, even though people usually know it as just a sleeping fog. The truth is that even though it doesn't use its full power during the day, even Knights would struggle to deal with it at night. This is the fog emitted by the Bodhi's plant. Raven told himself, the sun will set soon. So why on earth would she go into the forest where Bodhi's grows at a time like this? Because of overexertion, he coughed up blood. I tried not to use this method as much as possible. Raven still pushed forward to look for Evelyn, disregarding his own injuries. Damn it, Evelyn. For a brief moment, he recalled the words his father once taught him. Raven, even if you master the clan's magic, you must absolutely never use it. Why, father? Raven questioned. I want to become a powerful mage too. Why can't I use it? Raisban pondered and explained. Because that magic is so powerful that it reduces the lifespan of the caster. He carefully instructed. Remember that our ancestor, the apostate Jin Hyun, was someone from another world. He used to be a practitioner of forbidden magic, just like you. Magic. He achieved power that encompassed the worlds. Raven looked at his hand in disbelief. Magic, Raisban added, those who master it achieve power that encompasses the worlds. But in the end, they are all consumed by it. Don't forget, the more you use blood magic, the closer you get to becoming the Demon King. Returning to the present, Raven's hand was already bleeding. He kept telling himself, I know I must not use this magic, but there is no other way to save Evelyn. On this side, Evelyn was looking around in confusion upon hearing a sound. She looked at the person in front of her, completely puzzled. Jay, how did you get here? Raven urgently warned. You idiot, look behind you. Hearing this, Evelyn immediately turned around to look. He pushed forward, trying to run toward her. Belle. A while later, Evelyn slowly woke up to the sound of rain. She asked herself, when did I fall asleep? Evelyn recalled what happened earlier. Everything happened so fast that I couldn't see clearly, but I felt like something attacked me. And then Raven. Right at this moment, Raven's voice rang out. You. Wake up, Belle. Evelyn was lying in his arms. Raven saved me. She burst out laughing. Evelyn happily teased. You finally called my name. Raven let out a helpless sigh. How can you joke around, even in this situation? A second later, his complexion turned deathly pale, making her worry. Jay, what's wrong? Only now did her gaze shift toward another direction. Magic is fighting. The monsters have all melted away. Evelyn could not believe it. Is this Raven's power? But in his heart, Raven calculated, since I've used that power, my traces will definitely be left here as well. He said to himself, I intended to hide here until all the intruders in my family were dealt with. Even so, Raven still reassured Evelyn. Things turning out like this isn't too bad, is it? I don't regret it at all. She called out to him in a daze, Raven. A moment later, the two of them had made it out of the forest. Now then, Raven's voice rang out with cold sharpness. Both of you, he demanded in a warning tone. If either of you has an excuse, you'd better speak up right now and let's hear it. Sarah, tongue-tied, shot back, what? What did we do wrong to deserve this anyway? You still don't get it, do you? Raven turned his head and asked Evelyn. Should we just kill them right here? She hastily intervened. No, wait, Jay. Evelyn cast a look of disdain over at them. You really don't know what you did wrong. Sarah stood up and yelled. That's right. All you did was just fall asleep for a brief moment. So why are you making such a big fuss when you aren't even hurt? Sarah was green with envy. You're beautiful and talented, and you know how to read. You can easily leave this village and earn money. So why do you feel like it's such an injustice to spend just one night in the forest? Did I really do something that wrong? Evelyn stated in a calm voice, if it weren't for Raven, I would have probably lost my life out here. These words surprised the two of them. What? She slowly recounted. There are many dangerous creatures in the forest. They exhale a fog that induces sleep. If I had been just a moment later, I probably would have fallen asleep. Fast asleep and become prey for those creatures. Even if you claim you didn't know about that, do you honestly think you are completely blameless in this? Sarah's entire body trembled. I really didn't know about that. I had no idea. I just wanted to play a little prank on you. I thought it wasn't such a dangerous place. Jack was also terrified. Me too. Evelyn assessed. I don't think they are lying, judging by their reactions. She let out a sigh and forgave them. Since both of you realize your mistake now, that's enough. But if you two ever pull a foolish stunt like this again, I won't let it slide. Had been just a little bit later, I would have likely fallen. It's late. Now go home. Jack turned to Sarah and said, All right, let's go, Sarah. The two kids immediately left, downcast. Suddenly, Raven called out, Belle. He quickly came over to support her. Are you all right? Evelyn leaned against him and expressed, Yes, I'm just starting to feel relieved. The truth is, I was really terrified. Raven stroked her head to comfort her. It's okay, Belle. She felt utterly aggrieved. I promised myself that I would take good care of Raven. But in the end, I needed his help instead. I am so foolish. Then, the next second, Evelyn threw her arms around him. This action made Raven blush. Thank you. Thank you for coming to save me. He gently hugged her back. It's all right. That night, back at Evelyn's house, she lay in bed, thinking. The situation was so serious that I didn't have time to think, but since Raven used magic, his traces must have been left in the forest, with the pursuers hot on his heels. I need to erase those magic traces as quickly as possible, she silently told herself. Jay went too far by using magic to save me. I can't just step back and watch. Suddenly, Evelyn remembered something. Right, should I make use of that? The next day, her voice rang out beside a waterfall. Jay, Evelyn asked, puzzled, what are you doing here? She flashed a playful smile. Didn't I tell you to come here? This sight made Raven freeze for a few seconds. In reality, there is no way to erase the traces of the mage himself right now. It is best for him to keep it hidden until Jay recovers and returns to the North Clan. This is the method I've come up with. A potion to summon monsters. If I use this to summon monsters to the place where the magic traces remain, then Raven can escape from the monster on his horse. After all, 1049-inch it can induce. It can awaken the spiritual belief that the witch has lost her life, even if it is a dirty trick. If others still look down on Raven, I don't know if I can still fake it again. So I was already prepared to go into the forest this morning. She recalled earlier. Jay, I'm going to the lake near the forest to do laundry. What? You are thinking of going into the forest again after being caught and having to go through that situation? Saying that, Raven snatched the laundry basket from Evelyn's hand. He bluntly stated, you can't go alone. Lead the way, I'm going with you. I never imagined that Raven would tag along like this. Right now, she was calculating. I was planning to go alone. So if I use this potion in front of Jay, he will obviously look at me with suspicion. Evelyn cast a subtle glance. Can I really pull this off without Jay finding out? In the end, she decided to just give it a try. All right, here it is, Jay. A second later, Evelyn stepped into the water and called out. What are you doing over there? I told you to come down here too. Raven asked, confused. Didn't you come here to do laundry? Evelyn beamed and stated, hey, I am going to do the laundry. But climbing up is hard, so let's rest a bit. It's not like we're children. A strategy to quickly executed is when he gets distracted by splashing water. And you are a child. 1088. Seeing that, she played pitiful. Seeing that, she put on a pitiful act. Don't say that. Jay, can you come down here and play with me? Please. It's no fun at all by myself. This action made it impossible for Raven to refuse. His footsteps gradually walked down. Just for a moment. Awesome. Suddenly, Raven pulled his foot back, making Evelyn worry. What's wrong? Did you get bitten somewhere? He bashfully explained. I'm fine. But I was just a bit surprised. Because it's colder than I thought. What a cute reason. She secretly smiled. Is this the reason why there are no cats in the zodiac signs? The next second, Evelyn splashed water at Raven. Take this. She teased him continuously. Is it cold? Raven splashed water back. Do you want to experience the same thing that much? A while later, the two sat on a nearby cliff. Evelyn was a bit downcast. Ray, I got too excited. And completely missed my chance while dealing with him. He really enjoyed it a lot, though. She felt happy. That's a good thing, since Ray had so much fun. Suddenly, Evelyn noticed something unusual. Ray, is it because it got wet? Your hair looks shinier and darker than usual. It's so beautiful. What do you mean, beautiful? She directly praised him, just what I said. It's a sincere compliment. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Raven chimed in. Your hair is also shiny because it's wet. Evelyn touched her hair and pondered. Really? Should I cut it later and sell it? Raven was stunned. What? What are you talking about? Why would you sell it? She said in a low voice. Hair grows back anyway. Thinking about it now, I think I could make some money. Since my hair has a unique color. Evelyn thought it was a great idea. Maybe it could really help out with our living expenses. She calculated to herself. Afterward, it would be nice to buy Ray some good clothes, and then for my house. Raven softly expressed. My family, we have a lot of money. So it's enough for you. Meanwhile, Evelyn was thinking. What kind of clothes would suit Ray best? The two were completely on different pages. What I just said. Oh, nothing. Because he is good looking. I think he will still look great no matter what he wears. 11:45. Suddenly, Evelyn noticed and was bewildered. Suddenly, Evelyn wasn't paying attention, looking bewildered. Why is your face suddenly so red? Did you catch a cold from playing in the water too long? She glanced at the pile of clothes in the basket. Anyway, the sun will set soon. So I have to do it before it's too late. I should just go ahead with it. Suddenly, Evelyn cried out. Oh my goodness, did I bring the wrong potion? What should I do? What do you mean? Potion. She explained. This is a potion I bought. Because they said it was going to be thrown away. I think I forgot that I put it in the laundry bag and accidentally brought it along. Then, Evelyn pulled out a vial. Where is it? Ah, this one. She held it up high and stated. It attracts an omnivorous monster. A second later, Evelyn intentionally dropped it. Oh my goodness. What is this? The entire laundry basket instantly got soaked in the lake. Her eyes subtly observed him. Did he notice it? Raven hastily pulled Evelyn. Get out of the water, hurry. That must have been a perfect performance, right? He was a bit puzzled. Why on earth would you bring along such a dangerous potion? Startled, she made an excuse. Really? I guess. I couldn't see it clearly, because I was in a rush to grab it. Evelyn lamented. It's a bit of a waste for the clothes. But it could be dangerous here. So let's just leave it and go back, Ray. She recalled. Those clothes were the ones Ray wore on the first day we met. They have Ray's blood on them. But Evelyn's gaze still lingered back. Before long, the monster will gather here and leave its own traces. As long as that happens, she flashed a sly smile. There will be mass confusion among the imperial families who are searching for Jay. Just as expected, not long after, a voice rang out from the imperial palace's side. Sir, I have found it. Yes, someone reported. Raven North. I have found traces of that child. 1199 Argos chimed in. Finally, you found something. Argos chimed in. You finally found a few things. Yes, in the midst of a horde of beasts. He recalled finding bloodstained clothes in that situation. It seems highly likely that the brat died after being attacked by monsters. Hearing this, his face took on a scrutinizing look. So it is. The next day, Evelyn was wiping the dishes. She looked back at Raven, who was sitting behind her. In her heart, she told herself, how much longer can Jay and I stay together? It's already been a few months since he came here. Soon, the search parties from the North Clan will find this place too. She was a bit downcast. I know that one day he will leave, but it's such a shame. I feel like there really isn't much time left. I guess I've become more attached to him than I thought during this time. Evelyn let out a soft sigh. It would be wonderful if I could at least give him a meaningful gift before he leaves. What would be good to give him? Right at this moment, a voice rang out. Hey, Evelyn, open the door. Her entire body shuddered. That voice. Raven also stopped reading and took notice. Evelyn tensed up. They're finally here. She recalled the two men she met before. The top slave trader in Athos. The guy knocking on the door outside. Evelyn patted Raven's shoulder and instructed. Can you stay quietly in the room for a moment? Don't make any noise. He asked, puzzled why. She stammered to brush it off. Actually, someone is dropping by today, and this guest isn't very welcome. The noise outside rang out again. I know you're in there. Open the door, hurry up. Evelyn urgently looked at him. You see why I'm hesitant now, right? So please go inside quickly, Jay. Raven finally gave in. I get it. Evelyn breathed a sigh of relief. All right, Jay is safely hidden. Next up is. Just as Athos was about to open his mouth, she rushed out. Hey, Athos, get lost. I told you to beat it. You're being too noisy. Do you think this is your house? Being pushed to the ground, he whined. What do you think you're doing, you crazy woman? Athos held up a potion vial and threatened. Can't you see what's in my hand? It's useless to do that, milady. Evelyn calculated silently. The only addictive painkiller that can soothe the pain caused by the Krat disease. This thing is so expensive that even selling a house wouldn't cover it. And it's dangerous because it can be addictive if one is not careful. When there was no other choice, the original Evelyn knew that she had to depend on the stimulant, even though she realized she was gradually becoming addicted. So in the end, Evelyn chose a different path leading to death. But there is still someone else who deserves to be punished. Now, Evelyn spoke up dismissively. I'm not buying it. I already told you last time that I don't have money. Since I've reincarnated, from now on, everything will change. Hearing that, Athos immediately taunted. Can you buy it at this price anywhere else? Evelyn didn't bother to argue. Forget it. From now on I will make my own living. So if you have compounding equipment, sell it and leave. He let out a sigh. What? Oh, come on. Do you think compounding medicine is child's play? She showed her boredom. Are you selling it or not? As Athos put the medicine back into his bag, you will regret this. Next, he handed the items to Evelyn. Good. Suddenly, a noise came from inside her house. Evelyn's face darkened with anxiety. Jay, what is going on? Athos intended to step inside to see. What was that? She tried to stop him. I clearly heard a noise. Something probably fell because of the wind. Saying that, Evelyn pushed him away. Finish your business and leave quickly. This woman. Athos gritted his teeth and left in annoyance. Fine. If you change your mind, let me know. The next second, she frantically ran inside. Jay. She only saw Raven lying on the ground in intense pain. Jay, what's wrong? Evelyn supported him up. Oh my goodness, are you alright? What is the meaning of this? Suddenly, she noticed something. Inside Raven's chest, a mark was revealed. This is a slave crest. Sometimes, when capturing a rare and untamable slave, they will brand a crest of the merchant group before branding the actual slave crest. This is to prevent the slaves from escaping before the actual transaction. It is said that those who are branded with this will be tracking linked whenever an exchange broker is nearby. Evelyn was terrified. I knew Raven had escaped from the slave quarters, but I didn't expect him to have been branded too. Suddenly, Raven woke up and covered his clothes. Don't look. I'm not a slave. Her gaze was filled with sorrow. Jay. In his heart, he thought to himself, the people looking for me outside must be the slave traders. I mentioned the slave traders before, but there's no reason for them to come looking like this. Raven began to doubt. Could it be her? However, he immediately denied it. No, what am I thinking? She wouldn't do that. But if she finds out I'm being pursued by slave traders, she will probably look down on me, right? That was the only thing. On the contrary, Evelyn shouted angrily. Those absolute lunatics. She was completely furious. Wasn't it enough to make your back look like this, that they had to do that too? Saying that, she stood up. Wait for a moment, Ray. I'm going to get some medicine. Raven's hand gently pulled her hand. All right, just for a moment. He was puzzled. Oh, you already knew, didn't you? The fact that I escaped from that slave trader. Evelyn confidently affirmed. Even if I know, nothing changes. I will never send you back to those people, Ray. These words made him freeze for a few seconds. What? A few days later, Evelyn asked supportively. How is your body feeling? Not bad. She spoke in a low voice. Jay, about that brand. Raven reassured her. It's fine. It will disappear on its own after some time. Evelyn breathed a sigh of relief. What a relief. He was a bit confused. Since when did you know that I escaped from the slave traders? You shouldn't have. She quickly interrupted. Don't misunderstand. Ray, they didn't come here looking for you, but rather they were looking for me. Evelyn stated seriously, sometimes those guys still come to my place to sell painkillers and all sorts of things. It would probably be better not to mention that they were chasing after him. Her hand firmly grasped his. I also know that the slave traders are tracking the brand to find you. So if I had known that guy was one of them, I wouldn't have let him anywhere near this house from the very beginning. Raven finally understood. So that's how it is. He found an excuse. I've been lying down the whole time, so I feel a bit suffocated. I'm going outside to stretch for a bit. So sudden? You shouldn't overexert yourself. I'm just going to relax for a little bit, and then I'll be back. So don't worry. Suddenly, Raven called out to her. Hey. Huh. He genuinely appreciated her. Thank you. These words stunned Evelyn. She gave a bright smile. A while later, Raven was out in the yard. He kept thinking about Evelyn. Jay. Every time he swung his sword, her image appeared. There you are, Jay. Jay. This made Raven embarrassed. The scene shifts to the dead of night. A beam of light gently touched someone's hand. That person ordered, report back. Tell them we have found traces of Lord Soga. Understood. Holding on to hope. This is definitely the trace left behind when Lord Soga used magic. Luke, the captain of the Knights of the Duke of North. He thought to himself, having to escape all the way here alone. And being poisoned on top of that. You must have been so worried, Lord Soga. Luke motivated himself. We will bring you back soon. The scene shifts to Evelyn's footsteps walking across the floor. The girl let out a long yawn. I woke up so late today. Evelyn walked over to the kitchen door and asked, have you had breakfast already, Ray? Suddenly, she noticed something unusual. Evelyn looked around. What's this? The kitchen is a complete mess. What happened? She called out softly, startling him. Ray? Evelyn constantly showered him with praises. Did you make all this food on the table by yourself? You look so cute wearing an apron. About that, Evelyn made a suggestion. The weather today is wonderful. So let's go outside and eat. All right. A while later, the food was all set up. I didn't expect your cooking to taste this good. Raven was flustered. I didn't expect. She smiled with amusement. Why did you have to bring that up? Here. This is your chicken soup, Evelyn. She was incredibly happy. Just kidding. It's been a long time since someone cooked for me. Thank you, Jay. Raven scratched his head in embarrassment. Why did you have to bring that up? He handed her the bowl of soup. Here. This is your chicken soup. Evelyn's gaze froze for a brief moment. She anxiously asked, wait a minute, Jay? What happened to your hand? Did you accidentally cut your hand? He was dazed. It's nothing. It's just a small wound. As Evelyn showed her worry. But what if it leaves a scar? She expressed, I'm very glad you cooked for me, Jay. But I don't want to see you get hurt. When we get home, I will treat that wound for you. Raven turned his face away in embarrassment. All right. A while later, the food was completely finished. Evelyn smiled happily. Thank you so much. The meal was delicious. For your first time cooking, you did an amazing job, didn't you? It wasn't that difficult. I've watched you cook a few times too. Hearing that, she was left speechless. But both the kitchen and his hands ended up a complete mess. In her heart, she felt appreciative. Anyway, his effort is touching enough. Right? Thank you. Suddenly, her face turned pale. The next second, she coughed violently, frightening Raven. Belle. Evelyn coughed up blood. This is the symptom of stage 2 that I read about regarding the progression of the Krat disease treatment. I'm starting to cough up dark blood. Evelyn was cheerful. What a relief. It seems the thing I made is working. Raven hurriedly showed his concern. Are you alright? It's nothing, just a common cold. Besides, Raven is here with me too. Since we're done eating, let's head back. He didn't ask further and agreed. Alright. That night, Raven was deep in thought. Belle said she was fine, but he had perceptively noticed. It's just a common cold, she said. There was clearly the smell of blood. She looked very pale as well. In his heart, he secretly suspected. She is definitely hiding something. But why won't she tell me? Even when I asked her directly. Raven recalled Evelyn back then. There is nothing to worry about, Raven. She kept evading the issue. 1456, this made him completely frustrated. No way. This left him completely flustered. No way. Maybe there's just something she can't say. Don't jump to conclusions. Suddenly, something startled Raven. He looked out the window. This sensation. The next second, Raven gently opened the door. From inside the bushes, a voice rang out. It is me, sir. Then, two dark figures appeared before Raven. A squad knelt down to report. Luke, the captain of the Black Knights, bowed. Lord Soga. Raven let down his guard. It's you, he asked. Have you dealt with all the remaining spy snakes? He confirmed. Yes, Lord Soga. What about my father? Luke bowed his head and reported. Lord Raisban has not woken up yet. I am very sorry to inform you. Raven pondered for a moment and then asked. If that's the case, did you come here to bring me back? Yes, sir. He was a bit apprehensive. It's still too dangerous for me to return right now. Raven's hand clenched tightly. Besides, it seems Belle is still hiding something from me. In the end, he decided. I will stay here for a while longer. Luke was stunned. But, Lord Soga. Raven analyzed in a calm voice. Now is not the time. If I return while my father is still unconscious, I will be targeted again. He gave an instruction. When he wakes up, I will return. Erase all of your traces from this place. Conceal yourselves thoroughly. If necessary, protect this entire village. Luke bowed his head in obedience. Yes, I will follow your command. Raven's gaze wavered slightly, and he thought of Evelyn. Also, protect the girl who showed me kindness. It has been a few months since the start of the treatment. The Krat medicine has begun to take effect. Evelyn excitedly went out shopping. Lately, it has been much easier for me to walk around. The treatment is working faster than I thought. On a happy day like this, she excitedly suggested, how about we have a barbecue party? Suddenly, she spotted Sarah and Jack. Those two kids are. Evelyn directly called out loudly, Jack. Sarah. She extended an invitation. I'm cooking something really delicious at my place tonight. Do you two want to come over and eat? Sarah was bewildered. What? So suddenly like that? Why on earth would I want to go to your place? Evelyn burst out laughing. The more, the merrier. She showed off the ingredients. You're not coming? There's grilled meat, you know? No. Sarah walked away in embarrassment. If I remember, I might come. Very confused. Sarah? Where are you running off to? The boy hurriedly ran after her. Wait, let me come with you too. Evelyn saw the young girl's cheeks blushing pink. Then, the next second, she let out a sigh. Kids will be kids. Alright. I should start preparing for the party too. Evelyn was in the middle of cooking, looking at the meat. Look at this meat. She drooled with craving. It looks so delicious. It's been a long time since I've had a proper Korean-style meal. Next, she served a piece to Raven. Jay, eat it quickly before it gets cold. He asked, puzzled. Is there a special occasion today? Normally, you only eat vegetables. She stammered and explained. I thought it would be fine for today. These words made Jay confused. I thought it would be fine for today. She quickly stepped closer. All right, hurry up and eat. This is your first time eating grilled meat like this, right? You are definitely going to love it, you'll see. All right. Raven picked it up. I'm eating now. The next second, his cheeks flushed red. Raven praised. It's so delicious. Right? It's incredibly delicious. What on earth is Jonas? Suddenly, someone arrived, drawing the attention of both of them. Raven immediately scowled. Hey, what are you two doing here? It was Sarah and Jack. Evelyn patted his shoulder to mediate. I invited them. There's no need to glare at them like that. She happily welcomed them. Welcome. I knew you two would come. I've been waiting for you. Sarah blushed with embarrassment. Well, you know, I heard that the more, the merrier. So that's why I came. The young girl hid something behind her back. And besides, you invited me. So I thought I couldn't just show up empty-handed. The next second, she pulled out a loaf of bread. Here, take it. Sarah. Using the excuse that it was your birthday a few days ago. So I thought I should bring something to give you. Whether you want to accept it or not is up to you. What? Evelyn guessed. Could this be an apology gift for what happened last time? She flashed a satisfied smile. If that's the case, she is actually quite admirable, isn't she? Evelyn happily accepted it. Thank you, Sarah. I really like it. Raven was curious. Birthday? Very shocked. You didn't know it was her birthday? The boy chimed in. Well, it makes sense. At this moment, Evelyn spoke up. Of course, to return the favor for this bread. I want to do something for you too as well. She silently assessed. That's right. They are not bad people. The reason they always hang around me is probably because they are jealous. They don't get to enjoy the things Evelyn naturally has. If that's the case, then she made a suggestion. How about I teach you two how to read? What? Raven immediately advised her. Teaching literacy to non-citizens is illegal. 1577 ISNT it, Evelyn? She winked and gestured. Who cares anyway? As long as we don't get caught, that's fine. Who cares? As long as we don't get caught, it's fine. Yeah. Jack and Sarah responded in unison. I really want to. I really want to learn how to read. Yeah, I promise. All right. Sit down and eat some meat first. Let's eat, everyone. The four of them gathered around the meal. Evelyn pulled out a bottle. Since it's a gathering, or rather, a party, we must have this. She handed a cup to everyone. Raven asked out of curiosity. Is this alcohol? Evelyn denied it. Of course not. We're still young. It's just fruit juice. But this sets the mood, doesn't it? Cheers. The four cups clinked together. Cheers. Everyone drank up. Evelyn felt refreshed. That's more like it. It's getting dark, so drink to your heart's content. Cheers. A while later, Raven grumbled. Now that those two have left, it's finally quiet. He believed that it was perfectly fine without them. Evelyn coaxed him. But playing together is still more fun. Isn't it, Ray? He bashfully didn't answer. This is the first time for me. When I was at home, I always had to be on guard. Why is that? He explained. Well, there are people who always want to bring down my family. Because of them, my mother passed away. Oh, is it because the atmosphere is too peaceful? We even dare to talk about normal things that we wouldn't usually dare to say. A chaotic family, and losing his mother at such a young age. I can't imagine how much this child's heart must have ached. Evelyn softly comforted him. You must really miss your mother. Raven looked at her in complete stun. Then, the next second, he lowered his head again. His voice grew faint. Sometimes. Occasionally. I want to see her again. I understand. On the other side, the eavesdropping subordinates were weeping. They lamented. The young master always seemed so calm. No matter what happened. Yet to think he would speak about the late lady first. They cried. Hysterically. I thought you would be a child forever. But you've already grown to this age. Hey, I just stopped crying. And now because of you, I want to cry again. Luke was also in a daze, young master. He was filled with fierce determination. Following your command, I will protect you at all costs. At all costs. Evelyn didn't have to worry like before. I've gotten used to gathering herbs in the shade of the forest, and my physical condition has been much better lately. Now I can stay in the forest for half a day. This amount should be enough for today. She immediately set her target. Now it's time to find that thing. The medicinal herb map. One of the 8 holy relics. The map that shows the locations, medicinal efficacy, and usage methods of all types of medicine in the world. To contract with this map, we need a rather special fruit. Evelyn knew a factual truth. It is hidden right in this forest. She was full of hope. If I can find it, I can obtain the highest grade. Holy water to use for the final stage of the treatment. Evelyn carefully observed everything around her. She had to hold on to a tree trunk to stand firmly. It must be nearby in the forest. But the path is getting harder and harder. A certain fruit caught Evelyn's attention. She couldn't say for sure, or is this the one? Evelyn focused her mind, unaware that someone was standing behind her, even though I was the one who set it up. I have never seen it with my own eyes before. This really is a problem. Should I take a closer look? The knight hurriedly stopped her. Wait a minute. He was wearing protective gear. Evelyn, of course, wouldn't trust anyone easily. Who are you? If you think I'm an easy target, you are dead wrong. The knight flusteredly tried to explain himself clearly. Calm down. I am not a bad person. I am. He intentionally concealed his identity. I am a knight of this forest. She believed the knight up to no good. What? You think I'll believe that? You've been stalking me, haven't you? Or are you planning to sell me to slave traders? The knight repeatedly denied. No, it's not like that at all. He revealed the reason behind the situation. The young master ordered me to protect you. But it had to be kept a secret. Evelyn thought to herself, young master? The knight was immensely proud of his master. The young master is not a bad person. He knows you very well. No, that's because he is the benevolent lord of this forest. She didn't believe a single word. How can you even say that with a straight face? He provided information. Anyway, what's wrong with this forest? That thing you were about to touch. If you touch it even once, it becomes highly poisonous. This caused Evelyn to panic completely. Really? That's so dangerous. Evelyn finally calmed down. I don't think he's a bad person. He just mentioned a young master, right? She recognized that sword at a single glance. Evelyn felt somewhat reassured. I get it now. So the suspicious people Sarah mentioned are actually from the North Clan. What a relief. If they are from the North Clan, then they are on my side. I can ask for their assistance. She spoke up bashfully. Actually, Evelyn wanted the knight to help her. I'm looking for a type of fruit, but I don't know where it is. Can you help me find it, Knight of the Forest? He couldn't help but feel curious. A fruit? What kind of fruit is it? Evelyn knew a bit of information. Its name is the Olivia fruit. I want to make jam to eat with the boy staying at my house. The knight just wanted to double check. If it's that fruit, that's our family name. No. It grows in abundance around the territory of the North Clan. You just need to find it, and then you'll go home, right? She was overjoyed. Thank you, kind knight. He led the way for Evelyn. Here, the Olivia fruit grows aplenty in this area. Evelyn didn't dare to just pick the fruit and take it. But isn't this under the control of the North Clan? Is it really okay to pick it without asking the owner for permission? The knight proudly declared, no need. The kind North Clan will pretend not to see you picking a basket of fruit. She smiled from ear to ear. That's so kind of them. Evelyn knew the truth, but didn't say it out loud. What a stubborn knight. Refusing to admit he's from the North Clan. He was all too familiar with it. This fruit is very delicious, but its taste is very distinct. She carefully made her selection. By the way, I still have to look for the other fruit. Let's see. Not this one, and not that one either. Evelyn kept it firmly in mind. The smallest fruit with a white pattern, and a bright red diamond shape. She found the fruit she desired. Evelyn touched one of the fruits. Here it is. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes. What? Even Evelyn didn't expect this. This is the glowing fruit. She looked down at her feet. The ground was cracking open. Evelyn thought of the worst-case scenario. If it keeps going like this, the knight didn't make it in time to save her. Milady, you're falling off the cliff. I'm going to plummet. Evelyn woke up after falling off the cliff. She sat there, completely dazed. Where on earth am I? Everything around her was completely white. What is going on? I picked that fruit after finding it. And suddenly, Evelyn quickly opened her eyes wide. She couldn't believe what was happening was real. This. Evelyn interpreted the writing on the paper. Those who desire the holy relic must seal a contract with their own blood. This is the covenant of the holy relic. Evelyn had nothing left to worry about. The covenant of the holy relic will be executed through a dream. So, seeing this means, this is indeed a dream, and I found the right thing. She pondered for a long time. The way to seal a contract with the medicinal herb map must be the same as the way I set it up. Evelyn thought she would do it, so, if I use my blood to imprint it. The light blinded her eyes. It was complete. Evelyn was speechless. She was astonished when the item appeared. This is the Holy Grail. Evelyn was extremely concerned. An alarming holy relic. Something that before long will submerge not just this territory, but the entire world into a sea of war flames. A dangerous object capable of interfering with souls. Why did it appear at this moment? And right in front of me, of all places? She just felt that something was not quite right. Isn't it way too early for the Holy Grail to appear? At this moment? Not only that. Why is it present within the medicinal herb map? Evelyn questioned reality. It suddenly glowed. What? She suddenly heard a voice in her head. If I have a little more time, I will try to love someone at least once. A woman's voice. That is what I thought of. Rustin Van was deeply sorrowful. Even if I end up with an unexpected outcome. Two hidden figures conversed behind Evelyn's back. I heard that she is about to be sold to that bastard. North Raisban. They say that the moment a child carrying the bloodline of the North Clan is born, the mother will inevitably face death, due to the power of that bloodline. She perceptively noticed. That's a different voice. The two girls gossiped continuously. Will she be able to survive? If she is lucky enough to carry a mixed bloodline? Even if she can survive, what good is it to live with that monster? Evelyn trusted her intuition. If she was sold to North Raisban, that means this is Jay's mother. I don't recall ever reading any details like this. Please trust me, Raisban. She sincerely hoped. I will definitely find a way for our family to live together. Raisban boldly questioned. By what means? Because I am healthy, and I am someone with strong mixed blood. She easily figured it out. I think those two are Jay's parents. The voice continued to ring out. But Celestia, I'm fine. Evelyn had to narrow one eye. Thank you for making my dream come true. She felt a sense of familiarity as that light appeared again. Evelyn finally woke up. She stared at the ceiling for a long time. This place is my house. Evelyn didn't think too much about it. I was brought to bed at some point. Did the driver bring me here? It seems like I had a strange dream. Raven hugged her tightly. Belle. Evelyn was glad to see him. Jay, you're here? Why are you suddenly doing this? What happened? Raven couldn't help but worry. What happened? Do you know that you've been asleep for a full 2 days? She was startled. 2 days. He had been scared out of his wits. I heard that you fell off a cliff and didn't wake up after that. So Raven only wished for Evelyn's safety. You were already in danger last time. So why on earth did you go into the forest again? I told you that if you're going anywhere, you have to tell me so I can go with you. She understood Raven's feelings. This is the first time I've seen Jay this angry. He must have been incredibly worried about me. Evelyn tightly gripped the edge of the blanket. I'm sorry, Jay. She wanted to give Raven a treat. I heard that jam made from Olivia fruit is delicious. So, I wanted to get some for you. He froze upon hearing Evelyn's words. Explaining fruit jam. Raven stopped scolding her. Fine, alright. So, how is your body feeling? Is there any problem? I'm perfectly normal. Nothing is wrong. It seems the cliff wasn't too high. He warned Evelyn not to be reckless. They said the injury wasn't too serious. So I will let it slide this time. But if this happens ever again, Evelyn only then dared to ask, what if it happens again? Raven always cared for her. Then I will be extremely angry. Evelyn recalled the past. Usually, I'm the one who nags. She promised to take good care of herself. Alright, fine. I will be more careful. I won't let that happen again. I promise. I woke up from a dream like that and made a promise to Jay that I couldn't possibly keep. Why did the Holy Grail show me that? He was completely at a loss with her. You really are. Evelyn hadn't figured out the reason yet. What could that mean? Raven trusted her one more time. You promised, alright? She fell into a state of uncertainty. I couldn't even anticipate what was waiting for me in the future. The next day, at the Imperial Palace, someone acted with utter cruelty. You no longer have any value left to be used. It turned out Argos was dealing with his subordinate. Be grateful that you can leave without having to suffer much pain. Farin. He was always on high alert. There is no way North Raisban could die that easily. I am certain he is still alive. Argos ordered someone to investigate. He must be hiding like a rat in some corner of the last village. Search thoroughly. A servant immediately proposed a plan. The people from upstream, Athos, periodically go to the last village. Utilizing them will help us investigate faster. He completely agreed. I really like you for being so understanding. Alright. Athos flashed a smug smile, so? He looked closely at a drawing of Raven. You're saying, you'll give me money if I capture this kid, right? Athos took the opportunity to demand a high price. Even if it's just a small fry. Like this, you still have to pay a massive amount of money. For money, he could do anything. Well then, let's go hunting. Athos compared the drawing with the person inside the house. Looking at it, he believed himself to be lucky. It really is him. How on earth did a wanted poster even reach people like me? Who would have thought he'd be hiding so close by? Athos was completely lost in thought. I never expected he'd be living right with that white-haired girl. Since when do those two even know each other? He flashed a cunning smile. I don't know what's going on, but I absolutely must capture him. Both of them are rare specimens. If I sell them together, I'll make an even bigger profit. But Athos swore to himself. I have to make this money no matter what. The two knights were secretly keeping tabs on him. They grew suspicious of Athos's actions. He couldn't just ignore the law. The Britium Empire recognizes citizenship. Even though this village is very far away, it still lies within the Empire's territory. Therefore, a citizen can demand protection from the government. As such, Athos had already made his calculations. I can't mess around with citizens like Evelyn, but if there's a way that looks legal, such as a contract, then it might still work. He named the influential figures, Kira, the owner of the only bakery in the village, Nas, in charge of distributing poisonous medicinal herbs, and finally, Jane, a low-level alchemist. They are the hidden authorities, who hold tight control over this area. If they cooperate, capturing a few kids to make them slaves will be much easier. Athos was ready to deploy his plan. Let's start with the most accessible bakery owner, Kira. She couldn't avoid being skeptical. You want me to sign this paper? What does it say? He hurriedly denied it. It's nothing. Athos tried his best to convince her. It's just about a brat who borrowed money from you and didn't pay it back. You just need to sign your name. I will pay you a large sum of money. Anyway, it's quite plausible that a suspicious brat like her would borrow money and not pay it back, right? Kira smiled gently. Is that so? She slammed the paper down onto a pile of flour. He was furious but could do nothing. My contract. Why did you? Kira directly pinned the blame on him. Damn you, Athos. This piece of paper has ruined my batch of flour. This paper belongs to you. So you must compensate me for my ruined flour, right? She was not someone to be messed with. Do you want to pay up? Or something else? He was forced to leave. I'll come back next time. Athos stubbornly stuck to his initial plan. It's not as easy as I thought. In that case, I should approach Nas next. He trades in poisonous herbs. He definitely won't pass up on a deal like this. At Nas's house, Athos got down on his knees to beg. Therefore, I hope to receive your assistance. The younger son gave his input. This guy talks nothing but nonsense. And he's not interesting at all. Can I kill him? The older son supported getting rid of him. Father, may I kill him? Nas remained unusually calm. Bring it here, Jack. No. Athos could no longer sit still. What is that? What are you people doing? He spoke with heavy insinuation. You are still a guest. So we can't just kick you out like that. Nas poured a cup of liquid into his mouth. At least have a cup of hot tea first. He didn't even have time to curse. What kind of place is this? Is this hell? Athos struggled just to get out of Naz's house. Damn it. Doesn't everyone hate that white-haired girl? Why did their attitudes suddenly do a complete U-turn? He placed all his faith in the last person. Well, there's still Jane. He is an arrogant nobleman. So he will definitely hate that Evelyn brat. Athos went to knock on Jane's door. Hello? Please open up. Jane, I know you've been deeply annoyed by that Evelyn brat lately. I know a way for you to deal with her. And you'll even make some money out of it. He reluctantly came to open the door. You there? Can't you see me? I'm standing right here. Athos earnestly begged. Jane, please let me in. Jane had no choice but to agree. Come in. He rejoiced in his heart. Wonderful. Finally, I've met a normal person. Athos behaved very politely. Sorry to bother you. The space suddenly fell silent. He was suddenly thrown out of the house. He didn't want to waste any time. I've already caught wind of some kind of trouble. If you wake me up again over this kind of nonsense, I will kill you. The two knights gossiped about the actions of Athos. We don't even need to intervene at all. He is incredibly unlucky. Out of everyone, he chose these three families. He suddenly turned his head around. What's going on? Scarface came to inform. Swan sent a message. He brought good news. The master and Lady Raisban have woken up. The night completely brightened up. The master. Scarface gave orders to his subordinates. We must return immediately. Report to Lord Soga as soon as possible. The two knights replied in unison. Understood. Evelyn was satisfied with the achieved results. A few days have passed since I started making medicine based on the medicinal herb map I found last time. It's finally complete. She did her best to treat Raven. Ray, drink this. This is a tonic I made myself. I managed to make an antidote. Ray, he didn't have much faith. If it's a tonic, why don't you drink it? Evelyn asserted firmly. I'm already healthy enough. Drinking it would be useless. I'm still not sure how effective it will be against the fever and the illness. Raven suddenly fell into silence. He turned around and acted coaxingly. Am I the only one drinking this? Evelyn couldn't understand at all. Why is he suddenly being so stubborn? She felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Could it be? Evelyn came up with a way to get him to take the medicine. It's fine, Jay. I don't need to drink it. So whenever you eat your meal, just add a drop of it. That way, you won't taste anything at all. Raven froze right on the spot. Is she treating me like a child? He wasn't that weak. All right, forget it. Give it to me. Evelyn prayed for Raven. Now Jay's body will recover soon. She had strong faith. I hope he gets well soon. Athos gritted his teeth and grimaced. Damn it. That white-haired brat. My ambush plan last time failed. He absolutely refused to give up. But this time, I will definitely succeed. Someone knocked on the door from outside. Evelyn opened the door. Evelyn listened intently to that voice. She was extremely annoyed. It's you from last time again. Didn't I tell you not to come back here anymore? So, Athos actually showed up in front of Evelyn's house. She couldn't tolerate it any longer. This bastard. How dare he bring people here? He slammed his hand against the wall, giving Evelyn a fright. Athos pointed a knife at her. Where do you think you're going? He was no different from a thug. I've been too easy on you lately. But now I probably shouldn't be so easy on you anymore. It seems that's the only way you'll listen. Athos forced Evelyn to comply. Isn't being a slave better than dying? Just sign the contract. And you won't be in any danger anymore. Evelyn didn't dare to resist. He questioned her about Raven's whereabouts. I should have done this from the start. I wasted too much time with those useless people. Where is that black-haired brat from the other day hiding? Athos panicked completely. What is going on? His underlings screamed out. There's someone behind you, boss. He seemed to recognize who that person was, that guy. The thugs were wiped out in a single beat. His swordsmanship was truly superb. Raven arrived to save her. Step back, Belle. He asked for Evelyn's input. Can I just kill this bastard? But Athos didn't expect Raven to appear. Damn it. What the hell is going on? He couldn't believe his eyes. How could a brat like you take down all of them? As such, Athos intended to use Evelyn to threaten him. But no matter what he does, I still have a hostage. Don't come any closer. Otherwise this girl dies. He smirked broadly, just as I thought. Athos was extremely confident. I still hold the upper hand. Who would have thought she would kick Athos right in the leg? The dagger flew out. He collapsed to the ground. These brats. This is our chance. Athos's hard work and planning went to waste. Raven had no intention of sparing him. Farewell. A deafening scream echoed from Evelyn's house. He placed his foot on Athos's head. Raven just wanted to verify the information. I kept wondering if you were the one causing trouble in the village, yet you dared to come all the way here. What is your purpose? You said you were targeting Belle, but are you really just kidnapping for money? He asked about Evelyn's condition. Are you hurt anywhere? Evelyn reassured him in a gentle tone. No, thanks to you. Raven hoped she would give permission. So can I kill these bastards now? Evelyn hurriedly waved her hands. Don't. There's no need. There's that terrifying look again. She decided to let the law handle it. Just tie them up and toss them in front of the security station. They started trouble with a resident first. so they probably have no way to defend themselves anyway. Evelyn only wanted what was best for him. This way, Jay won't have to dirty his hands anymore. Raven agreed with her opinion. I understand. As night fell, the stars began to shine. Athos had to use a cane just to stand up. The anger within him boiled over. Damn it. I'll teach them a lesson. First, I must report to my superiors that the boy is here. Damn it. I almost died just for that bounty. Athos suddenly froze right on the spot. He caught sight of Raisban. Wait a minute. What? He showed clear disdain. A slave trader. Athos shook like a leaf. This terrifying sensation. I've never seen him around here before. Raisban felt something unusual, I know. The Emperor's hounds sponsor a few slave trade rings. But is he really stupid enough to entrust this job to a vile wretch like you? He raised his voice defiantly. You know who backs us? You bastard, who the hell are you? His entire body exuded killing intent. Shut your mouth. Athos suddenly coughed up blood. He finally believed it. The terrifying power and killing intent. Raisban calmly dealt with him. You dared to touch something you shouldn't have touched. I will make you suffer every bit of pain that a human can possibly endure. But Athos was speechless. This guy. He wasn't very surprised. He's not a normal human. Athos could only scream, save me. Someone's arm was hanging loosely down. Raisban decisively left the place. He climbed up a tree branch. Ray, my son. For some reason, Raisban was watching Raven. You've been living in a place like this all this time. Evelyn and he were chatting happily. He wondered a bit. Fortunately, you seem to be safe. But who is that girl next to you? Even Raisban couldn't help but be surprised. Ray, it's been a long time since I've seen you smile like that. He accepted the harsh reality. Perhaps for now, I should just leave everything as it is. Someone suddenly asked a question. Evelyn, have you heard the news? Evelyn had absolutely no idea. What news? The girl recounted the incident. That merchant guy, who was causing trouble in town, lately has gone missing. I heard his accomplices are looking for him. Evelyn immediately thought of Athos. That guy. She questioned reality. Last time Jay beat him up pretty badly and chased him away. He's missing. Evelyn didn't understand what was going on. I haven't heard about this. Why did you suddenly bring it up? Sarah revealed a piece of information I don't know either. 2189, but word has it that he took important documents from his. He carried along the important documents of superiors and ran away. Evelyn knew all too well the fate of a traitor. What? Then he's completely finished. Raven thought to himself. He must have woken up and decided to make a big move. He didn't say it out loud. Father. The knight hurriedly came to deliver the news. Your father has woken up. Young master. Nothing could get past him. That very night, he was attacked. So I guess father handled him personally. Sarah waved goodbye. All right, we're off. Thank you for today's lesson. She didn't forget to remind them. Be careful, you too. Raven closed the book. He called Evelyn's name. Belle. Evelyn waited for his answer. What's up? He returned to his serious demeanor. I have something to tell you. She felt a bit strange. Something to tell me? Why are you looking so serious? Is there a problem? Raven didn't show any expression. He mentioned Evelyn's kindness. Belle, ever since I've been with you, my health has improved a lot. And my family's financial situation seems to have stabilized. Evelyn didn't dare to breathe heavily. Don't tell me. She didn't object at all. Are you leaving soon, Jay? After what happened yesterday, I guess it really is time for him to leave. Raven gently advised her. When I return, I intend to reward you. So you don't need to sell yourself to slave traders for money anymore. Evelyn took this as something perfectly normal. Oh, come on, don't worry about repaying me. He was afraid he would become too reliant. But I can't just keep leaning on your kindness like this forever. She blushed so hard that both her cheeks turned red. What? You're not leaving right away? For some reason, I feel completely relieved. Evelyn thought it over carefully. Even so, we will have to part ways soon anyway. That's why I want to create good memories with you while we are still together. Right now, what she lacked most was money. And to do that, I need more money. An idea popped into Evelyn's head. She happily replied. Jay, you really don't need to repay me. Evelyn winked at Raven. I just thought of a great way to make money. Evelyn analyzed the current situation in detail. If you want to make money in a short time, there's no better way than doing business. If this were reality, this would be a story worth bragging about. But in this world, no one knows as many highly effective yet cheap ingredients as I do. She was confident in her abilities. I used my knowledge of alchemy to make a lot of products, both medicines and items, with very cheap ingredient costs. Evelyn set up a stall to sell her goods. So come and have a look. We've made a lot of herbal snacks here. Today is finally the opening day. She quickly formulated an ointment for dry and sensitive skin, along with cakes that are both nutritious, delicious, and beautiful. Evelyn understood the customer's psychology. If I only sell the ointment, people won't pay much attention. That's why I use these unique-looking foods to draw attention. And of course, I also have to let people try the topical medicine. A girl showed interest in Evelyn's stall. Food made from flowers? It looks so pretty. She welcomed the customer with a bright smile, and it's delicious too. Would you like to try a piece? The brunette warmly replied. Is that so? Well, let me give it a try. The girl was completely surprised. It's so delicious. I didn't expect flowers to be edible. What is this called? Evelyn successfully introduced the product. This is a goat flower pastry. It's also very good for your skin. It's 1 silver coin each, but if you buy 3, the 4th one is free. The brunette immediately closed the deal. Then give me 3, please. Belle was selling products made from medicinal herbs at the market. A customer approached. The girl was curious about the jar of medicine. What is that? Evelyn could tell at a single glance. Are you interested in this too? She personally guided the customer. Would you like to try it? This is an ointment that is very good for dry skin. Just apply it to the dry area like this. The brunette was astonished by its effectiveness. It moisturizes that quickly. The girl agreed to buy the item. Give me 2 jars of this as well, please. Evelyn smiled from ear to ear, of course. Even though the person had walked far away, she still waved. Please stop by again next time. Raven didn't criticize her at all. I kept wondering how you planned to make money. So it was like this. He even secretly praised her in his heart. That's wonderful. Evelyn's stall had only a few jars of medicine left. Raven couldn't help but feel concerned. She sold out completely. I knew Belle was very knowledgeable about herbs, but I didn't expect her to know how to make these things too. It would be such a pity if she spent her whole life here. She had fallen fast asleep. He held a small hope. If there is a chance, perhaps one day, she can return to the capital with me. Raven detected a strange sound. Footsteps. He opened his eyes wide. Raven didn't expect Raisban to come see him. Father. He patted Raven's head. How have you been lately, Jay? He could feel somewhat more at ease. I heard that you had woken up, but seeing you healthy, I am so glad. I was worried all this time. Raisban deeply loved his son. I am also very glad that you weren't too severely injured. He had investigated Evelyn, the girl you were staying with. Belle, right? Raisban went straight to the point. Do you like that girl? Raven fell into deep thought. He admitted his feelings for Evelyn. She said she was lonely, so she wanted me to come stay with her. At first, I thought she was lying, that she had some sort of ulterior motive, so I pushed her away. But now, I want to trust her. Because I like her too. Raven was extremely serious about this matter. Raisban didn't know what to say. He had no intention of objecting. All right, I understand what you mean. Raisban promised him, I will keep an eye on that girl. People began to clamor. Give me 2 cakes. Is there only 1 jar of ointment left? Everyone was scrambling for them. I got here first. Give this to me. She hoped the customers would forgive her. Please stop by again next time. Evelyn shared her joy with Raven. Jay, doing business feels absolutely amazing. Today was the first time I've spoken to so many people in this village. He had never thought this matter was important. Do you really like it that much? She was immersed in happiness. Yes, exactly. I just feel like I'm becoming more and more well-liked. If things keep going like this, perhaps. Evelyn thought about the distant future. I will meet a good man. He froze completely. Dating? She had an ideal type. It would be great if he is a mature person. I like men who are older than me. After all, with people my own age, there is just too much of a psychological gap. Evelyn noticed Raven wasn't happy. Jay, what's wrong with you? His face turned pale, in nothing. He wanted to hear the reason. But, why do you like older people? Evelyn couldn't explain it clearly. It's because she felt as if frozen right on the spot. Evelyn intentionally changed the subject. What was that? I clearly just heard a snicker. And a very loud one at that. Did I hear wrong? She was preoccupied with something else. How strange. Sando appeared in front of Evelyn. A black dog. She was excited to see an animal. Jay, I've never seen that dog around here before. Evelyn wanted to get acquainted with it. Come here, little one. Do you have an owner? Sando rubbed its head against her palm. Evelyn truly adored it. You're so gentle. Up close, you're very handsome too. Raven looked utterly gloomy. I don't know. She couldn't help but laugh. Are you jealous of a puppy? Raven didn't have time to explain. No, that's not it. It was hard for him to feel at ease. Don't tell me. He intends to observe from this close distance. It turned out Sando was actually Raisban. Father? Evelyn showered it with compliments. Oh my goodness. Not only handsome, but also so cute. Her words left both of them dumbfounded. Let's be friends from now on, Sandon. Raven hurriedly covered his mouth. Sandon. Evelyn didn't think much of it. I just came up with it. That name means gentle and beautiful. What's wrong with you? He tried hard to suppress his emotions. And nothing. Yes. She shared sincerely. My family situation is not very good, so I can't bring it home. But it would be wonderful if I could see it again. Argos observed Raisban's movements. You mean Raisban? North has woken up? The subordinate had investigated. Yes, Your Majesty. According to my predictions. No one can calculate everything, not even him. Raisban North couldn't have anticipated this either. He looked perfectly fine. Argos shouted loudly, what a nuisance. Too much of a nuisance. He flipped the pile of papers on the desk. If that guy is woken up, then we can no longer hunt down his son. So, he made a suggestion. I believe we should still monitor the situation for a bit longer. Argos wanted to hear what he intended to do. Do you have an idea, Prime Minister? He was extremely confident. I will order my son to monitor their movements. The boy is very special. He has no other choice but to be loyal to us. The mansion looked truly magnificent. A servant ran over to report. Lord Jay, the Prime Minister is calling for you. But Jay always maintained his composure. Is that so? Jay Locat, son of Prime Minister Neen. He carried a file of documents. I will go see him right away. Neen already had a strategy in place. I told my son to monitor the situation there. The boy is very special. He is forced to be loyal to me. He noticed it, but didn't bring it up. Even the Emperor is currently being very unwise. Prime Minister Neen Locat. Neen Locat was someone who had lived for a very long time. Ever since the imperial family was still the Sirius clan. Even though he had obtained a lifespan far exceeding the limits of humanity, he still had a burning desire. That's right. It was to reach the realm of black magic and become a lich. He had been looking for materials to create a phylactery, the object containing a lich's soul, for 4 years, until he reached a conclusion. Only the heart of someone carrying the blood of the North clan could be used as a phylactery. So, he had long found them an eyesore. Because of the Emperor's foolish underlings, it's gotten this late. But, he placed his trust in Jay. In that case, the boy will definitely not disappoint me. Neen had been blinded by power. Soon, I will hold it with my own hands. The thing that will make my long-held dream come true. A blonde man. Zealous, the heir, who enjoyed all the favor and confidence of Prime Minister Neen. Despite his young age, he possessed extraordinary wisdom. He was also famous, even among the royal nobility, for his highly attractive appearance and character. Neen assigned the task to Jay. Jay, my son, there are some things I need you to know. Send me the reports from the slave trade ring. He analyzed the current situation. Father's order is to monitor the bribery and rebellious activities of the slave trade ring. As the ones holding authority, we must collect the transaction ledgers between the Daytrang Merchant Guild and that village. Jay was indeed a clever person. The real intention is, Father is telling me to find a descendant of the North clan who is hiding in the village. He frequently suffered from headaches. My head. A bruise appeared on Jay's arm. Outside Jay, Locat was known as the biological son of Prime Minister Neen, but he was actually an orphan of extraordinary intelligence brought in secretly. He was nothing more than a brainwashed slave pulled by strings by the Prime Minister. Jay was a slave who always gave absolute obedience to the Prime Minister. 2489, he let out a heavy sigh. This is getting serious. He let out a sigh. Things are getting serious now. With my health like this, I don't know if I can perform the job perfectly anymore. Jay fell into deep thought. Neen was an extremely strict person. He stood up abruptly. Now is not the time to worry about whether it will happen or not. But I am forced to just do it. Jay set to work on the investigation. The path from the last village to the central residential area must pass through a checkpoint. I've already reviewed the inspection history. No one matches those characteristics. His question remained unanswered. I am certain that descendant is still somewhere in the village. The capital, central residential district. The village. Where could that monster be in such a vast village? Jay found it quite difficult to determine. The clothes of Raven North were found in the lower reaches of the Black Forest River. After Raisban North woke up, he went in the opposite direction. One of those two trails is highly likely a diversion. He wanted to search for himself. How annoying. Just as I thought. I must personally go to the village to investigate. Jay was a bit surprised. A report from Athos. Why have I never heard of the Bell brand before? Evelyn was its owner. Bell. A brand that suddenly appeared and gradually expanded. Bell helps manufacture many items people need, starting from food and cosmetics to medicine. As the brand grew more and more popular, it made its way all the way to the central residential districts. Now it has become famous, even in areas located further away from the village. He naturally appreciated talented individuals. A brand that is highly influential in such an underdeveloped place. So Jay decided to pay a visit. I suppose I'll start with this town. He stepped down from the carriage. Jay observed his surroundings. Is this the village where Bell was born? He had a concrete strategy. The first step to assess the severity of an issue is to go and scout it out. But it will be quite difficult to gather unrelated information. First of all, I will handle the highest priority matters. Jay wanted to utilize the brand's popularity to get more information. First, I will ask around about the Bell brand. In Lakia, then I will investigate whether any black-haired man has visited the town. He ran into an incident, and then the book fell to the ground. Jay was truly displeased. Someone bumped into me and didn't even bother to apologize. The man chased after the child. Where do you think you're running, you little brat? He remembered again the moment Neen raised his cane. Jay tightly shut his eyes. I must move quickly. He had to lean against the wall just to stand firm. There are too many people here. Jay reminded himself. I need to rest a bit. Then finish the job quickly and head back. But his health wasn't good enough to. A box of medicine was brought out. Evelyn wore a bright smile. Now, please take good care of me. The customer was truly very satisfied. Of course, just leave it to me. By the way, Miss Evelyn, there's a new order from Minton. She admired Evelyn's talent. Miss Evelyn is so fortunate. How can you be so clever at such a young age? Evelyn was delighted to be well liked. You praise me too much, it's embarrassing. She felt happy to be doing what she loved. I'm so glad everything is going smoothly like this. I didn't think I'd be able to strike a deal with the guild, and even build an entire brand. This means I don't have to worry about making a living for a while. Evelyn noticed someone who had fainted. What is that? She approached to check. Why is someone lying in a place like this? Jay lay collapsed on the ground. Evelyn panicked completely. Are you okay? Please wake up. She wanted to ask everyone to lend a hand. Is anyone here? Help. Peter and Charlotte waved their hands at him. Brother Jay? Brother. Jay always remembered his two siblings. Peter? Charlotte? How can this be? He was no longer as happy as before. Jay's two siblings were no longer moving. He startled awake. Jay felt as if he had just dropped from the sky. Where is? Evelyn ran over to ask. You're awake. Are you okay? You were sweating so much, it really worried me. He wasn't sure what was going on. Where is this? And who are you? She introduced herself. I'm Evelyn, and this is my house. I saw you fainted on the street, so I brought you back. How are you feeling now? Jay had nothing left to fear. I see. Miss. He was grateful to Evelyn for saving him. Thank you. I owe you one. I feel better now. My name is Jay Locat. Evelyn was bewildered as soon as she heard the name Jay. What? He feared he had said something wrong. Is there a problem? Evelyn calmly explained. No, it's just that your name is the same as someone I know. She herself couldn't help but be astonished. No way. Jay is the supporting male lead in the original novel. Evelyn didn't find it completely strange. The Locat family is connected to the slave trade ring. So I figured I would meet Jay one day. She felt that the time of Jay's arrival was too early. What brought him all the way to this suburban town? At this point in time, Evelyn raised a question. Jay Locat, what brought you to this suburban town? At this point in time, according to what she knew, in the original story, Jay comes to visit the village as an official of the Maritime Merchant Guild, Athos, but this is much earlier than in the original story. Evelyn felt something was a bit unusual. Not only that, she admitted a fact. I didn't recognize him from the novel, just because the name matches well. But it turns out this is his true appearance. He looks more mature than Jay, but still very young. Jay didn't want to trouble anyone. We've only just met, and there's already trouble. I think I'm fine now, so I'll take my leave. Evelyn was willing to take care of him. Don't. You're probably not fully recovered yet. You can stay for a few days to completely stabilize your health. I'm also a nurse, so I'm very familiar with this. Jay still found it inconvenient. Well, wouldn't it be too much of a bother if I stayed? She seized the opportunity to meet Jay. Although this is unexpected, it might actually be beneficial. I must take advantage of it. Evelyn pieced together the plot of the original story. Jay is the supporting male lead, but he doesn't have much of a role, nor does he have much to do with the Emperor. However, there was one crucial trait. She knew better than anyone else. He is currently a descendant of the elves. In the end, elves grow stronger by consuming hope. They can perceive what their opponent's hope is. Elves can point out the hopes that you yourself don't even know you have. And conversely, they can also crush your hopes. So one day, Evelyn had already made calculations. If Raven ever falls into utter despair, that power would definitely be useful. She wanted to become close with Jay. Taking advantage of this opportunity to win Jay over will be great. He took all the blame upon himself. Even so, I still want to apologize. Raven stepped into the room. What are you two talking about? Evelyn called his name. Jay? He recognized this guy at a single glance. Jay knew his identity all too well. The descendant of the North clan. Raven North. The person you're looking for is standing right in front of you. Raven showed clear annoyance. If you're already awake, I don't think you need to be here anymore. She hurriedly stopped him. Jay, don't be like that. He only just woke up. Jay pondered for a long moment. He suddenly cried out in pain. My head hurts so much. Evelyn showed her concern for him. See, you need to rest more. Jay wanted to lodge at her place, just as you said. Perhaps I was too careless about my health. Evelyn, I'm sorry. But could you please take care of me? For a few more days? She didn't mind at all, of course. As for Raven, he was furious but could do nothing. What is this? No, wait. Evelyn once told him, I like older men. Raven stood frozen like a statue. No way. Jay acted friendly. Thank you for your kindness, you too. Please take good care of me. Jack and Sarah didn't know what to say. He smiled very brightly. The little girl whispered into Jack's ear. There seemed to be more and more suspicious people. Isn't he afraid? Where did these weird people come from? Jay introduced himself. It's alright, everyone. Just call me Jay. Evelyn wanted them to get to know each other. Alright, let's not be shy and be more open. We'll be seeing each other for a long time. Jay, these are my friends, Jack and Sarah. Jack. Sarah, this is Zelicat. He pretended to be a weak person. I look forward to your help. Sarah wasn't very convinced, yes. Jay was extremely curious. By the way, Evelyn, what are you preparing all these things for? There were many books placed on the table. Evelyn shared comfortably. I'm teaching the kids how to read and write. Learning to read and write. He had never thought about it. Jay clearly understood the established laws. Aren't they just normal children in the village? Don't you know that? Teaching literacy to non-citizens is against the law. She didn't rush to conclusions. I think I understand what you mean, but Jay. Evelyn bluntly expressed her perspective. I think it's unfair to strip away the right to learn just because of a piece of paper like that. This left Jay completely bewildered. Sarah feared that teaching literacy would cause trouble for her. Is it really okay to say that so confidently? He seems like someone quite important in there. She was full of confidence. I say that precisely because I am someone with a standard. Yes, Evelyn had nothing to worry about. And above all, I know Jay's character very well. Jay nodded in agreement. Yes? I also agree that the country's citizenship system is ineffective because that system has stripped away countless educational opportunities and talents. But how can you be so confident with someone who has only recently approached this issue? If I hadn't been chosen and grew up in this village instead. If that were the case, perhaps. Evelyn reached out her hand, wanting to pull him up. Jay imagined the scene of being able to read books. Me and these children. He blamed himself. What a useless imagination. Jay suddenly stood up. Then I won't bother you any longer. He almost collapsed. Evelyn managed to support Jay just in time. Hey, are you okay? He really didn't seem to be doing well. I'm sorry. It seems I still haven't fully recovered. I'm afraid it's hard for me to walk on my own. Could you please take me back to my room to rest? Raven suddenly appeared. Sure, let me help you. He took on the task of helping Jay. He didn't want to face Raven. How ruthless, Raven North. Do you even intend to hide your identity? So, Jay had no choice but to accept. Then I look forward to your help. He urged everyone. Belle, don't worry, just keep going. She thought Raven had changed his mind. Unbelievable. Jay actually took the initiative like that. You two just take your time getting to know each other. Hey, look after him then, okay? But as soon as the door was closed, Jay was thrown onto the bed. He recognized Jay's background. The son of Neen Locat. Jay didn't expect it either. He knows who I am, Raven uttered. A threat. I don't know what you want by approaching Belle. But if you lay a finger on her, don't expect to survive. He glared at him before leaving. He didn't know what to say. Jay wore a smug smile. So that's how it is. He found out the reason. I kept wondering why the head of a clan would be stuck in a place like this. Even after waking up, Evelyn tried to coax him. Good job, Ray. He liked it, but didn't dare say it out loud. Treating me like a child again. Jay found the exact answer. Turns out there's a reason for it all. Jay couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't expect to find Raven North this quickly. It really is pure luck. Normally, I would have reported this to father right away, but he detected a problem. Raven North has no intention of hiding his identity. Jay clearly understood the message Raven wanted to send. He showed himself to warn me that if I dig any deeper, I will definitely die. If I act recklessly, I'll lose my life. He indeed thought things through thoroughly. If I report this to father, he will rush straight here from the Imperial Palace. I must at least ensure my own safety before delivering this information directly into his hands. Jay recalled the image of Evelyn, and yet, he didn't want to play a part in something evil. Innocent people like that girl might get dragged into this. I need to investigate the matters surrounding Raven North a little more closely. The next day, Raven came directly to see her. Belle, can I talk to you for a moment? Evelyn wore a bright smile. Oh, Jay, what's the matter? He hesitated for a long time before speaking. About that Jay Locat. Raven specifically came to remind her. You brought him back yourself. So that's why I didn't say anything, but it's best if you don't get too close to someone like him. She didn't see anything unusual. Why is that? Did something happen? He treats me very well, you know. It seems he is jealous of Jay. To be honest, I really don't like that name. Evelyn found it hard to understand. How strange. I thought you were trying to get close to him. Wasn't that it? This won't do. She stood there dazed. Furthermore, why are you so insecure? Raven was a double-standard person, that. You've only known him for a short while. Letting him stay. And besides, his attitude toward you is too familiar. Evelyn finally understood the core of the issue. Could it be that you're jealous of Jay? She was so happy she smiled. From ear to ear, Evelyn grabbed his hand. Don't worry. She was absolutely positive. Even if you don't care about this matter, my most precious friend is still Jay. The Jay before. Raven was still excited. Most precious. A moment later, he went quiet. Friend? The door slowly opened. Sarah. Came at a very bad time. Are you two fooling around again? Evelyn greeted them. Sarah? Jack, you two are here. She wanted to get straight to work. I've been waiting for you guys. Are you ready? The little girl excitedly shared. Yes. I even brought a lot of things. Since it's been a long time since we had a picnic. Take this, sis. It's fresh out of the oven. Evelyn felt hungry just looking at it. It's so hot. You made it yourself, right? We're ready too. She suddenly remembered Jay. All right, should I ask Jay to come along? Jack and Sarah froze on the spot. What? Raven looked sulky. That guy. Evelyn just wanted to bring everyone closer together. After all, the more, the merrier. Sorry for leaving you out. This time, I'll help you two get closer to each other. Once she made a decision, she would carry it out. This is a great idea. Let me go invite him. No, Raven couldn't stop her. Wait a minute. Jack placed a hand on his shoulder. Raven felt a bit sad in his heart. No way. The little boy by his side comforted him. Cheer up. He couldn't help but suspect. Could it be that she really likes him? Sandal barked loudly. Evelyn played a game of chase with it. Sandal, come here. Catch me. Jay didn't take his eyes off her. I don't know why I am here. Jack brought a loaf of bread to offer him. Hesitating, Jay, try this. He happily accepted it. Thank you. Do you guys often gather like this? The little boy awkwardly replied, sometimes. I usually help out with the housework. Jay noticed the jar of medicine. This medicine. Sarah kindly reminded him. I heard this is a medicine Evelyn just invented. Don't touch it. If it breaks open on your face, it will be very dangerous. The little girl explained briefly. I don't know what it is either. She wanted to show it to the merchant caravan before delivery. So that's why she brought it along. Jay carefully observed the packaging. This medicine bears the Bell brand. In that case, Evelyn. He went silent for a long moment. Jay was certain of one thing. That girl is probably more important than I thought. Evelyn called out loudly to her friends. Everyone, gather around. I have something I want to show you. They didn't expect that she would actually make it. Tada! It's a firework jar. Evelyn always cared about her friends. It seems Sarah and Jack have never seen fireworks before. So once it was finished, I wanted to show it to you two first. She guided them thoughtfully. Open the lid like this. Evelyn linked arms with Raven and Jay. All right, everyone. Step back. The three watched the fireworks under a peach-pink sky. Jack and Sarah didn't dare to blink. So beautiful. He believed that Evelyn deserved a better life. That girl is truly very talented. It's hard to believe. Such a talent could blossom in a small town like this. Jay also had to acknowledge her, Belle. She even uses her talent to serve others. He recalled an unhappy memory. If my two younger siblings were still alive, could they have been like this too? Evelyn called out, startling Jay. She stared intently at Jay. Evelyn wanted to hear his thoughts. How do you feel? Is it fun? Jay's eyes were filled with her reflection. Yes, exactly. He took hold of Evelyn's hand. Jay's voice could easily make someone's heart flutter. Evelyn. He was about to kiss Evelyn's hand. Thank you very much for inviting me to join. Raven slapped their hands apart. He couldn't hide his anger. Stop right there. It seemed Jay was teasing Raven just now. She hoped the two of them would become close. I really wanted Jay to get a bit closer to Jay. But Evelyn didn't ask for anything more, but it looks like today's picnic was already very successful. Right? She noticed the sky was starting to get dark. Let's go home, everyone. Lying in bed, he had a nightmare. The child with blood-red eyes cried out miserably, Brother Jay, why did you abandon us? How could you betray us? The crowd of children pressed close, making Jay turn pale. No, I've never even met you before. But the crowd of children cried out in agony. How could you betray us? And just live on with a smile on your face? Then, thousands of hands lunged at him. Right at that moment, Jay startled awake. He held his head in his hands. That dream again. Then Jay blamed himself. That dream again. I don't deserve to be happy. I've forgotten my responsibility. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Evelyn called out anxiously, Jay? He immediately said, Oh, Evelyn. Why are you here? The other party quickly replied. I came to check if you're feeling better. Are you okay? I'm fine. And received a response. Don't worry about me. Go back to your room. Evelyn pushed Jay back onto the bed and instructed. I'll stay until you fall back asleep. Lie down. She gently stroked his head, making his heart flutter. In my entire life, has anyone ever sat beside my bed like this before? Even so, Evelyn was still very worried. He's sweating way too much. Is it just as I thought? Therefore, she decided to ask Jay, do you suffer from insomnia? Hearing that surprised Jay. How did you know? I haven't seen you sleep soundly even once. Making her understand better. Perhaps that's the reason why you haven't gotten better yet. He relaxed his body on the bed. There's no need to worry. It's just that I've been overworking myself. I just need to get a little rest, that's all. Immediately, she gently held Jay's hand. Evelyn said very firmly, I will help you, Jay. Hearing this, he sat up abruptly and called her. How absurd. This fatigue has tormented me my entire life. How could this young girl cure an illness that countless doctors my father found for me couldn't cure? Evelyn calmly looked into the other party's eyes. She emphasized, I can make a medicine for you to take. But Jay was still skeptical. Medicine? Because he understood that, of course. I have also been treated with medicine before. But it was useless. No matter how talented Evelyn is. The result remains very clear. That nightmare is just like my father's curse. It's incurable. Just like that, she immediately set to work on formulating it. If I add these 2 types of herbs to the tonic I made for Jay before, it will definitely help Jay too. Furthermore, I've thought of a way to enhance its effectiveness. That is using my tears as an ingredient for the medicine. During the recovery process from the Krat disease, the body parts that have recovered will possess magical properties, offering many different effects. But what I need right here is sleep. As Evelyn held the chili bowl in her hands, it's clear that tears have an effect very similar to an anesthetic. I know because I've tried using it many times already. Alright now, to help speed up the process, she used bird's eye chili, which is the fruit of a medicinal plant used to make topical ointment. When crushed, it will turn into a powder form and release a spicy kind of ingredient. She brought the mortar close to her face to make her eyes water. Quickly, she extracted it into the medicine bottle. Evelyn's tears kept streaming down. I think that's enough. But it's so spicy my tears won't stop. She was gasping and huffing for air. Suddenly, Raven rushed in from behind. Bell, making Evelyn startled. Jay? He quickly noticed, and immediately held her shoulders anxiously. What's wrong? Is it because of that guy? No matter what happened. Then she only said, no, this is just because. However, Evelyn thought about it again. It seems he really doesn't like Jay. But if he knows that my crying is to make medicine for Jay. So she quickly waved her hands to smooth it over. It's nothing at all. I was just cutting onions. Jay, let's have onion soup tonight. Immediately, Raven pulled Evelyn into a tight hug. He gently rubbed her shoulders to comfort her. I don't know what's wrong. But please, don't try to endure it alone. So she felt a bit awkward. It really was because of the onions, but he misunderstood again. Come to think of it, my thoughts keep wandering off. But, Ray, since when did you become so tall and big? Then she patted his shoulder and said, when we first met, it felt like he was just as tall as me. Children really grow up so fast. A few days later, Evelyn wiped away her sweat exhaustively, finally finished. Coincidentally, Jay walked into the kitchen. Evelyn, what are you doing? Then she was delighted. Jay, you came at just the right time. I finished making the medicine I mentioned the other day. Suddenly, something went wrong with Evelyn's body, and she coughed up blood, falling toward him, making Jay anxious. Evelyn, are you okay? Then he received a response. I'm fine, but the other party urged. Don't say anything more, sit down first. Jay fetched a cup of hot tea. Drink this to calm down. Draping a blanket over Evelyn, then she replied. Thank you. I really startled you, didn't I? Oh, I'm fine really. Then he let out a sigh. I think you should worry about yourself first before worrying about others. Evelyn, do you have some chronic illness? Then immediately Evelyn herself replied. No, that's not it. It's just that I was born this way. Just like your insomnia. Then she burst into laughter. All right, Jay. You seem very adept at taking care of sick people, don't you? Then he recounted, in the past, I had a few close friends. At this moment, her face looked pensive. Jay, hearing the other party call him, he looked over. Here, Evelyn firmly held his hand and instructed. Take it. This is the medicine I talked about. Then she dropped the bottle into Jay's hand. That made him feel a bit guilty. Being this sick, and yet she still made the medicine. So he hesitated. I'm fine really. This. But Evelyn said very seriously. Please take it out of respect for my hard work. Tonight, just take it before you go to sleep. Therefore, Jay silently pondered. And finally agreed. All right, I'll give it a try. At night, it was those same children again. Brother Jay. He opened his eyes. He stood clenching his fists. Just as I thought, it's still this dream. At this point, Jay thought, that's right, just a single bottle of medicine certainly cannot solve everything. I shouldn't expect too much. But here, he had to open his eyes wide. What is this? Several days have passed since I gave the medicine to Jay. Evelyn couldn't get anything done because she was preoccupied with that one thing. He still hasn't said anything. I'm a little worried. Surely he has taken the medicine already. Could it be that it didn't work? I want to ask. But lately he barely comes home. Just as she was feeling down, a figure rushed over. Evelyn. She recognized him and reacted immediately. Lord Jay, where have you been? He immediately wrapped his arms around the other party. Jay breathed a sigh of relief and gratitude. Thank you so much. Evelyn, it's all thanks to you. Not understanding anything yet, Evelyn was quite bewildered. Me? Did something happen? Could it be because of the insomnia? But this reaction seems a bit over the top. At this moment, Jay brought it up again. Do you remember last time, when I told you about my younger siblings? I was originally a child living on the streets, until my adoptive father selected me and brought me to the mansion. Since then I was separated from my siblings and completely lost contact with them. Gradually, I came to think they were already dead. Even as the years passed, I still couldn't confirm That fact. I was terrified of that truth. If I knew for sure they were dead, I wouldn't be able to bear it. Therefore, the feeling of guilt for having abandoned them kept haunting me every night and turned into nightmares. However, ever since I took the medicine you gave me, their images in my dreams have changed. Only then did I have the courage to go and look for their whereabouts. And I have found them. They are all alive and well. Jay said with a look full of happiness. Evelyn, it's all a miracle. And none of this would have come true without you. I really don't know how to thank you enough. Hearing a story like this, Evelyn herself was very surprised. Jay, I never thought he would have a past like this. But thank goodness everything has been resolved. Then Evelyn closed her eyes and smiled gently. This truly is a blessing, Lord Jay. It seems everything is fine now, right? A few days later, Jay stood smiling in front of Evelyn and Raven. Then I shall take my leave. Thank you for everything. And she replied as well. Please take care of your health, Lord Jay. However, he clearly showed an annoyed face. Since you've finished your business, you should leave soon. You really have no shame at all, unlike you being idle at home. I still have a lot of work to do. And finally added, at any rate, Evelyn, if you ever need help, please contact me anytime. Making her smile. Of course. And he replied exactly the same way. Evelyn promised. I look forward to seeing you again. A month had passed since Jay left. Evelyn was playing with her pet dog while pondering. It feels like not much time has passed, yet it's already time to prepare for another farewell. I planned to leave after my body fully recovered. But now that everything on Jay's side is settled too, perhaps I really should make a firm decision. I must start preparing. Just when things seemed normal, she grimaced once again. Then immediately there was a sign of coughing. Covering her mouth with her hand, Evelyn tried to reassure it. Oh my goodness. Are you worried about me, Sandal? You really are a good boy. Then it nuzzled against her. Next, she revealed a bit more, Sandal. To be honest, I might be leaving this place soon. Hearing that, it was startled. Not only that, Evelyn confided, actually, I'm sick. I want to take some time to recover and travel the world while I'm at it. I wish I could take you with me. But maybe that's a bit impossible. She opened her arms and hugged Sandal tightly. I'm sorry. I will ask a friend to take very good care of you. Then, waiting until it was pitch black, Evelyn left. At this moment, it opened one eye slightly. She held her bag tightly and walked outside. Evelyn's mind was now full of guilt. Leaving without saying a word makes my heart feel so heavy. But truthfully speaking, Jay has too much to worry about right now. The boy doesn't even have time to worry about me. He is very busy, and besides, lately, I can clearly feel that Jay's feelings for me are not what I used to think. Even if I pretend not to know, it just keeps growing. Right now, my mind is spinning. He is much younger than me. I really don't know what to do. Ray, I'm sorry that I can't continue to stay by your side. Just as she was murmuring in her head, please take care of your health. Then, Raven appeared out of nowhere and asked, where are you planning to go? His appearance made Evelyn find it hard to believe. Jay, why are you here? Because he had also anticipated that, so, you planned to leave this place without saying a single word to me. Raven clenched his fists and begged. You are sick, yet you still want to leave secretly at a time like this? I can still smell your blood, making her wary. Jay. Her face was full of helplessness. Then she spoke up and asked, you are a nobleman, right? Right. Even though you didn't say it, I already know everything. Feeling deceived, Evelyn said, perhaps it is time for the two of us to find our own separate paths. Terrified of losing her, Raven hurriedly explained. Whether I am a nobleman or not, that doesn't matter. She decided to heartlessly turn away. I've already made up my mind. I didn't say I would leave you forever. Making him freeze. No, you. At this point, Evelyn reminded him. Jay, do you still remember what you said before? That you would repay me when you returned. And he confirmed, yes. She gathered her courage and took a breath. She remained cold and determined. So please let me go. His face darkened completely. Her heart felt so guilty. I don't want to hurt him. However, outwardly Evelyn still tried to answer. But just as you said, my health is not good. But I already know how to cure it. My leaving this time is precisely to do that. And then, smiling gently, she pleaded. So please let me go. Don't forget our memories. And please live a very happy life. Raven's face clearly showed helplessness. Lies. You always say that you're fine. You act as if you want to give me your heart. Yet when I truly need you, you always push me away. I only want to be with you. Evelyn didn't linger either. Then, Jay, you take care of yourself too. Okay, don't go dying on me, you hear? We will meet again. After walking for a while, morning came, and she held a map in her hands. Let's see. Around here should be fine. My destination is El Casa, the city overflowing with flowers. I have prepared all the paperwork. Thanks to the successful business, I have also saved up an amount enough to cover my new life. The treatment for Krat hasn't completely finished yet. But once I arrive in El Casa and can drink the top-tier elixir there, this disease will be cured. When that time comes, I will truly get to live a life of freedom that I've always longed for. However, Evelyn turned her head back with a sense of emptiness. But, no, I really will miss him a lot. Shifting to another palace, a voice echoed from inside. That girl's disease is Krat. Lord Jae Sun asked skeptically, are you sure? When asked, Su Huan hesitated slightly. Based on the described symptoms, there's no mistake. That disease is Krat. Coughing up blood to that extent means her internal organs are already full of dead blood. Right. His face tensed up unusually, leaving in that condition. It's no different from seeking death. Even if she really has a destination, dying along the way would not be surprising at all. Immediately heading for the carriage, the other person turned to call him, Jay, what are you planning to do? And he kept murmuring, absolutely not. Raven clenched his fists, absolutely not. I won't let that happen. Walking alone in the forest near late afternoon, Evelyn was struggling. She started to worry. How strange. I arranged to meet the coachman here. Yet several hours have passed, and there's still no sign of him. Could something have happened? Or should I hire another carriage? Luckily another carriage came by, so she called out, excuse me. The coachman widened his eyes. What's the matter? My lady. So Evelyn asked, I'm truly sorry. But could you give me a ride to El Casa? Of course, I will pay you handsomely. However, he replied, I'm sorry. As you can see, my carriage is fully packed with luggage. There's no room for anyone else. So she said regretfully, then I'll try to find a carriage in the village. Thank you, sir. Then the driver took notice. He had to inform her. Finding a carriage around here at this time will be quite difficult. This made her freeze. What? Why? The driver sighed. Then he turned around and said, all the carriages near this area have been mobilized due to the massive volume of orders pouring into the main palace. Look over there. And the crowd of carriages behind was urgently rushing. Hurry up and depart. I'm very busy. Seeing that, he advised. Looking at this situation, it will probably last for at least 2 weeks. If it's not too urgent, it's best that you postpone your plan. So, Evelyn had to calculate. Going to the next village to find a carriage at this hour is also very dangerous. It seems my only choice is to go back home and think things over later. So, returning to the old place, she gently pushed the door open. Her eyes widened in shock. He was already standing there, leaving Evelyn bewildered. Jay? I thought you had left. Why are you still here? Looking at her reaction, Raven felt hurt. Am I not allowed to be here? Then, Evelyn denied it. No, that's not it. First of all, she had to reconfirm. But at any rate, my decision will not change. He shifted his posture. Raven placed it in the other party's hand. Belle, take this. Being caught off guard, Evelyn was a bit surprised. What is this? Raven stated. It's very good for your health. I came here to give it to you. He instructed. Chew it once every day before going to bed. Making her bewildered. What? You brought this for me? Yes, and that wasn't all. I still have other things I want to give you. So please wait a moment. Leaving Evelyn even more dazed. There's still something else. What is it? He rolled up his sleeves. I'll be right back. The situation shifting, she asked, what on earth? Jay, wait. Just like that, he silently slammed the door shut. Evelyn didn't have time to say anything. But being cared for made her smile gently. Jay, you're making things difficult again. A moment of joy, then she wondered. But how did he know I would come back? Sandal was also present. Look, he recognized that kind of herb as the magic herb guarded by guardian spirits, called Sakia. It takes 7 of the most elite members of a top-tier mercenary guild just to obtain a single Sakia stock. And yet, all by himself. That boy managed to get it in such a short time. Jay, it seems you really are infatuated with that girl. But after interacting with her, I think I can understand your feelings. That girl named Evelyn is quite special. Always gentle even towards silent creatures. As if the world revolves around each warm gaze that others give her. Always choosing to silently endure her own pain. Those actions, strangely enough, remind me of Celestia. Not just because she reminds me of Celestia, but simply because I want to protect that girl. Therefore, he made a decision. It seems I have a few matters to handle first. The 1,000-year treaty between the Bridian royal family and the Northern clan. It's time to bring it to an end. We need to completely change our strategy. The chains that our clan has to bear. Once I settle this matter with the Emperor, I will officially ask, looking at Evelyn with determination, to adopt this girl as my daughter. Returning to Evelyn's place, the carriage issue was supposed to take 2 weeks to resolve. I even half-jokingly promised to wait for Jay. She sat thoughtfully by the table, but sitting still really doesn't suit my nature. Well, then, before leaving the village, I'll just do whatever I can. Even so, the thought of leaving this place still weighed on her mind. According to the original storyline, the Empire will soon be plunged into war. I believe 7 will be able to protect this village. But having multiple layers of defense is still better. Evelyn slammed her hand hard onto the table. Therefore, why not try starting a new business? The get-rich strategy made her brighten up. Sarah, froze after being told, letting out a gasp. So she persuasively and radiantly asked, "Do you mean starting a support program for war orphans? Under the guise of developing the village?" "Yes, that's exactly it." But the little girl was a bit worried. "It's a good idea. But why do you have to work so hard like that?" Hearing the question, Evelyn froze. "Because a great war will break out in a few years. And if I say the children will suffer the most, everyone will think I'm losing my mind." So she had to phrase it tactfully. "I've also made more money than expected." Then she placed her hand on her chest. "Besides, I've always loved children. I want every child to be happy. And always have a solid barrier to protect them from the storms." She smiled gently. "Furthermore, it's thanks to the people who helped me get this far." Raven was the first person to dispel the loneliness when I first set foot in this place. Just thinking about that warmth makes me want to see him again. Hearing the other party's words made Sarah and Jack admire her. They had faith, so they completely agreed. "I will support you, Evelyn. You can do it. Just tell me if you need anything." Hearing that, she felt happy. "Thank you, you too." To get started, Sarah inquired, "So what do you plan to do?" No matter how much money a person has, it's hard to manage everything alone. But don't worry, Evelyn wasn't anxious. "I already have a few plans in mind." In a pristine white and lush green palace, the priest carrying a tray walked over to announce, "My lady, there is a letter for you." The white-haired goddess was quite surprised. "A letter?" The content inside read, "To Sanctus Licio. Dark clouds are gathering in the sky. In a war that could strike at any moment. It won't be long before the entire empire, including the village of N, will be dragged into the same quagmire. It will be too late if we wait until then to find a way to protect ourselves. Therefore, I look forward to discussing this matter with you. Sanctus Licio." The author of the letter signed off as Bell. The priest heard this and only wondered, "Are you referring to the famous medicine brand, Bell? I've actually heard of them before. I heard that their products are both effective and affordable, very popular among the poor in the empire." Reading up to this point, Licio was quite thoughtful. "You're saying she sells popular medicines at low prices to the working class? How interesting." But in the blink of an eye, she picked up her pen, placed the paper down, and said, "I wouldn't mind meeting her once." Immediately, a reply letter made its way back to Evelyn. "To Miss Bell, I also have a very positive impression of the business proposal that you presented. I look forward to you sending me a more detailed draft of the specific plan." The plan was a success. She smiled. The reply letter came so quickly. I should also send a response back soon. The main character in the original work, Sanctus Licio, is a kind-hearted person, but due to a lack of experience with the outside world, she lived a life being forced to make choices instead of making her own decisions. While writing the reply letter, Evelyn calculated like this. "This time, I also took the initiative to approach her first. But I hope this will be an opportunity for Licio to step out of her shell." Holding the finished letter, she smiled gently with happiness. "I have a good feeling about this. Maybe continuing to exchange letters like this will also be very effective." Looking out the window, she let out a soft sigh. "Now that work is done, let's have a cup of tea." Walking into the formulation room, Evelyn noticed something strange. This bunch of herbs. Did Raven leave them behind again? From that day until now, Jay has brought me a lot of herbs and tonics, along with the stack of letters sent to Licio. Growing thicker by the day, a corner of the shelf was now packed with precious medicinal ingredients good for the body. However, holding her cup of tea, she felt a tinge of regret. He only brings them to me and then leaves, without saying a single word. In that case, what was the point of that determined farewell back then? Right after she finished speaking, Evelyn was drawn by the sound of a closing door. He suddenly appeared, startling the other party. "Jay?" She was so delighted her face flushed as she rushed over. "Oh my goodness, why are you soaking wet?" Raven didn't care about himself and proactively opened his pouch. "This is called Amrita. They say that if you eat a mature Amrita, it will bring that person good health." A small tuft of ocean flora. Evelyn opened it and was shocked. "Amrita grows at the bottom of the ocean, doesn't it? Did you go into the underwater caves?" That wasn't all. Raven even invited her. "Next time, if your health is better, come with me. The scenery is very beautiful." Not stopping there, he also fumbled around in his pouch, and also, Raven placed a ring into the palm of her hand. "I brought this for you. Take it, Belle." Looking at it, she was utterly stunned. Oh my. Being gifted a rare item made Evelyn flustered. Did he look for this just for me? Even though she liked it, she was very hesitant. "Ray, I am very grateful, but I cannot accept this gift." However, he still said, "Just accept it. This is a magical tool. If you rub it when you are in danger, it will help you." After that, Raven gently slipped it onto her hand. Right after that was done, he disappeared again. "All right then. I'll be back later." So Evelyn had to call out, "Jay." "Wait." He didn't linger and closed the door. Receiving his care, she held her chest and smiled, honestly. He said he just happened to find it, but he knew way too much about it. "Jay, You really are a bad liar. On Raisban's side, Swan was performing an inspection. He asked, "How is your prosthetic arm working, my lord?" The other party lifted it slightly and replied, "It's fine. It still moves well." As for the reason why, a few hours ago, with a blood-splattering slash, the arm was severed. Argos lunged forward and demanded furiously, "What is the meaning of this, Raisban?" Raisban, harboring hatred for the emperor, asked, "I request that you amend the treaty. In exchange, you get my blood. Is that acceptable? Shorten the duration of the non-aggression treaty to 5 years. In the past, when the empire was still named, Serious, Emperor Serious and the leader of the Nos clan had signed a non-aggression treaty lasting 1,000 years. It sounded like a win-win situation for both sides. But in reality, it was a highly unjust covenant that bound the hands and feet of the Nos clan. Do you think that eternal covenant can only be amended with my blood? He clearly showed a ridiculous look on his face. Do you think I would accept that? The royal family is under no obligation to do that. Quickly, Argos did not hesitate to bring up Celestia Nos. Are you planning to pretend you don't know how she died? The royal family was the first side to violate the treaty. Touching upon his deep pain, Raisban glared. We have countless ways to launch an immediate attack. However, I chose to renegotiate the terms instead. What are you going to do now? Being called out, he was instantly put on the defensive, gritting his teeth. Clicking his tongue, he watched Raisban summon a portal. He stood up and teased, "I grant my approval." Watching him tremble with rage, "Then I shall take my leave." Raisban felt quite pleased. "Thank you for your time." Argos, looking off into the distance. "Everything is ready. Time to go pick up my future daughter-in-law." Then, Raisban widened his eyes earlier. "I wonder what I should do." Scene changes under the blue sky. Evelyn was drying gauze when she cast her eyes behind. She saw him walking over slowly. That person was the head of the Nos clan, and also Raven's father, Raisban Nos. Quickly, Evelyn herself bowed politely. "Greetings, my lord." "Greetings, my lord." Seeing that, he reacted. "You don't seem very surprised." Then she immediately replied, "That's true, but I am still quite astonished. Perhaps because you look so much like him. That's why I don't feel like you're a stranger." Then she inquired further, "Are you a relative of Jay?" And Raisban replied, "Yes, I am Raven's father. Today I came to thank you for taking care of my son. Our clan never forgets its benefactors." Hearing that, Evelyn felt relieved. "Jay has returned safely, right? I was worried, because lately he kept going out to look for medicinal ingredients." So it made her shyly clasp her hands. "It's fine, really. I wanted to do it anyway." Raisban quickly noticed that ring. "That is Celestia's family heirloom." He smiled, realizing, "Raven, have you made up your mind then?" Quickly, Raisban dropped to one knee, surprising her. Why are you doing that, my lord?" And he quickly made a proposal. "Miss Evelyn, if you don't mind, may I adopt you as my daughter?" Hearing that made Evelyn jump in alarm. "Pardon?" Raisban's proposal was spoken. "Would you like to become my daughter?" Immediately, Evelyn cried out in shock. What did you say? Are you talking about adoption, my lord?" Then he was very certain. "Yes, I want to adopt you as my daughter." This made her let out a bewildered smile. "What is the meaning of this? It's so sudden, and it doesn't seem like a joke at all." So Evelyn answered tentatively, "This is a bit sudden, my lord." Just like that, Raisban was very certain. "I've already said it. The Nos clan never forgets a kindness. When Raven first mentioned you, I already had the intention to protect you because of that favor. But from a distant position like that, I couldn't bring you anything." He spoke truthfully. "Therefore I think that if you become my relative, it would be much better." At first, Evelyn was very hesitant. Scene changes to a mountainous region of ice and snow. An eagle spread its wings and lunged forward. It snatched an olive branch, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed. It was Raven. He held the seed in his hand. "Validera, no matter how much blood she coughs up, this thing will restore her weakness. I must bring this to Belle." Just as Raven was about to leave, Raisban, leaning his back against a tree, spoke up. "Are you going to look for that girl again?" Hearing that, he calmly turned his eyes back. "Father, why are you here?" Then Raven's eyes widened. Looking at his father's metallic arm, he asked anxiously, What happened to that arm?" So he recounted that matter. "I have changed the remaining duration of the covenant to 5 years. And he reacted slowly, "So that arm. After 5 years, I will take it back tenfold." Hearing him talking about avenging him, Raisban smiled with amusement. "That's my boy." And that wasn't all, he also asked, "Jay, what level has your dark magic reached now?" And the response received was, level 6. According to the storyline, the heir of the Nos clan must pass through 12 stages to reach the Demon King realm. As the dark magic grows, they will step by step advance through those stages. When reaching the final stage, the 12th stage, they will turn into soulless monsters called the Demon King, and can never return to being human. Raven gently touched his palm and thought, "Our ancestors once tried to modify that kind of magic to escape from that destiny. But so far, no one has ever succeeded. All of them died. Raisban informed him. I have reached the 10th stage. While you are only at level 6 despite having sacrificed so much, you will soon reach the 7th stage. However, he had to emphasize, no one succeeded. All of them died. Faced with that warning, Raven was not afraid of his father. Father, you are not afraid of becoming the Demon King. But I cannot lose. Bell, even if this body turns into a demon, I will not regret it. He replied like this, I understand your feelings, Jay. Then Raisban dropped the bombshell. But right now, I am on my way to that child's place to talk about adoption, leaving him extremely shocked. Adoption? He was very confident about this. Yes. That is the only way we can protect her, as a family member. But Raven felt like it was a bolt from the blue, meaning Bell and I will become siblings. Quickly, he protested, there are plenty of other ways. Why does it have to be adoption? I have to go back to Sister Bell right now. Immediately, Raven vanished with a swoosh, leaving Raisban quite surprised. Look at this kid. A few hours ago, right after the adoption proposal, Evelyn was daydreaming. I will live peacefully in the flower city of El Casa. She then bowed her head and said, therefore, thank you very much, uncle. But I must politely decline that offer. Hearing how he was addressed, Raisban was dazed. Uncle. Yes, Evelyn held her chest, feeling very preoccupied. I am so sorry. He didn't force her either. If that's what you want, I understand. In that case, Raisban suggested, instead of calling me sir, would you mind if I was called dear uncle instead? Pardon. No, he admitted. No matter what, I cannot deny the feeling of affection for you, as if you were my own biological child. If you cannot become my daughter, then at least look at me as a close relative. Hearing how the other party wanted to get close, she was very hesitant. We only met today, yet you already say such things. What did Raven tell him? Raisban said shyly like a puppy. At any rate, if it makes you comfortable, please try starting by calling me dear uncle, okay? Making Evelyn find it unfamiliar, but then she quickly burst into laughter. I never expected to see the day when the leader of a fearsome clan would be flustered like this. So she immediately agreed. All right, I'll do that. Receiving her approval, he was equally delighted. Thank you. Good girl. If you ever need any help, just tell me, okay? She was a bit surprised, then she immediately took advantage of it. All right, the leader of the Nose clan has made an offer. I have no reason to refuse either. Therefore, Evelyn spoke up. Then, I have a request. And Raisban was also quite expectant. Oh, a request? What is it about? Just like that, she expressed. I want to go to that forest. But it seems quite dangerous to go all alone. Could you help me, my lord? Raisban had to confirm. That forest. Do you mean the Forest of Darkness? And the answer was, yes, I need to find something there. Without any hesitation, he immediately replied, I'd be more than happy to. Placing a crystal ball into Evelyn's hand, he said, I will send the very best among my subordinates. If there is anything you need, please contact me through this device. So she accepted. Thank you very much, my lord. Placing the crystal ball on the table, Evelyn smiled happily. The adoption proposal was a bit unexpected, but the outcome turned out better than I could have hoped. With the help of the Nose clan, I can find the ultimate magic stone. Before going to El Casa, lifting her teacup, she said, come to think of it, it should be about time for Ray to return. I wonder what kind of medicinal ingredient he will bring back this time. Evelyn looked forward to it. I must tell him about the fact that I met his father. The two of them look so much alike. The boy will definitely be surprised. But before her joy could fully sink in, she had a coughing fit. Covering her mouth with her hand, Evelyn was very bewildered. How strange. My coughing is much more severe today than usual. I feel like something is abnormal. Right at that moment, Raven arrived. Bell, I brought back Validera today. He stepped inside, intending to show off. You'll be surprised. If you know just how far I had to go to find this. If you take this within 3 hours, it will yield the best results. Seeing her leaning down near the table, Raven recognized the scent. This smell is. Immediately, Evelyn collapsed backward. He quickly reached out his arms to catch her, asking in a panic, hey, are you okay? Why is this happening all of a sudden? Do you feel unwell? But blood kept spilling from her mouth. Evelyn, losing focus, called out, Jay. Her hand went limp, making his face darken with worry. Bell. Even though she coughed up a lot of blood, Evelyn still forced herself, Ray, I'm fine. Saying just that, she completely passed out. Bell, wake up. He held her hand tightly in a panic. No signs of life. Could it be? This situation made Raven pale with worry. Bell, no. Quickly, he reacted by picking up. Evelyn, I can't hesitate any longer. I have to do something. This lamp looks so expensive. She gradually opened her eyes and woke up to an expensive lamp. Evelyn sat on the bed and rubbed her eyes. Where on earth am I? She remembered that at that time. She had clearly coughed up blood and passed out, and then Evelyn sat on the edge of the bed, swinging her legs. Raven saw her figure and urgently rushed over. Belle, making her surprised, Jay? With tears in his eyes, he spoke up. You're finally awake. Then he asked about her health. Belle, how are you feeling inside? Looking at that reaction, Evelyn smiled shyly. That's right, at that time. Jay must have been so frightened. So she replied, I'm fine now, Jay. You must have been very worried, right? When she took notice of her surroundings again, but, is this your house? And he answered very awkwardly, yes. This is the mansion of the Nose clan. Yes, Evelyn astutely realized. So that's it, I already knew. But maybe it's better to pretend I don't know, right? However, Raven brushed it aside and held her shoulders. More importantly, are you really okay? You've been in a coma for over a week. Leaving her startled. I was unconscious for that long. So he asked further, do you feel unwell anywhere? And the answer was, no. Actually, I feel much lighter. Probably because I vomited out too much bad blood. Hearing Evelyn say that, Raven still wasn't reassured. The doctor told me you have Krat. That light feeling is probably just a temporary symptom. After coughing up blood. The more he spoke, the tighter he gripped her shoulders. You vomited a lot of blood. Do you know how scared I was? I really thought that you. Hearing up to this point, Evelyn felt guilty. He is clearly misunderstanding. That is the reason why I didn't want Ray to know. I have to think of some excuse before he misunderstands even further. Therefore, she immediately used an excuse. No, Ray. Coughing up blood is a sign that my body is healing itself. BA is a medicine used to treat Krat. And I'm currently taking it. But Raven was not easily convinced. BA? You endured all this agony. Just with that painkiller? He couldn't accept it. Why do you always? How long have you been enduring this alone? Going beyond what she had anticipated. Evelyn froze. Why is the misunderstanding getting worse and worse? Of course, at the moment, no one knows yet that BA actually has the ability to cure Krat. Feeling a bit worked up, Raven composed himself and embraced her. Belle, wait a moment. Just a little while. Please stay like this for just a moment. Evelyn herself was also tearing up. I don't want to say anything more either. The only thing I can do is to recover quickly. Jay cherishes me so much. If it reaches the final stage and I can no longer speak, he will be so heartbroken. Therefore, Evelyn had a thought. I must leave this place before that day comes. Then she placed her hand on his chest. Thank you for worrying about me. Ray, thanks to you, I feel much better now. That put his mind at ease. Alright then. After that, Ray took me on a tour all around the mansion, introducing each new place. Evelyn kept smiling throughout the whole trip. And arriving at a certain place, this is the dining room. What do you think of this place? She let out a no, and replied with a smile. This mansion is decorated very elegantly and beautifully. It's also very quiet. I like it a lot. Thank you for taking the time to show me around, Jay. Then, I'll head back first. But he tried to make the most of the time. Please sit down and eat something first. You haven't eaten properly for several days now. You must be very hungry by now, making it hard for Evelyn to refuse. With plates and spoons served right to her, oh goodness. The purple-haired maid said, please enjoy your meal. My lady. And Evelyn immediately replied, thank you. She noticed. Everyone here has a very unique appearance. Being a clan tied to the Demon King, there are also many mixed bloodlines. I don't understand why they are looking at me with such pitying eyes though. A moment later, all 8 plates were licked clean. Seeing that Evelyn had eaten everything, Raven asked, was the food to your liking? And she immediately replied, yes, it's been a long time since I've had such a warm meal. I'm a bit worried since I couldn't take VA while I was in a coma, but it should be fine, right? Thank you, Ray. Now I really should head back. The maid reappeared and called out, my lady. Just as Evelyn replied, she saw them holding clothes ready. Would you like to try on this dress, my lady? And please try this outfit too. They kept bringing them over. We have prepared dresses for balls, street wear, and everyday casual wear. There are also short skirts and comfortable trousers. Please choose according to your preference, my lady. But she immediately waved her hand to decline. I don't need them. Then there was even more service. Would you like me to style your hair, my lady? The 3 of them rushed over and crowded around Evelyn. If you need anything, please just tell us, Miss Evelyn. Excuse me. Since it was her first time, she felt quite out of place. Why is everyone behaving like this? After a while, she finally escaped from the group of 3. Evelyn collapsed onto a chair. I haven't even had the chance to clarify that I want to go home. Because Raven had proactively picked her up, let me carry you back. Go back to your room and rest for a bit. Overwhelmed by the excessive care, she was a bit dazed. Are you really planning to carry me like this? Jay is being way too overprotective of me. But it also made Evelyn sigh. It seems everyone views me as a terminally ill patient, and they have no intention of letting me leave easily. If I show them that I am completely healthy, then they will let me go, right? Therefore, she clenched her fists with determination. There's no other choice. Since things have come to this, I'll just do what needs to be done. Lord Raisban said he would help me get to the Forest of Darkness. So this time, I will try to find the holy water. With a bang, the door opened. It was the right person, and Evelyn said, "Hello, uncle." Then he immediately asked about her health. "Are you feeling better now? I was so worried when I heard the news." And she replied, "Yes, I'm fine now. I'm sorry for making you worry." But Raisban reassured her. "There's no need to apologize. Have a seat, let's talk for a moment." Lifting his teacup, he listened to Evelyn say, "I came to ask about the expedition to the Forest of Darkness that I mentioned last time. I want to set off early. Could you please consider it, uncle?" He replied very naturally, "Of course. Actually, I was just thinking about that matter too." So Raisban proposed, "How about I go along with you?" Making her surprised, "You're coming with me, uncle?" Raisban advised, "My lady, in that forest, you don't just need to watch out for monsters and toxic gas, but also other humans. You are still not familiar with the faces of the people in my clan, so you might feel uneasy if something happens. I think going with me will be the safest choice." Hearing the last part made Evelyn puzzled. "I have to be careful with humans too?" Then he had to let her know. "It's better that you know about this. While you were still in a coma, the Emperor already mobilized the army." She received a very shocking piece of news. The Emperor mobilized the army? Evelyn was utterly dazed. Asking in confusion, "The army?" The uncle nodded and replied, "That's right. Our clan and the royal family do not have a good relationship. That's also the reason why Raven used to wander around in village." The uncle lowered his voice and continued, "The Emperor and the High Minister have decided to deploy troops to monitor that area. They are trying to track down the village where Raven used to stay, and want to pressure our clan that way." Evelyn furrowed her brows and fell into deep thought. The situation is even worse than I thought. I had hoped to avoid getting involved with the Emperor for as long as possible. But at this rate, not only the Nose clan, but my village will also be dragged into danger. Yes, a long while later, the uncle spoke up to ask, "Now you understand why this matter is dangerous, right?" Evelyn nodded and replied, "Yes, so please come with me, uncle." The uncle comfortably continued, "All right. We will set off as soon as you are ready." A silhouette sitting nearby silently heard everything the two of them had just said. Evelyn then went on her way. Afterward, Raven suddenly appeared and spoke softly. "Belle, do you want to go to the Forest of Darkness?" He firmly continued, "I'm coming along too." Evelyn cried out in surprise, "Jay." Evelyn stepped closer to him and asked in wonder, "How did you know I planned to go there?" Raven answered evasively, "I happened to overhear it when passing by Father's room. Can I come along?" Evelyn happily thought to herself, "Sure." However, Raisban suddenly cut in from behind. "Who permitted you to come along?" He scooped Evelyn up, smiled brightly, and continued, "I have decided to go with Belle alone." Evelyn said blankly, "Uncle, you're here already?" Raisban spoke in a gentle voice, "That forest is very dangerous, so it's enough for me to go." "Jay, what do you think?" Evelyn tilted her head and thought to herself, "He's just intentionally provoking Jay. Normally, Jay wouldn't mind this kind of thing at all." Raven's face darkened as he gritted out each word. "Father." A chill ran down Evelyn's spine as she thought to herself, "He actually minds it a lot." Evelyn sighed and thought, "Jay," she turned to say to Raisban, "Honestly, please put me down, uncle." And Evelyn was quickly put down by Raisban. Seeing this, Raven spoke up, "So?" He put on an innocent face, his eyes wide open, and asked softly, "Can I come with you, sister?" Evelyn was deeply shaken, thinking to herself in astonishment, "What is up with that facial expression? Jay is way too cute." Evelyn turned to look at Raisban and said with a bright smile, very naturally, "It's fine, uncle. We can just treat it like we're going for a walk together." "That's fine, right? A walk all the way to the Forest of Darkness. Who knows when we'll ever have another opportunity like this. Let's all three of us go together happily." Raisban thought to himself, "I've already gone on a picnic with Belle once, but she doesn't know that I am Swan." He then nodded and replied, "All right, if that's what Belle wants." Evelyn stepped forward and took both of their hands. She smiled brightly and spoke up, "Then the three of us will go together. The Forest of Darkness. Due to the unique characteristics of the trees here, the forest remains bright even at night. The plants and the air all contain magical energy, so staying in the forest for too long can be life-threatening." Raisban expertly activated a protective barrier around the three of them. He smiled and explained, "Now you will be safe from the forest's toxic gas." Evelyn felt a sense of admiration for Raisban. She thought to herself thoughtfully, "What kind of magic is this? I don't remember exactly, but it definitely makes it much easier for me to breathe." She looked at her hand, which was holding Raisban's, and thought, "Come to think of it, there's something that keeps bothering me. I never knew that the head of the Nose clan only had one arm left." Evelyn snapped out of her train of thought and asked anxiously, "Uncle, what happened to your arm?" Raisban replied nonchalantly, "He said he lost his arm somewhere." Hearing that, Evelyn was completely shocked and stammered, "Lost an arm? That's all?" Raisban smiled brightly and added, "Just like Jay said, One morning when I woke up, I found it had suddenly disappeared. Evelyn bit her lip and thought, maybe it's something he doesn't want to talk about. In that case, I shouldn't pry any further. Raisban quickly changed the topic of the conversation. By the way, Belle, what are you looking for in this forest? Evelyn answered honestly, high-grade holy water. Sir, I heard it is hidden in this forest. A medicinal herb map pointed it out to me. She thought to herself, saying it like that shouldn't arouse any suspicion, right? Raisban furrowed his brows and questioned, a medicinal herb map. Do you mean one of the 8 sacred relics? Evelyn nodded and replied, yes, I just happened to find it by chance. Raisban found it strange. He frowned at her and fell into deep thought. Hey, young girl being able to discover a sacred relic. By chance. Evelyn didn't notice Raisban's expression. She thought to herself, the path that the medicinal herb map guided me on is definitely right here. Then she exclaimed, Uncle, it's this way. The 3 of them quickly moved forward. After a long while, Evelyn finally spoke up, right ahead. She saw a trace on the ground. Thinking to herself, it seems to be around here. She could visualize a pack of wolves waiting for her up ahead. Raven, standing at the back, spoke up softly. Belle, are you sure this is the place? This is a dangerous area, where only Father and I are permitted to set foot. She looked back at the map in her hand, falling into deep thought. A dangerous area? But the medicinal herb map clearly shows this exact spot. She furrowed her brows and deduced, let's see. Ah, here it is. When getting close to the location, the map automatically updates its information. The snow wolves of the White Forest are highly intelligent magical creatures that live in packs under the leadership of the Wolf King. They have lived in the Forest of Darkness for a very long time, guarding the Moon Tree, a tree that grants wishes. They hoard many kinds of treasures in the forest, and among them is the highest grade holy water that I am looking for. Evelyn kept reflecting. Originally a gentle and friendly creature, but due to the effects of the toxic gas, they began to fall ill and gradually die off. Therefore, the wolves became vigilant and more aggressive toward intruders entering their territory. Evelyn calculated urgently. With the help of Uncle and Jay, defeating them wouldn't be difficult. But since they are not evil creatures, I cannot use force to steal the holy water. How can a living creature violate the will of the deceased? She was determined to resolve this in peace. The only way is for me to personally step forward. That wolf had arrived, leading the pack. It stood still and just stared at her. Evelyn found it strange, thinking to herself in confusion, it's really strange. It seems only I truly understand the circumstances of this place. That wolf was reflecting in its mind. Have you come to pray to live under the moon tree? That is a futile hope. It stared intently into those beautiful and clear eyes, thinking to itself softly, how pure. I have never seen eyes so translucent. After that, it clicked its tongue and said to itself, that's right. Perhaps I don't need to be wary of a fading life. Even if there is one more tiny human in our tomb, it won't matter. Afterward, it along with the rest of the wolves, raised their faces to the sky and howled. The meaning of this action was understood by all 3 of them. Raisban gently stepped over and explained to her. It's okay. That means you have been permitted to set foot in this place, Evelyn. Feeling a bit joyful, she thought, that's right. The Forest of Darkness is under the management of the Nos clan. So perhaps he is already familiar with the wolf pack here. Those wolves slowly advanced closer to her. The authoritative wolf, holding the supreme power, was staring intently at her. After that, Evelyn politely bowed. Greetings, Elder. My name is Evelyn, but you can call me Belle. The elder asked in a low voice. So, Belle, what brings you here? Evelyn replied in a gentle voice. Dear elder, I came to ask for a favor. The elder furrowed his brows and questioned. A favor? What is it about? Evelyn spoke honestly. Please allow me to see the moon tree. The elder replied bluntly. If you intend to make a wish to cure your own illness, it'll be of no use. Evelyn shook her head, smiled, and said, that's not it. I just want to look at it up close. I heard it is a magnificent sight, and I also want to take a look at the herbs growing in this place. The elder raised his eyebrows in surprise and questioned her. You just want to look at it? That's all. Saying that, he let out a sigh and told her about some past occurrences. Not a few humans have come here, desperately desiring a branch from the moon tree. I have never let anyone leave this place alive, if they had intentions of stealing it. The elder furrowed his brows in suspicion. Yet you say you only want to look at it because it's beautiful, and then leave? You don't seem to be lying. Not long after, he slowly spoke up. Very well, I grant my permission. Belle, as long as you do not harm the moon tree, you may also gather the herbs around there. Evelyn was overjoyed. She smiled brightly and replied, thank you, elder. She let out a soft sigh and thought happily to herself. He agreed much more easily than I thought. Thank goodness. Raven turned to Evelyn and advised, hold on to my hand. Watch your step, sister. Evelyn nodded and replied, thank you. She looked around. There are so many precious herbs here. Raven squatted down and asked seriously, are those the ingredients to brew high-grade holy water? You could say that. Could say? Suddenly, a wolf pup pounced over to where the two of them were sitting. It asked curiously, hey human, why are you picking that herb? Are you going to eat it? Evelyn widened her eyes, unable to resist adoring it. Thinking to herself, oh my goodness, a little fluff ball is coming closer. Evelyn bit her lip and observed the little pup. Evelyn noticed that one of its legs was injured. She tilted her head and wondered, limping on one leg. Is that the infected area? She said to the wolf pup. Perhaps I'll try to brew a medicine to cure you. It replied in astonishment. Medicine to cure me? Evelyn stepped over and took the wolf pup's paw. She smiled brightly and added, actually, I know how to make medicine. I think I can cure your leg. Raven stepped forward, frowning, and advised, Sister Belle, again. If I can help. Evelyn interrupted him, continuing gently. Then I should do it, shouldn't I? Especially when it's still so small like this. That wolf pup spoke up sassily. If anything happens to me, my father will kill you. You know. Evelyn shook her head and replied, it will be fine, don't worry. Evelyn put on a gentle smile, looking at the wolf pup and saying in a soothing voice, I promise I won't let it hurt anymore. The wolf pup finally agreed. All right then. Give it a try. Evelyn replied casually. Wait a moment for me, okay? Evelyn, quickly, went to gather the medicinal plants she needed for the cure. She furrowed her brows and pondered. I will combine this leaf with this root and boil them. She fell into deep thought. The preparation method is quite simple. Just the herbs here and my tools will be enough. Perhaps wolves don't have a concept of compounding medicine. They have never thought of combining the above ingredients to cure illnesses. Evelyn let out a sad sigh and thought, no one would ever think of treating a monster. That is a matter of course, it's so heartbreaking. A long while later, she finally finished preparing it and happily said to the wolf pup, it's done. Come here and show me your paw. Hurry up, Evelyn advised in a gentle voice. It might sting a little bit, but try to endure it, okay? But the elder only noticed her at that exact moment. Seeing that she was about to apply something onto the injured leg of his son, he instantly flew into a rage and roared. What do you think you are doing? But before he could finish his sentence, he was stopped by R.A. Sieben. Raisban, full of trust, spoke solemnly. Don't worry, just trust the girl for once and see how it goes. A long while later, Evelyn asked nervously and softly, how is it now? The wolf pup moved slightly and then ran back and forth. Seeing that its leg was better, it smiled brightly and said, it doesn't hurt anymore. I don't feel any pain at all. The wolf pup was thrilled, running back and forth and jumping up joyfully as it continued. Look at this. I can even run now. Evelyn let out a sigh and spoke from the bottom of her heart. Thank heaven, the medicine worked. That wolf pup pounced into her arms, smiling brightly, and praised her. You really are an extraordinary human. Raven stepped forward, picked up the wolf pup by the scruff of its neck, and took it off her. He spoke in annoyance to remind it. If it's healed, then get off her quickly, you little fluffball. The wolf pup pouted and complained. What a scary human. The elder, observing everything that had just happened, exclaimed in disbelief. What is the meaning of this? He mumbled in daze. Could it be that it is truly cured? That child is able to run again. Raisban, full of pride, added. I told you so. The elder stepped toward her and asked in wonder. Belle, how did you do that? Evelyn called out softly. Dear elder, and answered honestly. We humans combine different types of herbs to make medicine. Normally, it would take a lot of time to find a new formula, but I happened to recall a remedy, so I gave it a try. If you want, I can show you how to prepare them. She held out the remaining portion of the mixed medicine to show the elder and asked softly, would you like to keep some of this medicine? After that, and just like that, Evelyn became their benefactor. The elder was still a bit dismissive, asking her seriously, are you sure this is all you need? If you want, I can gift you some other treasures. Evelyn gave a firm nod and replied, this much is enough, sir. It will help me finish what I need to do. She thought to herself, actually, you can consider this as high-grade holy water. As well, it is collected naturally inside the wooden trunks that have a container-like structure. The elder clicked his tongue and spoke. What a pity, but if that's the case, I won't force you any further. He advised her seriously, however, this is only a gift. If you ever need anything else in the future, just tell me. Evelyn smiled brightly and replied, there's no need to go that far, sir. Raisban stepped over to remind her. Just accept it. Even though he is stubborn like that, he is also very useful. Having him owe you a debt will bring no small benefit in this region. Hearing that, Evelyn hastily added, then I will consider it carefully. She thought to herself, it seems keeping a good relationship is still better, right? The wolf pup at her feet kept saying to her, Belle, let me guide you. So please hold me again. Evelyn bent down, stroked its head, and asked softly with a smile, have you asked your father for permission yet? That wolf pup smiled brightly and replied, yes, I'm playing with you now. The elder kindly added, this kid has a bond with me. You can rest assured. In this forest, at least this time, I will protect you from all dangers. He sincerely wished Evelyn well. Therefore, Belle, may blessings illuminate your path. Evelyn smiled brightly, hugged that wolf pup close to her chest, and called back, see you again. Moving further away, Raven couldn't stop praising. Those wolves are so beautiful. Raysban nodded and replied, that's right. As long as you don't touch the moon tree. They are a friendly species. Evelyn silently looked at the face of the little wolf sleeping in her arms, thinking happily to herself. Looking at these wolves reminds me of Sundal. I wonder how it's doing now. Sarah and Jack are probably feeding it. Suddenly remembering something, she turned to look at Raven and spoke in a tense tone. Oh no, I forgot to tell Sarah and Jack before leaving. I have to finish everything quickly and head back. They must be very worried. Raven scratched his head, raised his eyebrows, and replied, about that. You don't need to rush back right away. Look over there. Evelyn followed his gaze in confusion and said, what do you mean? Both Jack and Sarah suddenly rushed over, crying out and screaming loudly, save me, Belle. Raysban understood the whole situation, mumbling with amusement. They didn't just manage to enter the forest, but they even ran into these monsters. Impressive. Evelyn was extremely panicked, thinking to herself in confusion, no way. Why on earth did they appear here? Sarah, the customer, knocked on the door and called inside. Belle, are you home? You said you would send a letter to the Saintess today. I haven't seen you come into town for the past few days. Is something wrong? After a long while, there was still no answer from inside. Sarah and Jack looked at each other in confusion. Suddenly, Jack noticed the door was open. He hastily cried out, Sarah, the door is wide open like this. What on earth is she doing that she didn't even lock the door properly? Sarah urgently walked inside the house and shouted, Belle, you didn't happen to fall ill, did you? We are so worried. Sarah and Jack stepped further into the house and saw a pool of fresh blood in front of them. Sarah turned pale with fear and stammered, what is this? Jack added with a tremble, blood. The two of them couldn't keep their composure, hastily screaming out to look for Evelyn. Belle, are you here? The two of them kept shouting her name, Belle. A long while later, Jack let out a sigh and spoke up. There's no one home. Sarah continued anxiously. What on earth happened? Jack furrowed his brows and said, I don't feel good about this at all, Sarah. Go call the adults quickly. After a moment of examination, Jay spoke thoughtfully. This is definitely human blood. He frowned and pondered. It looks identical to the coughed up blood that she vomited in the forest last time. If that's the case. Sarah suddenly remembered something, turned around, and said, that's right. Raven probably knows where Belle is. He wouldn't leave Belle all alone. Jack hummed in agreement and added, but we hasn't seen Raven for a very long time. Ray suddenly cut in to ask in wonder, Raven? Sarah nodded and replied, yes, Raven Numbers, the heir of the Nose clan, and also the one who taught us swordsmanship. Ray furrowed his brows and thought to himself, the Nose clan. Sarah added seriously, he can't live without Belle, so please don't misunderstand. What if Belle was taken away by slave traders? What should we do now? Ray fell into deep thought. The fact that the palace deployed troops to govern the End territory was already suspicious. If that girl has connections to the Nose clan, the situation might be even more serious than I thought. To ask for help without drawing the Emperor's attention. The only way is to rely on a temple belonging to the neutral faction. Ray rubbed his head, let out a sigh, and spoke up to ask, do you kids know anyone in the temple? Anyone? How could kids like us know? Jack answered honestly, it's not us, but Belle is very close to the Saintess. Ray was a bit surprised, asking back in a daze, the Saintess? Is it the Saintess that I know? Jack said politely, yes. Belle said that person is like her life counselor. Ray looked as if he was about to go crazy. He shouted loudly, then what are you waiting for? We must inform the Saintess immediately. Send a letter right away stating clearly that Belle is in danger. Sarah quickly obeyed. Yes, right. She rummaged through the documents in Evelyn's room, holding up two pieces of paper that looked most like what she needed. She bit her lip and deduced, these must be the letters exchanged with the Saintess, right? Sarah placed them down on the table, rubbed her chin, and thought, let's see. She read through a few lines exchanged between them, thinking to herself with a bit of surprise. They even confide in each other about trivial matters. Calling her a life counselor isn't wrong at all. Anyway, since they are this close, we really have hope. She swallowed hard and thought cautiously, and I should send one to that person too. Sarah deduced in her head, Jay Locat. He might be able to help Belle too. Seeing that it was late, Ray had to speak up to remind them, now. You two go home. Just wait quietly for a reply. I will also secretly investigate. For news. Sarah and Jack replied in unison, yes. And then, The kids still continuously stopped by the house to see if Belle had returned. The sphere in front of them kept making strange sounds. Sarah asked Jack softly in fear. Do you hear that, Jack? Jack nodded and replied. That sound is coming from this crystal ball. What is this? I've never seen it before. Immediately after that, the sphere slowly broadcasted a sound saying, the Forest of Darkness. Sarah reacted first, shouting out, what? Did it just say the Forest of Darkness? Is she over there? It sounded like Belle's voice. Jack furrowed his brows and added, the sound quality is too poor. I can't hear clearly. Next, the sphere transmitted a very terrifying sound of wolves howling, scaring them until their faces turned pale. Jack spoke in a low, worried voice. The sound of wolves howling. I've heard about it before. He slowly continued. People say that forest is a place full of ferocious wolves. Sarah rubbed her chin and spoke her mind. Could it be that Belle was taken there? Jack added urgently. We must inform Uncle Ray immediately, Sarah. The sphere continued to transmit the sound of wolves howling again. Sarah said anxiously to Jack, if we inform him, it'll be too late. We have to go rescue her ourselves. Jack hesitated a little. But Sarah, Jack calmly explained to make her understand. You know how dangerous the Forest of Darkness is. If we take one wrong step, we will lose our lives too, Sarah. Sarah hastily spoke to reassure him. It's fine. Us learning swordsmanship is exactly for a moment like this. With tears in her eyes, Sarah held Jack's hand, pleading with him to come along. She spoke in a gentle voice. Belle has helped us so much. We haven't been able to do anything for her yet. We can't let her fall into danger a second time. Jack fell silent, thinking for a moment. A long while later, he finally replied. All right, let's go. This time, we will be the ones to rescue Belle and bring her back. Back to the present, Sarah. And Jack, with tears welling up in their eyes, ran toward where Evelyn was standing, looking utterly terrified. Evelyn was extremely astonished and asked softly in surprise. Why are the two of them here? Raisban smiled and answered on their behalf. It seems to be because of the connection stone I gave you. They used it to connect with you. Evelyn spoke to him urgently. But more importantly, we must rescue them quickly. If we delay, something terrible will really happen. Raisban slowly called out a name. Jay. He gently gave the order. Take care of them. Jay nodded and replied, yes. Raven quickly rushed over to where those two were, helping them escape from the siege of the monsters. Sarah, along with Jack, quickly ran over to where Evelyn was standing. Evelyn asked in a panic, Jack, Sarah, why did you two come to this place? Sarah and Jack slumped on the ground. Out of energy, only able to whisper her name, Belle. Evelyn looked at their tattered appearance and felt extremely sorry for them. She bit her lip and thought, they both look so exhausted. Raisban stepped over, gently touched Evelyn's shoulder, and said softly, you, Jay, and those two uninvited little guests. As well, let's head back first. He spoke unhurriedly. We shouldn't stay here for too long. Evelyn exasperatedly scolded the two of them. Why were you guys so reckless? She spoke all the thoughts in her heart. Do you know how terrified I was? You almost lost your lives. Do you know that, Sarah? Rubbing her hands against her teacup, she stammered. We also. Sarah took a deep breath and continued sorrowfully. We were also very worried. We were so afraid that something had happened to you. Your yard was full of blood, but there was no sign of you anywhere. Then we heard your voice in a strange crystal ball, along with the sound of wolves howling. Evelyn nodded, thinking to herself. Hearing her tell it, it really does sound terrifying. She looked over at Raven, smiled brightly, and said, Jay found me when I lost consciousness. He was also the one who took care of me all this time. Evelyn honestly retold the story to the other two. As a result, I was in a coma for a whole week, so I couldn't contact you guys. Evelyn chuckled at the reaction of the two. She quickly reassured them, but I'm fine now. So don't worry anymore, okay? Evelyn happily recounted the story of her experience today. Today, I also went with Uncle and Jay. Things weren't as dangerous as you think. Jack let out a sigh of relief and spoke up. I'm so glad that nothing serious happened to you. Evelyn smiled softly and continued in a low voice. I'm sorry for making everyone worry. Thank you two so much for coming to save me. Evelyn rushed over and tightly hugged the two of them, her voice choking up as she continued. But don't ever do that again, okay? I was so worried about you two as well. Sarah hugged her back and advised seriously. But if anything happens to you, you must absolutely tell us, okay? Sarah, remembering something, exclaimed in a daze. I almost forgot. Evelyn asked back blankly. What is it, Sarah? Sarah stammered in reply. The thing is, we thought you were in danger, so we sent letters to a few people. Evelyn tilted her head and questioned. Letters? Sent to whom? Sarah answered honestly. To Lord Zealous and also Sanctus Lucio. The letter clearly stated, Belle Evelyn has suddenly disappeared. It is highly likely that she has been kidnapped by bad people. We desperately need the Saintus's help. Please reply to us soon. From Belle's friends. Lucio thought to herself with a serious face. This letter was indeed sent from the address Belle usually sends from. Disappearing so suddenly like this. Could this be the reason why she hasn't sent any letters these past few days? She fell into deep thought. I have exchanged countless letters with Evelyn. At first, she was just a partner working with me on the project to support in Village. But I don't know when we became close enough to even share personal matters. Lucio thought from the bottom of her heart. Belle has taught me so many things that a person who only lives in the temple has never known before. Saintus Lucio, do you know? She continued to think. No matter how talented the people of N Village are, it is still very hard for them to find a decent job in the Empire. At first, I also relied on gathering herbs to sell. Lucio let out a sigh and thought. Even though it is a place rejected by the world, so backward and dilapidated. The starry sky, stretching out every night, there is truly breathtaking. Don't you find it a pity if it disappear? If you live a lifetime without being able to gaze at that magnificent night sky, instead of with your own eyes, you only see it through a window frame? At that time, Evelyn smiled brightly and said to her, next time, please visit our village. I will take you around for a stroll. Lucio sincerely evaluated in her heart. Even though we've never met, to me, Belle is an extremely precious friend. Lucio silently folded the letter, telling herself, just like she once said, I cannot be confined to this place forever. She looked at the outside world through the window. She thought with determination, with these very feet, I will go to meet Belle right away. Afterward, Lucio put on a cloak that covered her entire body, and she took the opportunity to sneak past everyone to go outside. She was determined that she would find Belle at all costs. The next morning, the crisp sound of a carriage rang out, stopping in front of a wooden house. Lucio thought to herself in a daze, is this where Belle lives? She stepped up to knock on the door, but no one came out. She furrowed her brows and pondered. How strange. The address written on the letter is definitely this place. The surroundings were completely silent. Right after that, a low voice rang out. Who are you? He continued to ask. Do you have business at this house? Lucio answered honestly. I came to see Evelyn of the family. Belle's friend sent me a letter. But for some reason, I've been knocking on the door for a while now, and no one answers. Zealous smiled brightly and added, what a coincidence. I'm also looking for her. Are you very close to Evelyn? Lucio nodded and replied, yes, I am Lucio, Belle's close friend. Hearing that, Zealous was extremely surprised. He questioned her. Lucio? Saintus Lucio? Lucio nodded and replied, that's right. Zealous raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, I never expected to meet the Saintus in a place like this. He smiled brightly, looked at her, and spoke gently. I heard that the Holy Temple treasures you so much that they never let you appear in public. He spoke softly, and yet, the Saintus appears all alone in this remote countryside. Lucio furrowed her brows and questioned, why do you ask that? Zealous replied casually, it's nothing. It's just that I feel even more that Belle really is someone with the ability to attract others. I am Zealous Locat, just like the Saintus. I am also her friend. Lucio rubbed her chin and continued honestly, I came here with no specific purpose. Just wanting to see Belle. But to be honest, now I don't know what to do next, or where to go. Zealous gave a dry chuckle and quickly spoke. I think I can guess where Evelyn is right now. And I also know who is most likely related to this matter. He tried to make an offer. What do you think? Would you like to come with me? In the tea room at the royal villa, Raisban spoke up to ask Raven. You must have heard it too. The voices among the monsters we defeated. He continued. No matter how deep the forest is, the number of monsters gathering like that is highly unusual. Those monsters, in the end. Raven gently lifted his teacup and continued indifferently. Yes, it seems to be the Emperor's plot. Someone lured the monsters using bait and hid among them. Raisban nodded and replied, it's not clear yet if anyone else was nearby, but it's highly possible that the Emperor already knows of Belle's existence. Raven muttered, it's hard to say if someone was in the area at that time, but is it possible that Belle is also somewhat connected to the Emperor? Raisban also thought about this. He rubbed his chin and spoke thoughtfully. In that case, let's have a little fun together. Raisban emphasized each word as he added, until the contract comes to an end. Suddenly, a servant cut in to speak. Please forgive me for interrupting your conversation. Raisban smiled and asked softly, what is it, Kevin? The butler of Raisban. Kevin answered honestly. Lord Zealous Locat and Saintus Lucio request to enter. He carefully added, as friends of Lady Evelyn. They wish to personally verify her safety. Raisban exclaimed gleefully. This is starting to get interesting. Now, what do you plan to do, son? Raven scratched his head and added in annoyance. Good grief. Why are there always people who shouldn't be here surrounding Belle like this? He turned to Kevin and said, let them in. However, how we receive them will depend on how much they care about Belle. The three of them sat in the waiting room. No one spoke first, then Lucio broke the ice. Are you Raven? Nos. Zealous added with a bright smile. As expected, it's you. Based on the contents of Jack and Sarah's letters. I had a vague guess. He stared intently at Raven and continued, Evelyn. Couldn't possibly have been kidnapped unless you were the one who did it. You're sharp. Raven scoffed, asking only what he needed to know. So what brings the two of you here? Lucio answered honestly, I already told you. I just came to verify the safety of my friend, Evelyn. Raven furrowed his brows and said coldly, a saintess from the Holy Temple, and the son of a prime minister. Forgive me, but I cannot trust you people. Zealous raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly. Then you could have just denied our request for a meeting. I am just curious why this place was prepared for a situation like this. Raven replied thoughtfully, because Belle seems to trust and cherish you guys. He looked up at the two of them and continued softly, that's why I'm saying this. For Belle's sake. You must leave your servants outside. Otherwise, we cannot let you inside, nor let you verify her condition. Zealous waved his hand and said with a chuckle, no need to say more. I don't belong here anyway. Lucio lowered her head and spoke hesitantly, A moment later, the door opened. Evelyn entered the room excitedly. She spoke with a bright smile. Zealous, Lucio, did you two really come here? Lucio asked happily and softly, Evelyn, long time no see. How have you been lately? Evelyn nodded and replied, I'm very well now. She looked over at Zealous, smiled gently, and continued, Zealous, what about you? Zealous shrugged and replied nonchalantly, of course I'm still doing well. It's all thanks to you, Evelyn. Raven grumbled, and added testily, he looks perfectly healthy like that anyway. There's no need to ask, Sister Belle. Evelyn burst out laughing. You too, Zealous. She looked over at Lucio and spoke excitedly. So this is Lucio. Lucio also looked at her, gave a slight bow, and said, that's right, I am Lucio. It's the first time meeting you in person, Belle. Evelyn was overwhelmed by Lucio's ethereal beauty. Thinking to herself in a daze, Lucio, the female lead of the story. She really looks like an angel, she's so beautiful. Evelyn ran over and took Lucio's hands, expressing her feelings sincerely. I have been looking forward to meeting you so much. Lucio, I'm so glad to meet you. You aren't familiar with the roads getting here, so it must have been very hard on you, right? Lucio shook her head, smiled, and said, not at all. I'm just glad that you are safe, Belle. It's thanks to you that I was able to leave the temple. Evelyn shook her head and replied, no, it was you, Lucio, who had the courage to step outside. She thought to herself softly, I didn't expect things to turn out like this, but Lucio suddenly cut in. Belle, you can just call me Lucio. Evelyn raised her eyebrows and complied obediently. Really? Then Lucio it is. Evelyn remembered something and spoke sincerely. I originally intended to write a letter to let you two know I was safe, but I was too late. You two came all the way here. You really didn't have to do that. Zealous shook his head and replied, no, I could only put my mind at ease after seeing you with my own eyes. Lucio said softly, me too. Evelyn thought in confusion. Why did it turn out like this? She rubbed her chin and fell into deep thought. According to the original plot, these three were supposed to meet each other at least 5 years later. And yet now they are gathered here because of me. Should I call this breaking the plot? Raven cut in irritably and coldly. Is this meeting enough now? He turned to Evelyn and said, let's go now. Belle and I still have things to do. Then he reminded the other two in a low voice. You two had better keep quiet and don't foolishly do anything reckless. Zealous smiled brightly and replied, I promise. Evelyn turned her head back to look at the two of them, smiled, and said, make yourselves at home, you two. Raven and Evelyn walked out into the courtyard. She asked softly, where are Jack and Sarah? Raven answered honestly. They are contacting their families and the villagers. Evelyn asked him in confusion. Aren't they going home with them? Raven answered honestly. They said they wanted to stay for a few more days because they are still worried about you. The two of them finally stepped up to a room. Then Raven put his hand on the doorknob, smiled brightly, and said, we're here. This is the place I wanted to show you. It was a pharmaceutical preparation room. Evelyn was overwhelmed by the space of this place. She couldn't help but exclaim, it's so spacious. She excitedly looked around, thinking to herself softly, these glass bottles contain rare materials. And there are so many tools I've never seen before. She praised in admiration. There's even a large storage room and a resting area. The Nos clan really is something else. Raven asked her softly, Belle, what do you think? If it feels cramped, let me know. I intentionally built this place smaller because I feared you might feel stifled if the room was too big. Evelyn was deeply shocked to hear him say that. Thinking to herself in a daze, cramped? This place. She shook her head vigorously and hastily refuted, not at all. This place is more than wonderful. She asked him softly, by the way, did you build this place for a specific purpose? Raven nodded and replied, yes, this is your pharmacy room. Evelyn furrowed her brows and repeated, my pharmacy room. Raven explained casually. You like compounding medicine, right? That's why I prepared this for you. She stared intently at Raven, thinking excitedly to herself. I don't even dream about leaving this world anymore. Evelyn put on a satisfied smile and said to him, Thank you, Jay. Then she lowered her eyes, thinking to herself, even though I am about to leave, yet I still received such a wonderful gift. He even went through the trouble to think of me. Raven spoke up to remind her, if you don't need to use it right away, it's fine to let someone else use it. Just call your master, Uncle Ray, over. Evelyn scratched her face, hummed, and added, Then I should let master look after it, right? After all, I don't intend to stay for long. Raven nodded a bit sadly and replied, I understand. It's fine. Evelyn glanced at Raven's expression, bit her lip, and thought, Jay, he doesn't look like he wants me to leave the mansion at all. She furrowed her brows and thought for a moment. A long while later, she spoke to him. All right then. I will give it a try. Finally, I can put it to use. Since I still have a lot of work to do. She opened a container and added the ingredients. She muttered, add some water. Then put in some ingredients like this, close the lid, and wait. Evelyn added casually. Finally, add my own blood. That way, we get high-quality holy water. Raven asked blankly in return, blood. Evelyn smiled brightly, nodded, and replied, according to the pharmaceutical formula, if I do that, it will have the effect of curing my illness completely. Raven fell into deep thought. Medicine made from blood. I've never heard of such a thing. Evelyn, on the other side, silently picked up the knife, intending to cut her hand to get the blood. She smiled and whispered, now, if I collect the blood like this. Suddenly, Raven stepped forward to stop her, taking the knife away, and said seriously, just ask Susan to do it first. Evelyn smiled brightly and replied, all right then. She thought to herself, even if we ask, it won't change anything, Jay. You're misunderstanding something again, aren't you? She spoke softly to reassure him. Jay, I've already looked over the pharmacy room. Suddenly, there was a strange sensation in her body. Her complexion gradually changed for the worse. Raven noticed it, and he asked anxiously, Belle, what's wrong? What happened to you all of a sudden? Evelyn clutched her throat, thinking in fear to herself. Is something wrong? What is this? My throat. My throat is choking up. While Evelyn pretended like she was fine, she turned around to smile brightly at Raven and said, It's nothing. Let's head back. Lucio expressed her doubt. A medicine prepared from blood? I have never heard of such a medicine. Raven, sitting across from her, furrowed his brows in deep thought. I didn't know there was a medicine like that either. Zealous seemed to know something. Resting his chin on his hand, he recounted. I once saw an ancient record about a medicine that uses human blood. It was a very ancient book, kept in the imperial palace. I remember very clearly that the medicine causes the person who drinks it to die, but just as if they are peacefully asleep, without any pain. This information shocked the other two. She lowered her eyelids and asked with a trace of sadness, Is the illness she suffers from crack? I know that is an illness that subjects the person who has it to torment and immense pain. Zealous looked toward him and said, So, what do you want to say to me right now, Raven? As if he hadn't heard. He was drowning in his own thoughts. Without any pain. I have no intention of stopping Belle from doing what she desires. If she doesn't want to stay by my side, then no matter where she chooses to go, I will still protect her. I will turn that place into the safest place in this world. But if what she desires is death, then I cannot help her with that. I will not let Belle shed blood ever again. Clenching his fists tightly, Raven showed his firm determination. He spoke calmly. There is something I want to ask of you too. When you return in 2 weeks, please help me blindfold certain people so they will leave the places I mention. Namely, the Imperial Palace and the Holy Temple. In another room, Evelyn sat on the bed, wiping away the beads of sweat brought on by the pain. This suffocating feeling. I can't even speak normally. Could it be a sign? Showing that the effects of the treatment have moved to the next stage. However, a sudden coughing fit hit her. She hastily brought her hand to cover her mouth. Something is very strange compared to Susan in the original plot. My illness is not like that. Recalling the content she once read, Evelyn was extremely doubtful. When Susan lost her voice, the symptoms stopped progressing. Looking down at her hands covered in blood, her mood dropped slightly. But I am coughing up more and more blood by the day. I need to find out what exactly is going on. Suddenly, a knock on the door rang out, interrupting her train of thought. So Evelyn quickly asked, Yes? What is the matter? The servant outside the door quickly announced, Lady Evelyn, Professor Ray has arrived. A moment later, she was out in the garden. Catching sight of that familiar figure, Evelyn immediately cried out, Master, you have finally arrived. She excitedly rushed over there as fast as she could, only to be met with an affectionate scolding from him. You little brat. Do you know how worried I was? He frustratedly fired off a barrage of words. Jack and Sarah vanished completely and couldn't be contacted. I Was almost expelled from the academy because of you kids. I couldn't take it anymore. Then he let out a sigh and asked gently, "My student, are you alright?" Evelyn narrowed her eyes into a joyful smile and replied, "As you can see, master, I am completely fine." Yet before the words fully left her mouth, blood spurted out right after, giving Ray a huge fright. As for her, she could only force a smile and wipe away the blood stain on her lips, leaving the old man beside her, rubbing his head in helplessness. "It's my fault for asking. Now, explain everything clearly." Evelyn hesitated slightly before saying, "However, there is something I want to tell you. Please come inside first, master." She led Ray inside and happily pointed in one direction, "Right this way." Seeing the things in front of him, his eyes lit up. In absolute shock. What is this?" Ray's head turned repeatedly as he looked around and cried out in pure excitement. "Oh my goodness! This kind of herb, and a whole pharmaceutical room like this? I have never seen anything so wonderful." Carefully picking up each item, Ray couldn't help but exclaim, "This place is truly paradise." At first, I thought that guy was just an incompetent kidnapper who couldn't become the family head. But it seems he's quite sensible after all. Hearing that, Evelyn smiled wryly and thought to herself, "The only person who dares to talk about the head of the Nos clan like that is probably only you, master. An incompetent kidnapper. That sounds more and more familiar. Anyway, I'm very glad that master likes this place." Then, she led him to another area and introduced, "There are many other ingredients in the storage room over here." These things were enough to keep him fascinated for a while. Suddenly, a piece of paper stuck to the door caught their attention. Taking it down, Evelyn muttered in confusion, "What is this? There's something stuck inside. Is it a letter?" The contents slowly revealed themselves. "To my daughter who is more beautiful than the stars." "No, I'm sorry. My hands were shaking, my child. It's your uncle here. Since I can't see you lately, I had to write a letter." A familiar face appeared through each word, leaving them both astonished. Pulling a drawer open, Ray found another letter. "Wait, here too." So the two of them ransacked the room for a while, occasionally shouting, "There's one here too, and over there, and there." More sticky notes with affectionate words were found. "I heard that you like dogs, right? I am planning to build a dog house. If you need it, just let me know." "So, you plan to live here with an adorable dog?" "I dreamed that my baby, I and Ray were eating barbecue together on top of a snowy mountain. That stone-grilled meat from the old days. I wonder if I should light the fire on top of the meat, my baby. Would you stay by my side, my daughter?" These flowery words made Ray stiffen, and he couldn't help but lose his composure and complain. "After looking through this pile, I realize he's not a kidnapper, he's a madman. I will take you with me." What on earth does he plan to do? That is exactly what a kidnapper would say. She couldn't listen to him anymore, so she had to use a herb to stuff Ray's mouth. "Master, please eat this instead." Now, sitting here recalling that, a smile flashed across Evelyn's face. He always pulls all sorts of troublesome stunts. Actually, there's something I want to ask, which is why I wanted to talk to him directly. No sooner thought than done. A while later, she was at the study. The servant opened the door, and Evelyn immediately greeted politely, "Uncle." Raysban stopped his pen, raised his head, and replied, "My baby, you came to see me first? Is something the matter?" Once the two of them settled into their seats, he asked, "What is it you want to say?" She also spoke out honestly. "Is there a place here that contains a lot of books?" Raysban asked back in confusion, "Do you mean a library?" "Yes, there is." Picking up her teacup, Evelyn smiled to confirm, "Yes, I want to read a few books. I also want to check the handwriting of Jack and Sarah again." But in truth, she had another concern. My crack illness is not like the original plot. It won't be easy to find documents about it. But if it's documents from an ancient clan like the Nos clan, perhaps I can find a few clues. While Evelyn was pondering, he spoke up to agree. "You can read for as long as you like. There's no need to ask for permission for that." Pretending to be innocent, she smiled and replied politely, "Thank you, uncle." "Oh, and about this." Hesitating for a long moment, Evelyn stood up, placed the pile of sticky notes on the table, and said shyly, "I have written a reply letter." Raysban asked in astonishment, "Really?" She replied shyly, "Yes." "Then, I'll be going now." "Thank you, uncle." He smiled in agreement. "See you later." Once making sure Evelyn was no longer there, Raysban excitedly opened the letter. "All right, let's see my beloved daughter's reply." Then his eyes widened in surprise at something. "This is..." That evening, everyone fully gathered at the dinner table. Zealous had just lifted his knife and fork when a cake appeared before his eyes, making him exclaim in surprise, "What is this?" Seeing this, the servant asked in confusion, "Lord Locat, is there a problem?" Until he saw what was in front of him, he also gasped. In sheer shock, the words printed on the cake made the atmosphere turn even more bizarre. "My baby, please reconsider. If you become my daughter, I can take you across the continent in just one day." Lucio glanced over and also found it confusing. "It's written in chocolate." But why is it asking Lord Locat to be his daughter? At this moment, the servant boy finally realized that the dish meant for Lady Evelyn had been delivered to the wrong person. Seeing the half-angry, half-indifferent face of his master, he could only turn his head away and reassure himself by saying, "I am so sorry, sir." The rest of the group also seemed to understand the hidden meaning behind this. Saying nothing, they just looked at each other and smiled. As for her, the main character of this story, she pretended she knew nothing about it, calmly eating bite by bite, as if everything in front of her didn't matter. And then, from that night onward, my voice began to grow fainter. Evelyn woke up after a bout of discomfort, hastily throwing on her cloak. She opened the door and stepped outside, holding the flickering oil lamp. Evelyn walked down the hallway listlessly, so she didn't realize that someone had spotted her. She kept walking and then stopped in front of a massive room. Looking around, Evelyn wasn't quite sure. Is this the library of the Nose clan? Pulling out a book from the shelf, Evelyn felt a bit discouraged. With this vast amount of books, it's going to take quite a lot of time to search through them. Alright, let's start with the bookshelves on this side then. But suddenly, that familiar sensation unexpectedly returned. Her entire body collapsed, followed by a violent, prolonged coughing fit. No, I can't stop coughing. First of all, I must get back to my room. Evelyn's mind fell into a panic. But her vision just grew blurrier and blurrier, and her body completely lost all sensation. By the time Raven heard the noise and pushed the door open to come in, she was already lying completely collapsed on the cold floor. Only his agonizing, heart-wrenching scream echoed out. "Belle." Raven rushed over and gathered Evelyn into his arms. His voice became urgent as he called out, "Belle, Belle, wake up." Realizing that her condition had become serious, he quickly pressed the button on the walkie-talkie on his chest to call for help. "Susan, come to the library right now." Evelyn silently watched the scene before her. Her body no longer had any sensation. Yet why did her brain still feel ashamed? Jay always appeared at the exact right moment. Jay always saw her in this kind of state. Outside, Raven kept calling her name. "Belle, can you hear me? Don't lose consciousness." But her eyes just grew listless and gradually sank completely into darkness. What if I just close my eyes for a little bit? I need to reassure Jay. What should I do with this voice of mine? A while later, in the bedroom, everyone had fully gathered. Looking anxiously at the frail girl lying on the bed, Lucio held her thin hands, channeling a bit of healing power into them, but it seemed futile. She looked down at the light in her hands and said helplessly, "My holy power is having no effect." Zealous calmly stated the truth, "Because it's crack. No matter how much holy power you pour into it, it's useless." Raven stared intently at the girl in front of him and then slowly announced, "Belle cannot speak." This information made the group behind him exclaim in shock, "What?" Sarah turned to Zealous and voiced her suspicion. "Does crack affect the vocal cords as well?" He brought up another possibility. "No, in the records, that illness doesn't cause such a symptom. This could be a separate issue from that illness. If she were poisoned, sometimes a similar symptom would appear. But Evelyn wasn't poisoned. No, there is something I suspect." Raven, remembering something, recounted in a low voice. "In the past, our clan was targeted by the Imperial family. Recently, in the forest, someone carrying Imperial blood was hiding among the monsters." After hearing this, Zealous realized what it meant. That means they might have discovered the existence of Belle and targeted her. Even though we set up a barrier around the mansion, we can't rule out the possibility of small insects getting through, and they took advantage of that loophole. Lucio directed her sad eyes toward Evelyn. "But why Belle?" Zealous slowly put forward his speculation. "Belle is just a merchant from Inn Village, after all. They might be angry because the Inn Village brand is becoming more and more popular, especially if the Imperial family discovered the connection between her and the Nose clan." Hearing the hidden implication, Raven stood straight up, immensely furious. "I must go to the Imperial Palace immediately. I will let them know the consequences of touching someone I cherish." Seeing this, Zealous hastily spoke up to stop him. "Do you plan to go there without any preparation at all?" He coldly refused. "No preparation is needed." Then he turned his head to instruct him, "Stay here and protect Belle." Afterward, he gently stepped out of the room and closed the door slightly. Just as he turned his head, he ran into someone even more furious than himself, Raisban, who was standing over there cursing. "Those Imperial bastards! How dare they touch my daughter?" Raven did not hesitate to snap back. "She is not your daughter, father." But then the two of them walked side by side to settle the score. "Let's go." Time flew by incredibly fast. I woke up after 3 days. Evelyn opened her blurry eyes. Slowly sitting up, she brought her hand out to rub her eyes. The person who was always guarding the room, Sarah, immediately noticed. The young girl rushed over in a frantic worry. "Belle, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Does it hurt anywhere?" Only now did Evelyn slowly recall what happened that day. "Right, I fainted in the library. At that time my voice Seeing her put her hand on her neck, Sarah anxiously inquired, "You still can't speak?" Receiving the news, Raven hurriedly rushed in. "Belle, are you alright? Does your throat hurt?" Seeing that familiar face, Evelyn suddenly called out the name, Jay, and then smiled to reassure him. "I'm fine." But in her heart, only she knew that it was just that no sound could come out when she spoke. Yet her body felt a lot lighter. "It seems the treatment process is different from Susan, but it looks like I am still gradually recovering." Thinking back, although we are both of mixed blood, Susan and I are from two different races. Susan is half demon, while I am half elf. So the treatment method would naturally be different. As she was lost in thought, a familiar rumbling sound rang out, interrupting her, probably because I've been lying down for too long. "I'm a little hungry." So she turned around to say to Sarah, "I want to eat some soup." The young girl was right next to her, but didn't hear clearly, so she asked back, "What did you just say? Do you need something?" Raven, who also heard it, said the word soup in disbelief. This left Sarah completely baffled. "What? How did you understand that?" He gave a nod, then turned to look at Evelyn and stated flatly, "I don't know why, I just knew." She was also a bit surprised, and just like that, she blurted out what she wanted, a pen and paper. Then she startled and covered her mouth, because suddenly, she could speak. Hearing this made the other two incredibly surprised. Sarah leaned forward and asked happily, "What was that? Did you just speak? Is your throat okay now?" She also realized this and nodded in confirmation. "It doesn't hurt anymore. Perhaps it was just a temporary symptom." But in her heart, she added to herself, "I hope so." As for the other girl, she was just happy with the current situation and exclaimed, "Thank goodness." The conversation to catch up on the situation over the past few days with Raven continued, with one person asking and the other answering, like, "How long have I been asleep?" 3 days. During that time, did anything happen? Nothing special. Afterward, he left first, not forgetting to turn around and say, "Then I will ask the chef to make you some soup. I will also inform the uninvited guests that you have woken up. For now, please get some rest." Watching that figure leave in a hurry, Evelyn found it a bit puzzling. "Jay, why does he look so satisfied?" Beside her, Jack suddenly spoke up, catching her attention. "Coincidentally, I happened to hear some news related to the Imperial Palace. Hundreds of food storehouses in the palace were destroyed, completely, including the basements. I also heard the research lab area was entirely burned down too." This information shocked Evelyn completely. What? On the other side, Sarah and the young boy were still excitedly discussing. "A research lab in the palace? There's a place like that?" "Yes. I heard it's a place specialized in researching poisons." Listening by their side, her mind was deeply shaken. "Oh my goodness. In just a few days, even without being told, I can guess who the culprit is. What kind of trouble did Jay cause this time?" Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, Urgos questioned coldly, "You still haven't found the culprit?" The Prime Minister stood there, bowing his head, and replied anxiously, "Yes, Your Majesty." He was helpless and had to investigate it himself, and then discovered there were still traces of magic. They intentionally left those traces behind. Closing his eyes to sense that familiar aura, Urgos roared in fury, "Raisban Nos, you bastard." Then he turned around to issue an order. "I think I know who did this. Summon the 2 princes." The Prime Minister raised his head and asked back in astonishment, "What? The 2 princes?" He nodded in confirmation. "That's right. I must send a return gift as well, shouldn't I?" Sitting on the throne and looking down at the hall, Urgos spoke grimly. "The 2 princes, you've arrived?" Erika June replied, Father, you called for us?" These words angered him. Urgos questioned coldly, "Calling me father again? Have I permitted you to use that title?" The boy bowed in fear immediately to admit his fault. I am sorry, Your Majesty." He didn't bring it up again, but stated in a raised voice, "I have a task for you to do. Before this, I dispatched messengers to the Nos clan, but all of them died, without leaving a trace." Argo raised his head in shock and stammered, "Your Majesty, could it be that you plan to?" Those eyes flared with murderous intent. Urgos coldly laid out his demand. "Yes, I order you to go to the Nos clan mansion as a special envoy." Meanwhile, in another room, Evelyn's bedroom was visited by Lucio and Zealous again. She let out a sigh of relief and said, "What a relief. Belle, I worried about you so much. Even your voice is just like before." She smiled brightly to reassure the person beside her. "I'm really fine. Perhaps it was just a little fatigue." Then she asked anxiously, "Oh, by the way, I'm still wondering, is it alright for you two to stay here?" Lucio immediately spoke up to explain, "It's fine. I arranged things with a trustworthy priest. In my absence. Right now, I am simply traveling to sightsee." He also slowly recounted by her side. "I reported home that I am in a very far-off countryside. My father didn't suspect anything either." Hearing this, Evelyn let out a gasp of surprise, with countless doubts in her heart, that she didn't dare to speak out. "I am curious why he didn't leave." Just then, A letter from the imperial family arrived. I have to go outside for a moment. Zealous said in a low voice. She agreed immediately. All right, please be careful. A while later, Raven also arrived. He brought a very high stack of books and called out excitedly, Belle, I brought the books from the library that you mentioned over. Sensing this care, she was incredibly moved. Jay, thank you so much. Seeing the strange contents on the covers, Raven asked in confusion, are you looking for something? These are books written about mixed blood. She gave a wry smile to gloss it over. I'm just a bit curious. But in her heart, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Susan is a demon of mixed blood. While I carry half the blood of the elf race, I am still researching the traits of mixed bloodlines. And after reading these books, there is something that makes me wonder. Suddenly, Zealous pushed the door open forcefully and stepped in, startling the two people standing there. He looked over with a questioning look. Lord Zealous, is something the matter? His face hardened. Raven, this matter seems to be very critical. I have an urgent matter to inform everyone, family head. Raven was taken aback and stammered. What's the matter? Zealous did not hide it and announced seriously. It seems that His Majesty has dispatched the two princes to the Nos mansion as special envoys. This information surprised everyone present. He didn't give them time to say anything before leaving, then turned around to remind them. I received orders to escort His Highness to the mansion. It won't be long before he arrives here from the Imperial Palace. Please prepare thoroughly. Only now did the people in the room regain their composure. Sarah roared in absolute fury. What? Why did the Emperor suddenly send a special envoy? And it's even the two princes? Raven seemed the most composed and spoke up. I'm not sure either, but there's no need to worry too much. Though I never thought I'd have to turn this mansion into a prison. As he spoke these words, his gaze suddenly became piercingly cold. The two of them saw this and stammered in shock. Let's just see what that person has to say inside. Evelyn was also extremely doubtful, but the two princes. I feel that this matter is very serious. 2 days later, the two princes arrived. The announcement echoed throughout the grand hall. Everyone in the mansion was fully present here. The door opened, and a small figure gradually appeared. The young boy lowered his head and introduced himself stammeringly. Greetings, I am Arga Bridium. As the name came out, tears fell like rain with every single word. This scene left the group bewildered. Sarah leaned in close to Evelyn and whispered doubtfully, Seriously? Is this child really the Emperor's envoy? She gave a wry smile and reminded her in a low voice. Don't call him a child, Sarah. But her heart was in turmoil. I don't know much about this character in the original plot, but his personality is quite strange. Though thinking back, it's understandable, given the environment he grew up in. The second prince of the empire, Arga Bridium. In the original plot, he was sent to the Nos mansion to establish a friendly and peaceful relationship, and then lost his life here. His Majesty locked Arga in the abandoned palace, calling him a monster and treating him cruelly, because his mother was a mixed blood-carrying beast, elf and human blood. A very special character, only now do I remember. Meanwhile, Raven stepped forward, placed his hand on his chest, and feigned respect, saying, The family head is currently absent. On his behalf, I, Raven Nos, welcome the two princes. May I know what brings your highness to this place? Arga trembled, forcing out each word to explain. I was sent by His Majesty to investigate the messengers, who did not return. The matter is, before the boy could even finish speaking, he coldly cut in. Is that so? Looking at that terrifying face, Arga cried out in fear, begging, Please spare me. I don't want to die. Right at this moment, Evelyn took a step forward. She knelt down to eye level with the boy, and then spoke gently. Greetings, second prince. I am Evelyn. You can call me Belle. Arga stopped crying, his eyes welling up, with tears as his mouth repeated her name. Evelyn. Belle. Hearing this, she smiled amiably and spoke to encourage the boy. That's right. It is a pleasure to meet you, Prince Arga. He reached out to hold Evelyn's hand, smiled back, and said, Me too. Looking at those sparkling eyes, she silently admired in her mind. So adorable. Picking the boy up, Evelyn coaxed in a soft voice. Now, let's go inside, shall we? We have prepared a lounge room for your highness. A moment later, once they were comfortably settled in the lounge, she inquired, Does your highness feel calmer now? Holding a piece of cake in her hand, Evelyn suggested softly. Have some more cake, okay? Raven, standing outside and watching this scene, couldn't help but grumble. Out of jealousy, Belle, even though he's young, he is still a prince. There's no telling what he might be plotting. She glanced over and reminded him softly. Jay, don't be too strict. He is just a child. Turning her eyes back, she saw Arga's sorrowful face. Upon hearing those words, Evelyn couldn't help but gather the boy into her arms, gently reassuring him. Prince Arga, no one will harm you, so please rest assured. This sudden action made the boy blush in embarrassment. Arga raised his hands to hug her back and said, I understand. Belle, thank you. The boy just stayed in that warm embrace and fell asleep before he knew it. Just like a harmless little kitten. The surrounding space also quieted down with each of Arga's breaths. A moment later, the boy was placed neatly on the bed. The voices of the people in the room also grew softer. Accordingly, the interrogation, or rather, the conversation, would be moved to tomorrow. It seemed the tension had eased. Children of mixed blood have physical appearances that easily change with their emotions. I've read about that in books too. He must have suffered quite a lot in the Imperial Palace. Looking at the revealed cat, tail wagging down there, Evelyn couldn't help but reach out her hand to stroke the boy's head. With a gentle, loving smile appearing on her lips, Raven felt more and more annoyed the more he looked. But there was nothing he could do. To make matters worse, Zealous poked at him from behind. Hey, family head. Do you really need to be so wary just because he is a prince? This drove him mad, and he glanced over, growling, Shut up. Suddenly, Evelyn, who was sitting, stood up and instructed. I will be in the library. When the prince wakes up, please call me. Raven furrowed his brows and looked at her in confusion. The library again? Evelyn smiled and explained briefly. Seeing the prince reminded me of this. Saying this, she had already opened the door and walked quickly outside, gliding through that luxurious hallway. She recalled some content she had once read. A person carrying the bloodlines of 3 races. While researching mixed blood, there is something that bugs me. Evelyn's traits do not completely match the description of a mixed elf in the books. Could it be that besides elf and human blood, Evelyn also carries another bloodline in her? She silently formed her own speculation, sitting on the chair, slowly examining the book in her hands. She recalled the description. Evelyn's unique appearance is so rare that across the entire continent, it would be hard to find anyone like her. Silver hair and bright purple eyes are not common traits of the elf race. Then she decided on her next step. I should look up all the races that possess such characteristics. Perhaps. And if there is something even stranger than that, it's... Suddenly, a voice calling Belle echoed out, interrupting her train of thought. Looking toward the door, it turned out Raven was looking for her. Evelyn asked in confusion. Jay, has the second prince already woken up? He slowly walked over and said, Not yet, he is still sleeping. I have already instructed the servants to guard him carefully. Raven's gaze stopped on the stack of books in front of her. All the books she borrowed are related to mixed bloodlines. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked directly, Belle, may I ask what it is you want to know? Hesitating for a moment, she finally admitted frankly, Actually, I think I am also someone of mixed blood. Raven, sitting opposite her, appeared very calm upon hearing this information. When I saw you, I could already guess that to some extent. This time, it was Evelyn's turn to be stunned. She hummed for a moment before asking, But if that's true, then there is one very strange thing. Raven looked at Evelyn in confusion. What is it? She slowly recounted. I have never manifested any ability belonging to that race. Usually, the more unique the appearance, the more pronounced the power of that race's bloodline will be, right? That is also the case for a few servants in the Nose house. Resting her hand on her chin, Evelyn fell into deep thought. Finding it very strange is why I wonder, what if someone carries 3 bloodlines in equal proportions? This question also made Raven furrow his brows in contemplation. A person carrying the bloodlines of 3 races? For that to happen, at least the bloodline of one of those 3 races must be incredibly powerful, because it needs to coexist with human blood and the other 2 races. Evelyn nodded to confirm. That's right. If that possibility truly exists, then even if someone belongs to a special race like me, perhaps they could still live their life without manifesting anything obvious, because the powers of the different bloodlines would cancel each other out. At this moment, he also suddenly realized something. But if one day they harmonize, the power generated then will surely be immensely vast, or possess a very unique nature. These words from Evelyn opened up a new line of thought for Raven. That's right. If one of those bloodlines fuses, perhaps it would be enough to counter-crack. Harmonize. What must be done to achieve that? As if discovering a whole new world, he stood straight up and asked her, Belle, do you still need more books? Evelyn caught herself by surprise and agreed out of reflex. The more, the better. Then she looked at Raven in confusion. Why do you ask? He only smiled without repeating it, turned toward the door, and said, I will bring you a few useful ones. In another room, a knock on the door rang out. Lucio spoke toward the outside. Come in. Just waiting for that. Raven opened the door and stepped in. His appearance this time caught her by surprise. What brings you here, Lord Saga? Without hesitation, Raven stated his purpose directly. I have a matter I need your help with. For Belle, I need a permit to enter the Holy Temple's library. 2 days later, in the study room, everyone was gathering together in discussion. Up front, Evelyn was holding Arga. While sitting on the chair, flipping through the book she was reading, a cat appeared out of nowhere, yowling in sheer dissatisfaction. Get lost, you human. Belle's lap is my spot. This sudden incident gave the young boy quite a scare. Argo whimpered in fear, burrowing into Evelyn's side. I don't want to. Why do I have to? She had to step in to mediate, sitting there hugging one and stroking the other's head to comfort them. Come on now. You two, please get along with each other. Raven carried a stack of books over from a distance. Seeing this scene was an eyesore, and he couldn't help but snap. Both of you, get away right now. With that, he managed to scare the two little ones into jumping off. Evelyn. Only then did he say with satisfaction, Belle, I brought more books over. She happily reached out her hands to take them, not forgetting to say, thank you, Jay, until her gaze glanced down at the book in her hands. Evelyn was slightly startled and asked in curiosity, I've never seen this book cover before. Where did you get it? Raven admitted frankly, the Holy Temple's library. This answer caught her by surprise. Her eyes widened, filled with many questions. How did Jay manage to get into the Holy Temple's library? He added as if it were nothing. If you need more, just let me know. I will bring them to you immediately. In her confusion, Evelyn just agreed like that. All right. Then she felt secretly helpless. Jay, you say it as if the Holy Temple's library is a place anyone can just walk into. Looking at the pile of books in front of her, Evelyn let out a sigh, complaining to herself at the same time. How much time is left, I wonder? A sentence with a double meaning left the people around her stunned. Raven looked over anxiously and softly called her name. Belle. Argo widened his eyes in slight confusion. The rest of the group turned away, secretly wiping away the tears welling up on their eyelids. Yet Evelyn was still dejectedly looking at the two books in her hands, sighing. No matter how many books there are, I will still read them all. Only the young boy stood there, taking everything in, completely filled with doubt. Belle said she has a lot of books. But why is everyone crying? Turning back to the pile of books, she slowly analyzed each matter one by one. Based on Evelyn's traits, and from what I have observed, they somewhat resemble the Snow Elf race. Thinking back, in the original plot, there were also many characters carrying mixed bloodlines. Jay is a mix between the Star Elf race and humans. What about the little prince? What kind of bloodline does he carry? The more she thought, the more tangled it got, and Evelyn's face went completely blank. Then she curiously turned to ask him, Jay, what is a divine beast? Raven didn't think too much of it and explained right away. It is a creature carrying a mixed bloodline between two or more different species. She nodded, I see. But he provided further information. Nowadays, the remaining divine beasts are more akin to animals, but in the past there existed divine beasts belonging to intelligent races. They were called beastmen. It's like a blend between Eastern and Western mythology. Evelyn's eyes lit up, and she voiced her speculation. Then is there any chance that the prince Argo carries the bloodline of a divine beast? That possibility isn't completely out of the question. He has fox ears and a cat tail, after all. Looking at the boy, holding a cat, and sleeping on the chair over there, Evelyn couldn't help but wonder. Afterward, she focused back on the contents of the book and discovered a few things. Kim San. Why does this name sound so familiar? The shapeshifter, Kim San. He can freely transform and control his body parts. He once claimed to be a mountain god from the land of Han. But no one really knows what a mountain god is. Han country? Not Goriel or ocean. But Han country? Is he exactly like someone who lived in the same era as me? This piece of new information left her dumbfounded. Seeing the unusual expression on Evelyn's face, Raven leaned in and read aloud. That shapeshifter is actually not a beast, but a completely different race. Hearing that, she hummed in response. He looked over and softly called her name. Belle. Is this the first time you've heard about traveling between dimensions? I haven't told you about this yet. My clan's ancestors were people who carried bloodlines from another dimension. These words left her in a chaotic mess, screaming silently in her head. What on earth? On the outside, she still tried to act calm while listening to Raven recount. It makes sense that you don't know. It is a top secret, after all. The massive amount of information was too much for Evelyn's brain to process. What is going on? I never expected the plot to have this kind of setting. I must investigate this more thoroughly. Stealing a glance at him, she made a silent decision, unaware of Evelyn's tangled mess of thoughts. Raven by her side still spoke softly to comfort her. Just take it slow, Belle. The voice ringing right next to her ear gave her a start. Turning around, she faced his face directly, making the atmosphere between the two of them turn awkward. Since when did Jay get so close to me? Turning her head away to shake off the embarrassment, she composed herself. Calm down, this isn't important. Anyway, I have to keep reading. The shapeshifter inherited the Demon King's throne, becoming the fifth guardian of the last sacred relic, the Holy Grail. However, he disappeared along with the Holy Grail. The last traces were also found at the border between Elka and Ika, and in a completely unexpected place. I have found a clue for my tangled mess of an illness. Success or failure can both shape the soul. Due to dimensional travel, a small portion of races with unstable souls will become sentinels across generations. This is because an unstable soul deviates from the laws of the world. As for the Holy Grail that went missing back then, inside the Imperial Palace, Urgos asked in a low voice. All information about Evelyn. The Prime Minister bowed his head to confirm. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing that, he fell into deep thought. A girl from N Village, someone who looks a lot like her. Urgos recalled that name. Kristanos. A person of mixed blood with a power so great that even she herself didn't realize it. If I had known her death would bring such a heavy price, I wouldn't have killed her like that. Sitting up straight, he ordered in a deep voice. Keep a close watch on her. Do not take your eyes off her for even a second. The moment she leaves the forest, capture her immediately. You must not harm her. At all costs, she must be kept safe. She is extremely precious. Bring her to me. That night, Evelyn suffered from insomnia. She reached her hand up to touch her throat. Her mood also becoming restless and anxious. As expected, the time I lose my voice is gradually getting longer. Fortunately, that symptom only occurs when I am alone. But it really is time for me to go. I can't let everyone keep seeing me in this state. From the books in the Nose Clan library and the Holy Temple's library that Jay brought over for me, I have found a few clues. If I can reach the kingdom of Ika, where a lot of mixed blood people live, I will surely find more information. The next morning, everyone gathered together in her room again. Raven sat beside her, asking anxiously, Belle, what are you thinking about? You've been spacing out for a while now. Is your body still okay? Evelyn was a bit hesitant to speak, her tightly clenched hands revealing her anxious state of mind. Since everyone was present here today, Evelyn slowly spoke up. Actually, there is something I want to tell everyone. These words drew everyone's eyes toward her. She stammered over the word, I for a while, and then shouted her decision out loud. I plan to go on a journey. This decision caught them by surprise. A journey? Sarah innocently asked back. Are we all going together too? Evelyn honestly replied, no. This time, I want to go alone. I want to have an independent trip. And I also want to see the world out there. These words were met with fierce opposition from everyone. Each of them added a word to dissuade her. No way. Belle, this makes no sense. That's right. What if you faint on the road? What will you do then? Exactly, it's very dangerous. Arga, clutching the edge of the bed, was also incredibly worried. Belle, where are you going? Please don't go. Hearing that, she felt a bit reluctant. I already anticipated this reaction, but she still tried to calmly analyze the situation for them to understand. The thing is, do you all remember the herbal map that I mentioned before? In there, it also mentions my illness. Zealous furrowed his brows in doubt. Does that mean there's a cure for that illness? She hummed, trying to explain the situation. Yes, but the type of herb used to prepare that remedy only grows in the kingdom of Ika. That's why I think the best option is to take a trip to search for that herb. Although her voice was forced to sound normal, that face still couldn't hide its sadness. Raven also noticed the abnormality in this, but didn't speak out, only silently worrying for her. Belle, a medicine prepared from human blood. It's just a drug that helps one die peacefully, like a dreamless sleep. Just how much time is left? Holding back his own anxiety, he asked in a soft tone. Belle, this is really just a vacation, right? Evelyn forced a bright smile and answered Raven. Of course. If it's not a vacation, what else could it be? But he couldn't help but ask further. Then how long do you plan to be gone? This question forced her to calculate again. A month. I will start investigating from the kingdom of Ika first, but for me to completely put an end to crack, I'm afraid 1 month won't be enough. Seeing that Evelyn couldn't give a definitive answer, Raven understood on his own. So it will be longer. Zealous also lamented softly. That will be a long trip, Belle. Raven couldn't help but lean closer, grabbing her hand and calling out. Belle. Evelyn smiled to comfort him and made a promise. Going on a journey has been a dream of mine for a very long time. Jay, I will write letters to you regularly, I promise. His mood turning somewhat grim, he stepped closer to her and said, No, what you need to promise isn't that. Evelyn asked back in confusion. Then what is it, Jay? Raven said nothing, only reaching out his hands to hold her face firmly, pulling it toward himself. Only when the distance narrowed did he grimly make his demand. You must promise that you will return. Please promise me that, Belle. Evelyn smiled, reaching out her hands to push Raven's face away, and then teased him in a low voice. I promise. This is just a trip, after all. Taking advantage of the situation, he tightly held her hand against his cheek, then smiled and offered a blessing. Have a safe journey, Belle. From behind, Zealous voiced his doubt. Young master, are you really going to let her go? Raven remained silent, giving no reply. His mind was also in quite a chaotic state. Honestly speaking, I don't want to let her go at all. But right now, the imperial family is starting to target Belle. Perhaps letting her leave is safer instead. Furthermore, I have also prepared a way to protect Belle. Even without me by her side. Pulling himself back to normal, he turned back to talk to her. Then when do you plan to depart? Once preparations are done, I will set off immediately. I see. If you need anything, just let me know. She smiled brightly and said happily, thank you. I will have a very pleasant trip, Jay. He said nothing more, but just looking at that smile. Raven also smiled along unconsciously. Meanwhile, Raysban heard Kevin's recount and was also a bit surprised. What did you say? A journey. What about Jay? Did that boy really agree to let Belle go? He confirmed. Yes, he said he would let her do what she wants. Resting his chin in thought for a moment, he nodded and ordered. I see. Let me know when you need help. Let's get everything ready. Kevin asked further. Then what about the two princes? They are temporarily being protected in the mansion. But how should we deal with him? Raysban stated flatly. He is a child abandoned by the Emperor. He is probably just waiting for him to die somewhere and return in a coffin. Slightly twitching the corner of his lips, he softly instructed. We cannot act according to the Emperor's wishes. Just keep protecting him for a while longer. He confirmed and then brought up another matter. When do you plan to return? Looking toward the distance. Raysban said in a low voice. It will be a while longer. After wrapping up business with the Imperial family, I will stop by the Kingdom of Ica. In the meantime, take good care of the mansion for me. Kevin bowed his head in compliance. Yes, family head. Please set off with peace of mind. Carrying those wishes, he turned his back and left decisively. The next day, inside the Imperial Palace, Urgos roared in utter fury. What on earth is going on? The entire Imperial Palace library has been completely looted. Seeing the empty bookshelves in front of him, he felt quite a bit of frustration in his heart. From the storehouses, the laboratories, to the library. Especially the library, which has one of the strictest security systems. Urgos demanded in a deep voice. Did anyone see the perpetrator? The Prime Minister hastily reported right away. No. But I heard that last night, someone spotted a black dog in the hallway. With that image, he immediately knew who it was. Urgos bellowed silently. Raysban knows. More than that, it was a question. What did he enter the Imperial Library for? It wasn't just to take a few books, but every single book in there. Carrying that question, Urgos glanced over those empty shelves once more. Inside that library, a mysterious space opened up. He stepped inside, accompanied by his guards. As he walked, Urgos analyzed silently. There is a secret area that stores the ancient books of the Imperial family. All of them are ancient books about ancient foreign races. Why does the Nose clan need that information? Then he suddenly gasped to himself in shock. Could it be that they are tracking clues to the Holy Grail? As if holding a major clue in his hands. He laughed like a maniac. Then he turned to the person behind him and issued an order. Prime Minister, dispatch a messenger to the Kingdom of Zom. When the messenger arrives there, convey my words. The one who holds the ancient secret has appeared. Sitting all by himself in the dark, Urgos immersed himself in his own calculations. The Kingdom of Zom, the homeland of the Empress, the Kingdom of Zom, has long been the mortal enemy of the Empire. Normally, the messenger would probably be captured the moment they open their mouth, let alone forming an alliance. But everything has changed. Because this matter involves the Holy Grail. The Kingdom of Zom joining hands with the Empire is something even Raysban Nose could not foresee. The corner of his lips twitched up, carrying absolute confidence. Picking up a chess piece and placing it into a balanced position, Urgos thought smugly. Fortunately, the time of chaos has come. This is exactly the right moment for the Empire to send a messenger to Zom. At the Kingdom of Ica, Raysban was standing at the court, facing Hamel. He spoke first to ease the atmosphere. Lord Raysban Nose, is there a matter that brings you all the way here without notice? Here, the Kingdom of Ica is a nation that was founded by humans carrying mixed blood. Although anomalous individuals are not rare here, among them exists a completely unique individual. The King of Ica, Hamel Ica. One cannot sense even a trace of human bloodline in his veins. Furthermore, he is very strange. His appearance and aura remind me of a child. Evelyn's voice echoed in his head, calling him Mister. This caused Raysban to zone out. Seeing him say nothing, Hamel called out in confusion, Lord Rasta. Ban it. He snapped out of it and replied hastily. Forgive me, I was a bit distracted. I came here to propose an alliance with the Kingdom of Ica. This offer didn't seem very appealing. An alliance? I have absolutely no interest in those alliances. Hamel rested his chin and flatly refused. But Raysban didn't mind at all and confidently put forward his terms. You don't need to be so wary. It is just a small exchange. King of Ica, Hamel Ica, do you still remember Celestia? It's about her. Those words made his moodiness vanish completely. A while later, the two were in a different room. Hamel invited him. Please have a seat. Then he inquired in a low voice. Why bring her up all of a sudden? The person he spoke of was Celestia Nos, an archaeologist, recognized by both the academic world and the Nos clan. She was someone who knew more than anyone else about the secrets buried in the world. Raisban didn't answer right away, but raised a question. Do you know the reason why she possessed knowledge far beyond the reach of ordinary people? I'm not sure. I only know that when she passed away, the world was left with nothing but questions. The truth is, she possessed the ability to communicate with the deceased. A moment of silence ensued. A while later, Hamel finally spoke up in a surprised tone. I knew she was of mixed blood, but I had no idea she had that ability. Now I understand why her research achievements were so extraordinary. He nodded to confirm. Yes, and most of those results are still in the hands of the Nos clan, never published to the outside world. I will use that as an exchange item for this alliance. What do you think? An appealing offer was put on the table. Hamel picked up his teacup and leisurely took a sip, pretending to ponder and calculate. Then he set the teacup back on the table and immediately agreed. All right. I accept this offer regardless of the terms. What do you want? Name it. Hearing this, Raisban hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth. I have a daughter. She is currently suffering from a serious illness. Right now, she is traveling here. She is about to start a journey around the world. I hope you will protect her when she sets foot in Ica, and if possible, please help her find a cure. As he stated his request, Hamel cast an amused look toward him, then leaned down to write it into the agreement, not forgetting to tease. Is that all? You are using all of Celestia's history just to exchange for this? Then that child must be extremely important to you. Your daughter, huh? All right. It's simple enough, and I like it. The covenant was signed. Following the procedure, the two stood up to shake hands. The alliance between the Nos clan and the kingdom of Ica was officially established from then on. Back at the mansion, Evelyn was sitting in her private room, talking to Raisban through the communication orb. He instructed sorrowfully. Little one, I should have come to see you off myself. I am truly sorry that I cannot see you right now. She hastily reassured him. You are the master of a prestigious clan, so it can't be helped. I hope your work goes smoothly. Then he asked further, my daughter, do you need a companion for the trip? Evelyn hesitated for a bit and then declined. A companion? No, it's fine. I can go alone. He smiled and said, not a person, but a dog. This caught her by surprise, and she asked back, a dog? Raisban nodded to confirm. Yes. Don't you have a dog that always clings to you? I think its name is Sunan. Hearing its name mentioned, the one hiding on her person all this time began to squirm. Crawling out, it squealed in excitement. I'm going with Belle. Then she also smiled, pointing at the puppy to confirm. That's right. I already planned to go with this little guy. Since he transformed into his pocket-sized version, this left him flustered, pretending to be heartbroken as he said, I see. That's a bit sad. Watching that clumsy acting, she just wanted to ask, why is your face looking so sad? After a brief silence, Raisban smiled and softly instructed, then, come back safely, my daughter. Afterward, the communication orb turned completely dark as it lay there. Only now did Raven poke his head out and ask, are you done with the communication stone? Seeing him approach, the puppy retreated back onto Evelyn's person. She looked at him, nodded, and replied, yes, I am about to depart. Then she turned around, and her gaze stopped on the group of friends behind her as she said out loud, thank you everyone for seeing me off. Sarah stepped forward, grabbing Evelyn's hand, begging reluctantly, Belle, please let me go with you. I will do everything I can. We haven't even gone on a journey together before. Not letting her get flustered, Raven beside her declined on her behalf. I'm sorry, but no. Then he turned over and seriously called out, Belle, stop joking around. Please listen to me. Evelyn gasped and asked back, me? He lowered his voice and reminded her, the Empire is tracking you. So I think you must leave immediately without letting anyone notice. Not just her. This information also made everyone else anxious. Evelyn stammered, unable to find her words. The Empire. And me? Raven confirmed. Yes, I intended to tell you this before you set off. It might not be long before the entire continent plunges into war. Seeing him so serious, she suddenly understood. Jay, is that the reason you want me to leave the kingdom? To make me leave this place? Raven's eyes were filled with deep anxiety for her. He couldn't help but instruct her again. Belle, you still keep the communication stone I gave you, right? You must not lose it. Evelyn held out her hand and said, of course, look here. Hesitating for a moment, Raven spoke up shyly, and also, I have this thing I want to give you too. Please keep it with you at all times. Looking down at the object he just placed in her hand, she cried out in surprise, this is? Raven hastily explained, this is a device that blurs your presence. It will help you avoid the eyes and ears of others. Touching it with her hand, Evelyn exclaimed happily, thank you, Jay. Suddenly he called out, and one more thing. This time she was truly astonished. There's still more? As expected of the Nose clan, they really prepare thoroughly. Raven instructed, if you fall into danger, and must use the communication stone, just say Rahana du Janti. When that happens, the secret agents of the Nose clan will immediately come to help you. Rahana du? What does that mean? The brightest person is also the darkest. That is the phrase engraved on my clan's crest. Leaning in close to her, he softly whispered, don't forget it. In Raven's embrace, she smiled brightly and promised, thank you so much. I will return safely. Turning around and waving her hand, Evelyn sent her greetings before leaving. Everyone, take care. The carriage wheels began to move. Under the vast sky, the carriage sped away, heading forward. Inside the mansion, Lucio also said his goodbyes at this moment. Belle has left, so we should return too. During this past time, I have owed you a lot. Even so, I have gathered quite a bit of information. Raven nodded flatly. Then, just do according to what we discussed. Because of Belle, just thinking about that girl. Everyone's mood sank another notch. Returning to the Lockhart clan, Zealous pushed the door open and entered. He spoke in a gentle voice. Father, I hope you are well. Neil raised his head, looking slightly confused. What is it? I don't remember calling you here. Then he suddenly froze, his guard going up. Why? Got this feeling? Has the magic seal guarding the prison been broken? Zealous acted as if he didn't sense anything, calmly continuing his story. Do you know something, father? Right now, no place is more important than the Nose clan library. They stayed at the mansion for a few days. He took another light step forward, his tone also turning mysterious. Father, it seems like they are hiding something extremely interesting. Neil also knit his brows tightly, looking deeply thoughtful. At the same time, at the Holy Temple, Lucia took off her hood. She stated flatly, I have returned. The two people stepped forward to welcome her. Saintess, we have been waiting for you for a long time. They were High Priest Horus and High Priest Mercedes. Lucia did not stop, only using her most serious tone to make a demand. Horus, Mercedes, listen very carefully. This matter is related to what I mentioned in the letter sent previously. We have identified the one who violated the non-intervention treaty and colluded with the imperial family. I am quite sure that information was gathered by Zealous Lockhart. There are only the two of them. Seriously waited for the next words. She raised her voice to make an announcement. High Priest Marco. That person must be purged. On the other side, Evelyn had stepped down, watching the vehicle leave. The carriage that the Nose clan prepared for me has brought me near the border between the Empire and the Kingdom of Rome. From afar, the shout of a guard echoed. Next, she stepped forward and received a demand. Present your citizenship documents. Handing over the documents in her hand, Evelyn politely said, yes, here they are. In her heart, she was secretly nervous. I cannot reveal my true identity, which is why the Nose clan prepared fake documents for me. Everything will be fine, right? The guard held the documents and examined them very carefully. Her heart also grew anxious with his every glance. Fortunately, a few seconds later, the word cleared rang out, and only then did Evelyn let out a sigh of relief. Looking at her departing figure, the guard scratched his head in confusion, muttering softly under his breath. Something seems a bit strange. Walking ahead, she also felt a little uneasy. They didn't find out, right? I heard that. The Emperor had a checkpoint set up at the place where the Nose clan once escaped. It really is true. I totally thought I was caught. The puppy in her arms poked its head out anxiously too. Evelyn immediately comforted it gently. Fail, are you okay? You look very tense. Realizing her beloved pet was worrying about her, she comforted it in a low voice. I am totally fine. Fail, you were already cute before, but turning this small makes you even more adorable. I named this little wolf Fail. I brought him along because I didn't feel safe leaving him behind. It's so good to have you with me. Without you, I would feel very lonely. Anyway, I have already crossed the border into the Kingdom of Zom. If things keep going like this, I will soon pass through El Casa and reach the Kingdom of Ica. Perhaps it will take about 10 more days to get there. At first, I was worried that the journey would be extremely difficult, but occasionally hiring a carriage ride makes it less tiring. I get to walk at a leisurely pace and admire the surrounding scenery. However, things were not as simple as Evelyn thought. On the very first day, she was blocked and teased by the group of people in front of her. Hey, let us see what's inside your bag. Those clothes look pretty expensive, don't they? Evelyn suddenly felt helpless. Bad people are always lurking around. Those who look well off. Her lips moved slightly as she uttered a name, Lana of the Nose clan. Before they could even react, a dark shadow dropped down right beside them. Two people, two palms slammed their heads down onto the ground, leaving behind only painful screams. Evelyn also let out a sigh of relief. One of the two secret guards stepped forward to check on her. My lady, are you alright? She smiled and thanked him sincerely. Yes, thanks to you all, I am safe and sound. Then she asked anxiously, I'm sorry for calling you guys time and time again. This made the other person frantically explain. Please don't say that. This is our duty. If you need any help, just call us at any time. By the way, she asked about the doubt in her heart. But how can you guys hear me so well? I didn't even call out very loudly, as if touched upon a vital point. They shouted out to show their determination. Because you are a precious member of the clan. We must protect you. The two mentioned the person behind them and reassured Evelyn. My lady, please do not worry. And that was how things happened. Returning to the carriage, she fell into deep thought. Even though I cannot reveal myself, I know things are as they should be. But sometimes, I still wonder, is going to a hostile land really the right choice? Letting out a long sigh, Evelyn felt a little anxious. And this journey is more than just a simple trip. So I am forced to keep relying on the support from the Nos clan. Suddenly, a violent jolt occurred, making the carriage sway uncontrollably. Afterward, its speed slowly decreased. She peered outside through the window in confusion. The carriage has stopped. Did something happen? Then she leaned down to instruct the puppy in her shirt. Fail, stay inside there. Wrapping herself up tightly, Evelyn pushed the door open and stepped out. What caught her eye was a group of unfamiliar people standing on the rocky cliff right ahead. At this point, even the most naive person would realize. Could it be that those people? That's right. They came here for me. Evelyn wanted to say something, but discovered that her voice had vanished. She could only curse silently in her heart. Damn it, I can't make a sound. I completely cannot speak. Given the current situation, Evelyn trembled and stepped back. The leader on the opposite side held a fireball in his hand, dropping a threat. Surrender quietly. Otherwise, I will use force. The few guys behind him also chimed in to support. We'll probably have to use force. No, the order is to capture that brat alive. I want to look inside. I'm curious to know. If the smell of blood matches its color, it's best to knock her unconscious. They just boldly stood right in front of her discussing tactics, throwing Evelyn into a panic. At that moment, the puppy rushed out from her shirt. It levitated in mid-air, creating a magic seal to block the attack from that guy. Witnessing all this, Evelyn could only scream out. Fail, no? Come back here. But it was too late. The impact sent Evelyn flying onto the ground. Being the closest, it didn't fare any better. Fortunately, she managed to stretch out her arms to catch her puppy in her embrace. Looking at that body covered in scratches, Evelyn asked open-heartedly. Fail, are you okay? The people on the cliff poked their heads through the shroud of dust, but still seeing nothing, they swore in irritation. Damn it, the smoke is too thick. I can't see clearly. Was that defensive magic? Taking advantage of that opportunity, she held him and hid behind the carriage, anxiously. Calling out softly, Fail. The dust cloud dissipated, but seeing no one, they shouted in confusion. Where did she hide? Another guy offered a speculation. Probably behind the carriage. It's useless anyway. She was the only one trembling. Peeking over to this side, her mind filled with anxiety. Who dispatched them? This is the territory of the Kingdom of Zom, the Empire's enemy. Did they secretly follow me across the border? Thinking about her own situation, Evelyn touched the ring on her hand again. Right now, she was a bit hesitant. Can I call out at this moment? Even though when we said goodbye, Jay looked extremely worried. He said it might not be convenient because he's being monitored by the Emperor. She was also certain that this was a direct order from His Majesty. If he said so, it proves he is connected with the Imperial family. The problem is, why could an assassin from the royal family chase me all the way to the Kingdom of Rom? Could it be Evelyn? Startled as she came up with the most horrific speculation. The Emperor has colluded with the Kingdom of Zom to capture me, even though Zom and the Empire have long been mortal enemies. Looking at this situation, there is no other explanation that makes more sense. Clenching her hands together, she became even more certain. And if this hypothesis is true, once captured, as the only weakness of the Nos clan, I will surely be used as a hostage. So absolutely. I must not let myself be captured. Having determined their purpose, Evelyn was determined not to let them have their way. Her finger quickly pressed the communication device. But the voices from behind arrived much faster. Standing there, they shouted sarcastically. What are you doing? Hiding like a little mouse. Immediately after, a burst of light flared up as another fireball blasted apart the carriage, blocking the way. Evelyn held Fail tightly, dodging immediately, but she was still struck in the head by a flying rock from the explosion. Both she and the puppy fell hard onto the ground. Right now, Evelyn only felt that eyes. Blood is flowing into my eyes. It seems I took a hard hit to the head. I can feel my strength draining away. My consciousness is fading too. Trying to keep herself calm, she softly called out. Fail, can you shrink back down? Although its strength was almost entirely depleted, it still shrank back down according to Evelyn's request. Holding Fail back in her shirt, she finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. He understood. By then, Blood had already stained one side of Evelyn's face red. That group of people jumped down from the cliff and stood before where she lay collapsed. One guy was about to step forward, but was stopped. Stop. It looks like she has no strength left to resist anyway. Pulling out a syringe, he sneered flatly. It seems she doesn't have any special abilities at all, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Saying that, with one hand holding the drug, the other hand lifted Evelyn up, the needle just touching her flesh. Through the tear on her sleeve. At this moment, the leader inquired, "What about the situation on the nose?" Clan side. Another guy reported out loud. "Dealt with. We are still hunting down the remnants right now. If any more of them show up, I will chop off their heads and send them back to those guys." Hearing that, he nodded in satisfaction. All right, prepare to head back. But it was too late. A screech echoed, tearing through the night sky. They looked around in wild panic. What is that? A barrier. Grab the target. We must leave this place immediately. But then they discovered. She disappeared. Was it just a barrier to trick us? Damn it. The curses echoed through the sky. But another object gently floated down, drawing the leader's attention back. This is a feather. Carried by the wind, it landed right in front of him. Raising his eyes to look up, a curse from the bottom of his heart escaped along with it. Damn it. In the end, only a giant bird was seen swooping down from the sky, its talons sweeping across the ground, leaving behind only a few traces of unidentifiable blood. Going back to a few minutes ago at the Nose Clan mansion, the two secret guards who followed Evelyn had returned to report on the situation. There is something unusual inside the kingdom of Zom. It seems like they are hunting someone down. A few spies we planted have also lost contact. After listening, Raisban immediately confirmed, if that's the case, it means the kingdom of Zom has joined hands with the Emperor. Raven's mood was also incredibly anxious. If only I had found out about this sooner. I wouldn't have let Bell go alone. A buzzing sound rang out in the midst of this atmosphere, making him freeze. It kept echoing, filling Raven with anxiety. The signal is going off at a time like this. Could it be that something has happened to Bell? Seeing him suddenly turn away, he hastily demanded, "Jay, where are you going?" His lips pressed together tightly, revealing his unstable emotions. Raven replied flatly, to Bell's side. "I will be back soon, father." His wings spread wide, leaving behind a promise, and then he soared up into the sky. On the ground, a few glossy bird feathers were left behind, showing that their owner was just present here. Only when he managed to hold Evelyn in his arms did Raven confirm that everything was real. He screamed her name in pain. "Bell, I'm here. Please wake up." On her arm, the trace of blood from when they pulled out the needle was still there. Evelyn closed her eyes tightly, her breathing also becoming weak, throwing Raven into an even greater panic. "No, don't be like this. It can't be. Is it already too late?" Just thinking that made him unable to bear it. Raven screamed out in utter despair. With bloodshot eyes, he frantically blamed himself. "I was too careless and self-satisfied, thinking that a simple protective amulet would be enough to protect her." Bell. Suddenly, the body in Raven's arms moved slightly. A weak sound emitted, pulling him back to reality. Raven hurriedly called out, "Bell." Checking her again, he determined. She is still breathing, but it's too weak. Her heartbeat is more stable than I thought. At this moment, Raven could finally relax his stiffened body. He held Evelyn in his embrace, silently uttering, "Thank heaven." Bell, looking at the weak girl in his arms, Raven felt a bit choked up. "Just now, I almost awakened the Demon King's power." "Calm down, Jay. Keep a clear head. I can't let the Emperor find out about this." He recalled. Father said that the kingdom of Ica promised to protect Bell. Right? Right now, I have no choice but to believe in that. Teleportation magic will leave traces of magical energy, which also means it will signal that Bell has arrived at the kingdom of Ica. If so, this decision came very quickly. A magic circle appeared beneath Raven's feet and slowly expanded. Holding her tightly in his arms, he softly muttered, stepping lightly like clouds, gliding through the wind like a god. One of the ancient secret techniques of the Nose clan. The light footwork walk. With a soft whoosh, Raven's entire body became weightless. And just like that, both of them floated up, leaving the ground. His gaze also became resolute. "I will reach Ica this way. No matter how difficult it is, please. Bell, try to hold on until the two of us get there." Landing gently on the ground, Raven secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Are we here? This is the palace of the kingdom of Ica." Just as he was about to hold her and step forward, a soft moan emitted, making his footsteps pause. At this moment, Raven's hands trembled slightly. Perhaps I overexerted myself to avoid being detected on the way. But this is nothing compared to the matter at hand. Holding Evelyn a bit tighter, he whispered softly in her ear, "Just hold on a little longer, Bell." After that, without any more hesitation, Raven carried Evelyn straight into the palace. He only stopped once he met Hamel. He knit his brows in doubt, softly calling out, Lord. But he was more relaxed than Raven. Thought, only speaking flatly. You have arrived. I received word from Raisban numbers. So, that person is the king of the kingdom of Ica. His Majesty Hamel Ica. Before he could react, Hamel's gaze had already stopped on the girl in Raven's arms. He inquired in a low voice, by the way, is my niece sleeping in broad daylight again? This information startled him, making him raise his head to look over, his eyes carrying a trace of confusion. Niece? What does he mean by that? But outwardly, he still replied out of habit. She has fainted. Then he told himself, no, now is not the time to worry about that. Being fully aware of the situation, Raven stated his request in the most sincere manner. Your Majesty, I beg of you, please save Belle. Hamel was a bit surprised by his attitude, but he still remained calm and continued. The fact that the head of the Nos family personally came to this place is indeed a surprise. But it's fine. First of all, let's head inside. A while later, in the resting room, when Evelyn struggled to open her eyes, she looked around in confusion. Where is this? I'm certain that someone attacked me and injected something into my body with a syringe. After that, I don't remember anything. Looking at this unfamiliar layout in front of her, Evelyn could also smell the scent of disinfectant. She secretly speculated, is this a hospital? Struggling to lift her body up, Evelyn felt a bit dazed. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out beside her ear. You're finally awake. This made her eyes light up, looking for the source. On the hospital bed, Hyun was sitting there in the flesh, looking at her affectionately. I've been waiting for you forever, sis. Seeing him again, her mind was deeply shaken. Her hands trembled slightly, as if she couldn't believe the scene before her. Evelyn let out a soft gasp, then rushed over, screaming the name of her little brother in front of her. Hyun. Holding him tightly in her arms, she rubbed his head and cried, calling out Hyun's name repeatedly, making him complain helplessly. How much longer are you going to cry, sis? Did you really miss me that much? Without any hesitation, Evelyn replied immediately. Of course I missed you so much. Hyun, I really wanted to see you. There was a time when I felt like only Hyun and I were thrown into this world. Even though the two of us had parents. After their divorce, they didn't even bother to care about us. Taking care of the sickly Hyun and managing the medical expenses was my responsibility. Every day was a battle, but I always kept pushing through. Because my little brother was always by my side. The memories when the two of us wrote stories together, laughing together in this hospital room, were so incredibly precious. Is this a dream packed with memories? Noticing that Evelyn's crying had subsided, he tentatively inquired, have you calmed down a bit now? She hummed for a long time, but didn't answer. Hyun helplessly reminded her, I've told you before, haven't I? Right. That you don't need to force yourself to bear everything. Evelyn wiped away the tears still lingering on the corners of her eyes. She nodded in confirmation. Yes, you did say that. Hyun gently continued to advise her. It's the same over in that place. These words gave Evelyn a jolt, causing her actions to freeze for a few seconds. Beside her, he was still speaking. How much longer do you plan to run away? There's no need to do that. You suffered. And then entered that book. If you just say it out loud, people will only smile and say, I understand it. This time, Evelyn was truly dumbfounded. She softly called out to him in her thoughts, Hyun. But it seemed like this little brother knew every single action of hers in the other world, as he just went on out loud, reproaching her. You know you almost lost your life this time, right? Unable to speak, unable to call for help. Just a little more, and you would have been dead. You knew that very well too, yet you still left that place. Just to run away from your fears. This question left Evelyn astonished. Hyun, why is he talking like that? How does he know everything? She couldn't help but blurt out, this is a dream, right? Yet she still received an answer from him. It is a dream, but also not quite. But I am truly your Hyun. Evelyn muttered in a daze, no way. She rushed forward to touch and feel Hyun. Just to confirm that. That can't be possible. If it's not a dream, why are your cheeks so soft like this? This action left him not knowing how to react either. He could only speak up to stop her. Stop pinching my cheeks already. Raising his hand to touch the pinched spot, Hyun sighed softly. It's unbelievable. To think I could only meet you this way. So your rare illness. The true cause of it is. The real cause of it is actually the chosen one to become the god of a world. First of all, they must be born as a human. This profound terminology left Evelyn stunned. She refused to accept it. Wait, I haven't fully digested this pile of information yet. Then she slowly reasoned according to her understanding. You mean, you will become a god in this world? Immediately after, she received a confirmation from him. Simply put, yes, although I only awakened not long ago. Evelyn's brows suddenly furrowed, and she asked in a daze. What is going on? All of this is too sudden, too chaotic. But, if it's all true, that I am living in the novel created by none other than me and Hyun, because Hyun is a god. then everything happening around me becomes completely logical. Otherwise, how could I have fallen right into the book that Hyun and I used to write? Seeing this, Hyun beside her hastily reassured her. I know you need time to think, but if you stay here too long, time out there will also pass by a lot. Sis, please listen to me one last time. I know you don't want to worry, but that doesn't mean you have to be afraid and keep running away forever. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? With clenched hands resting on her lap, Evelyn fell into deep thought. She thought of the people in that place. Hyun was right. It's true that I am afraid in my heart. The world treated me gently. The warmth of the people who cared. The kindness that I had never received before. It's terrifying. I left in a hurry just because I was afraid I would get used to the feeling of being loved. And also those gazes. Just thinking about Jay's deep, heavy gaze, my entire body feels imprisoned. I just wanted to run, to keep running away, not letting Evelyn remain silent forever. Hyun looked down at his hand and urged, now, perhaps it's time for you to wake up. 10 days have already passed out there. Hearing this piece of information, she was startled, leaning in close to demand. 10 days. But I still have so many things I want to tell you. We will meet again, right? Hyun, noticing his sister's mood, revealed right away. Don't worry. You can find me through the little guy, Fail, whom you brought along. If you need me, just call me. This fact suddenly made Evelyn feel at ease. Through Fail? If Hyun is a god in this world, then doing that shouldn't be difficult at all. Once everything was settled, he also said his goodbyes. Well then, see you again, my sister. In that world, she also slowly woke up. Evelyn's eyes looked around alertly for a moment, then stopped on the young man in front of her. Raven stood there, carrying a touch of sadness. He softly called out her name, Belle. Evelyn's lips moved slightly as she responded. Jay. In her heart, she secretly speculated. He must have been so worried. I'm really terrible. Stubbornly running away and leaving him behind. She recalled the words Hyun had said. I know. You always don't want to bother others. Don't want to make everyone worry. But don't let fear keep you running away forever. With a slight smile on her lips, Evelyn secretly decided. Hyun, I won't run away anymore. Then she turned over to look straight into Raven's eyes, calling out loud, Jay, I missed you. Those words made all emotions seem to burst. Fourth, he moved his feet, rushing over. Holding her tightly in his arms, Raven expressed his longing. Me too, Belle. A while later, when everything had calmed down, he finally revealed. This place is the Imperial Palace of Ica. According to Father's instructions, I came here to protect you. This left Evelyn astonished, and she asked back. Protect me right inside the castle? In her heart, she secretly exclaimed. As expected of the Nose clan, they are truly different. I was actually planning to find some small house in a corner of the kingdom to hide. Raven added, as for those who attacked you, what they injected was just sleeping medicine, so you don't have to worry. She let out a soft sigh of relief. Thank goodness. His eyes turning slightly downcast, Raven flatly said. And perhaps you've guessed it too. It seems the Emperor has indeed allied with the kingdom of Zom. Evelyn also had a vague suspicion. She had suspected this, but she could only listen in silence as he spoke. The king of the kingdom of Zom might have issued the command, but those who pursued you were all acting under the Emperor's will. Hearing this, Evelyn's mood became a bit unsettled. She lowered her head and fell into thought. I knew it, but things are more serious than I thought. Raven also noticed this, so he spoke up to reassure her. But you will be safe here in Ica. The Emperor's reach cannot extend to this place yet. After that, the room fell into a long silence. He hesitated for a long time before finally daring to speak. I'm sorry, Belle. Seeing Raven looking so downcast, she gently soothed him. Why are you apologizing? In her heart, she also felt anxious. Jay, I'm completely fine. He always apologizes even though he hasn't done anything wrong. It makes my heart ache. But it seemed his mood still didn't improve at all. Raven's voice was low, carrying a touch of sorrow. Belle, I am very angry. Angry at myself for the weakness in my mindset, in my strength, in everything. In the end, I still feel like I cannot protect you completely. If I were strong enough, reliable enough, then none of these things would have happened to you from the start. On top of that, I even made you force yourself to reluctantly say that you're fine. That's why I feel truly helpless and guilt-ridden. These words of remorse took Evelyn by surprise. She didn't think he cared this much. With trembling lips, Evelyn softly called out, Jay. Only now did she dare to be honest. All right. Then I'm not fine at all. This tone, which was both serious and teasing, successfully made him let out a laugh. You really are. Hey. Evelyn covered her mouth, unable to help but joke. Jay. People say that if you laugh right after crying, you will. Yet he still seriously asked back. Well, what? She could only helplessly say, it's nothing. After a brief pause, Evelyn finally opened up her heart. To be honest, I was also very scared, and it hurt a lot too. I didn't know what would happen if I got caught. I was also worried that if that happened, you and your father might put yourselves in danger because of me. Even though Fail was by my side, I still felt a bit lonely. But you came to find me. So now I am okay. Thank you, Jay. Thank you for coming to save me. The hand-holding and heartfelt words made Raven feel a sense of elation. Evelyn's mood also became much lighter. After saying everything that was on her mind, I feel so relieved. Turns out, I was never okay. He raised his hand, touching her face with a gesture so gentle, as if cradling a precious treasure. His voice unconsciously softened even more. Thank you for speaking from your heart, Belle. Do you know? I really. Raven leaned his face close, his heartfelt words not yet finished, when a loud knock on the door interrupted this rosy atmosphere. The servant's call from behind the door echoed inside. Lady Evelyn. His Majesty requests your presence. These words startled Evelyn. What? His Majesty wants to see me? Before he could answer, the servant added. He said he wishes to see you in private, my lady. A while later, the door to the chamber was opened. She slowly stepped into the room, facing Hamel, who was sitting serenely on a chair. Around him, small spirits were fluttering. Evelyn secretly assessed the surroundings. That person is the king of Ica. His skin is as pale as if it were made of snow. His eyes look just like precious gems. She suddenly discovered. This is the first time I have met someone with an eye color and hair color exactly like mine. Seeing Hamel move, Evelyn hurriedly bowed in greeting. Greetings, Your Majesty. I heard that you requested my presence. He gestured with his hand. Make yourself comfortable. Have a seat over there. She was also very obedient and sat down opposite Hamel. Without hiding his gaze, he stared for a moment, then nodded. In confirmation. Yes, looking from a close distance, I am even more certain. There is no doubt left. You are indeed my niece. Niece? This phrase left Evelyn bewildered. He thought that she was still afflicted by the condition. Can you still not speak yet? All right then, take this. With a gentle wave of his hand, a stack of papers along with a pen. Feather pen appeared before Evelyn's eyes. She reached out her hand to catch them, her heart restless with anxiety. Yet Jay could understand everything completely. He really is a special case. After receiving the papers, she lowered her head and began to write. First was her own doubt. Am I truly Your Majesty's niece? Hamel nodded in confirmation. Certainly. I recognized my own bloodline immediately. After that, he slowly recounted. My sister, the late Empress of Ica, once had many children, with several different men. You are definitely one of them. Evelyn was so astonished that her eyes widened. She couldn't believe that. The late Empress was her mother. This matter is too sudden. I feel it's unreal, but after knowing Hyun is a god, then perhaps nothing is impossible anymore. Could this be the reason the kingdom of Ica accepted me? Suddenly, Evelyn discovered that something was approaching her. Without hesitation, she immediately asked, What is this cloud? Hamel replied flatly, You are dreaming. Evelyn looked at him in confusion. Dreaming? Hamel nodded with certainty. That's right. I have the ability to look into other people's dreams. That is a part of my duty. So, where should I begin explaining? All right. Let's talk about your illness first. When I saw you coughing up blood, I had my suspicions. And indeed, you are carrying the Krat illness in your body. It might be rare in your homeland. But in this place, I have encountered that illness before. Hearing what she wanted, Evelyn became much more excited. I knew it. Because this is the habitat of many mixed races. I thought perhaps someone would know about Krat, and that really is the case. Opposite her, Hamel continued to speak. But your illness is not the ordinary type of Krat. Krat originally does not cause symptoms of losing one's voice like that. She nodded and wrote down. I have also researched quite a bit. And although I'm not certain yet, I think the reason is that I am a triple hybrid, a combination of 3 bloodlines. After reading it, he was also surprised and exclaimed, You are a triple hybrid. This time, it was Evelyn who was astonished. Why is your gaze so shocked? Yet a second later, Hamel cried out in pure delight. Oh my, of all possibilities. You are the child of miracles. Evelyn asked back in confusion. The child of miracles? Hamel lowered his head, softly confirming. That's right. The child of miracles is a child born from 3 bloodlines, the day, the night, and the intermediary. A child carrying within themselves the balanced energy of all 3 clans. Speaking to this point, he also realized the current situation. This is bad. If the existence of the child of miracles is exposed, those who covet the Holy Grail will appear once again. Hearing this, she also became restless and uneasy. She hastily wrote on the paper to question, But what does my carrying 3 bloodlines have to do with the Holy Grail? He once again confirmed, It has everything to do with it. It is even closely related. The Holy Grail was originally a sacred relic worthy of its name. It possessed a divine power that could cleanse all impurities and guide souls to their final resting place. But then, a tyrant driven mad by the loss of his lover used the Holy Grail to resurrect her. He sacrificed countless innocent souls in exchange for bringing back the one he loved. Of course, her soul never returned. What remained was only a blood-soaked chalice, corrupted and defiled. It gradually turned into a vessel that traps souls, controlling humans like puppets, sowing fear and hatred, becoming a cursed object. A story that thoroughly shocked Evelyn. She couldn't help but exclaim, "No way." Hemel added, "The Holy Grail increases its power by devouring human souls. And above all, it hungers for the souls of those like you, the child of miracles." This time, Evelyn was truly bewildered. He revealed that the lady of the Nos clan, Celestia Nos, was also a child of miracles. She felt surprised because Jay's mother also carried 3 bloodlines. Hamel, on this side, also honestly confessed, "I found out about that when I entered her dream." And he confirmed with certainty, the soul of Celestia is currently sealed inside the Holy Grail. This piece of information was enough to send Evelyn's awareness flying. She stammered in a tremble. "No, that can't be." Lowering her head to write quickly on the paper, Evelyn asked bluntly, "Does that mean my life is also in danger?" Fearing Hamel might not understand, she wrote further, "I know about the love between those carrying the mixed blood of 3 clans. If so, is that child also in danger?" He was lost in thought for a moment. 2 children of miracles. Then he confirmed again. "The Holy Grail has the ability to sense the existence of children like you. The situation is more serious than I thought." Then Hamel demanded, "By the way, where is that child right now? What is their name? I will send someone to protect them immediately." Evelyn thought of Orca, hastily revealing, "It's the 2nd prince of the Britium Empire, His Highness Orca Britium. Currently, he is being shielded by the Nos clan. So for the time being, there's nothing to worry about." The innocent image of the little boy flashed through her mind, making Evelyn's mood sink, thinking about how such a small child was targeted by the Holy Grail. "I hope he will be all right." Pondering for a moment, Hamel also agreed. "I see. If he is with the Nos clan, then for the time being, it's fine. I will immediately send word there. But more importantly, my niece." That affectionate way of calling her made her startle. Yet he only gently instructed, "During this time, you must absolutely keep your identity a secret. Until this matter is resolved, you will have to stay inside the Imperial Palace. Can you do that, Evelyn?" She lowered her head without responding, but in her heart, she silently accepted. "Of course, things have come to this point, and so many people are worrying about me. I can't take any more risks." Thinking of the moment Raven held her, her face flushed red with embarrassment. She quickly agreed with Hamel. "Yes, I can do it." Only to receive a satisfied nod from him. "Very well. Let's decide on that." After that, Hamel gently instructed, "The treatment for your illness will temporarily be put off for later. First of all, go get some rest." On another side, during the 10 days Belle was in a coma, the situation in the Empire had changed dramatically. Jay had succeeded in overthrowing Chancellor Nien Lockhart, seizing control of the Lockhart family. The deposed Chancellor had been exiled from the Empire. At the same time, Saintess Lucy returned to the Holy Sanctuary, along with the Imperial family to arrest the fallen High Priest Marcus. But the Emperor had made the first move. Raisban Nos continued the conversation. Lucy, on the other end of the communication orb, nodded in confirmation. "That's right." When the soldiers burst into Marcus's room, he had already disappeared. The remaining magical remnants all bore the mark of the Imperial family. With this situation, it is almost certain the Emperor used teleportation magic to make Marcus leave. And, speaking to this point, she hesitated a bit. He immediately asked bluntly, "Is there something else on your mind?" The two fell into silence for a moment. Right now, Lucy felt incredibly conflicted. That thing always stirs up human greed. Raisban Nos, the notorious head of the Nos family. Should I really tell him about that thing? When I was at the Nos family mansion, the family head I met was no different from a benevolent father, even gentler than any father towards their child. Thinking of this, she still resolved to speak the truth from deep within the holy sanctuary. There is a place storing sacred relics that have been sealed since ancient times. Marcus broke one of those seals and fled. Have you ever heard of the Holy Grail? A question that would shock anyone who heard it, and Raisban Nos was among them. Through the orb, Lucy silently assessed him. There is absolutely no sign of greed in his eyes. It is only pure distress and disappointment. Raisban rested his chin on his hand, his eyes filled with anxiety. So the Holy Grail has now fallen into the Emperor's hands. That's right. It was originally a chalice that traps souls. He couldn't help but ponder over it. A cursed holy relic that brings bad omens is the most accurate description for it. I still haven't guessed what the Emperor plans to do with it, but it is certainly for no good purpose. Lucy knit her brows and flatly made a request. With this situation, Lord Nos, I would like to propose a cooperation with you. But Raisban agreed immediately without the slightest hesitation. Of course, The more allies, the better. In his heart, he added. Especially when chaos is approaching. Recalling something, Lucy spoke up. You said this matter is unrelated. But Raisban asked in confusion. Is there something else? She decided to recount. In the ancient books passed down at the holy sanctuary, there is a prophecy. Like this, the fire of Adel will cast a shadow over the golden crown. Lucy's expression turned grim. To explain that statement more clearly, she still decided to clarify everything. The fire refers to the children who carry mixed blood between humans and other races. The golden crown symbolizes the Holy Grail. Raisban listened in silence. As for Adel, it is the name of the white goddess worshipped by other clans. He suddenly became curious. Does that statement have anything to do with the current situation? Lucy thought for a moment and then replied. It's very difficult to say for sure. She suppressed a sigh. But for some reason, when I read that line, the image of Bel popped up in my head. Lucy's voice rang out. Perhaps I am worrying too much. But who knows? That might be the reason the Emperor is targeting Bel. It seemed Raisban had thought of something. He recalled. Thinking back, the Emperor discovered her existence far too quickly. If what she said is true, then the two of them were originally destined to oppose each other. Immediately, he made a decision. There can't be such a coincidence. I will discuss this matter with Hamel. Keep in touch. On another side, Raven was having a conversation. Yes, father. Raisban instructed. The Holy Grail is indeed an evil object. Keeping Bel in that place is indeed the best choice. He inquired. Has she woken up yet? Is she okay? He nodded. Yes, she is fine. Right now, she is having an audience with the king. After that, he ended the conversation. I will also return soon, father. Thinking about something, his expression turned serious. Raven stood there with a pensive look. The door suddenly opened, catching his attention. Evelyn entered with a smile. I kept you waiting, Jay. He stepped forward and took her hand. Bel, did the conversation go well? She replied with a smile. In many ways, it did go well. There are a lot of mixed blood people here. So His Majesty has also encountered many cases of crap before. It seems there is hope for me to cure this illness. Everything is gradually getting better. Hearing this, Raven felt relieved. Really? Then that's wonderful. She suddenly remembered something. I also heard something quite shocking. He asked curiously. What? What is it? Evelyn recounted. It seems that I am the niece of the king of Ica. She let out a laugh and continued. The very first time I met him, I also felt we were a bit alike. But I didn't expect that he would actually be my biological uncle. It's truly magical, isn't it? Raven suddenly remembered Hamel's words. Is my niece sleeping in broad daylight again? He pondered, and in the end, she sighed softly. What I've been worried about for so long turned out to be true. Then she awkwardly announced. Perhaps I have to stay here for a long time. I heard that the Holy Grail might be targeting me. Raven nodded in understanding. I've heard about it too. He silently thought. The Holy Grail is currently in the Emperor's hands, and he is putting all his effort into hunting down Bel. He understood clearly. He even dispatched the army to search even the remote villages, just to find any trace of her whereabouts. Even though Raven doesn't want it to be like this, perhaps staying here is the best choice for her. He sighed softly. I wish I could stay by your side longer, Bel. But at the same time, he smiled to comfort her. Don't worry too much, everything will be fine. Raven explained. I also have a lot of work to do, so I might not be able to see you in the near future. Evelyn felt a bit disappointed. I see. A while later, she told herself. Even for Jay, the distance from the Britium Empire to the kingdom of Ica is not an easy journey at all. Her face showed an awkward smile. It's just that I'm a little sad. She gently touched Raven's face. If we don't see each other for too long, I'm afraid I might forget Jay's face. So before parting, I must take a good look at you as much as possible. He laughed and replied. We will meet again soon anyway. Suddenly, he asked a question. Bel, do you know? She asked in surprise. What is it? Raven spoke. When we meet again, there is something I want to tell you. We will meet again soon. His voice carried a hint of anticipation. By then, will you be ready to listen to what I have to say? She smiled and nodded. Of course, Jay. Suddenly, Javen reached his hand out. He gently kissed Evelyn on her forehead. This action caught her by surprise. She hastily covered her forehead and stepped back. Jay. He didn't explain but only replied. Take care, Bel. After that, Javen had no choice but to leave this place. He tightly clenched his fist in frustration. Bel. His eyes looked towards the Grand Palace. In his heart, he secretly vowed. I will protect you, no matter what happens. On this side, Urgos walked up to the golden chalice. He revealed a wicked smile. Finally, it belongs to me. The greedy man donned a golden crown. The story continued, and just like that, the curtain of the war for the Holy Grail was officially lifted. Evelyn learned a great deal of things. During the time she lived with her maternal uncle in the kingdom of Ica, she could feel it passing by in the blink of an eye. Day by day, She lived in peace. Time gradually passed, and just like that, 3 years went by. Evelyn has now become a young lady. She realized she has turned 16 years old. Fail suddenly asked, "Sis, how are you feeling?" Looking at it, she thought to herself, since the day I met Hyun again in my dream, from time to time, I can converse with him through telepathy. Via Fail. Yes, Evelyn gently replied, I'm doing all right. My voice still hasn't returned. But at least I haven't coughed up blood today. If you feel unwell, you must definitely tell me. She understood Fail's fear. Are you that worried? You are the god of this world, after all. It sighed and replied. That's exactly why I'm even more worried. Because everything has already started to deviate from the original storyline. Seeing it behave like that, she thought to herself. He always put on a strong front, even though he practically had to live in the hospital back then. But now, even though he is a god, he is still so sorrowful. Perhaps his heart has finally found peace, which is why he can comfortably express his insecurity like this. Evelyn gently reached out her hand to pat Fail's head. I know, don't worry too much. She reassured herself. It's fine, I should get ready too. Trying to keep herself completely calm. Because today is the day I meet Jay again. After 3 years of separation, she recalled. Over the past 3 years, the situation on the continent has changed drastically. Everything continued. Since acquiring the Holy Grail, the Emperor has begun to become tyrannical, to the point that even the Nose clan lacks the power to intervene. As the news spread to the neighboring nations, one day, the dark clouds of war gradually covered the entire continent. With no other choice to resist, the Nose clan has allied with the Holy Sanctuary, the Lockhart family, the Kingdom of Ica, and the Kingdom of El Casa. Thinking of this, Evelyn chuckled. Jay, with his status as the Duke's eldest son, was so busy that over the past 3 years, he and I couldn't meet even once. She felt so warm. Even so, he always persistently replied to every single letter I sent. Every letter was as long as a short novel. Thanks to that, during that time of separation, I never once felt lonely. In her heart, she couldn't hide her curiosity. I wonder how he is doing now. He must have grown a lot taller. I miss him. There is something I want to tell you. At our next meeting. When that day comes, will you listen to me? Evelyn grew even more expectant. Of course. She looked up at the clear blue sky. So please hurry up and come here. On another side, Raven had returned to this place. The familiar atmosphere here took him by surprise. Has it already been 3 years? His voice was laced with a bit of excitement. Finally. I'm about to meet you again, Belle. Javin's face immediately turned serious as he thought. The plan to confront the Emperor is nearly complete. The plan to protect Belle from the Holy Grail is also foolproof. I absolutely won't let all the preparations made for so long go to waste. The familiar figure appeared, making him freeze. Evelyn smiled and spoke. Jay, I've been waiting for you for so long. Just seeing her made his face flush. He ran over and embraced her. Belle. In his heart, he felt a sense of warmth. Belle, it's really you. Raven gently kissed Evelyn on her forehead. I missed you. This unexpected action made her feel a bit shy, but she still lowered her head and spoke. Me too. Realizing something, she was startled, but Jay. Her mood became complicated. He has grown so much taller. Raven asked curiously, what's wrong? Evelyn shook her head. It's nothing. She grabbed his hand and led him forward, her face displaying a bright smile. Come here. Let me show you the place where I've lived for the past 3 years. Touring the place. Raven was amazed. It really is as beautiful as you described. Evelyn chuckled proudly. Right? This ice garden is my absolute favorite place. She chatted as she walked. Even though we've exchanged countless letters. How have you been lately, Jay? He nodded. I've been fine. Then he glanced at her. What about you? How is your health? She cheerfully recounted. Thanks to my uncle's remedy, I feel a lot better. Even though my voice still hasn't recovered, I barely cough up blood anymore. Raven suddenly stopped. Speaking of which, Belle, I have a gift for you. She asked in surprise. A gift? Before she could understand what was happening, he had already taken her hand. Looking at the bracelet on her wrist left her confused. A bracelet? Raven explained. Actually, I intended to make it into a ring. Evelyn was startled. A ring? He suggested. Try saying something. She decided to try. Hello. Her expression instantly changed. I can speak out loud. Smiling softly. He then explained. It would have been better if it were your actual voice. But anyway, this is a magic called sound magic, passed down through generations of the Nose clan. Evelyn listened in silence. It allows you to transmit words to a designated person through magical vibrations. For the past 3 years, whenever I had free time, I researched this type of magic. Raven looked at her with an expectant gaze. Do you like it? She nodded happily. I do, of course I do. This is amazing, Jay. Only then did he feel relieved. Suddenly, she felt a wave of warmth. He must have been incredibly busy, yet he still did this for me. Then she spoke up. Thank you for always thinking of me. But Javin's expression turned awkward. With this, you can converse with everyone without any difficulty. They've been pestering me the whole time. Just to hear your voice. She let out a delighted chuckle. I miss everyone a lot too. Her eyes brightened up. So, did you come here just to give this to me? Suddenly, Javin denied it. No, I came to take you away with me. Evelyn was confused. Take me away? He nodded and explained. That's right. The Emperor. No, more precisely, the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail has finally begun to make its move. I'm certain it's searching for the child of miracles of this generation, starting with those closest to it. She realized something was wrong. Could it be? He nodded helplessly. Yes, Prince Orca is in danger. In her mind right now, the tiny figure of Orca flashed by. Raven sadly announced. Prince Orca is in danger. Evelyn couldn't believe her ears. His Highness. He sighed and recounted. Initially, the Emperor didn't show any reaction when the Nose clan adopted him. The unfortunate thing has happened. But recently, the Imperial Palace issued an imperial decree demanding we return the second prince. I think they have discovered the prince's true identity. Orca is a child of miracles, but his expression became even more helpless. With the Emperor's tyranny, the Holy Grail has absorbed enough power. That also means, Belle, you could be in danger. His fist clenched tightly. That's why. Standing before Evelyn, Raven declared, from now on, I want to stay by your side and protect you myself. She was a bit touched, Jay. But it seemed she was still hesitating. Very quickly, she came to a decision. All right, I will go with you. I also want to stay by your side, Jay. This made Javin feel relieved. Thank you, Belle. He suggested. Then let's go. We need to contact a few people through the communication orb. She nodded happily. All right, I'm ready. The two held hands and walked into the palace. Hamel stepped forward to greet him. Lord Javin. Javin politely bowed and replied. Greetings, Your Majesty. The voice echoing by his ear gave him a start. Uncle, can you hear me? Evelyn spoke up happily. Uncle, look at this. This is a gift Jay gave me. What was it called again? Raven answered. Sound transmission magic. She hastily nodded. That's it. It helps transmit thoughts through energy vibrations. The sound only reaches the designated person, so there's no fear of anyone eavesdropping. Hamel seemed to understand. So it works like sound waves. Those from the Whale clan would surely be amazed by this. He turned his head around and instructed. All right. Let's go in. The communication orbs are all ready. Everyone stepped inside the room. The communication orbs were all neatly arranged. Seeing Evelyn appear, everyone was incredibly excited. Belle. It's really Belle. Jay rushed over to bicker with Sarah. Hey, move aside a bit. Get out of the way so I can see my student. Seeing those familiar faces made her burst into laughter. Jack, Sarah, Master Jay. Is everyone doing well? Everyone gasped in amazement. Your voice. Raven actually did it. Their words made her freeze. As expected, building that new laboratory was totally worth it. In her mind, she thought to herself. A laboratory? Is this a joke, or for real? Sarah chuckled. Anyway, it's so good to see you again. Belle. Jack added, we missed you so much. Evelyn felt a wave of warmth. Over the past 3 years, they had all grown up. She cheerfully replied, it's been so long, Sarah. Jack, I really missed you all so much. I missed you too, Master Jay. Jay only let out a soft sigh. The adjacent orb continued to ring out with a voice. My dear, are you there? Recognizing the familiar face of Razeban took her by surprise. Uncle. He felt happy. Seeing you so healthy makes me so happy. Did you not feel lonely without your father? I mean, without me? She chuckled and replied. Thank you for worrying about me, Uncle. I missed you a lot too. But thanks to having another uncle here, everything has been fine. These words made Razeban freeze. Evelyn continued to compliment him. But even though it's been 3 years, why haven't you changed at all, Uncle? I almost thought you were immortal. His mood seemed to turn slightly sour. Really? She turned her head to look at the remaining 2 orbs. Lucy smiled and spoke. Belle, how have you been lately? Even Jay Lockhart felt surprised. Thank goodness. You look much healthier than before. She happily looked towards the 2 of them. Lucy, Lord Jay. In her heart, she suddenly felt warm. Even though we've exchanged letters for the past 3 years, seeing each other face to face like this is still much better. Thank you both so much. It feels like going back to the old days. Raven stepped forward and asked, have you greeted everyone yet? She nodded in response. Yes. Getting to see everyone's faces. I feel so happy. Razeban then decided. Then let's begin discussing our upcoming plan. He turned his head to look towards Evelyn. First of all, my dear, how is your condition? Recalling her past, she replied. It's much better now. At least I don't cough up blood frequently anymore. The reason your recovery from the illness is slow is because the power of the Holy Grail can sense your existence. Evelyn pulled out a medicine bottle. But thanks to the medicine that I and the kingdom of Ica researched together, Inside were pills that had helped her a lot. I have managed to avoid being detected by the Holy Grail. Hearing those words, Sarah let out a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. Raisban continued to speculate. If the root cause of this illness is due to the Holy Grail, then perhaps your voice can only return once we completely destroy it. She nodded in agreement. Yes, my uncle also said the same thing. But what about Prince Orca? How is his situation? Jay only gave me a brief overview. His expression immediately turned serious. For the time being, we have managed to keep that boy here using all sorts of excuses and pretexts. But this method certainly won't hold up for long. He sighed and recounted. The Emperor stated that he will dispatch an envoy to the Nose family to demand the return of the second prince. I estimate that in 2 or 3 days, the envoy will arrive here. Since we have no official authority, we will be forced to hand the prince over. These words left everyone in silence. Suddenly, Evelyn broke the quietness. Uncle, I've thought of a way. He looked slightly expectant. What is it? Tell me. She immediately proposed, kidnap him. This statement left Raisban bewildered. Kidnap who? Her face displayed a smug smile as she continued to explain. Prince Orca, of course. Inside the room, Orca lay to one side, looking despondent. The boy sighed and complained, I hate Jay. How could he go see Sis Belle all by himself? I wanted to go too. The more he thought about it, the more sorry he felt for himself. Belle, I miss you. Raisban was still shocked by Evelyn's words. You want us to kidnap Prince Orca? Then Raven turned his head to ask her, how? She immediately laid out her plan. First, we will pretend to take His Highness far away. And then, right before reaching the capital, we will stage a kidnapping. Everyone listened in silence. That way, the Nose house will avoid all suspicion, and the search will focus around the capital. Jay Lockhart finally understood. I see. That way, our house will take responsibility for the investigation. Evelyn nodded, and then continued to speak. We only need to stall for about 2 months. His Highness will then be reported as missing. During that time, we can keep him in a safe place. This plan made even Raisban nod in agreement. The idea is actually quite good. He then made a decision. To be even safer, perhaps we should hide this from Prince Orca. I will also prepare thoroughly on my side. She nodded in understanding. Thank you, sir. Then Raven suddenly spoke up. All right. Then let's leave the matter regarding the prince at that. Belle and I will prepare to set off tomorrow morning. He chuckled. Good. Have a safe journey. Sarah waved goodbye from the side. We'll be waiting. Lucy instructed. Be careful, Belle. Jay Lockhart also reminded. We will be in touch again soon. She revealed a happy smile. See you all again. Goodbye, uncle. Finally, all the orbs turned off. Raven turned his head and suggested. Let's go back to the room now. It will take quite some time to pack up all the things you've collected over the past 3 years. Evelyn nodded in agreement. All right. Remembering something, she spoke up, but before that. At the same time, she opened the door and stepped outside, seeing Hamel standing there. She asked a question. You heard everything, right? He nodded. Her voice carried a hint of anticipation. So I can go, right? He replied with awkwardness. You are still coughing up blood, so you must continue taking your medicine. But if you must go, then go ahead. Evelyn cheerfully replied. Yes, I will bring plenty along. I have also carefully written down the recipe. You taught me. He then continued. Actually, I intended to never let you leave the palace. But she still didn't pay it any mind. I promise I will return safely. Seeing how stubborn she was, Hamel sighed softly. What a naughty niece. He suddenly turned his head to look at Raven. He hastily bowed, which caught Evelyn by surprise. Jay is unusually well-behaved today. He must be trying to win my uncle over. It seemed. Hamel was very conflicted about making the decision. But he still seriously reminded. Take good care of my niece. He nodded in understanding. Please rest assured, sir. Hamel opened his arms, calling out, Come here, Belle. She happily ran over and embraced him. Yes. Her face displayed a happy smile. Have a safe journey. Time passed, and 2 days later, Nien stepped inside. The envoy dispatched by His Majesty has arrived. He bowed his head in greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you, Duke Raisban. Looking at his appearance, Raisban found him extremely eyesore. Nien suddenly glanced toward Orca. Have you been well lately, your highness? He revealed a wicked smile. I personally came to this harsh land to bring you back. It's time to go home. The boy trembled and stepped back. What are you doing here? He didn't care and continued to step forward. Only a few talented and capable people can survive in this treacherous place. Who is more suitable than me to accomplish this mission? Then he reached his filthy hand toward Orca. Now, please come along with me. The boy was still terrified. No. Suddenly, something stopped his action. Raisban spoke up to remind him. Let's discuss this inside first. As soon as he sat down on the chair, Nien smiled. Thank you for the warm reception. Raisban silently recalled. 3 years ago, Chancellor Nien Lockhart lost everything from family, honor, to his position, All because of a kid who was just 15 years old. This left him completely puzzled. I heard. He had lost the emperor's trust and was exiled to a distant place. Yet, how did he manage to become an imperial envoy? He bluntly reminded him. Chancellor. Ah no. You aren't even the chancellor anymore. Appointing someone with an ambiguous status like you as an envoy. His Majesty has truly made a huge mistake. I have no reason to sit here and listen to your nonsense. Get out. Hearing this, Nian knit his brows and replied. You will regret this insult. I have been granted an honorary royal title. Right now, I stand here as a member of the imperial family. The moment those words were spoken, he was a bit surprised. Honorary royal title? In his mind, he secretly thought, granting an honorary royal title is the only way for an outsider to join the imperial family. If the emperor bestowed that title upon him, it means he thinks he is worthy. It seemed he had figured it out. There is only one reason for that. This made Raisban even more certain. The Holy Grail. I have always wondered how the emperor could alter the original method to awaken the power of the Holy Grail. Now, I am certain it was Nian Lockhart who taught him. He glanced at the man before his eyes, reasoning. This makes perfect sense given his true identity. It seemed he no longer had any other choice. Forgive me. My children. Perhaps we have to adjust our plans slightly. Raisban suddenly recalled Evelyn's face. Lifting his teacup, Nian proposed. Therefore, as a member of the imperial family, I have the right to take His Highness away. His face even carried a hint of disdain. If you do not cooperate, I will be forced to use strength. Unable to just sit idly by any longer, Raisban directly made his move. The action came so suddenly that Nian could not react in time. Overwhelmed with anger, he yelled, What are you doing? Have you forgotten your covenant with the imperial family? If you attack me, a member of the imperial family, then... He chuckled and replied, Ah, that's right, I forgot. His voice held a slight tone of provocation. But this can also be considered self-defense. The moment you set foot inside my mansion, the covenant is considered null and void. But Nian still could not believe his ears. What? Absurd. Raisban walked closer to him and remarked, Nian Lockhart. The emperor actually dared to send a dark mage as an envoy? As the head of this clan, I will consider this an act of aggression from the imperial family. He even used his hand to destroy the covenant document. His face revealing a smug smile, he declared, Thus, our covenant is officially null and void. Explaining about dark mages. Those who oppose the gods and use magic to harm others. Their cruelty makes them shunned, not only by humans, but also by other races. Time turns back to 3 years ago, at the Nose Manor. At that time, Raisban was quite surprised. So you were saying Nian Lockhart might be a dark mage? The blonde youth nodded. Yes, I am almost certain. He recalled the time he searched for information in the library, then decided to recount, while looking up ancient books. In the library, I stumbled upon records about someone named Nian Lockhart from the era when the empire was still called Sirius. Hearing up to this point, Raisban was taken aback. Could it just be an ancestor with the same name? A human body cannot possibly live that long. The blonde youth's gaze grew even more serious. I thought so too at first. He spoke with a bit of helplessness. But then I suddenly realized I don't know my father's real age at all, nor do I know the source of his power. Perhaps he brainwashed me so that I would never question it. He had also looked up a great deal of information. After realizing that, I ransacked every ancient document, including those in the Holy Sanctuary and the Imperial Palace, and finally came to a conclusion. His expression became even more resolute. My father, no, Nian Lockhart, the blonde youth declared, is not human, but a great dark mage who dabbled in forbidden arts. Back to the present. Raisban looked at his current appearance. Think about it. The emperor not only sent a dark mage, but a great dark mage as an envoy. As the head of the Nose family, I will officially file a complaint regarding this matter to the Imperial Palace. Of course, I also reject the Imperial decree. He could only feel surprised. How did you know? Raisban replied with a smile. I have my ways. Do not underestimate the intelligence network of the Nose family. Recalling something, he spoke up. Come to think of it, it seems that is not your only secret. His face became full of anticipation. Does the emperor know about that power yet? I heard you are quite brutal with corpses. The more he spoke, the more excited Raisban felt. Are you curious to see what will happen to the entire world if that news spreads, Nian? Nian was so furious that he gritted his teeth loudly. So you have investigated to that extent already. Even the emperor does not know about this yet. He coldly declared. But since you have uncovered everything, then there is no need for me to hide it anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, his power seemed to explode. Nian broke through Raisban's restraint and jumped down to the ground. He coldly ordered, Charge, my Death Knight. On another side, a Death Knight appeared at this place. He looked toward it in surprise. You finally showed your face. The pitch-black entity before his eyes was a Death Knight. A dark night created from forbidden arts. They can only be summoned by sacrificing 100 innocent lives to the devil. Raisban chuckled with anticipation. Now things are starting to get interesting. So without any fear, he replied, I think the Emperor will be happier if I bring back your head instead of that child. Immediately after, the Death Knight rushed straight toward him. At the critical moment, he created a protective magic circle. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break through that circle at all. With just a flick of Raisban's hand, the Death Knight was blasted backward. Seeing it no longer reacting, he was a bit surprised. Is that it? But very quickly after that, he realized he had been too subjective. Seeing the Death Knight appear right before his eyes, Raisban wondered, how did it survive a direct hit from my dark magic? His expression immediately turned serious. This is not. In the end, Raisban also realized it wasn't an ordinary Death Knight. But surely it must have a weakness, so. On the other side, someone was extremely smug. Let's see if you can block this strike. He controlled the Death Knight to raise its sword high to attack. A loud noise rang out, causing the surrounding birds to hastily fly away. Inside the room, Raisban had finished dealing with the Death Knight. I knew it. Its weakness is its eyes. He looked toward Nian, who was sitting miserably on the ground. Compared to the confidence you displayed, Nian Lockhart, this outcome is a bit too tedious, isn't it? A light suddenly flashed from the body of the Death Knight, catching his attention. Raisban stepped closer, picked up the core, and observed it. Wait, he asked himself in confusion. This monster has multiple cores. He has fused multiple Death Knights together. Perhaps that's the secret behind its absurd durability. His expression became even more serious. 100 human lives to create one Death Knight. Then how many innocent people were sacrificed to create this monster? Rastabin sighed, clenching his fist tightly. This is exactly what happens when power falls into the hands of a madman. He called out, Luke. He quickly appeared. Present, Duke Rastabin. He made a decision. Lock him in the dungeon. I will handle him myself. It seemed he understood the order perfectly. Magic began restoring the room to normal. Realizing something, Raisban smiled. Surely. Jay is about to arrive with my beloved daughter, he said with delight. I should prepare to welcome them. The scene shifts to a vast hallway. Raven announced, we're here. Belle. Evelyn nodded and replied, thank you, Jay. The atmosphere of this place caught her by surprise. How long has it been since the last time I was here? The space before her eyes overwhelmed her. I've finally returned. Kevin stepped forward to converse. Welcome, Lady Evelyn. It's been far too long. She was surprised by his appearance. Kevin, he nodded and replied, we have been expecting you. The others also stepped forward to greet her, Lady Evelyn. It has indeed been too long since we last met. The journey wasn't too exhausting, was it? Evelyn smiled. Hello, everyone. She took their hands and conversed. I missed everyone so much. How has everyone been lately? In her mind, she secretly thought, I didn't live with them for long, but I've missed them over the past few years. Perhaps because they are among the few people I truly bonded with in this world. It feels like I've come home. Raven stepped forward and asked, Kevin, where's my father? He announced, currently, His Grace is wrapping things up after the meeting with the former Chancellor, Nian Lockhart. Hearing this, Evelyn was startled. Nian Lockhart. She was a bit worried. He isn't in any danger, is he? Kevin smiled and explained, not at all. Please don't worry. The head of the family and Prince Orca are both safe. Only then did Evelyn feel relieved. Really? He continued to inform them. Yes, His Highness is currently taking a nap. He should be awake shortly. She chuckled, feeling truly relieved. Suddenly, Javen turned his head back and suggested, we probably won't be able to meet my father right away. Why don't you take a rest? For a bit after greeting everyone, she nodded. All right. He extended his hand toward her. Then, Belle, let's head to my room. The moment their hands touched made her heart flutter a bit. Evelyn's face flushed. What? Going to his room? Stepping inside the room, Javen instructed, make yourself at home. She smiled in agreement. Thank you. Suddenly, he sat down right next to her. This made her feel a little awkward. Sitting on Jay's bed with just the two of us. It's so embarrassing. Suddenly, she recalled. Come to think of it, when we were little, we even slept in the same bed. Evelyn leaned backward. Anyway, it's been a long time since I traveled this far. I'm completely exhausted. She comfortably remarked. It's so soft. Her mind flooded with thoughts. Jay's scent. His scent is like gentle silver moonlight. So tender and peaceful. Realizing something wasn't quite right made her freeze. What did I just do? Javen called out. Belle. He leaned down, getting closer to her. The room fell completely silent, leaving her dazed. The atmosphere suddenly shifted. The distance between the two of them grew closer and closer. Right at the critical moment, Orca suddenly rushed in. Belle. Evelyn hastily sat up straight. Your Highness. Raven, standing beside her, became increasingly annoyed. The boy ran over and hugged her tightly. Belle, I missed you so much. She cheerfully replied. I missed you too. It's so good to see you healthy. Then she continued to ask, have you been doing well lately, Your Highness? Orca nodded and recounted, and I don't cry anymore. She gently patted the boy's head. It's okay to cry, you know? Seeing him start to cry again caught her by surprise. Orca recalled the moment he met Nien. Actually, I was very scared. Perhaps the boy was traumatized, which also made Evelyn feel heartbroken. Your Highness. The boy revealed a bright smile. But it's okay. Now that you're here, I'm completely fine. She pulled Orca into her arms. So cute. I am truly proud of you. Then she spoke cheerfully. I'm glad you're so happy. Realizing something wasn't quite right, she was taken aback. What is this prickly feeling? Raven, standing on the side, reminded her, don't hug him for too long. He's not a child anymore. Looking at his expression, she was puzzled. Jay, don't tell me you're jealous of a child? Thinking of this, she burst into laughter, surprising him. What's so funny? Evelyn shook her head and explained, it's nothing. It's just that you're very adorable. Remembering something, Orca called out, Belle. The boy became sulky. Don't just talk to Jay, talk to me too. Jay is so annoying. The atmosphere seemed tense, making Evelyn feel awkward. Why does it feel like I'm having to babysit two children right now? Time passed, and the three of them had a very pleasant conversation. I never expected that those few hours would be the calm before the storm. Until that night. Yes. Raisban stepped forward and greeted them. You've arrived? Evelyn was surprised to see him appear. Uncle. She happily ran over and hugged him. I missed you so much, Uncle. He gently patted her head. Welcome home. It's great to see you again. These words made her very happy. Yes, I'm very glad to be back too. Suddenly, Raisban proposed. My child, let me ask you one more time. Since it had been a long time since they last met, she was still dazed, yes? His eyes seemed to carry a shred of hope. Would you like to become my daughter? Before he could even finish his sentence, Evelyn flatly refused. No, thank you. Seeing Raisban's disappointed look, Raven sighed. Just ignore him. He is always like this. She chuckled. He hasn't changed at all, has he? During the time that followed, Evelyn came to understand everything. She said in quite a surprise, so that's how it is. I never could have imagined the Emperor would send Nien Lockhart. Raisban sighed softly. Yes, if we were forced to hand over the prince, he would certainly be in danger, with a hint of annoyance in his tone. Fortunately, I found out his secret. Thanks to that, I can now officially defy the Emperor's order. Holding a teacup in his hand, Raven speculated. So that means we can continue to protect Prince Orca, even though it deviates a bit from the original plan. He nodded and informed the two of them. Right. Now is the time for the Holy Sanctuary to take action. I have already sent a letter to the Holy Maiden. The scene shifts to a grand palace. Lucy calmly held the letter in her hand. Lucy walked in and asked, Did you call for me? Holy Maiden? She called out, Mercedes. Her voice held a bit of helplessness. A dark mage has revealed himself. While Mercedes was still bewildered, she explained. Word has it that the former chancellor was originally a dark mage, and the emperor sent him to the Nos family as an envoy. I fear this matter could lead to war. She asked with a hint of worry. What do you intend to do? Holy Maiden? Lucy replied. Naturally. I cannot fold my arms and watch them disrupt the world order and defy the will of the gods. She spoke with a resolute voice. Therefore, in the name of the Holy Sanctuary, I will officially declare to the public what has happened and send a protest to the imperial family. But Mercedes was still very anxious. Are you sure about this, Holy Maiden? She recounted with awkwardness. I know it is the right thing to do. But once the Holy Sanctuary openly opposes the imperial family, many things will change. But she explained back with a serious expression. Actually, that is exactly what I desire. I hope this event will bring about a breath of fresh air for the Holy Sanctuary, which has been closed off for far too long. Thinking of Evelyn, Lucy's throat tightened and her face looked a bit conflicted. Most importantly, this is the way I can protect my friend Belle. In Lucy's mind, she secretly thought, you and everyone else have shown me that my life still has meaning, even after being imprisoned for all those years. Suddenly, she raised her head to look forward. Therefore, Mercedes, will you follow me? This action made Mercedes freeze. She asked herself, when did the Holy Maiden become this strong? The corner of her mouth curved into a slight smile. Perhaps it was since she made her very first friend. It seemed Mercedes had come to a decision. She nodded in agreement. Of course. Then I should prepare the Council of Clergy. Lucy let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. I'm counting on you. Time passed, and a few days later, at the Lockhart Manor, looking at the letter in his hand, Jay Lockhart understood. So, it has begun. It's only a matter of time before the situation of the entire continent changes. Now that the Holy Sanctuary, which has maintained a neutral stance for so long, has officially taken action, everything was fully documented in the letter. He suddenly asked a question. How are things at El Casa? The subordinate replied. Everything has been handled perfectly according to your instructions. He continued to recount everything. We left traces of Lord Javin's magical energy dot across the kingdom, so the Emperor must be watching closely. Hearing this, J. Lockhart nodded with satisfaction. Good. He ordered, submit a request for an audience with the Crown Prince. The subordinate nodded in understanding. Yes, sir. As he left, he began to calculate. His Highness will gradually need assistance. J. Lockhart said to himself. If I know how to guide him, he will become a useful chess piece for us. There is one more thing I must prepare. Thinking of Evelyn, his expression became even more profound. I can't help but wonder. What is it that makes me willing to risk everything for her? J. Lockhart sighed softly. Belle, I hope to see you again soon. The story is recounted right after the Holy Sanctuary publicly declared to the entire continent that the imperial family had colluded with a dark mage, and the Nose clan had defied the order to hand over the two princes. Raisban stepped into the dark dungeon. He walked up to the front of the cell holding Nien. Seeing that he showed no reaction, he called out, Wake up! Nien Lockhart, I advise you to start talking. Before he could even finish his sentence, he realized Nien was still sitting motionless. His expression instantly changed. This is back to the present. Evelyn was surprised. Nien Lockhart, whom you locked in the dungeon, was just his clone. Raisban nodded and told the two of them. Yes, I just saw it with my own eyes. He then speculated. To be precise, he used magic to swap the clone with his real body. Perhaps I underestimated the level of a great dark mage. Speaking up to this point, he turned his head to look at Orca. At least we achieved our goal of protecting the prince. Raven suddenly asked a question. How did the imperial family react to the Holy Sanctuary's decision? He sighed and replied, as expected. They denied knowing that he was a dark mage. Things weren't easy at all, which made Evelyn rack her brain as well. Suddenly, she spoke up to ask, Uncle Jay, isn't the Emperor's behavior a bit strange? The two of them were surprised. Strange how? She replied. How should I put it? He's becoming more and more impulsive. It's no different from the Holy Grail he possesses. Both of them immediately thought about the Holy Grail. Sitting down on a chair, Raisban also had to nod. That's true. He was already impulsive to begin with. But his condition has gotten worse since getting the Holy Grail. He should have anticipated what would happen when sending a dark mage here. Evelyn continued to question. Exactly. Furthermore, do you two know that the number of missing people in the Empire is steadily rising? Thinking for a moment, he nodded slightly. Yes, I know. The Holy Grail doesn't just target the Child of Miracles, but everyone becomes its prey. Evelyn spoke out what she had come to know. Among them are even descendants of nobility, though only a few. But the fact that it devours descendants of nobility indiscriminately, and the Emperor didn't even place the blame on the Nose family, as he usually would. It seemed she had thought of something. She continued her analysis. It makes him gradually become like a monster that has lost all reason, existing only to devour. Raven glanced toward her. You mean? She nodded in agreement. That's right. It seemed Evelyn had guessed their plan. What would happen if it isn't the Emperor who is using the Holy Grail, but the Holy Grail that is controlling the Emperor? Raisban also spoke up. The probability is quite high. It explains his bizarre behavior. All three of them clearly understood that the one in control right now wasn't the Emperor, but the Holy Grail itself. To reinforce that hypothesis, in recent years, the Holy Grail has been acting with its own will, completely separate from the imperial family. Thinking for a moment, Raven spoke up. If that's the case, he said with a resolute voice, I think we should start by beheading the Emperor. That way, we can eliminate the Holy Grail's most useful puppet. But this sudden courses of action left Evelyn speechless. It seemed. Raisban also agreed. What an attractive idea. My son. She instantly became bewildered. What? Uncle, you were supposed to stop him. Only now did she react. You're joking, right? Doing that will only cause a war to break out faster. He turned his head to look at her. Do I look like I'm joking? The Holy Grail is targeting you, Belle. Those words just now made her a bit uneasy. Raven continued his analysis. If it has the power to control humans, we will never know when or how it will show up next. That makes guarding against it completely impossible. In that case, perhaps, taking the risk to face it right now would be safer. She sank into her own train of thought. I understand Jay's point. The palm of her hand unconsciously clenched tightly. But I don't want to see anyone sacrifice themselves. Suddenly, she proposed, calm down first, both of you. Actually, I have a plan. Seeing this, Raven was a bit curious. What brilliant idea do you have? Evelyn gave a soft smile, raised her head, and announced. How about this? Why don't we stab someone in the back? As soon as she finished speaking, Raisban curiously asked, what exactly is your plan, my dear? Evelyn explained. If our hypothesis is correct, the Holy Grail wants to use the Emperor as a shield to hide behind, which means it won't easily show itself. She glanced towards the two of them. Therefore, we must use a bait to lure it out and ambush it. Raven was quite surprised by her plan. But how do we do that? Evelyn gently informed them. Like this. The scene shifts to the outskirts. Jack along with Sarah. We're taking inventory of the goods. The young girl smiled and suggested. This is the final shipment, right? As always. We're counting on you for the delivery. The delivery man suddenly spoke up. I can't believe that you guys took on another large volume order. Inside the carriage were crates of rare items. The economy is struggling due to the situation on the continent. Yet the demand for Lady Belle's products hasn't decreased at all. Jack chuckled and explained. That's because we provide essential goods at the lowest possible price. The man smiled and praised. That's true. The founder is truly an admirable woman. I wish I had the chance to meet her just once. The two of them suddenly glanced at each other. Sarah put on a serious look. Have you heard the rumor? The deliverer man was bewildered. What rumor? Her expression turned solemn. They say our boss. She decided to recount. The inventor, Belle, is currently staying at the Nose Manor. Hearing up to this point, the deliverer man was stunned. What? The Nose Manor? What business does she have with that infamous family? Sarah waved her hand to signal. Keep it a secret, okay? She didn't forget to add. From what I've heard, she is researching a revolutionary magical tool that can locate the 8 holy relics. He could not hide his disbelief. The 8 holy relics. But do they truly exist? His face became filled with bewilderment. If that's the case, then it is indeed earth-shattering. Sarah excitedly continued, right? Belle is a genius. Who knows? She might actually succeed. In the deliverer man's mind, he secretly thought. If it's the legendary Lady Belle, perhaps that's entirely possible. He turned his head to look at the two of them. Thank you for sharing this exciting news. I shall take my leave now. Both of them waved goodbye. See you next time. Sarah and Jack watched the carriage leave. She chuckled playfully. Looks like the mission was a success, huh, Jack? Time passed, and before long, the news that the inventor Belle, chatter and rumors rang out, was staying at the Nose Manor spread like wildfire across the empire, starting from the Rakia Association. The inventor Belle is staying at the Nose Manor. The pain relief patches she created are truly miraculous. The people in the town were very surprised. I heard she is cooperating with the Nose family to search for the 8 holy relics. There's even news that they have almost found them. They even plan to announce how to use them to save the whole world very soon. So those holy relics. The scene shifts to inside the room. Raven curiously asked, how is the effectiveness of the plan? Sarah dejectedly replied, it didn't cause as much of a sensation as I expected. It did attract attention, but not enough to infuriate the imperial family. Evelyn nodded in understanding. That makes sense. She explained to everyone. The 8 holy relics might spark curiosity, but the story isn't realistic enough just yet. Her face revealed a confident smile. Anyway, I already anticipated this much. Now, let's move on to the next step. Evelyn happily announced, it's time for the Nose family and Lucy to play their parts. She was highly looking forward to the future. Time passed, and a few days later, meeting Lucy made Evelyn excited. Lucy, she curiously asked, how was your journey? You must be exhausted, right? She shook her head. Not at all. I am very happy to be back here after all this time. Furthermore, Lucy announced, as you requested, I have spread the word everywhere that I am on my way to the Nose Manor. Hearing that, she was in awe. Recalling the people's chatter, Lucy speculated. I am certain the rumor has now reached the ears of everyone in the empire. Everything was playing out according to plan, considering the fact that the holy sanctuary broke tradition to openly oppose the imperial family regarding the Dark Mage. This story will certainly capture everyone's attention. Before long, it will become an issue for the entire continent. She also couldn't help but admire. What a brilliant plan. Just as expected from you. Belle. Evelyn shook her head and replied, no, I couldn't have done it alone. She pulled her inside. Lucy, shall we have some tea together? It's been so long. I also want to hear about your life lately. She nodded. All right. The scene shifts to inside the capital city. Chatter and discussions rang out. Have you heard the news? Holy Maiden Lucy is visiting the Nose clan. People were very curious. Are the Holy Sanctuary and the Nose clan going to cooperate with each other? This was a heavily discussed topic. You mean the 8 holy relics are real and not just a myth? I heard that. The Holy Maiden has personally found one of them. The nobles also paid attention. Really? Where is it? They were quite surprised. Holy Maiden Lucy believes that. They all speculated, she sensed the presence of the Holy Grail right inside the Imperial Palace. On another side at the Imperial Palace, Argos was going mad. Useless fool. He threw the Holy Grail toward Nian. The Holy Grail even became stained with blood and crashed heavily onto the floor. Nian held his head and hastily spoke up. Your Majesty, please calm down. I can explain everything. But Argos had also completely found out. The rumor about the Holy Grail has spread throughout the empire, And now the Holy Sanctuary has allied with the Nos clan. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he felt to accept it. Argos walked up in front of Nian. If you hadn't been so miserably defeated by Raisban Nos, then, Nian hastily pleaded. Your Majesty, please calm down. I have a plan, just like last time when I taught you how to use the Holy Grail. Realizing something was wrong, Nian froze. Argos's face became even more terrifying. You no longer have any value left, Nian Lockhart. A sudden, powerful aura surged, making Nian turn pale with fear. This power, even though he tried to resist, it was futile. In the end, Nian was eliminated at the hands of Argos. Inside the meeting room, Jay Lockhart spoke up. Not just the capital city, but the entire empire is in a frenzy, buzzing with talk about the Holy Grail and the 8 holy relics. He continued to analyze, just as Bell predicted. The Holy Sanctuary's involvement played a massive role in this matter. His expression gradually shifted. However, the imperial family still hasn't made any moves so far. Lucy sighed thoughtfully. Who knows what the Holy Grail is plotting while hiding inside the imperial palace? Suddenly, Evelyn announced, I also have a plan for that. She asked in confusion, what is it? She stated her plan. Simply put, we need to truly find the remaining 7 holy relics. These words left everyone bewildered. Find the remaining 7 holy relics. In Evelyn's mind, she secretly thought, over the past 2 years, I have been honing the strongest weapon I possess, which is my deep knowledge of this original novel. Jay Lockhart on the other side also nodded and asked, I like that idea, but I'm wondering how we can pull it off. Evelyn brought a map out in front of everyone. Please look at this. She announced, this is my medicine distribution map. It is Alpha Run, the holy relic of healing. Then she continued to analyze. As everyone knows, it is unparalleled in any field related to medicine. Do you remember when I mentioned that I found a tool that can continuously manufacture medicine, but of the highest quality thanks to the medicine map? When I was in the kingdom of EGA, this map helped me find many other similar tools. Speaking up to this point, she drew a conclusion, and through that process, I realized one thing. Evelyn speculated. The locations with holy relics carrying divine energy all share common environmental characteristics. Raven was surprised. She continued her analysis. First, they are places with unusual magical properties. Second, there is always a guardian. Examining the map, Raisban stood up and said, this will help narrow down the search area. I don't think there are many places on the continent that meet both of those characteristics. She nodded and explained. Then, excluding the Holy Grail and the medicine map, we have 6 more holy relics left to find. After thinking it over, Raven suggested, actually, we only need to find a few more pieces to firmly establish the Nos clan's position. He clearly understood that because each holy relic among the 8 possesses an equal amount of power, once they are all gathered in the same place, the Holy Grail will definitely have to appear. Yes, the plan is set. Raisban reminded them. Good. In that case, everyone, prepare to set out on the search. We will split into groups. He nodded in agreement. Yes, father. Sarah laughed with excitement. Awesome. Finally, some action. Lucy nodded. This is going to be very interesting. Yes, Evelyn also stood up with delight. Perfect. I will also. Seeing Raven's reaction, she was startled and taken aback. Is something wrong? You should come with me, shouldn't you? Her participation in the plan this time worried him, but he still agreed. All right then. I know that even if I stop you, you won't agree to stay behind. Raven continued to remind her. Belle, in that case, come with me. Time passed, and a few days later, Raven stepped forward and asked, are you ready? Evelyn nodded and replied, yes, let's go. She was very curious. Uncle already set out ahead with those 2, right? He informed her. That's right. Jack and Holy Maiden Lucy said they would act independently. His hand gently touched her body. Then, Raven picked her up and reminded her. Let's enter the forest. Evelyn still intended to resist. Wait, Jay, hold on. She was a bit flustered. I can walk by myself. He sighed and explained. You might no longer be coughing up blood, but you're still not fully recovered. I will carry you into the forest. Recalling the past made her bewildered. Why do I have a sense of deja vu like this? Like father, like son, indeed. Evelyn thought to herself. Anyway, I already noticed the last time Jay carried me. His body has gotten significantly sturdier. Seeing her staring at him, Raven was surprised. Is there something wrong? She hastily shook her head. Nothing at all. Evelyn blushed and suggested. Even so, it's embarrassing. Please put me down. Just holding hands is fine too, isn't it? He sighed and agreed. All right then. While walking, Raven conversed. By the way, I'm surprised that there is another holy relic inside the Shadow Forest. He observed the surroundings of this place. Furthermore, it's deep inside like this. It's been a long time since we traveled this far. She nodded. It's true that the magical Energy in the Shadow Forest is indeed very peculiar. He looked at the location on the map, which caught her attention. Evelyn announced, "We're here. This is it, Jay." The atmosphere of this place caught his attention. In this thick darkness where nothing can be seen. "You mean the holy relic is inside this cave?" She nodded. "That's highly likely." Evelyn turned her head back and advised, "Be careful. The holy relic might be guarded by a protector or some protective magic." Raven replied, "I know." The two of them stepped inside. Looking around, this cave caught her by surprise. Another dead end. This cave is truly a labyrinth. Perhaps this is also the magic protecting the holy relic. Raven utilized his energy. "That's right. My magical energy was swallowed by the darkness as soon as it was released." He gently reminded her, "Let's mark this path and look for another direction." A feeling of anxiety rose within Evelyn's heart. "It's too dark in here. I didn't expect the darkness to be this deep and thick." She anxiously looked around. "I feel so uneasy. As if something is going to jump out at any moment." Suddenly, a shiver ran down her spine, making her freeze. It seemed Evelyn sensed that something was wrong. What is this feeling? So gloomy and cold. Her complexion grew even worse. Not like the very nature of death itself. Raven, right by her side, comforted her. "It's okay, Belle." He gently informed her, "I'm here now, don't worry." Those simple words made her face blush. He gently took her hand. She finally calmed down. "Right, thank you." "Jay." Looking ahead, Raven announced, "Belle, I see a light over there." The two of them walked toward the radiating light. What caught their eyes was a treasured sword. Evelyn's face became full of excitement. "We found it. That is indeed the holy relic." She looked at this treasure, Fridit, the holy relic of light. Evelyn stepped further inside. "Jay, I think we took the right path." Raven nodded in agreement. "Yes, that sword is Fridit. The holy relic of light, Fridit, is a holy relic, with the power to bring light to the world." He sighed, and spoke, "How ironic that an object like that is hidden in the darkest abyss of the Shadow Forest." Suddenly, Evelyn conversed, "Jay, you know what? The brilliant golden light reminds me of your eyes." She seriously remarked, "Perhaps that's why it's truly fitting for it to appear right inside this forest." Then she urged him, "Now hurry up. Place your hand on the holy relic and form a covenant with it." Raven looked at her in confusion. "Are you sure I should be the one to do it? And not you?" Evelyn nodded firmly. "Of course," he awkwardly replied, "but we only found this place thanks to you." She gently took his hand. "Jay." Her voice became tender. "If I had come alone, I never would have been able to break the magic protecting the holy relic, Raven." Before he could react, Evelyn continued, "I also wouldn't have been able to come this far without you." Recalling the scene from earlier made her thoughtful, while Evelyn was lost in her own thoughts. "I'm not sure what that terrifying presence I felt in the darkness was, but..." She smiled and said to Raven, "When I was trembling in fear, you let me know that I wasn't alone." He smiled slightly as he listened. "That is exactly why I want you to possess this holy relic." Then he nodded. "All right, I understand." Raven stepped closer to the treasure, Fridit, while gently extending his hand toward the sword. A light flashed, and just like that, Fridit, the holy relic of light, was now in our hands. The two of them had successfully retrieved this holy relic. Time passed, and over the next few weeks, we found the remaining 5 holy relics one by one. Sarah had to put in a lot of effort. And finally, she successfully grabbed the next treasure. Her face revealed an excited smile. "All right, that is Dio, Vincia, the holy relic of fire." On this side, Jack also retrieved Soliat, the holy relic of sorrow. Raisban took Alau, the holy relic of joy. Lucy finished retrieving the treasure Zik Numel, the holy relic of water. Seeing everyone's serious expressions, Jay Lockhart was surprised. "Am I the last one?" He introduced, "This is Arahat, the holy relic of darkness." His voice carried a hint of confidence, even though it took some time to retrieve them all under the strict surveillance of the imperial family. "I believe that." Raisban nodded. "That's right." He happily announced, "Now we hold 7 out of the 8 holy relics." Seeing this, Evelyn was extremely overjoyed. "Well done, everyone. I didn't think we would find them all." He turned his head back and praised, "You did an excellent job too, my dear. Thanks to you, we were able to find the holy relics this quickly." Lucy looked at her with admiration. "Indeed. How did you guess every single location so accurately?" Evelyn felt a bit awkward. "Ah, well, you know," she secretly thought to herself. "It's just that I did my best to recall the details from the original novel, after all." After the successful retrieval, she then suggested, "Now, we will unveil these holy relics to the public, one by one. First will be the medicine map." Everyone looked at the map. Alpha Run, the holy relic of healing. Time passed, and before long, this news sent shockwaves throughout the world. Everyone had seen this piece of news. The next step of the plan manifested. Along with that announcement, the Nose clan and the holy sanctuary have distributed high-grade medicines to everyone in need. So many people in difficulty received help, making healing magic accessible to everyone. Things gradually improved right away. The quality of healthcare across the entire empire has vastly improved. Evelyn smiled and thought, very good. High-grade medicines are being stably supplied, and public opinion is also shifting rapidly in a positive direction. At this rate, power will soon be in our hands. She secretly let out a sigh of relief. It's so fortunate that I chose to announce the medicine map first. Evelyn clearly understood. Not only does it help those who were once oppressed and suffering receive welfare, but it also elevates the public image of the Nose clan. She revealed an amused smile. Now everyone is thinking that infamous clan is actually doing good deeds. Raven stepped forward and asked, "Is something funny?" She called out, "Jay." Her voice became cheerful. "It's nothing. I'm just happy because everything is going exactly according to plan." He nodded. "I see," as Evelyn held a piece of paper in her hand. "Then, shall we announce this holy relic next?" Raven praised. "That's a good idea. The next step of the plan." The second holy relic announced to the public was Ziknumel, the holy relic of water found by Lucy. The citizens were extremely overjoyed. Thank the Holy Maiden. This will put an end to the prolonged drought. So this is the power of the holy relic, found by the Holy Maiden. After that came Diovincia, the holy relic of fire, bringing flames to warm those who were shivering in the bitter cold. The holy relics appeared one after another. Soliat and Alau granted humanity sorrow and joy. Next was Arahat, the holy relic of darkness, allowing everyone to rest in peace. Raven appeared, and finally, Fridit, the holy relic of light, was possessed by Raven Nose. The light shining down took the citizens by surprise, illuminating the entire world. The scene shifts to a gloomy palace. Argos opened the door and stepped inside. Seeing him, Nien turned his head. This appearance caught Nien by surprise. "Your Majesty, why are you in such a hurry?" Argos stepped forward to question him. "Are you mocking me? The Nose clan just announced the holy relic of light." The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he felt to accept it. Light has always been the symbol of the imperial family. If this situation continues, the status of the imperial family will be threatened. But Nien appeared completely unbothered. "Isn't handling that matter, one way or another, your duty?" He continued to question. "More importantly, what about the promise you made?" Nien's face revealed a smug smile. "I'm talking about your son, and that little inventor girl currently at the Nose Manor. Didn't you say you would let me devour them?" Hearing this, Argos became conflicted. "That," Nien angrily reminded him. "But up until now, nothing has actually fallen into my hands. All I've gained is a corpse-like body, neither alive nor dead." He sighed and announced, "Nien, Lockhart used to be an extremely powerful dark mage." In Argos's mind, he secretly thought, yet even after taking over that body, it seems it still isn't enough to satisfy it. Nien nodded in understanding. "I know. That is also the sole reason I haven't devoured him until now." Suddenly, at this moment, Argos questioned, "You aren't keeping quiet out of some pity for me, are you?" It seemed he had come to understand. "But because you cannot step outside when the holy relics are scattered all over the world." Nien's voice became filled with disdain. "It is not the holy relics that make me afraid." He sighed softly. "The thing I fear is God." Argos was perplexed. "God?" He nodded and explained, "Yes, God, a being that is currently still incomplete." Argos felt a bit curious. "You're saying God is incomplete?" Nien informed him, meaning, "This is my chance." These words made Argos even more suspicious. "My chance to..." Argos looked at Nien's current expression. "Don't tell me you intend to become a god." He came to understand. So that counts as a confirmation. In his mind, he secretly thought, it turns out the Holy Grail's goal is to become a god. Suddenly, Nien spoke up. "Indeed, you are right. It is time for me to take action." He raised his trembling hand into midair. "It has been a very long time since I last not only manipulated, but completely overwrote a human body. It will take a little more time before I regain full control." Then, Nien turned his head to look at Argos. "You know what you have to do, right?" Argos remained silent in thought. He then reminded him, "Very well, prepare everything." Time passed, and a full year had gone by since the inventor Belle began to unveil the holy relics she found. The entire continent had witnessed countless changes, big and small. Things gradually became better, thanks to the power of the holy relics. The lives of the common people had vastly improved. Meanwhile, the imperial family and the nobles of various nations, who once lusted after the Holy Grail, now trod very cautiously, wary of the power that the 7 holy relics possessed. The war that once loomed over the continent also gradually dissolved. The scene shifts to the imperial palace of the empire. Adrian stepped forward and smiled. He joyfully conversed. "Welcome, Duke Lockhart. Long time no see." His identity was the Prince of the Empire, Adrian Phrygium. J. Lockhart calmly bowed his head in greeting. It is an honor to meet your highness. During the moments that followed, J. Lockhart probed, is everything alright on your end? Prince Adrian sighed and replied, recently, my royal father hasn't been in a very good state of mind. He seems to be anxious about something. It seemed he understood. I see. Surely that must be troubling your highness as well. Adrian nodded dynamically. Of course. I always wonder. What would happen if his health were to decline? Recalling something, Adrian smiled, but even so he delightedly looked at the prepared pastries. It seems he hasn't forgotten my upcoming birthday banquet. I declined multiple times, yet he still insisted on throwing a grand celebration. But Adrian became cheerful, even amidst the chaos. The fact that he still thinks of me like that. If I didn't appreciate it, I wouldn't have the face to face my ancestors. J. Lockhart gently replied. I am also very much looking forward to your highness's birthday banquet. I heard that you will be using the Golden Great Hall. Is that correct? It seemed Adrian was also looking forward to it. That's right. That massive hall hasn't been opened for nearly 8 years. Ending the conversation, J. Lockhart fell silent. He secretly evaluated Adrian. Prince Adrian Phrygium. I never expected that after just 1 year of knowing each other, the relationship between him and me would become this close. With just a few words of flattery, he happily blurts out all kinds of information. He truly is a flower in a greenhouse, knowing absolutely nothing about the real world. Thinking up to this point, J. Lockhart spoke up. Clearly, the Emperor loves your highness dearly. Looking at the two of you, I can't help but think this must be a typical, harmonious family. This made Adrian a bit uncomfortable. He awkwardly explained, I am sorry about your father. But please don't be too sad. Everything is in the past now. J. Lockhart nodded in understanding. Yes, thank you for your comforting words. At the same time, he also realized, to be completely honest, he is naive and clueless. That to a ridiculous degree. Just by boosting his ego a little, he instantly lets his guard down, and now even views me as a trusted confidant. How fortunate for me. J. Lockhart continued to probe. Since this is your birthday banquet, the guests must be extraordinary. Adrian nodded in confirmation. That's right. He recounted everything. There will be a delegation from the kingdom of my royal mother, Jom, along with the top nobles of the empire. Even the head and the heir of the Nos family are invited. This puzzled Adrian. I don't understand why royal father invited a family that has a deep-seated feud with the imperial family. But surely he has his own reasons. Picking up his teacup, J. Lockhart asked curiously, of course. Is there anyone else? Adrian tapped his finger on the table. Oh, right. He happily announced. The famous inventor Bell is also invited to attend. Naturally, J. Lockhart didn't find it strange. Is that so? But he still politely replied. Then I look forward to it even more. Adrian laughed cheerfully. Exactly. You must come and enjoy it, Duke. Suddenly, J. Lockhart suggested. Now, shall we go outside? For a short horse ride? I've already had the horses prepared. Adrian nodded in agreement. Yes, that's a great idea. He stood up, preparing to head out. Recalling something, he reminded him. There is one more thing. Then he informed J. Lockhart. My royal father intends to take the occasion of this banquet to announce that. J. Lockhart felt confused. Announce what? Prince Adrian announced. The selection of the crown princess. The moment those words were uttered, J. Lockhart instantly froze. But Adrian was still looking forward to it. I guess noble ladies will be lining up in a long queue. So, I must make a truly good impression. He put on a forced smile. Your highness is already perfect, as it is. In his mind, J. Lockhart secretly calculated. I must report this news to the young master immediately. Time passed, and a few days later, Kevin's voice rang out. My lord, everyone. He stepped inside and announced. A letter has arrived from the Imperial Palace. Raisban felt quite intrigued. Even Evelyn was extremely excited. So it has finally arrived. Everyone looked at the letter on the table. The Nos family had received an invitation to attend the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. Time went by, and 5 days had passed since the Nos family received the ball invitation. Evelyn tried on many different outfits. A maid stepped forward and announced. My lady, please try on this next one. But she had become exhausted. Again, the maids cheerfully conversed. Of course. There are still plenty of evening gowns for you to try on, my lady. How does every single one suit you so perfectly like this? Evelyn just wanted to escape from this place. This is hell. Previously, I didn't understand why romance novels exaggerated this matter so much. These aren't ordinary dresses, they're evening gowns. With elaborate, heavy jewelry to this extent. She recalled what Raisban had said. My dear, if there is any dress you like, just say the word. This puzzled her. Why is everyone so enthusiastic about choosing dresses for me? A maid ran over holding a dress. My lady, then this one next, okay? A knock on the door rang out, catching everyone's attention. Apologies for interrupting while you are busy. Lady Bell, the young master has arrived. Evelyn turned her head in confusion. Jay is here. She spoke up. Come in, Jay. The door opened. Raven stepped inside. He saw Evelyn wearing a luxurious gown. He froze. She asked a bit shyly, Jay, why are you looking at me like that? Does it not suit me? He hastily shook his head and replied, no, absolutely not. Quite the opposite, actually. Raven didn't forget to remark, you look even more like an angel than usual when wearing this. Suddenly, she felt flustered. Jay, come on. The maids giggled. We shall leave the private space for the two of you. They hurriedly left the room. Raven awkwardly asked, I didn't interrupt by coming here, did I? Evelyn smiled and shook her head. Not at all. You arrived just at the right time. Thank you. She let out a weary sigh. A second later, and I probably would have died. Recalling something, he announced. Actually, I came because I wanted to give you something. She felt curious. For me? What is it? Raven brought the gift he had prepared out in front of her. Here, take it, Belle. Receiving the gift, she was incredibly surprised. This is... Evelyn recognized this item. This is one of the treasures passed down through generations of the Nose clan. She asked awkwardly, is it truly all right for me to accept this? Raven gently explained. You once said you like things like this. Items with a golden hue. Saying that, he gently picked up an earring. Then tried it against Evelyn's face. And it suits you very well. Blushing, she raised her hands to cover her face. Stop. That's too much, Jay. He chuckled, figuring it out. So your ears are sensitive? She angrily explained. I'm just ticklish. Looking at the earrings, Evelyn felt touched. Anyway. Thank you. I will cherish them. Raven nodded slightly. He didn't forget to advise her. Belle, there is one more thing. When we go to the ball, please be careful with the prince. She was taken aback. The prince? In her mind, she secretly thought. Why is the male lead being mentioned here? If it were the emperor, it would make sense. But the prince is originally one of the male leads. So there shouldn't be any danger. He continued to recount. Jay warned me. He said it won't be dangerous. But it might be troublesome. Hearing up to this point, Evelyn understood. All right, being careful with the imperial family hurts no one. She reminded herself. Besides, at this point, trusting the original plot blindly would be truly foolish. Raven's face suddenly became terrifying. If he dares, then I will personally ensure that. She raised her head to look at him. What did you just say? He hastily shook his head. Nothing at all. Then he looked at her with an expectant gaze. Remember, you must wear those earrings to the ball. All right. Time passed, and it was the night before the ball. Evelyn held a crafted medicinal bottle in her hand. She secretly thought to herself. Good. I even added fairy tears. So the medicine is perfect now. With this, everything is ready. The plan is flawless. A voice calling out caught her attention. Sister. Phaedra abruptly appeared at this location. She joyfully called out. No, Yun. Then she hugged him tightly. It's been so long. You were in a state of deep sleep. All this time. Have you finished all your responsibilities as a god now? Phaedra nodded. He intended to say something, but his voice was a bit hesitant. There is a bit of trouble. Evelyn was surprised. Trouble? Phaedra recounted everything. First of all, I have found the true purpose of the Holy Grail. It has uncovered a secret. The Holy Grail wants to become a god. Hearing this, Evelyn's expression instantly shifted. She hastily asked back. Meaning it is looking for a way to usurp your position? He nodded and explained. Yes. I am doing my best to hold it back using the 7 holy relics and my power. After speaking, Phaedra looked at her with an expectant gaze. That is why when you go to the Imperial Palace, there is one thing I need you to do. During the moments that followed, he stated his plan. It is. Hearing up to this point, Evelyn nodded firmly. Understood. I will do it. She secretly thought about the place called the Golden Great Hall. It was a very magnificent place. Built to replicate the Golden Sun, the symbol of the empire. This hall was the most splendid and beautiful, only filled with things worthy of royalty. All the noble guests had already arrived. Raisban raised his wine glass. He felt quite thrilled, as luxurious as ever. This hall, the people around were whispering. Raisban knows. So the rumor is true. He actually showed up. Wait, if that's him, then the ones walking behind him must be. Following from behind, Evelyn slowly walked forward. Everyone stared intently toward Evelyn and Raven, the heir of the Nose clan, and the inventor Belle. Seeing Evelyn reveal herself for the first time, people found it hard to believe. Is that girl really the famous inventor Belle? Everyone was taken by surprise. Isn't this the very first time she has made a public appearance? In front of so many people like this? She always maintained a mysterious image usually. I've always wondered what kind of person she actually was. Evelyn's stunning beauty left them in awe. Who would have thought she'd be such a beautiful young lady? The lively atmosphere of this place made her even more excited. Incredible. Uncle was right. This place is truly worthy of dancing. She felt this place was so luxurious. No matter what one thinks of the imperial family, this beauty is indeed undeniable. A sense of unease manifested. I'm starting to feel a little bit anxious. Raven gently supported her. Belle, are you all right? Evelyn chuckled understandingly. I have you here, so I'm fine. Thank you, Jay. Right at this moment, the noisy crowd shifted attention to two other people. The main figures of the banquet had also appeared. Raisban informed everyone. They've arrived. Everyone raised their heads to look forward. The sole son of the Empire, His Majesty the King, the unique light of the Empire, and the little son of the Empire, His Highness the Prince. They bowed their heads politely. We pay our respects to the King and the Prince. Another person hastily reminded. Raisban knows. The King is looking. Bow your head quickly. Raisban still didn't care and greeted directly. Thank you for the invitation. Argos. Argos was surprised. You're just the same as ever, aren't you? He looked around. The Empress isn't attending? He replied. Regrettably, her health is not good. Raisban was slightly disappointed. Is that so? What a pity. His gaze glanced in a certain direction. But putting that aside, isn't that? Just a single look made Evelyn startle. Fortunately, Raisban interrupted the conversation. It's time for dancing. Shall we continue our chat after the dance? He pulled her and turned around to walk away. Then, excuse us, Your Majesty. She didn't forget to call out. Let's go, Jay. Suddenly, Adrian asked a question. Father, is that girl really the rumored inventor Belle? Argos nodded. Presumably so. He still stood frozen there. I can't believe it. Adrian's heart was already pounding wildly. How can a person be that beautiful? During the moments that followed, Evelyn gently placed her hand on Raven. The two of them danced together. At the balls of the Phrygian Empire, there is a tradition that no one is allowed to interrupt the first dance. She asked awkwardly, Jay, is it really all right for us to stand right in the center? Like this? She seemed quite flustered. The prince doesn't even have space to dance anymore. Raven replied, just ignore him. Didn't you say it yourself? If we're going to draw attention, we might as well make a grand scene. He was feeling very cheerful. More importantly, Belle, those earrings truly suit you very well. She nodded and praised, thank you. Jay, you look absolutely wonderful today as well. Suddenly, Evelyn recalled, today, the people coming to the Imperial Palace include me, Jay, Uncle, and also Prince Orca with Lucy. She glanced around this place. While Jay and I attract attention in the main hall, on another side, the two of them are searching for the Holy Grail in the underground palace. With their abilities, by now, they must have already located and identified the form of the Holy Grail. While she was lost in thought, Raven called out, Belle. He looked at her with an expectant gaze. I wish that right now, you would look only at me. This moment made Evelyn freeze. She tenderly replied, I am looking. I am always watching you, Jay. The music coming to an end caught her attention. The music has stopped. She continued to remind him. That was really fun, Jay. Well then, I should head back to my seat. Evelyn turned around, intending to return to her seat. A voice ringing out from behind caught Evelyn by surprise. Excuse me, beautiful lady. Adrian stepped forward to greet her. I am Prince Adrian. If I may, could you spare me a bit of your time? She instantly became startled and anxious. Why is the prince coming over to talk to me? Could it be that he is angry because I took up the spot right in the center? After that, she reminded herself. First of all, I must greet him. Evelyn curtsied. Good evening. Your Highness, my name is Belle. Happy birthday to you. He nodded and conversed. Thank you. I have heard a great deal about you, Lady Belle. The name, Brand Belle, is famous throughout the Empire. She smiled and replied. You flatter me, Your Highness. Adrian extended his hand toward her. Lady Belle, could you grant me the honor of dancing the next piece with me? Right at this moment, Raven brushed his hand away. The atmosphere here seemed to freeze. Evelyn stared blankly toward him. What just happened? Did Jay just brush the prince's hand away? She didn't know what to do. No matter how much he hates the imperial family, is it really all right to do that to the prince? Looking at Raven's expression, Adrian was surprised. So you are the new head of the Nose family. It is a pleasure to meet you. He still didn't answer, which made Evelyn even more awkward. Jay, say something quickly. Seeing the current situation, Adrian still tried to converse. I think perhaps we can talk later. The one I wish to speak with right now is. He extended his hand toward Evelyn. That beautiful lady. Would you like to share a dance with me? She tactfully declined. I highly appreciate the invitation, but I think I have danced enough for tonight. I would like to sit down and rest for a bit. This made him extremely embarrassed. Such a definitive rejection. But even that coldness is as graceful as a noble flower. She revealed a forced smile. What is this? Realizing something was wrong, she blanked out. Wait a minute. The confrontation between Raven and Adrian made her wonder. What on earth is going on here? Even though she had declined, Adrian still didn't give up. Then let's rest for a moment. How about we sit down and chat together? Evelyn didn't know how to respond. She silently recalled. Thinking back, Adrian's personality is indeed completely the opposite of Lucy's in the original novel. This made her understand. A character carrying the very nature of fire and the sun. Someone warm enough to melt Lucy's frozen heart. Evelyn closely observed Adrian's face. But meeting him in person is truly an overwhelming pressure. He continued to step forward and announced, "Come on. Let's go together. I will personally allow that young master over there to accompany us." Raven was completely infuriated. For what reason? She glanced toward Jay Lockhart in a corner. Jay, how could he possibly tolerate this person all this time? This made her understand. Looking at how the prince behaves, it seems he won't leave until he gets to dance with me. Evelyn continued to calculate. Which means this is exactly the right moment to announce that matter. She smiled and conversed. Your Highness, I am truly sorry, but I must excuse myself, even if I look fine. In reality, I sorely lack stamina. Right after that, Evelyn coughed up red syrup. Adrian instantly froze in shock. He hastily rushed closer. Blood. My lady, are you all right? Raven swiftly ran up. Belle, are you okay? He gently wiped the blood from her mouth. It must be because you overexerted yourself dancing too much. Here, use this handkerchief quickly. In reality, this was just fake blood. Just as she was about to respond, Evelyn realized. Thank you. Jay? Oh my, this handkerchief. He nodded and explained. Yes, it's a product from brand Belle that is about to be launched. My father participated in developing it. This is a first-class magical handkerchief. No matter what stains it, it will instantly return to a clean state. She chuckled and thought to herself. You sound just like you're reading a textbook, Jay. Her face then became full of anticipation. I see. So that means it's about to go on sale at the Latium Merchant Guild? The people around also took notice. What's all the commotion about? I heard it's the latest product from brand Belle. Look, the stain disappeared instantly. Raven gently tucked the handkerchief back into his pocket. It's both convenient and elegant when used as a pocket item. It truly is a wonderful invention, Belle. The nobles were completely astonished. Even the design is. He suddenly reached out his hand to support Evelyn's body. However, Belle, even though this first-class handkerchief is fine, that doesn't mean you are fine as well. Therefore, then he looked at Adrian with a furious gaze. But if anyone dares to bother her further in this condition, I will. He spoke up in embarrassment. I understand. I shall excuse myself right now. Yet he still looked at Evelyn with an unwilling gaze. In that case, I hope you take care of your health. She was extremely overjoyed. Goodbye, Prince. Other nobles also stepped forward. Lady Belle. They remarked in surprise. Are you all right? If it weren't for that handkerchief, it would have been very awkward for her. How fortunate. Her face revealed a smug smile. Hook them. Evelyn immediately pitched this product. Thank you for your concern, my lady. You truly have a sharp eye. And a generous heart. Indeed. If it weren't for the new product from brand Belle, I would have been in big trouble. She introduced it to everyone. But fortunately, I always carry a few extra with me. Her face then turned smug. Would you like to take a look? These wonderful products from brand Belle. Everyone immediately stepped closer to observe. I want to see it too. Oh my, could this be? Even this one too. While she was chatting with everyone, Argos noticed something. He turned his head around in annoyance. What on earth is going on here? On another side, Lucy remarked, it seems to be very lively up there. Looks like Belle is managing quite well. Orca also nodded in agreement. Time shifts back to a few days ago. Evelyn spoke up at the Nose Manor. Lucy, who has seen the Holy Grail in person, will use his holy power to locate it. She announced, that is the main core of the plan. She seemed to grasp the idea. Understood, sounds good. Thinking up to this point, Evelyn became hesitant. But Lucy shouldn't go alone. It's too dangerous. Yet moving in a large group isn't wise either. Two people should be just about right. Belle. Orca abruptly spoke up. Let it be me. The boy stood up and suggested, please let me go with him, Belle. The moment those words were uttered, everyone fell silent. Evelyn looked toward the boy in confusion. Prince Orca? Orca continued to explain. I know the layout of the Imperial Palace better than anyone else here. I can truly be of help in searching for the Holy Grail in the secret chambers. She was still very flustered. But isn't it too dangerous for both children of miracles to enter the palace? Yet the boy still refused to give up. It's not just for that reason. My ability. I can use it. Evelyn looked at the boy with an astonished gaze. She hastily asked back, Your Highness, has your ability already awakened? Orca nodded. Yes, and I've been practicing a lot. Up until now, I've always just relied on everyone else, especially Belle. The boy informed everyone. But from now on, I want to be someone who helps others too. Back to reality, Orca pulled a potion bottle out from his clothes. A sound rang out, catching Lucy's attention. She immediately squatted down. Hearing that, Orca was surprised. Wait, please stop here. Isn't this just the library? She shook her head and informed him. No, there is definitely something there. I can confirm it from here. Please do not go any closer. Lucy's expression became even more serious. Just as expected, I can feel it very clearly. This is definitely the energy of the Holy Grail. On another side, Nian sensed something. He turned his head to look around. I sensed someone. This puzzled him. It doesn't belong to the Emperor. But why is it so familiar? Nian immediately stood up. Now that I can move freely within the palace, I should investigate. Sensing the strange stream of energy approaching, Lucy became even more vigilant. She looked toward Nian's appearance. It's appearing. In her heart, she already had the answer. That is definitely the Holy Grail itself. He abruptly turned around and walked away. Orca anxiously gripped the potion bottle tightly in his hand. Just a little bit closer. In his heart, the boy silently prayed. Just a little bit closer. The moment had come. Orca opened the potion bottle. Right now. The boy's expression became even more serious. To explain a bit, Orca's ability is to create a tracking scent. Normally, only the person being tracked and Orca himself can perceive this scent, but a strange scent spread all across this place. Orca revealed an expectant smile. It's done. It's a success. With this method, Belle and Jay will be able to sense it when the Holy Grail approaches. It seemed Nian sensed something. He turned his head to look behind him. This presence belongs to the Child of Miracles. Lucy instantly detected the problem and advised. We must retreat immediately. I will use the Holy Relic. Holding on tight, the boy nodded in agreement. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Lucy used the Holy Relic. The two of them vanished from this place. At the exact same time, Nian arrived. But he didn't see anything unusual, which took him by surprise. In his heart, he knew very well. I am certain that was the presence of the Child of Miracles. There is no way I could be mistaken. Nian continued to search around. Where are you, Child of Miracles? Where did you vanish to? The signal being transmitted caught Evelyn and Raven's attention. Raisban had also sensed the anomaly. She understood that the signal had been sent. This sent. It looks like Orca and Lucy succeeded. In her mind, she secretly thought, the Holy Grail is still underground. Looking at its path of movement, it seems it's trying to come up to the surface. Just a little more time. Right at this moment, a young lady stepped forward. Lady Belle, may I purchase one more handkerchief? Evelyn joyfully nodded. Of course. Please follow me this way. Sarah delightedly continued. If you need more time to consider, we also offer a pre-order service. No problem at all. It's just that the price will double for pre-orders. Looking at this scene, Argos became even more annoyed. He glanced at Raisban and remarked, Raisban knows. You have changed your ways. Do you intend to elevate the Nose clan even here in the capital? This is hardly your style. He calmly replied. Of course, I originally intended to ruin everything in my own way. But my daughter loves peace, you see. This made him even more annoyed. Yet a child who loves peace does a thing like this. Setting up a shop right at the ball. There must be a limit to such shamelessness. Argos continuously criticized. Furthermore, this is also the event to select the crown princess. To defile this ceremony like this. Has she lost her mind? The corner of Raisban's mouth twitched up slightly. The reaction is even better than expected. Personally, crushing this guy would certainly have been interesting. But the unconventional approach of my daughter actually brings me unexpected satisfaction. Looking toward Evelyn, Argos became more certain. Just as I thought. He had figured it out. That inventor girl, Belle, must be the key factor helping the Nose family resist the Imperial family. A plan materialized in his mind. I must inform the Holy Grail. Depending on the situation, perhaps I should retreat. Receiving the signal, Evelyn took notice. She turned her head and whispered, Jay, the Holy Grail is about to reach the ballroom. Raven nodded. Good, let's go. She continued to instruct Sarah. Jay and I are going to rest for a bit. You handle the rest, okay? She obediently complied. All right, go ahead. The two of them walked out into the corridor. Raven stated what he sensed. The scent is getting closer. The Holy Grail will pass through this corridor soon. At the same time, Evelyn pulled a potion bottle out from her clothes. She decided. Then it is time to use this potion along with my ability. He asked curiously. You are going to use the power you mentioned in the letter, right? She nodded in confirmation. That's right. This will also be the first time you get to see it with your own eyes. Jay. In her mind, she secretly thought. My ability. The power of a foreign race, which originally showed no signs of awakening, finally rose up when I was at Orca. It was almost like a resonance with my uncle's ability. Evelyn knew very well. Unlike him, I cannot walk inside dreams. But I have developed an ability of my own. That is the ability to create illusions, so vivid and subtle that they completely deceive the senses. Looking at the potion bottle in her hand, she spoke up. I'm not sure if it will work on the Holy Grail, but I've practiced a lot with Uncle, so it should be fine. This potion even perfectly replicates the sensation of touch, so there won't be any flaws or awkwardness in the illusion. Saying that, Evelyn opened the potion bottle. She chanted the spell. Become the precious Emperor Argos, as well as the prince. And protect him from the Holy Grail. The scene shifts to another location. Nian was still searching. The presence of the Child of Miracles vanished for a moment, then returned to the ballroom. It's right around here. He stepped outside. Finally, he saw Orca's figure appear. Nian was extremely overjoyed. This truly is the Child of Miracles. Prince Orca, just as I guessed. My intuition wasn't wrong. Realizing something was amiss made him freeze. But the person standing next to him. He didn't understand why. Argos is appearing here. It's the Emperor. Orca anxiously asked, Father, do you think we've been discovered? Argos replied, No, don't worry. He calmly remarked. That entity is just a foolish puppet. It can't even move like a real person. The boy asked back in a slightly awkward tone, but it was definitely following me. Even so, since we are using a treasure that erases our presence, it should be fine, right? Argos comforted him in a gentle voice. Of course. Hearing up to this point, Nian's expression completely changed. What is this? Don't tell me the Emperor has been putting on a deception all this time, just to protect the Child of Miracles. No, he wondered in confusion. Is it to protect his own biological child? Argos continued to advise. Everything should be fine now. Let's head back. I only brought you here because you said you wanted to attend your older brother's birthday party. But now you understand, right? Until the danger passes. You must absolutely not leave the secret place. His voice carried a hint of anticipation. That moment will come soon. When we crush both the Nos clan and the Holy Grail. Once and for all. This made Nian completely furious. He figured everything out. I see. His rage could no longer be contained. Nian looked at Argos with eyes full of hatred. A lowly human dares to deceive me. On this side, Argos was still observing Evelyn. Seeing her leave made him curious. The heir of the Nos family and the inventor. Where are they going? Raisban suddenly asked a question. Is it that important? He smiled and probed. The selection of the crown princess can proceed after the matter of my beloved child is resolved. Why not show a little generosity as a father of the empire? This made Argos even more furious. Ridiculous. That wench definitely has something, right? To make. Raisban Nos obediently wagged his tail like a dog. The corner of his mouth twitched up slightly, unless, he smugly remarked. It is because she resembles your mad wife. Without giving Raisban a chance to react, Argos continued, according to your words, that very girl is the one who ruined this magnificent banquet. As the father of the empire, I cannot turn a blind eye. Conquest to a crime against the imperial order. He grew even more expectant. So if I personally execute the criminal, you won't object, right? Raisban secretly glanced toward the back. He guessed, my child. Jay, I think they have already prepared everything. The corner of his mouth revealed an inscrutable smile. Raisban calmly replied, you should choose your words more carefully. You never know. Which word will be your last? Argos angrily shot back. Do you really think threats like that work on me? The doors of the imperial palace abruptly burst open. He turned his head in confusion to see who was causing a ruckus. Seeing Nian appear made him freeze. What? Everyone around was startled. What's going on? Whispers broke out. Wait, isn't that the former Prime Minister, Nian Lockhart? What is he doing here? Raisban immediately stepped aside. Argos was still completely baffled. Why is the Holy Grail here? I clearly ordered it to hide underground until everything was over. Then he questioned, Nian Lockhart, can you explain all of this? Nian laughed in response. Your Majesty, it seems you have secretly put on a fun little entertainment without letting me know. This threw Argos into a panic. What is it talking about? No, more importantly, if it keeps opening its mouth, my connection to the Holy Grail, and even its true identity might be exposed. He continued to reprimand. What are you talking about? I don't recall inviting you to this banquet. As soon as he finished speaking, Nian directly attacked. He tried to resist. Wait, what do you think you're? The more Nian thought about it, the more resentful he became. A lowly creature like you dares to deceive me. His entire body was lifted into midair. At the same time, Nian tightened the dark chains. The chains choked the neck of Argos, putting him in a truly miserable state. Finally, he crashed heavily down onto the floor. Adrian cried out in panic. Father! Everyone around gasped in horror. Your Majesty! The Imperial Knights immediately ordered. Capture that thing at once. Nian turned his head around to deal with these knights. None of them were a match for him. Red syrup stained the entire floor. Feeling that he had been deceived, Nian was absolutely furious. All of you truly do not know your place. I will slaughter every single one of you right here. I will devour all of you. At the same time, an army of dark knights materialized. They wielded massive swords. Nian commanded, Rise, dark knights. The entire place fell into utter chaos. Run quickly. If you get caught by that thing, you'll die. Evelyn felt a little bit of fear. That came from the legendary knights. Raisban stepped forward to shield her. That's right. Be careful. It seems the Holy Grail has also devoured the power of Nian Lockhart, and the summons are even more powerful under its influence. He was highly anticipating this upcoming battle. Now then, Raisban, along with everyone else, stepped forward. Get ready. This is the beginning of the war. But Adrian was still trembling, not yet understanding what was happening. What on earth is going on here? The next sight made him freeze. Jay stepped forward and smiled to announce. Bell, I will join in too. He abruptly called out. Duke J. Lockhart. Jay gently reminded him. It's very dangerous, Your Highness. Please retreat. He was still completely dazed. Why are you with them? Jay found it a bit amusing. Our prince is truly far too naive. I must thank you very much for the useful information you provided to us. Those words just now made Adrian freeze. He wondered to himself, just how far ahead did the Nos family calculate everything? Seeing his pitiful state, Evelyn sighed. He used to be the original male lead. But look at him now, it's a bit tragic. Phaedra abruptly appeared. Sister. She called out. No Yun. He looked at her with an expectant gaze. Is everything ready? Evelyn nodded resolutely. Of course. Shifting back to earlier, Phaedra suggested, so, when we go to the Imperial Palace, there is one thing you must do. His voice was extremely urgent. That is, he continued to instruct. You need to manage to touch the Holy Grail. Evelyn asked in surprise. You want me to touch the Holy Grail? All right. Phaedra nodded firmly. Yes. If you do that, everything will be resolved. She was a bit uneasy. But if I touch the Holy Grail, won't my soul be devoured? The Holy Grail is already targeting the soul of a child of miracles. He gently comforted her. Don't worry, there is a safe way to approach it. Just in case anything happens, I will go to the Imperial Palace with you. Back to reality. Evelyn sighed softly. I didn't expect the Holy Grail to actually take action and kill the king itself. She glanced at Argos lying motionlessly on the floor. I never had any intention of killing him. She secretly thought to herself. But if doing this successfully lures the Holy Grail into appearing, then it can still be considered a victory. This made her even more determined. The plan has changed slightly. But now I can make use of the Emperor's corpse. Evelyn began to use her magic to take action. A stream of light appeared. This is a fragment torn from my own life force. Phaedra watched silently from the side. Thanks to it, I can safely make contact with the Holy Grail. This is the method taught to me by Sage Hyun. She continued her actions. I will hide the Emperor's corpse using illusion magic, then disguise it with a fragment of my life force. Having finished the process, Evelyn turned her head back. Good. It's a success. Now, all that's left is, she looked at the battle that was still ongoing. Trusting, waiting, and relying on Uncle and Jay. The warriors were still confronting the Dark Knights. However, they were facing a great deal of difficulty. Sir, these guys move very strangely. A helpless voice rang out. I think they are immortal. Raisban was startled in surprise. Immortal? Nian laughed triumphantly. Of course they are. These things were created by grinding and crushing souls that haven't completely died yet. Hearing this, his contempt grew. So, this is the game you came up with. While rotting away in the basement of the Imperial Palace. How utterly disgusting. It seemed Nian still didn't care. That's right, keep hurling insults as much as you like. In any case, all of you here will eventually turn into Death Knights anyway. Watching your souls scream as they are forced to fuse into one will surely be a magnificent sight. Raven stepped forward coldly. Shut your mouth. He used his sword to strike him directly. Failing to react in time, Nian suffered a major wound. He cursed in pain. You bastard Raven. He coldly replied. I intended to cut your vocal cords, but what a pity. Realizing he was too dangerous made him freeze. What is this? I completely cannot read his movements. Nian continued to observe. Completely different from the flamboyant style of Raisban numbers. He was surprised, so fast and silent. To the point I can't even perceive whether he swung his sword or not. Could this power be? It seemed Nian had guessed the power of the first Demon King. Raven held the holy sword, looking at his enemy. At this point, he also had to remark. The young heir of the Nos family, right? This power is truly hideous, just like the first one. But Nian still refused to give up. But just this much is still not enough. His expression instantly shifted. The Holy Grail's wound immediately healed. He stepped right in front of him. A clever trick. Holy Grail. But even if you use healing magic. However, Raven had no intention of forgiving this man. I only need to slash faster than your healing speed. He lunged forward to attack once again. Seeing him fight so passionately, Raisban chuckled. He asked curiously, Jay, do you need me to lend a hand? He calmly replied, No, I am enough on my own. Father, please protect Belle and everyone else. Continuous attacks left Nian in extreme pain. You dare? What do you think I am? Even though he tried to resist, he still couldn't fight back against Evelyn. He sank into his own train of thought. No, it's impossible. For me to be overwhelmed to this extent. I don't have enough power. My healing magic cannot keep up with the damage. Finally, Nian slowly collapsed. He fell to his knees in front of Raven. He raised the holy sword high. It's not over yet, right? Seeing that the situation was bad, Nian panicked. No, if this keeps up, this body won't hold out. He was looking for an opportunity. I need a way to recover. Right at this moment, his attention was drawn to Argos's corpse. The corner of his mouth twitched up slightly. That's right, that corpse. Nian lunged toward it without a moment's hesitation. If I just transfer into it, I will. Seeing his action, Raven was taken by surprise. But Evelyn had already calculated this beforehand. Hooked. She stood on one side, silently observing. The Holy Grail was about to touch her life force. Her gaze became full of anticipation. The moment it touches. The atmosphere abruptly changed, causing Evelyn to freeze. What is this? What's with this sense of unease? She recalled what Phaedra had said. Hyun clearly said that even if I feed it to the Holy Grail, I will be safe, although he didn't state clearly what would happen when I did. Because those were the words of Hyun, I accepted it without any doubt. This threw Evelyn into a panic. But why do I keep feeling so restless like this? As if I am forgetting something extremely important. What on earth is this feeling? Right then, Nian successfully touched Argos's corpse. He continued to manipulate it. Alright, now I just need to transfer. Realizing something was wrong made him freeze. Argos held his head and screamed, "What the hell? My head." His body began to undergo a transformation. Nian clutched his body in complete despair. He still couldn't accept the reality. My body. The gaze of the Dark Knights abruptly changed. All of them held their swords and continued to charge forward. Seeing this, the soldiers anxiously reminded the family head. Their power has suddenly skyrocketed. Now they are even using magic. Even Razeban did not yet understand what was happening. The Death Knights are reacting even more violently with the Holy Grail. He informed everyone. Let me handle this. Everyone, fall back immediately. Raven hastily searched around. The situation has changed. Where's Belle? The next sight made him freeze. He hurriedly called out, Belle. Evelyn suffered agonizing torment inside her body, making her unable to stand firm. Raven rushed to support her. Wake up, Belle. His expression instantly shifted. He sensed something. The energy of Belle is clashing with the aura of the Holy Grail. Raven continuously called out her name. Open your eyes, Belle. You must not lose consciousness. He transferred his own energy into Evelyn. If we are pushed back right now, Belle will be swallowed whole by the Holy Grail. In that case, I will channel my energy into Belle. Nian was still sitting there, screaming in agony. My body is shattering. Heal me quickly. He was utterly frantic. Wait. It can't be. The energy invading my body. Could it be? A thought flashed into his mind. The divine power of a long-forgotten god. In another space, Evelyn could feel it. The whole world suddenly fell silent, as if all my senses were gradually fading away. Mrs. Razeban smiled and conversed. Razeban, you know. She gently held Razeban's arm. If I had just a bit more time, perhaps just once, I would want to try experiencing what it's like to love someone. I used to have that thought before. Her face revealed a blissful smile. Thank you for making that dream come true, even if it ends in tragedy. The scene that just appeared before her eyes made Evelyn surprised. This is the memory I saw when making the contract with the pharmacological map. The memory of Jay's mother. She wondered in confusion. Why do they keep flooding into me continuously? Lady Celestia, Jay's mother. People said her soul was imprisoned within the Holy Grail. A terrifying thought surfaced. If that is true, does it mean I will also be swallowed whole by the Holy Grail? Sensing something, Evelyn's eyes widened. She looked at her body in surprise. A warm, gentle sensation. Could this feeling be Jay? Evelyn gently placed her hand on her chest. The trembling in my body is soothing down. The fierceness has vanished, and my senses are gradually returning. She slowly opened her eyes and woke up. Raven asked anxiously, Belle, you're awake? Evelyn gave a relieved smile. Jay, I've truly made you worry again. She nodded and replied. Jay, I'm fine now. He suddenly took notice. Belle, your voice. Evelyn still didn't understand what was going on. What about my voice? Then she noticed the anomaly. No way. Immediately, she took off the bracelet from her wrist, then tested her own voice again. The result left Evelyn utterly astonished. My voice has returned. I was too exhausted to notice it right away. But this isn't the voice transmission magic tool. The sound is coming directly from my own mouth. It seemed Raven had figured it out. Belle, all this time. The fact that your voice couldn't come out was due to the interference and influence of the Holy Grail, right? He turned his head to look in another direction. And now your voice has returned. Nian's body had begun to dissolve. He muttered incredibly strange incantations. This sight took Evelyn by surprise, the body of the Holy Grail. That it's melting. It seems it can no longer maintain its form. Have we succeeded? She secretly thought to herself. But something is very strange. We haven't completely destroyed the Holy Grail yet. So why has my voice already come back? Nian suddenly screamed, making the two of them startle and freeze. He held his head and screamed incessantly, "Stop! I told you to stop. You insolent creature. How dare you steal what is mine?" These words made Evelyn realize something. She suddenly spoke up. Something is not going according to its will. Raven turned his head to look at her. "Belle, what did you just say?" Evelyn's face instantly filled with fear. "Jay, there's something wrong with the Holy Grail. It's as if it is fighting against something else, not us." Right at this moment, Nian's gaze lifted to look toward Evelyn. Just one look made her tremble. He could no longer sit still. He immediately lunged forward to attack. "You!" Everything happened so fast that Raven couldn't react in time. The filthy slime was about to splatter onto her face. "Belle." Raven didn't know what to do. "Belle, it's too late if this keeps up." Right at the crucial moment, Phaedrus suddenly leaped up. He used his own body to shield Evelyn. She was quite surprised to see this sight. Evelyn hastily called out, "No Yun." Her expression instantly turned into one of anxiety. "No, if it's like this, No Yun will." Light began to emanate from Phaedrus' body. This light made everyone freeze in their tracks, because it was too blinding. Raven and Evelyn slowly closed their eyes tightly. The mother wolf's voice rang out. "So, we meet like this again." She glanced toward her in confusion. "Why are you here?" She sighed and replied, "I told you before, didn't I, that I would repay the debt I owe you. I cannot say that this has fully repaid it, but at least." Hearing this, Evelyn seemed to have understood something. The promise. Could it be? She recalled the agreement between herself and the mother wolf from back then. Nian was still frantically screaming, "Let me go! How dare you!" The mother wolf directly bit and crushed his body. At the same time, Phaedrus' body fell from above. She hastily caught him. "No Yun, are you okay?" He gently comforted her. "Don't worry, sister. I intentionally jumped in to make contact with the Holy Grail." He continued to inform her. "Since a divine existence like me has touched it, the conditions for the seal must be complete now." Raven turned his head in anxiety. "Belle, are you hurt anywhere?" She called out. "Jay." Evelyn's voice instantly became urgent. "I'm fine. But more importantly, the Holy Grail." The Holy Grail had completely gone mad. "No, it's impossible." It kept screaming, "I don't want to. I don't want to go back." Seeing this sight, Evelyn understood. That must be the seal No Yun mentioned. The Holy Grail struggled frantically, just like last time. But it was also trapped back inside the Grail. Everything returned to normal. The Holy Grail fell onto the ground. The Dark Knights all collapsed on the floor. Raisban thought in surprise. All the Death Knights have lost their power. Belle and Jay, they are over there. Everyone anxiously ran over and asked, "My child, are you alright?" They were surprised to see the mother wolf. "What on earth happened here? Why is this person here?" Evelyn chuckled and explained. "I will explain everything, uncle." Hearing this clear voice took him by surprise. "Your voice?" She smiled, nodded, and replied, "Yes, I can finally speak for everyone to hear now." Sarah was incredibly overjoyed. "Thank heavens, Belle." They looked at the Holy Grail lying on the floor. "So that means that the battle with the Holy Grail is truly over?" Evelyn shook her head. "We cannot be completely certain, but it seems that the sealing was a success." Raisban stepped closer to observe. "That's right. I no longer sense its presence anymore." However, Jay immediately suggested, to be safe, it is best to move it very carefully. After a moment of thought, he made a decision. "Then I will handle the aftermath of the Holy Grail with Duke Lockhart. Jay, you stay here with her." Raven nodded in agreement. "Yes, father." Evelyn was still lost in her own thoughts. "I hope nothing goes wrong. But now that I've relaxed, I feel so sleepy." "Belle." Raven gently picked her up. "If you're tired, you can take a short nap with Phaedra." "Belle." She gave a radiant smile. "Really? Thank you." Then she slowly drifted off to sleep. Jay's arms were warm and gentle. Finally, it truly feels like everything has been resolved. When I return, I will tell everyone that I have completely recovered. They must have been worried about me all this time. Time shifts to late at night. Hamel silently stared at the teacup in his hand. At that moment, recalling the words of the mage. "Hamel Igara, so this is the reason you came all this way. What on earth have you been doing all this time?" Hamel sighed and replied, "What have I been doing? I simply wanted to know the exact condition of my granddaughter, as the leader of the Whale clan. Answering just that much shouldn't be difficult at all." He continued to inform her. "Furthermore, this isn't a bad deal for you either." The mage was a bit weary. "Hamel, do you think that is the attitude someone who is begging for a favor should have? Is it not?" She helplessly blamed herself. "I shouldn't have wasted my words with you, saying you would do anything just in exchange for an answer. There must be a limit to absurdity." Suddenly, she spoke up. If you are truly serious, go find the Holy Grail and free the souls imprisoned inside it. She continued to speak her mind. Among them is the moon fairy, humans, and a child of miracles who carries our bloodline, the whale beast clan. I do not want to see that poor soul, Celestia, continue to suffer any longer. I want you to save her soul. Hearing this, Hamel suggested, if you just show me the way, it won't be difficult. The method to free them. The mage spoke of what she knew. What you need is to replace the host of the Holy Grail. He was still completely dazed. Replace the host? She nodded and explained. Someone else must take upon themselves the role of the Holy Grail. As long as there is someone to inherit that role, the Holy Grail will return to its original form and power, just as when it was first created. Saying that, she raised her head to look at Hamel, hearing it spoken out loud like that makes it hard to believe it's real. So what will you do, Hamel Igara? He secretly thought to himself. Someone must take upon themselves the role of the Holy Grail. His expression instantly shifted. What she said wasn't anything strange. That's true, but the teacup in his hand cracked, causing Hamel to startle. This cup. He wondered to himself. This persistent, dark, and ominous feeling. Why can I not shake it off? Time passed, and the Nos clan took swift action to deal with the aftermath of the royal ball. Everything was fully taken care of. Everything that happened during the banquet was ultimately blamed on the contaminated relic. The Holy Grail. What was bound to happen happened. Prince Adrian Bridium ascended the throne in place of the late emperor. Orca also had his position restored, and along with Orca, the two princes had their status legally and completely reinstated. And then, regarding the Holy Grail, the Holy Grail, which had been sealed, was transferred to the estate of the Nos clan, where it was confined deep underground. The scene shifts to a vast palace. Raisban sorrowfully looked out the window. He silently fell into a long train of thought. At that time, Celestia told him, trust me, Raisban. After I give birth to a child who looks just like you, I will find a way for all of us to live happily together forever. She revealed a blissful smile. You know that, right? That I am strong and healthy, even though I'm just a mixed blood. Thinking up to this point, he sighed softly. Just as you said, you tried to hold on, but in the end, you still left me. Your voice, that it still lingers around me even until now. He recalled the memories from before. Celestia, not long ago, I finally took my revenge. A memory he didn't want to face. A truly pitiful and meaningless death. He thought about Evelyn and his son, Raven. I didn't kill him with my own hands, but I protected everything I needed to. Therefore, I have no regrets. Looking at his hands, he didn't speak. The vendetta was over. His voice carried a hint of sorrow. And I didn't lose anything. I should be happy. Raisban looked out the window. But the fact that you will never return, that is painful to this extent. Orca burst into tears and questioned. Belle, you're not lying, right? The boy tightly hugged Evelyn. You've really gotten better? You're not tricking us, right? She reminded him. What I said is true, so don't cry anymore. Lucy also felt relieved. I'm truly happy for you. Belle. Jack stepped forward to speak. Belle, congratulations. The maid smiled happily. Congratulations, Lady Belle. Evelyn gently replied. It's all thanks to everyone's help. Thank you so much, everyone. Sarah's face suddenly became full of anticipation. Belle, so that means all the big troubles are over now, right? She nodded. I suppose so, at least for now. Her eyes instantly turned sharp. Then it's obvious. Evelyn asked curiously. What's obvious? Sarah excitedly announced. Then obviously we have to throw a celebration party. To celebrate Belle's recovery. She asked back in confusion. A party? Huh. She nodded and continued. Previously, everything was too chaotic, so we couldn't host one properly. But there's no way we're letting this slide. Hearing Sarah say that touched Evelyn. Sarah. She turned her head to look at everyone. Originally, it wasn't a fatal disease. So I thought it wasn't a big deal. But who would have thought everyone would be this happy for me? As if it were their own matter. Sarah was about to say something else, seriously. She tightly hugged Sarah. Her face turned slightly red. What's with this? Evelyn smiled and explained. It's just because I'm grateful. This made her blush with embarrassment. Grateful? You're getting all sappy again. Jack immediately suggested. Then leave the party preparations to us, okay? Sarah didn't forget to declare. We have to make it grand and unforgettable. Lucy announced. I'll help too. Evelyn chuckled in response. I'm really looking forward to it. Truly, she breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. But Phaedra instantly shattered her thoughts. Not yet. Evelyn's mood completely dropped. She gently stroked his head. What do you mean by not over yet? Hasn't the Holy Grail already been sealed? He nodded. Exactly. Phaedra continued to explain. It is sealed, but it hasn't been destroyed yet, which means the seal could break one day. Thinking about this made her discouraged. Then how can we destroy it? He reminded her. We need to be complete. This unfinished sentence threw Evelyn into confusion. Complete? Phaedra went on to question. Sister, when you first came here, did you receive all the memories of this body? She nodded in confirmation. Not right away, but eventually, I received them all. He calmly explained, it's the same for me. I am still absorbing the memories from the time I was born. My memories and divine power are still incomplete. It seems she understood. So you mean that you need more time to become a complete god? Phaedra nodded. That's right, but it will only take half a year at most. She let out a forced smile. What a relief. So in another half a year, that we can completely destroy the Holy Grail. Phaedra's expression grew even more serious. Yes. However, looking toward her, he remarked, only you can destroy the Holy Grail. But Evelyn couldn't believe her ears. What? What do you mean by that? She hastily asked back. Wait, hold on a minute. What are you talking about? You're completely confusing me. Phaedra reminded her. I will explain everything later. For now, you just need to prepare beforehand. Evelyn felt very bewildered. Get ready for what? Phaedra didn't want to let her know too early. You will find out soon enough. Don't worry. When I am ready, I will come back. See you then. She was about to speak up. Wait a minute, Noyun. He continued to instruct. You still have a lot of questions. And I won't borrow the wolf's body anymore. So remember that carefully. Evelyn hastily called out. What? Wait. Phaedra tightly closed his eyes. He fell into a deep sleep, leaving her in an awkward spot. Noyun, you really. Evelyn sighed softly. Always doing things your own way. Time passed. As if understanding that Noyun would never use Phaedra's body again. The Wolf King took Phaedra away at dawn. Before leaving, the mother wolf instructed. If you need help, contact me through him. Evelyn thought in confusion. Him? She must mean Noyun. On a beautiful day, then 3 days later, in the middle of the night, a familiar voice rang out. Sister, I'm back. Noyun stepped into this place, causing Evelyn to freeze. Noyun. He appeared before me. In his true form. His expression became incredibly calm. Evelyn asked dazedly. Noyun, is it really you? She was a bit disbelieving. But this appearance, Evelyn thought. It looks exactly like when he was a child. Noyun raised his head to look. The two of them conversed with each other. Noyun. That appearance. This? I just adjusted it to match your current age. He looked down at his hands and said. Actually, this form is just the default. But I can turn into anything I want. Evelyn was astonished. It's truly hard to believe that such a thing could happen. You really are a god. He was speechless. You're only realizing that now, sister? Noyun leaned back in his chair and asked. More than that, sister. There's something I kept noticing while preparing this form. He asked in confusion. Don't you notice that you almost never have any time to yourself? Is that so? Noyun recounted. Every time. I intended to talk to you privately, someone always interrupted. First the Saintess, then the two princes. And even your friends. He remarked. And those two seem to have something going on between them, don't they? Evelyn gasped in surprise. What? Jack and Sarah? That matter. That sounds like something I absolutely shouldn't miss out on. Nohyun's gaze grew sharp and cold. But the one I hate the most is him. She called out a bit timidly. Noyun. Evelyn stopped him. If you're about to talk about Jay, it's best you stop. Her words carried a warning tone. Don't insult my Jay in front of me, alright? Noyun went limp and blamed himself. Damn it, is it already too late? Why did you have to end up with a villain like him? Evelyn burst into a chuckle. She was secretly delighted. I guess my little brother is just jealous of everyone who is around me right now. After all, until now, it has always been just the two of us. Evelyn's hand gently stroked Nohyun's head. How adorable. He was taken aback by this action. She softly remarked. It's just that you're so different from when we were in the hospital. You look very healthy now. And I really love that. Old memories came flooding back into her mind. Noyun shyly turned his face away. He spoke up with some effort. Alright, let's stop talking about your friends for now. Evelyn began to reproach him. Noyun, last time you left without explaining anything at all. So now let us finish that important conversation. Noyun apologized contritely. I'm sorry, sister. I didn't have much time back then. He briefly explained. To put it simply, the Holy Grail was never a holy relic to begin with. Noyun revealed. It is the power of the god of darkness. The one who replaced me after I disappeared. Evelyn's voice softly rang out. The god of darkness? Noyun continued. Everything began with a war. A war between me, the god of light, and the goddess of darkness. His voice echoed clearly. The wars among humans, demi-humans, and the demon race. All originated from that. Evelyn was perplexed. Why couldn't the two of you get along with each other? Noyun explained. It wasn't that we didn't get along. In fact, we were originally siblings. He was also helpless. But because our powers were too unstable back then, we couldn't help but deny each other's existence. There was no other way to control our own powers. As that endless war dragged on, Noyun expressed his worry. I started to fear that everything would collapse. He explained. That's why I divided my power, leaving a portion of it in this world, and using the rest to seal away the goddess of darkness. Noyun recounted. Afterward, she and I departed for another world. He analyzed. The divine magic left behind in this world became the 8 holy relics. To be precise, 7 of them hold the power of the god of light. Evelyn suddenly realized. And the final one, that the Holy Grail, is the power of the goddess of darkness. Noyun confirmed. That's right. Suddenly, she noticed something unusual. Is it just my imagination? Or does Noyun seem tense in front of me? Her hand tightened slightly. Perhaps now I can finally get a straightforward answer. Evelyn directly asked Noyun. Last time you said that only I could destroy the Holy Grail. What exactly did you mean by that? Is it even possible for someone like me to destroy something created from the power of the goddess of darkness? Noyun explained. It is possible. The Holy Grail only fears 2 things. One is a power identical to that of the primordial gods, and the second is a power that does not belong to this world. A kind of power that can inflict severe damage upon it. That refers to the power of those who have crossed dimensions and become a different race. She questioned. Dimensional travel. In a different race? You mean, like me? That's right. He recalled someone, the founder of the Nose family, was also a traveler. That is why his descendants, the Nose family, have always been protectors, shielding others from the Holy Grail. Evelyn gradually understood. Because their power can inflict fatal damage upon it. So that is the reason the Holy Grail is so terrified of Jay's power. But wait a minute. If that's the case, why can only I destroy the Holy Grail? According to what you said, other travelers should be able to do it too, right? She bluntly questioned him. Noyun, you've been rambling for quite a while now, but you still haven't answered my question directly. Evelyn grumbled. Furthermore, you keep glancing at me as if you've done something wrong. What on earth is it? You look just like a guilty culprit. Noyun directly admitted. It's true that I committed a mistake. Even though I don't remember it clearly. He reacted intensely, but I do not regret it. Because vanishing along with the goddess of darkness to another world. His hands clenched tightly. Even if time were turned back, I would still make the exact same choice. Evelyn softly called. Noyun. He rested his chin on his hand and sighed. I'm not trying to avoid your question. It's just that actually, everything I just told you is intimately related to you. Evelyn was taken by surprise. Aside from the fact that only I can destroy the Holy Grail, how does any of this involve me? Noyun revealed. Well, the reason we couldn't recklessly destroy the Holy Grail, even after sealing it, is because if it disappears, the god of darkness required to balance, the light will also vanish along with it. But now, we no longer need to keep the Holy Grail. At that moment, a thought flashed through her mind. If the Holy Grail is no longer needed to maintain the balance, then there must be something else replacing it. Noyun helplessly said. We were originally siblings. I went to another world with the goddess of darkness. The more he spoke, the worse Evelyn's expression became. Hey, Noyun. She had realized. The goddess of darkness you mentioned. Could it be? Noyun had to admit. My precious sister, the one who created this world with me. That the goddess of darkness is you. No, Evelyn couldn't believe it. What on earth are you talking about? Noyun expressed his remorse. I'm truly sorry. I made you a dead god. Against your own will. He also had his own reasons, but at that time, it was something that had to be done. Both of us needed to return. After achieving mental maturity, Evelyn anxiously said, Wait, Noyun. Her face darkened as she thought. If what he said is true, does it mean that I was killed by my own younger brother and sent to another dimension? Just to mature? Her hand gently clutched her chest. Everything is too sudden. Noyun. He called out in a low voice. Sister. Evelyn held her head and interrupted. Even if I really used to be the goddess of darkness, I don't remember any of it. No matter how you explain it, I can't accept it right away. Hearing that, Noyun became anxious. That's because you are still a human. He revealed. When we safely destroy the Holy Grail, your memories will return, and you will understand what I mean. His hand tightly held Evelyn's hand, and at that time, Noyun was incredibly earnest. You will come with me and become a god once again. His voice was gentle and reassuring. Don't worry, trust me, and follow me. Together, return to being a god together. Evelyn countered with a cold tone. Noyun, you truly have never thought about my feelings, right? He replied in confusion. What? No, I didn't mean that. She waved her hand in refusal. I'm sorry. But I have a life here as Evelyn. I have relationships, a world that I belong to. Evelyn expressed her true feelings. I don't want to throw all of that away, just to become a strange god that I don't even remember being anymore. Noyun also let out a weary sigh. But if we return to being gods, we will never. Evelyn's hand gently rested on his head. No, that's enough talking about that. She didn't let him continue. But, sister, I said that's enough. Noyun sheepishly changed the subject. Fine. For now, let's focus on destroying the Holy Grail. I will show you how. Step by step. She became gloomy. Only until the Holy Grail is destroyed. Even if I regain my memories. Don't bring up becoming a god again. Alright. Evelyn still felt anxious deep down. For now, I've skillfully managed to avoid his topic. But I still feel uneasy. She was afraid of the way Noyun said becoming gods together. It sounds more like a sentence that ends. My human life. Even so, Evelyn also knew her limits. I doubt him. But right now, asking more won't achieve anything. Noyun climbed onto her bed. Time to rest now. Move over. I'm lying down here too. She said dazedly. Wait a minute. You intend to sleep here with me? He casually said again. What's the big deal? We are siblings after all. A moment later, their voices still echoed. Noyun. What is it? Evelyn extended an invitation. My friends are about to hold a recovery celebration party. What if I introduce you there? He looked at her, showing reluctance. So, you intend to hide. Your only younger brother from everyone. She hastily denied it. There you go, teasing me again. Noyun, you must behave nicely toward my friends. Do you hear me? We'll see about that. Evelyn warned him beforehand. If you do anything to them, I will really scold you. Alright. She was a bit skeptical. Are you telling the truth? Just this once. I will trust you one more time. I get it already. A while later, Noyun had fallen fast asleep. And Evelyn felt happy inside. Just as Noyun said, we are siblings, we are family. A family that protects each other no matter what. Her eyes gradually grew heavy. Perhaps I should try to trust Noyun a bit more. A second later, Noyun woke up. Sister? Are you asleep? He reached his hand forward, then stroked Evelyn's face. Your peaceful face. I've never seen you like this before. He recalled the past. You have always had to suffer until now. Noyun harbored intense hatred because of the most powerful and unstable remnant left behind by the Holy Grail, the power of death. He also knew you were always tormented by a power you couldn't control. Therefore, I do not regret it at all. Everything is moving in the right direction. For its power to stabilize, you needed to grow up again in a human body. Noyun held Evelyn close. When everything is over, it will never hurt you again. His eyes showed a ruthless look, therefore. He made a firm resolve in his heart. I will never hand you over to that damn crow. Because you and I are destined to become gods. Together once more. Up above, someone was watching. His expression shifted and turned dark. This aura. It seems he has noticed me. He recalled. I have been tracking the stream of energy, trying to approach Belle these past few days. So it really is her younger brother. Raven's face looked gloomy. If what I just heard is true, then Belle. Then he denied it to himself. No, whether she is a god or not. It doesn't matter to me. Belle is still just Belle. But there is one thing that worries me. If the Holy Grail containing the goddess's power of death vanishes, it means a part of Belle could easily vanish along with it. Who knows if that is dangerous for her or not? His hand gently reached out as Raven told himself. The only reason I've stayed calm all this time is because you are still by my side, Belle. Jay continued. His hand clenched into a tight fist. But if even you are taken away, Raven's mood was incredibly foul. Then a few days later, a celebration party for Belle's complete recovery was held in the garden of the northern estate. Evelyn gasped in admiration. Oh my goodness, it's so beautiful. She cast her eyes around. The garden, which was already gorgeous, looks even more radiant now. It's as if spring has only come to this place. Suddenly, someone called out, Belle, over here. You too, young master. Evelyn happily cheered. Sarah, Jack, and Lucy. She wondered. When did you guys prepare all of this? Sarah informed her. We told you we'd throw a grand party to celebrate your recovery. So what do you think? Do you like it? Evelyn joyfully added. Like it? I absolutely love it. I'm really happy. Thank you so much, everyone. The girl boasted. Feel free to walk around. Belle, there are a lot of people who want to talk to you. Evelyn was surprised. A lot of people want to talk to me. Just then, a voice rang out. My lady. The knights. He stepped forward to greet her. It's been so long, my lady. I've really been looking forward to seeing you again. Do you still remember me? While Evelyn was dazed, my lady. Lady Belle. They were all wearing the same uniform and masks. I have no idea who is who. His eyes were filled with emotion. My lady. This action made her realize, wait a minute. This clumsy feeling. Could it be? Evelyn immediately guessed right. The Knight of the Forest? He happily said, that's right, my lady. I was so worried about you back then. But hearing the news that you've fully recovered, I am truly relieved. Evelyn politely replied, I am the one who received so much help. From all of you. I'm really glad you all came to join the celebration. So many familiar and dear faces came over to greet her one after another. Outside, there were still a few guests waiting. Inside, the party was bustling. My lady, would you like to try this dish? Belle, try this one too. Please, one at a time. A while later, Evelyn sighed wearily. I've finally greeted everyone. Now I can rest for a bit. Suddenly, her gaze caught someone. Raisban was sitting in a corner, looking at something. She hastily went over to greet him. Uncle, he promptly replied. My dear girl. So are you done socializing? Evelyn let him know. I've greeted all the guests. My uncle won't be here until tonight anyway. He inquired further. Where is Jay? Evelyn explained. He's over there with his friends. We made an agreement that I would walk around alone while he chats. Raisban laughed and remarked. Looking at that serious face over there, I doubt you'll be able to mingle at all. Evelyn glanced over with a discerning look. That's true. He seems much more somber lately. She worried secretly. Perhaps he's dealing with something that's hard to talk about? Raisban took out a plate of cake. More importantly, would you like to try this? Thank you, uncle. She took a bite and immediately praised it. The cake is so delicious. He smiled happily and said, Do you like it? I made it with my own hands. Evelyn was astonished. Really? You know how to bake too, uncle? Of course. Come on, have another bite. Just then, Evelyn noticed something unusual. There's something hard in the cake. She looked inside to see what it was. Is this chocolate? My dear child, will you become my daughter? Eating this cake means you agree. Evelyn felt helpless. Uncle, you still haven't given up? Raisban coaxed. Come on, it's delicious, have another bite. She firmly returned the card and refused. No way. Evelyn thought. Accepting your kind sentiment is enough for me. He was disappointed. It seems this method still doesn't work on you. Huh. Raven, on his side, already frowned. Father is doing useless things again. Raisban's eyes gestured. If you are truly that anxious, then isn't there only one thing left to do? My son. His hand holding the wine glass swayed slightly. In his heart, he thought, I know I must be the one to speak to Belle first. He recalled the past when they met again. There is something I need to tell you, sister. Raven was still wary. But the Nose family carries a hereditary curse. A curse that the mother of the heir must die. He looked at his hand again. It's not absolute. As people say, that is because of the powerful magic flowing in our bloodline. It can be avoided if we live without children, but Raven still couldn't let it go. Even so, with Belle. If the person who has just found peace again, after escaping death, there is no way I can ask her to face such a dangerous destiny. He intently observed Evelyn. Suddenly, someone's footsteps approached. Hamel stepped closer and asked, Han, Belle, how have you been lately, uncle? Yes. She promptly replied. Of course. Are you well too, uncle? You look much healthier now. Raisban put on an unpleasant look. You are here too. Hamel added, Raisban as well. Why does your face look like that? Evelyn thought to herself. Even my uncle is here now. So the time has truly come. She softly called out, Uncles. Evelyn announced in a loud voice. And everyone here. Actually, today I want to introduce a special person to everyone. Raisban asked curiously. Someone you want to introduce? A light softly emerged from inside her sleeve. Come on out, Noyun. White hair gently swayed in the wind. Noyun carefully manifested before everyone. Everyone was astonished. That hair color and eye color. Could it be? Raven also felt a little bit uncomfortable. Evelyn continued to introduce. This is my younger brother. The one I was separated from since childhood. I met him again while in the kingdom of Aga. And today is the chance to officially introduce him. Come on, Noyun. He spoke up in a soft voice. Hello everyone. I am Noyun, Belle's younger brother. Please feel free to talk with me. Sarah was deeply shocked. What? The girl couldn't believe it. Belle has a younger brother? Everyone was taken aback. Belle, what did you say? Raisban was also stunned. A biological brother of my beloved niece? To Hamel, it was like a bolt from the blue. A biological brother? Noyun calmly nodded in confirmation. I was very far away. But recently, by chance, I discovered that my sister is still alive. It is a pleasure to meet her acquaintances like this. Hamel hastily stepped up to Evelyn and asked, Wait, the two of you met in Aga. That's right. Do you remember the times I went out alone, uncle? I met my brother back then. His eyes lit up, my grandson and granddaughter. A second later, he reproached, This child. Why are you only telling me now? Evelyn made an excuse. I'm sorry, I had my own reasons. Raisban expressed his annoyance. Hey, why do you keep calling my child this child all the time? Can't you just be happy about having another grandchild? Who is your child? Goodness, these uncles. Suddenly, Sarah's voice rang out. Oh my goodness. Everyone gathered around Noyun, exclaiming, Belle, he looks exactly like you did when you were little. It's truly a miracle. Lucy was delighted. I think he might even look smaller than Belle did back then. He is absolutely adorable. Noyun felt a bit huffy upon hearing that. But Evelyn was overjoyed. I'm glad everyone is accepting Noyun so well. Suddenly, someone approached Noyun, catching his attention. Orca asked in a loud voice. Hey you. How old are you? The boy repeatedly poked No-Yun. What? What's wrong with you? Stay away from me. Orca sniffled and said, I'm 7 years old. What about you? No-Yun shot back in a loud voice. I'm 8 years old. So what? He put on a look of disdain. Then I am your older brother. Call me brother, you little brat. Evelyn hastily intervened. All right, play nicely you two. Jay suddenly stepped forward and called, Belle. Jay. The two exchanged a few words. You met your brother in Aga? Yes, that's right. If he shares the same bloodline. Then he is also a child of miracles. I suppose that explains why he has stayed safe until now. Evelyn breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. We were very lucky. Actually, I had arranged the story in that direction from the start. She informed him, No-Yun is a mixed blood. So he possesses incredibly powerful strength. He helped a lot with the sealing this time. He had been hiding his identity. Until now because he didn't want to draw attention. Jay also let out a sigh. In every aspect. He really is lucky. I'm glad to hear that. Right. At the same time, the sound of footsteps approached. No-Yun turned his face to look over. Raven extended his hand to greet him. I look forward to working with you, Belle's younger brother. No-Yun calmly replied. I look forward to working with you. Seeing this, Evelyn was utterly astonished. Jay doesn't seem surprised to see No-Yun at all. She felt a bit suspicious. It's as if he already knew everything beforehand. Then she denied it to herself. But that can't be possible. A while later, Evelyn inquired, How was it? How did you feel about meeting my friends for the first time, No-Yun? He lay back on the chair and groaned. They are so noisy and annoying. I'm tired. Hearing that, she burst out laughing. But you don't completely hate it, right? Evelyn pointed out. You even looked happy when they patted your head. He sharply retorted. I only put up with them because they are your friends. Suddenly, No-Yun fell into deep thought about something. A second later, he handed an object to Evelyn. Sister, take this. Her gaze briefly froze. Is this the Holy Grail? A small cup was placed in Evelyn's hand. No-Yun reassured her. It is completely sealed. So don't worry. She asked anxiously. Did you take this from the underground dungeon? How? No-Yun casually replied. I have my ways. I'm a god. Remember? But even so, taking this without permission? He calmly answered. The reason I'm giving it to you is because I promised to show you how to destroy it. Remember? For now, just keep it. By just carrying it with you, you can gradually absorb it. Evelyn felt helpless. But I don't feel anything at all. No-Yun encouraged her. Maybe not yet, but you will. Keep it close to your heart at all times. Don't let it go. Hearing that, she put it away. All right. Her heart was completely filled with emotion. Even though I'm a bit uneasy, since No-Yun said so, I have to trust him. Suddenly, someone approached and spotted them. Lucy wondered curiously. Belle and her younger brother. Suddenly, she froze. What are they talking about so seriously? Something radiated from around Evelyn. What is this feeling? Lucy couldn't imagine it. A terrifying aura. Her heart pounded rapidly. It's just like... Suddenly, a voice called out, snapping her out of it. Lucy. Evelyn happily welcomed her. What are you doing over there? She gestured. Come here quickly. You have to try this cake. Lucy replied. All right, Belle, I'm coming right now. Even so, she still remained a bit wary. Lucy reassured herself. No, that can't be possible. It must be just an illusion. She thought of someone. That feeling that. Belle radiated an aura just like the Holy Grail. Exactly like death. After the party ended, I started carrying the Holy Grail with me all the time, just as No-Yun instructed. And before I knew it, time flew by rapidly. 1 year later, at Jay's 20th birthday celebration party, Raven and Evelyn walked inside arm in arm. People were buzzing with conversation. They have arrived. The future head of the Nos family. Then the woman beside him must be. Everyone recognized her. The inventor, Belle. They couldn't stop evaluating her. Have her eyes always been that radiant? And before, I thought her hair was completely silver. Somehow, she looks even more ethereal. Evelyn felt embarrassed. I can hear them from here. How embarrassing. She gently stroked her hair. I've changed so much that even others notice. No-Yun had mentioned that the Holy Grail might have affected my physical appearance. She sighed in dismay. Why does everyone keep staring at you? I'm standing right next to you. Evelyn playfully winked. Perhaps your aura is too dazzling, Jay. No one dares to look straight into your eyes. She took the chance to praise him. Under the chandelier. Your black hair is like the night sky. And your eyes are like thick honey. She was mid-praise when Raven covered her mouth. And your skin is. He was deeply embarrassed. Stop teasing me. But I'm being sincere. Raven's voice rang out softly and sweetly. Belle, you are actually the one who stands out more than me. He leaned in slightly to express his feelings. To be honest, if possible, I would rather not have come here today. Jay's gaze held only Evelyn's reflection. I would rather hide you away in the estate. Jay stepped forward and scoffed. That's enough. Don't you know how to behave properly at someone else's party? Evelyn softly called out. Jay. She happily congratulated him. Happy 20th birthday. Thank you for coming. Belle, he said sarcastically, though I didn't expect you to show up too. Raven noticed immediately. Disappointed? Of course not. Jay exclaimed happily. It's great to see everyone gathering after such a long time. His next sentence stunned Evelyn. However, not every face here is a familiar one. Someone walked over. Greetings, Lady Belle. Adrian asked shyly. It's been a long time. How have you been lately? Evelyn gasped in realization. The prince. No, the king. He spoke with endless praise. You've grown more beautiful since our last meeting. People said he changed after ascending the throne. But he didn't look much different. She bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Majesty. Raven quickly stood in front to shield her. So, you have arrived. Adrian stopped in his tracks and added, Ah, you came too. Having said that, he turned to Jay to congratulate him. Anyway, Duke Lockhart, happy birthday. Thank you, Your Majesty. It's truly an honor to have you here. They exchanged polite words. Come now. Given our relationship. Of course I had to attend. A second later. Adrian withdrew first. Well then. Now that I've congratulated you, I'll take my leave. I have some urgent matters. I wish you a safe journey back. He turned around to look at Evelyn. Until we meet again. A sharp, cold gaze lightly swept across her face. This action caused Evelyn to flinch in fear. But Raven also noticed him. Only then did Jay speak up. Did the two of you notice? He let them know. The king came and went, but apart from us. No one else in the hall noticed him. It seems he used a concealment magic tool to avoid drawing attention. Evelyn felt a bit anxious. Why did he come so secretly? Don't tell me something happened. Jay explained the situation. It seems His Majesty is very concerned about the weakening of the royal authority. He no longer shares information with me either. So this is merely a speculation. His next words made Evelyn freeze. But it looks like His Majesty is targeting the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail? He deduced. Perhaps he intends to reclaim it to win back control. The probability is high that both the former queen and the kingdom of Zom are also involved. Jay felt a bit suspicious. His Majesty probably came today to scout and warn us. Something along the lines of we are watching your every move. Evelyn became somber. Thinking back, the kingdom of Song has also been targeting the Holy Grail for a long time. If what he said is true, things will become very troublesome. She recalled that look. The king looked at me as if he were scrutinizing me. Could he have realized that I have the Holy Grail? Afterward, Raven softly remarked, knowing full well what the late king did, yet still coveting the Holy Grail. How absolutely shameless. We don't need to fear such foolish people. He seriously promised, no matter what happens, I will protect you, Belle. Evelyn was deeply moved by these words. Jay. She happily and gratefully said, I know. Thank you, Jay. You're right. Right now, I have no reason to fear threats from the royal family. That's right. The real big problem lies elsewhere. That night, the palace was plunged into darkness. Noyun suddenly came out. Sister, can we talk? Evelyn rubbed her eyes in surprise. Noyun. She wondered, what's the matter? Why do you have that look on your face? He directly said, there's a problem. Noyun commanded. No, first of all, take off the Holy Grail. She froze. What? What are you talking about so suddenly? You were the one who told me to keep it on me at all times. The Holy Grail was glowing inside Evelyn's clothes. Noyun avoided her gaze. I know, it's just that right now. Raven walked in. I think I also need to hear clearly what on earth is going on. Evelyn called out in disbelief. Jay. He stepped forward, even knowing it's dangerous. Belle still kept the Holy Grail with her at all times because of you. The two faced each other, the atmosphere freezing cold. Raven ordered in a low voice, explain it clearly. He clearly intended to warn Noyun. If Belle is in danger, I will not let it slide. Raven's face darkened as he stared intently at Noyun and said, even if you are a god, I will not forgive you. Returning to the bedroom, Evelyn hastily slipped into her slippers and got out of bed. She asked in confusion, wait, Jay, how do you know Noyun is a god? Raven calmly replied, there is nothing inside the Gnosis state that my ears cannot hear. I have also told father about it. She asked in wonder. Where did you hear that from? He casually continued to answer. That your younger brother is the god of light. And also the matter regarding the holy relics. Evelyn spoke in astonishment, and Raven continued, that you, Belle, are actually the goddess of darkness. And also the reason why you carry the Holy Grail. I know everything. Every single word he uttered filled her with terror. Then she tried to accept it, sighing as she voiced what she had long suspected. So, Jay, you have been eavesdropping on me and Noyun for nearly a year now. Evelyn turned to look at Noyun, who was already feeling guilty, and asked, Noyun, you knew Jay was listening, didn't you? Her face darkened as she gritted her teeth and asked. So, I was the only one kept in the dark for the past year. Is that right? Raven penitently lowered his head and apologized. I am sorry, Belle, for hiding it from you for so long. Hearing that, the Anger inside Evelyn also subsided. She let out a sigh and replied, "It's fine. I know you did that out of concern for me." Then she glanced her purple eyes toward him and asked, "That's not all, is it? Didn't you feel upset when I hid such an important matter from you?" Raven remained silent for a long moment before slowly replying, freezing her in her tracks. "I was terrified." He recalled looking at her when she was ill before, saying, "When you were sick, I only needed to focus on helping you recover. But now is different." Raven stepped forward and gently held Evelyn's hand, saying, "There is nothing I can do. And that is what makes me even more afraid. I'm afraid I will lose you, helplessly watching you leave like this. Therefore, I must intervene." He intertwined his fingers with hers, seriously looking ahead, and bluntly declared, "Avoiding it now is no different from choosing death to me." Evelyn choked out, "Jay." Bitterly, she asked, "If you lose me, do you think you won't be able to go on living?" Raven turned his face away and answered decisively, "Yes, absolutely." She looked at him with profound affection. Deep within her eyes, a surge of indescribable emotion welled up. Evelyn said, "Then I agree. This matter does not concern me alone. So of course, we must also have No-Hyun's permission." No-Hyun let out a completely helpless sigh, scratched his head, and replied, "You don't need to ask for my permission, sister." He reluctantly added, "It's not exactly a situation where I can refuse to help anyway. Well, it has been a full year since you started carrying the Holy Grail. So now, I think it's possible that you are capable enough to release the soul imprisoned inside it. I've already tried, but it didn't succeed. Why? Yes. The Holy Grail's barrier preventing external influence has grown stronger. Now, I can't absorb anything anymore." Evelyn asked in astonishment, "Why is that?" He darkened his expression and spoke seriously. "To put it simply, you don't have enough power to control death yet." Her body stiffened in fear. No-Hyun continued to recount what he knew. The Holy Grail contains the power of death, the most difficult power among the abilities of the Goddess of Darkness. To absorb it, you must experience death. You died in your previous world and crossed over to this world. So it can be said that you have experienced death. But the problem is that you don't remember the moment of your death at all. Every single word from No-Hyun felt like a knife piercing through Evelyn's heart. She suddenly realized, thinking, "Now that I think about it, that's completely true. I don't remember how I died. I only know that one day, I woke up and had already possessed Evelyn's body." He remained seated there and spoke seriously, "Sister, can you try to remember what happened when you died? If you can fully recall that moment, you will be able to safely absorb the Holy Grail." No-Hyun practically pleaded, asking, "Is there anything at all, that comes to your mind?" She let out a thoroughly confused sigh. Evelyn tightly closed her eyes, searching through her memories. "How did I die again? I must have died in some way. I'm not sure, but it seems." As she dug deeper into her memories, she began to behave abnormally, crying out, "It's hot." Evelyn's body heated up unusually, and sweat poured out. She thought, "I'm just trying to recall past events, so why do I feel so anxious like this? My heart is in chaos. A whirlwind of memories is swirling in my head. It feels like I shouldn't remember any further." Raven, sitting right next to her, reached out and tightly held her small hand. He asked anxiously, "Han, are you alright?" From her violently trembling hand, fear completely enveloped Evelyn's body. She stammered, "Jay, something is wrong with me. When I try to remember that moment, my body starts to." No-Hyun, hearing this, quickly ran over, knelt down in front of her, held her other hand, and advised, "You don't need to force yourself right now. Try to take it slowly. If it's too overwhelming, we'll find another way. Just let me keep the Holy Grail for now. Don't worry about anything else. Just focus on recovering your memories at your own pace." Hearing that, she smiled wearily, replying, "All right, thank you both." Gentle sunlight shone through the window into the bedroom. Evelyn sat blankly on the bed, lost in thought. "I tried all night, bit by bit. But in the end, I still couldn't remember the moment of my death. A flickering flame. The more I try to think further, the sharper the pain in my head becomes. What on earth happened when I died?" A sudden knock on the door broke the silence. "My lady, are you awake yet?" Startled, she replied, "Yes." "What is it?" The maid continued to answer, "There is a letter for you. From the Imperial Palace. It's a letter from His Majesty, King Adrian." A letter meticulously packaged in the royal style. The letter from the king was an invitation for the inventor Belle to visit the Imperial Palace. Raisban, sitting in the head seat, turned to look at her and asked, "What is the reason the king gave?" Evelyn replied in nervous anxiety, "He said he wants to commend the achievements of the inventor, Belle." He rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. "So it's just as Duke Lockhart said. His Majesty has started making moves to track down the Holy Grail." She also fell into deep thought and voiced her opinion. "It seems that way." Evelyn recalled Adrian's gaze. At that time, The way the king looked at me was very strange. It's as if he knew I am keeping the Holy Grail. Hearing her story, Raven's eyes darkened with hatred. As he said, "That bastard. I should have dealt with him beforehand." She gave a forced smile to stop him. "Calm down, Jay," he firmly said. "Belle, I can't let you go alone. Let's go together." Evelyn asked worriedly. But would the king allow a member of the Nose family into the palace? He calmly stood up, picked up the letter, and said, "Then it's simple. Just decline it. We are under no obligation to follow His Majesty's every word." Hearing Raven's reasoning, she also nodded in agreement, thinking, Jay has a point, but that I'm still worried about the fact that Adrian has noticed the connection between me and the Holy Grail. And how much does he actually know? Adrian has previously seen both the late king and the Holy Grail with his own eyes. There are too many suspicious points to just ignore. Perhaps he knows even more than I think. In that heavy silence, Noyun spoke up, breaking the atmosphere. "I will go with you." But his expression remained cold and indifferent as he continued. "After all, I am the younger brother of the inventor Belle. Even if I accompany you, they won't be able to say anything." Noyun suddenly flashed a chilly smile, glanced at her, and said, "And by the way, if possible, crushing him so he won't dare to pull any tricks again would be even better." This left her with nothing but a forced smile. "So that's your real objective, huh?" He stood silently by her side, staring intently at Evelyn, and finally let out a sigh of acceptance. "Fine, then let's decide on that." Time flew by, and a few days later, at the Imperial Palace, the herald announced, "Your Majesty, the inventor Belle has just arrived." Adrian saw her walk in and welcomed her with joy. "Lady Belle, welcome." He was cheerful, offering a warm welcome. "I am extremely grateful that you accepted the invitation despite it being sent on such short notice." Evelyn politely and courteously replied, "It is truly an honor, Your Majesty." But Adrian seemed shaken by her ethereal aura. Stammering, "Lady Belle." He showered Evelyn with praise. "Today, you are as beautiful as ever, like a white lily blooming amidst a starry night sky. I cannot take my eyes off you." Before he could finish his sentence, Noyun stepped heavily on his foot, causing all of his romantic emotions to instantly vanish. He crouched down, clutching his foot, and said tremblingly, "What on earth was that?" Only then did Noyun speak up. "Oh dear." With a gaze full of supreme disdain, he said, "I apologize, Your Majesty. It must be because I'm nervous for my first audience. I happened to slip." This left Evelyn standing beside him in utter shock, screaming in her heart, "Noyun!" Adrian, with a pained expression, asked, "And who are you?" He coldly replied, "I am Noyun, the younger brother of the inventor Belle. Currently, I am in charge of supporting the brand's management. I came here to escort my sister." He forced a smile and replied, "I see. Pleasure to meet you." Those words made her feel embarrassed, secretly calling out, "Noyun." Adrian flusteredly continued, "Come, please be seated. Let's have a meal together and chat." The three of them sat down at the dining table. He spoke up, asking politely, "Does the food suit your palates?" Evelyn smiled flawlessly and replied, "Of course, Your Majesty." He continued to speak. "I didn't expect to be treated to such a luxurious banquet. I feel that I haven't done anything to deserve this hospitable treatment." Adrian's emotions began to overflow again as he replied affectionately, "Don't think like that. I have always wanted to meet you in private for a long time, Miss Belle. During difficult times, your brand's products, Belle, have helped the lives of so many commoners. Even though it is a bit late, I want to reward that contribution." Her mind was uneasy as she replied, "It is truly an honor, Your Majesty." Having said that, Evelyn gently swirled her teacup. He regained his imperial rationality. "Good. Now that the meal is finished, let's get down to the main business. First of all, I want to speak privately with Lady Belle, the head of the Belle brand." This caught Evelyn and Noyun off guard. She stammered, asking, "Privately with me?" Adrian bluntly replied, "I have a confidential proposal related to official imperial business. Therefore, could your younger brother wait in the next room for now?" A maid quickly appeared beside Noyun, respectfully speaking up, "Master Noyun, I will escort you to a room where tea and cakes have been prepared." That action made him angry, thinking, "He's clearly treating me like a child, isn't he?" After a moment of thought, Noyun gently stood up and said, "Fine." He followed the maid outside, but his eyes never left Evelyn, telepathically telling her, "I'll keep an eye on the situation. So don't worry." She also nodded and sent a message back, "All right. Thank you, Noyun." The room door silently closed just like that. She slowly spoke up, "Your Majesty, the matter you wish to discuss with me is..." Adrian spoke seriously, "Miss Belle, if you agree, I want to grant the Belle brand a grand reward along with an imperial subsidy." "Belle." Evelyn replied in astonishment, "A reward and a subsidy?" After composing herself, she lightly touched her teacup and replied, "Thank you. It is truly an honor to be thought of by Your Majesty." and she firmly answered. However, the Bell brand does not need a reward or a subsidy. Instead, among the citizens of the Empire, especially those who have been abandoned, I would like to request that support be used for N Village. The calmness on Adrian's face cracked. N Village. Evelyn continued to recount the situation of N Village. As you may know, my brand originated from N Village. Since this is a brand established by a god to revive my hometown, if there is any support to be received, then I want to use it for the place where I was born. His mood dropped completely as he replied, I see. Lady Bell, honestly, I don't know whether to call you strange or special anymore. The atmosphere began to turn bizarre. Adrian became unusual, saying, in my entire life, I have never met anyone like you, making Evelyn feel anxious, thinking, something is different about this atmosphere. He suddenly extended his hand toward Evelyn, startling her, and said, Lady Bell. He blushed and said, perhaps you haven't realized it yet, but I have had feelings for you for a long time. Therefore, would you be willing to become the exclusive creator for the Imperial family? I want to keep you by my side always. Evelyn answered bluntly, pardon me, direct affiliation with the Imperial family. Adrian still kept a smile on his lips, answering confidently, that's right, putting personal matters aside. I truly highly evaluate your ability, Miss Bell. If you agree, not only will the Bell brand receive comprehensive support, but I will also help your remote village. I don't think this is a bad offer. What do you think? Although his offer was very attractive, Evelyn hesitated and said, but your majesty, this is just too sudden. But Adrian remained very persistent and answered, of course, I understand that you are confused. But please rest assured, this is by no means a joke to me. He recounted how he had been impressed by her. I have met countless young noble ladies, but I have never seen anyone like you, Miss Bell. Perhaps this is what people call love at first sight. I don't expect anything to happen between us immediately. I just want to gradually get to know you better. The more he spoke, the further the conversation went toward a confession. She thought skeptically, wait a minute. This confession is far too serious. Why? Would Adrian feel this way about me? Evelyn calmed herself down and observed her surroundings, thinking, that gaze at Jay's birthday party, could it be because of this? But Adrian sat opposite her, looking at her like a pitiful puppy, making her think in confusion. Oh dear, this is truly a mess. Evelyn's hand holding the teacup flinched slightly. She explained seriously, I do not understand why your majesty would grant me such undeserved favor, but Evelyn respectfully declined without any hesitation. I am sorry, your majesty. I cannot accept your proposal. Every single word felt like a knife, stabbing straight into his maidenlike heart. Those glistening eyes of his gradually dimmed. He choked up and lowered his head. His voice became low and raspy, as he muttered, may I know the reason why? She felt a small sense of relief and softly spoke up. I cannot explain every single reason, but the biggest reason is that I have no intention of leaving the place where I currently reside. Adrian let out a sigh as if he could understand, slowly replying, could it be? Because there is already someone you keep in your heart. The words hit right at the center. She blanked out for a few seconds. Raven's image immediately manifested in her mind, that there was indeed someone kept in her heart. Someone in my heart. He had called Bell. Evelyn posed the question as if to herself. Jay, what are you to me? Evelyn recalled when Raven protected her. He had said, avoiding it now is no different from choosing death to me. At that time, she asked, if you lose me, Jay, can you go on living? At that time, he bluntly replied, no, absolutely not. She also promptly gave him the answer. That's right. Adrian's eyes never left her figure, reflecting Evelyn's silhouette. She smiled with pure happiness upon mentioning her beloved. I already have someone who is incredibly important to me. Therefore, your majesty, I cannot accept your feelings. Even so, he still had to accept the harsh reality. Painfully, he said, I understand now. As expected, you are someone I cannot have. Adrian slowly stood up, left the table, walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, turned around to face her, and said, I had hoped we could resolve this peacefully, but it seems that in the end, it still has to come to this step. You cannot blame me for this, Miss Bell. Evelyn quickly recognized the abnormality in those words. Startled, she thought, don't tell me. He turned around, seemingly becoming a completely different person. Please forgive me. As soon as those words were uttered, two masked dark figures quickly moved in to surround her. A faint piece of memory manifested. Thinking, Knights of the Kingdom of Zom? Evelyn spoke up angrily in a loud voice. Your Majesty. What is the meaning of this? Adrian grew somber and slowly spoke up. I am truly sorry. I didn't want to do this either. Please endure it for just a little longer. But the last bit of hope in Evelyn's eyes vanished, leaving only disappointment, thinking, this is the ability of a mixed blood. On the other side, Noyun had also sensed something strange. He bolted up from the table, running toward the door, thinking, Sister has lost consciousness. While Noyun was moving urgently, thinking, I need to check the situation, a dark shadow appeared, the maid. From earlier, and an additional male servant smiled unfriendlily, blocking the door. The maid said dangerously, Master. Noyun, please stay still for the moment. Noyun froze in his tracks, his gaze completely alert. Scene change, the view ahead was hazy. Evelyn gradually regained consciousness. She was tightly bound by magic ropes. Thinking, this place is. Adrian suddenly appeared. Eerily, he said, You're awake? Evelyn still maintained proper etiquette, so as not to anger him. Your Majesty, where is this? But Adrian coldly replied. This is the room where my imperial father and Neil Lockhart once hid the Holy Grail. She narrowed her eyes, carefully looking around, thinking, I didn't expect there to be such a place inside the imperial palace. After regaining her composure, Evelyn looked up at him to speak seriously. Your Majesty, this action will cause severe consequences, not only for the Bell brand, but also for the Nose family. If you release me now, I will ensure that this matter will not be pursued any further. But Adrian still adamantly followed his own will, firing back with his reasoning. That, I cannot do. Who knows when the inventor, Bell, will ever willingly stay put in one place again. Her hands, tied behind her back, moved slightly as she thought. The ring isn't responding at all. Those actions were accidentally seen by him as he said, It's useless. This room is sealed, with magic passed down through generations of the royal family. Without my permission, no one can use their abilities here. You cannot escape, nor can you receive rescue from anyone. Your younger brother is also fast asleep by now. He won't be harmed, so don't worry. Beating around the bush didn't work, so she went straight to the point, asking, What on earth did you bring me here for? Even if you imprison me like this, Your Majesty surely knows it's useless, right? He tilted his head slightly and slowly said, Every word I said to you was sincere. I want you to stand by my side for the brilliant empire, and to use the Holy Grail. Inventor Evelyn. Evelyn's gaze was full of alertness as she looked at him. Adrian was almost driven mad, obsessing over the Holy Grail, as he threatened. The Holy Grail in your hands. Return it to the royal family. Evelyn looked straight into Adrian's ambitious eyes, and said, I'm afraid I don't understand what you are saying, Your Majesty. The Holy Grail is currently kept by the Nose family. Your Majesty surely already knows that, right? But the locked Holy Grail was placed in a secluded area. He was more serious than ever, answering full of ambition. Yes, officially that is true. But you know, Lady Bell, I have seen my imperial father, the late king, with that Holy Grail multiple times. At that time, I didn't pay attention. But after he passed away, I investigated it myself. And in the end, I came to a conclusion. That Holy Grail not only shakes human souls, but it also slowly devours their body and consciousness, only to finally take their place. But that was precisely when I realized it. When I saw you, it seems you haven't completely lost your mind yet, but that you carry the exact same energy flow as it. That means there are only two possibilities. But Adrian, filled with hatred and jealousy, continued. Either you have become the master of the Holy Grail, or you yourself are that very Holy Grail. Those words shook Evelyn's mind, leaving her completely speechless. Her deep purple eyes filled with profound gravity as she thought. How unexpected. I thought he was just a mere puppet. But I didn't expect him to come this close to the truth on his own. Adrian's patience had run out, and he issued an ultimatum. Now, hand over the Holy Grail. She stared intently at him, without yielding in the slightest. I cannot hand over something I do not possess. If Your Majesty believes that to be a lie, Your Majesty can verify it directly with the Nose family. Evelyn recalled Nohyan's face and gaze, thinking, since Nohyan took the Holy Grail away, technically speaking, I'm not lying. Even though I've been separated from it, its aura still surrounds me. Perhaps it's because I have already absorbed a portion of its power. Hearing that, Adrian merely stepped forward quietly, picked up a knife from the table, and replied softly, I truly didn't want to do this, but he decisively held the knife to her neck, threatening, if you persist, I will be forced to use physical force. Under that threat, she still maintained her composure, bluntly replying, please do as you wish, Your Majesty. I have nothing left to say. Those words were just as Adrian had anticipated, and he replied, I knew you would say that. In that case, there is no other way. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the knife to stab her. Evelyn could only accept her fate, squeezing her eyes shut to brace for it. But it didn't happen. The knife dropped to the ground with a piercing clang. Right after, Adrian fell to his knees right in front of Evelyn. She herself was astonished by Adrian's action. Your Majesty? His body trembled violently as he stammered. I can't do it. Belated regret enveloped him. No matter how necessary it may be, I do not want to hurt you. That very action made her feel pity for Adrian, thinking, Adrian. She recalled the plot of the original story. No matter how much the initial story has changed, Adrian has always been a prince like the sun, righteous and fair, no matter how urgent it was to consolidate the royal power. He wasn't someone who would go so far as to drag the kingdom of Zom into this. Evelyn lowered her shoulders and spoke up. Your Majesty, please release me. I cannot hand over the Holy Grail, but I can listen and help your Majesty find a solution. After all, I am the inventor. Belle, I will find a way that benefits everyone. He was deeply moved, looking up at her and softly calling, Belle. The atmosphere was beginning to return to normal when a voice behind the curtain rang out with utter sarcasm. Always speaking so softly like that. Always gentle and kind. The echoing sound of footsteps approached with supreme power and disdain. Step aside. I will speak to her myself. She blankly turned her head to look, thinking, this person is. The Empress Dowager of the country walked out with a powerful aura. She thought, Empress Dowager Julia of the Zom brilliant empire. She glanced at her child and evaluated. You are just like your imperial father. You didn't necessarily have to inherit his indecisiveness as well. Adrian replied anxiously. Imperial mother. Evelyn began to grow wary of this woman, thinking, of course. There is no way Adrian could have done this alone. It was the Empress Dowager and the Kingdom of Zom that pushed him. The Empress Dowager remained indifferent as she assessed the situation, then turned to scrutinize Evelyn, saying, I have heard a lot about you, inventor Evelyn. But this is the first time we meet face to face. Lines of the plot flashed through her mind again. The Empress Dowager was someone who would use any means to achieve her goals. Even in the original story, she had used the boy Oscar, and ultimately left him to die. I used to wonder why. Someone so full of ambition had remained silent until now. A certain conversation replayed. Is the Empress Dowager not coming? She is ill. What a pity. She continued to think. So after all, this is simply a conspiracy to seize the Holy Grail for herself. The Empress Dowager waved her hand and asked, do you know, young lady, Evelyn, the Kingdom of Zom has an elite army, consisting entirely of mixed bloods of various races. Both the Kingdom of Zom and the brilliant empire discriminate against and abandon them. Yet their abilities are incredibly useful, and their potential in intelligence work is limitless. Evelyn still remained very firm, completely holding her ground. Even if you intend to threaten me this way, what I can say remains unchanged. A mixed-blood individual stepped forward to threaten her. Upon his hand, it condensed into a magic orb. From that orb, it emitted a scent that shocked Evelyn, making her think. This power makes me so dizzy. My consciousness is fading away. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager stood nearby and said with great amusement, Now, Lady Evelyn, where did you hide the Holy Grail? The light inside her eyes dimmed, answering as if hypnotized. That is. But her mind was fighting back fiercely. No, I can't say it. But my mouth is moving automatically. The door was suddenly breached with intense force from the outside. Raven and Noyun rushed in anxiously, calling out loudly, Belle. His footsteps quickly approached, and with each slash of his sword, a guard was taken down. After a brief clash, the enemies were all wiped out. Those unexpected events terrified the Empress Dowager, as she cried out, What is the meaning of this? The young master of the Nos family. How did you manage to break into the Imperial Palace? But Jay ignored her, asking anxiously, Han. Evelyn, are you alright? Belle. Seeing Jay break through the door and rush and left Evelyn astonished. Thinking, Jay. Noyun also hastily walked in, approaching her and saying, I'm sorry we're late, because that the protective barrier around the Imperial Palace was too strong. So it was very difficult for us to track your whereabouts. And furthermore, the aura of the Holy Grail in this room is too dense. It seems to have left behind some kind of magical power. I cannot freely use my power as the God of Light. She replied in astonishment. What? He quickly stepped forward and tore the chains apart. Raven hurriedly asked after her. Are you alright? You're not hurt anywhere, are you? She smiled to reassure him. No, I'm fine. But more importantly, Jay, how did you get here? He said with deep regret. After seeing you off, I still couldn't feel at ease, so I secretly followed you. Just in case something happened, I waited outside. But suddenly, your aura vanished. While tracking your trail, I ran into your younger brother, and we came here together. Raven was extremely remorseful, lowering his head as he spoke. I'm sorry, Belle. I should have been more careful. If I had done that, you wouldn't have had to go through this. Evelyn gently raised her hand, placing it down to stroke Raven's hair, comforting him softly. It's fine. It's not your fault at all. I'm just glad that you found me. Only now did the Empress Dowager speak up to interrupt them. Young master of the Nos family. A trace of fear appeared on her face. Not only did you break into the Imperial Palace without permission, but you also dared to draw your sword. How audacious of you. He stepped forward to block the front of her protectively. Your Majesty must know full well that the inventor Belle and the Nos family share a close relationship. Causing such a massive incident, are you not afraid of retaliation? Those words shook the Empress Dowager. Her hand holding the fan trembled violently as she threatened. You must know that this room is under a sealing spell. As long as you are in here, all of you are within my grasp. A swarm of secret guards appeared behind the Empress Dowager. Once I have dealt with everyone involved, no one will be left to stop me from seizing the Holy Grail. Raven still firmly fired back. I once heard that the Empress Dowager was a clever person, but I didn't expect you to make such a foolish decision. The Empress Dowager turned serious and said in a low voice, now, quickly. She barked almost frantically. Hand it over. Hand the Holy Grail over to me. That behavior of the Empress Dowager shocked her on the spot. With that crazed look, filled with greed, Evelyn thought, that insane gaze. She has already been consumed by the Holy Grail. Just like the late king back then. Two secret guards simultaneously rushed forward to attack Raven. Powerful magic was fired toward him, but he swiftly countered. The first person, and the second person couldn't avoid it either. With one swing of his sword, those two collapsed. Then, he didn't forget to turn back and mock the Empress Dowager. Did you truly think you could stand against the young master of the Nose family? With that level of skill? After that, Raven raised his sword and went on the offensive. It's over. But Adrian quickly blocked the attack. He seriously fired back. Young master of the Nose family, I will not forgive anyone who dares to lay a hand on my imperial mother. Raven was not to be outdone, mocking him right back. You puppet king. Sparks flew with every clash of their swords. Evelyn stood aside and thought, Adrian fights better than I expected. Well, it makes sense. He was originally the male lead in the original story, after all. Because of Jay, is there anything I can do? Meanwhile, a pitch-black hand reached out. A secret guard quickly locked Evelyn in a tight hold. Noyun quickly noticed and turned around anxiously. Sister. Hearing that, Raven also turned his head and cried out in worry. Belle. The secret guard ordered with a menacing aura. Drop your weapons right now. Fire erupted from that secret guard's arm, pointing straight at her neck as he warned. Otherwise, her life is forfeit. Try any tricks, and I will incinerate her instantly. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager stepped forward with smug satisfaction, saying complacently, Didn't you hear him? Drop your weapons. Meanwhile, Evelyn still hadn't fully processed it, thinking in dismay. I didn't even sense him approaching. Is this the ability of one of the knights of the kingdom of Zom? Seeing this, Raven barked in anger. You bastard. Adrian seized the opportunity and pointed his sword at him. Didn't you hear him? Drop your weapon, young master. Raven remained silent, pondering for a moment. Then he threw his sword to the ground. Seeing this, Evelyn shouted in anxiety. Jay. Her hands moved slightly as she thought. Calm down. I need to focus to use my power precisely. Just create a small opening to break free. Her body suddenly stiffened. The ring of fire wrapped around her neck, and she began to panic. Thinking, what is this feeling? Raven also sensed that Evelyn was acting strange, thinking, Belle? Noyun was also stunned upon seeing her like that. Her body froze completely. Thinking, those bright red flames. That scorching heat. That's right. I remember now. It's definitely. He ran toward her anxiously and shouted. Belle, wake up. A flash of magic burst out. That magical energy enveloped her body, causing Evelyn to scream in agony. That scream was agonizingly heartbreaking. That powerful energy forced the Empress Dowager to step back. Even Adrian was affected, saying, What on earth is this? Even Noyun was equally astonished, watching the scene blankly with his own eyes. Raven ran closer in terror, shouting loudly, Belle. The scene faded. The space was covered in purple mist. Everyone collapsed. Raven could only stand there, looking at her with deep anxiety. As Evelyn became abnormal and dazed, he softly called, Belle. Her eyes became lifeless, like a hollow shell. Raven hurriedly approached her, calling out loudly, Belle, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Evelyn's body trembled, her eyes devoid of a soul, as she looked at him and said, Jay, my memories have returned. Then she collapsed into Raven's arms, leaving him stunned and terrified, shouting loudly, Belle, wake up. Her soul fell into the void, thinking, my chest feels heavy and hot, that I can't move. What is happening? But right before her eyes, Evelyn was surrounded by roaring flames. She stared into them and asked, Is this a dream? Thinking, no, this is far too real to be a dream. It's exactly like the day I thought about death. She suddenly turned around. A girl was tightly clutching a book in her arms. Thinking, this is what I looked like before becoming Evelyn, back when I was Uno. No, could this be the memory of the moment I died? Evelyn's head throbbed with a sudden pain. No, is this even my own memory? This is Uno's memory, not mine. Her gaze was drawn to something. It was the Holy Grail that the Empress Dowager and Adrian desired. Her face went numb with fear. She looked at that grail and thought, now I understand. The reason I could never remember the moment of my death. If I truly recall that memory, then I will be completely consumed by my true self. Evelyn swallowed hard, regaining her composure. Thinking, focus. Uno is me, and I am Uno. If I calmly retrace the memories, I will be fine. Let's remember. About my death. In that previous world. Until the moment I died. I always carried that thing with me. The book that No-Yoon and I created together. Since being born into that world, there was only one thing that truly belonged to me. Her adorable little brother calling out, "Sister." Evelyn thought, "My precious little brother." No-Yoon. In my previous life, I was an adopted child. I always yearned for a family, so when the adoption was finally decided, I was truly happy. But what a pity. My adoptive parents gave me so little affection that they could hardly be called a family. True, it was thanks to them that I met No-Yoon, my only true relative, but even so, I still didn't want to call anyone else my parents anymore. Perhaps that's why I couldn't accept the adoption offer from the man who was already like family to me. I can only remember up to that point, but something is very strange. The memories are cut off unnaturally. I can't remember what happened after the death of No-Yoon. While her consciousness was drifting, someone from the outside was calling, "Belle. Belle, open your eyes." She looked around, thinking, Jay's voice. Jay is calling me. Evelyn's body relaxed slightly as she faced the body of her past life. Perhaps I have never truly faced death completely, but if I have now found even just a clue to master the power of death, that is enough. Then she stood up seriously, voicing her thoughts. Because right now, someone is waiting for me to return. In the present, she slowly woke up. Seeing her wake up, Raven joyfully called out, "Belle, you're awake. Do you feel any better?" Evelyn sat up wearily and softly called out, "Jay." Raven said with a choked voice, "Thank goodness. You've been unconscious for 3 whole days. I was so worried." She asked in astonishment, "What? Has it been that long?" She then continued to ask about the current situation. What happened after that? The Emperor and the former Empress Dowager. He looked up and replied, "Everything has been resolved." He continued to recount, "My father arrived at the Imperial Palace right after receiving the news. A war almost broke out with the royal family, but that once the Emperor regained his senses, he bowed before us. The royal family officially apologized to both the Belle brand and the Nos family, while also promising a massive amount of compensation." She lowered her eyes and replied, "So that's what happened. I'm sorry for getting captured like that." Hearing this, Jay spoke up loudly in distress. "Why are you apologizing? That doesn't matter at all." Trembling, he grasped her small hand. "I still couldn't prevent you from being in danger once again. This time, I was terrified that you would never wake up." Evelyn gently reached her hand out to comfort him. "It's all right. It's all right, Jay." She affectionately caressed the face of Raven, who was choking up. "You saved me. I'm sorry for always making you worry." Then she spoke softly as if to herself, "From now on, I won't make anyone worry anymore." Unable to hear her, he asked back, "Belle, what did you just say?" Evelyn merely smiled and replied, "It's nothing. I'm fine now, so go back to your room and rest, Jay." Raven smiled back and replied gently, "All right. If anything happens, you must absolutely tell me, Belle." The door was closed once again. The room returned to its innate tranquility. A small sound rang out. Evelyn turned serious again and said with absolute certainty, "You're here." The Holy Grail majestically appeared. She said, "Holy Grail." A few days later, the ladies in the mansion all showed clear signs of astonishment. Both Sarah and Jack were utterly bewildered. What just happened? I don't know. What on earth is going on? Even Raysban was completely stunned. "My dear, just now you..." "What?" Evelyn stated coldly. "Let me make it clear once again. The only person I consider family is No-Yoon. Your continuous adoption proposals, uncle." She clearly displayed her dislike. "That make me uncomfortable, so please stop." Raysban looked at Evelyn, who now had her arms crossed coldly. "My dear," said, "it makes her uncomfortable. This must be..." He collapsed onto the ground. My dear has finally entered her late rebellious phase. Lucio also anxiously approached Belle. Seeing that she didn't respond, she also hesitantly turned back to the old house. Lucio recounted, "So I believe you've noticed it too, young master. Lately, Belle's condition has been a bit unusual." Hearing that, Raven also grew unusually tense. He asked, "Unusual? In what way?" Lucio stated, "Since I possess divine power, I might be more sensitive to such things. But how should I put it? There is a strange energy emanating from around her, along with a corrupted aura that I felt when facing the Holy Grail before. I sense that exact same aura from Belle too. It is far too ominous to be just my imagination. It feels as though the divinity inside me is screaming by instinct that something which should never happen is happening. Something that should never awaken is about to awaken." He listened with a very tense expression, recalling her figure. He also felt that it was true. Belle had behaved strangely back then. She was like someone who didn't belong to this world, and the power she displayed was not that of a normal mixed blood. She caused many people to fall into a death-like sleep, without leaving a single wound. Lucio was also deeply worried. I want it to be just my imagination. But if Belle's corrupted aura grows stronger, then... But Raven himself was very steadfast. No, no matter what, I will protect Belle with my own hands. Hearing that, she was very surprised, her eyes widening. Afterward, Lucio let out a sigh. Right? I knew that's what you would say, young master. She also advised him. Please take good care of Belle, young master. And he was very ready, of course. But, he also rubbed his chin, contemplating. If there is anyone I need to discuss this with, it must be. I'm going to find Noyun to talk and clarify everything. He knew that only he could understand this matter. But Noyun closed his eyes coldly, as he suddenly appeared and said nonsense. I wonder what you are doing. That is not a corrupted energy. That is the aura of the power of death belonging to the goddess of darkness. By accepting a fragment of her, the Holy Grail, my sister is restoring the power of death. Hearing Nohyun's confirmation, naturally, her memories of the goddess will return too. His eyes widened. However, Noyun also had to make a caveat. Well, I just didn't expect her personality to return first. Lu, her personality? He vaguely understood. So that means the way she behaved today is the true personality of the goddess of darkness? Not only that. Raven raised his voice to continue. I have another question. And what is the answer? He promptly asked, if Belle restores her memories of death and becomes the one to break the Holy Grail. But Noyun immediately emphasized with absolute certainty. I already told you she will become a god with me. This irritated Raven, who exclaimed, then what about Belle's human self? You haven't explained that clearly. If Belle completely returns to being the goddess of darkness, the one who is here with us right now, he emphasized, you don't seem to share the same goal as us. You are merely attached to Belle's human life, but not unless you intend to live with her. Once Belle leaves her human life behind somewhere, we will never be able to reach her again. Therefore, Noyun smirked and probed. So what do you plan to do? Nohyun's words made him freeze. You. Then the other party continued. From the beginning, my sister and I were born as gods. Living or dying is a human matter, not ours. Don't you think it's better for my sister, who has always been suffering, to cast away her frail human body and live eternally as a god? The more he listened to Noyun, the darker Raven's face became. Noyun mentioned, of course. Belle has lived her whole life with a sickly body. At this, Raven fired back, but thanks to that past, we met and grew up together. The experiences and choices at that time brought us to this very moment. Belle would definitely say so herself, because that is the path she walked as a human. At this point, he began to take action. But if you still want to separate Belle from me, Raven summoned his sword. Then whether you are a god, a demon, or anything else, that I will still stop you. Noyun looked at the blade pressed against his neck. He very calmly brushed his hair back, then noticed something outside and called out. What is it? When did everyone gather here? Come on out, everyone. They immediately pushed the door open and entered. Gathered together, a group appeared. Raven immediately turned his head and called out. Guys. Jay emphasized, we heard everything. It's hard to believe all this stuff about gods and miscellaneous things, but Sarah and Jack wouldn't allow it either. Do you think we would just let Belle be taken away? We feel the same way as our teacher. That's right. Belle is precious to us too. Both Lucio and Oscar were also determined. He was empowered and stated. You heard them. None of us intend to let Belle. Noyun, confronted by the entire group at once, could only let out a sigh and said, are you people misunderstanding something here? Noyun rested his cheek against one side of the chair. I have never intentionally pushed her toward death, you know. Do you think I would do that even if she didn't want to? Hearing that, Jack also let out a sigh of relief. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. However, Raven still couldn't help but be suspicious. But you've always wanted to turn Belle into a god. Now you claim you'll halt the plan? Don't tell me you're lying. Standing beside him, Jay spoke up, fine. Then let's just plan according to the worst case scenario and rack our brains to find a way, so that Belle won't die. Hearing that, Noyun was quite surprised. Rack your brains, huh? Then he said reassuringly. Right, I think if I push you guys hard enough, you might actually come up with something. This made him quite irritated. You really have no restraint, daring to talk to a god like that. But Noyun looked very thoughtful. He revealed, a way for her not to die. Even if she destroys the Holy Grail, there's one way. Noyun emphasized this part. But you guys will have to help too. Though she will probably object to it. Because she hates seeing you guys get hurt. Then Raven was very resolute. Of course, she must not find out. Sarah flexed and patted her bicep. It's not like we're going to die or anything. It's just a little bit of pain, right? Anything is fine as long as it's for Belle. I can bear that risk. And little Oscar was very ready too. Me too. So Noyun said, all right. In that case, she won't be able to. He restated, when the Holy Grail falls into a slumber at dawn. At this moment, which was Oscar's sleeping hours, everyone had fully gathered. He spoke up, since everyone is present. I will explain. The method I am speaking of is simply destroying the Holy Grail as it currently is. Hearing that, Raven grew completely irritated. What? If that could be done, why didn't we do it from the very beginning? Therefore, Noyun immediately explained, because until now, the power of the Holy Grail was too strong. This method is only feasible once she has drained some of the power from it. Jay quickly asked further, how do we destroy the Holy Grail? So he immediately answered, passing through the sanctuaries of other races, there is the dwelling of the Siren of Fire. We will go to the lava lake there. That lake carries chaotic power enough to destroy the Holy Grail. It is also known as the Tomb of the Gods. Razeban looked completely unfamiliar with it. I have never even heard of such a place. So Noyun had to clarify. Well, how could humans possibly know about it? Back when the God of Light and the Goddess of Darkness had not yet separated, it was created during the attempt to imprison the chaos between them. Before throwing the Holy Grail into the lava, we must separate the souls trapped inside. The energy of death that they carry is precisely what feeds the Holy Grail. Once separated, each person will seal one soul into their own sacred object. Inside the Grail, there are exactly 7 souls that have not been completely absorbed. That detail caught his attention. 7 souls not yet absorbed. Hemel had once mentioned something like this. One of them is indeed Celestia. It made Razeban feel a deep sadness in his heart. And Noyun continued to recount. After the souls are saved and the Holy Grail loses its power, we will throw it into the lava lake. Reaching this point, he pointed his finger and said, that is the entire plan. Every single step must be executed with absolute precision. Having understood everything, Raven replied, understood. We will need to prepare a lot. After that, he continued, first, we will begin by transferring the power sealed within the sacred objects into your bodies. This left Sarah and Jax standing in utter bewilderment. Why? So Noyun continued to clarify, the sacred objects must be made completely empty so that the souls have a place to enter. That is what must be done before reaching the lava lake. And just so you people know, receiving the power of a sacred object into a human body will be very painful. This caused them to turn pale. Even though she was a bit scared, Sarah still tried to compose herself and stand up. We already said that as long as it's for Belle, we can endure it. Let's start right now. And the little boy chimed in. That's right. Once it begins, we'll get used to it. Jay and Lucio looked at each other more calmly. And finally, Raven was very determined. Yes, all for Belle. Let's begin training. What we need to prepare is. Noyun observed everyone, and then suddenly turned his head away. Sister, this time I will definitely. The next day, Oscar fell down with a thud, which was super painful. The little boy's eyes spun, a lump forming on his head, while he was scolded by Noyun. I told you to focus more, kid. Those two were also being pushed hard. You guys hurry up too. We don't have time left. This made Sarah and Jack have to beg. Can't we rest for a bit? Sure. So he had to agree. If you guys want to finish. Noyun then threatened. But then don't expect to sleep before completing today's goal. They just cried out like that. So cruel. How can you do that? Only to be forced by Noyun. In that case, practice harder. While Evelyn and Jay were practicing connecting with the sacred object, Raven observed everyone as a whole. It looks like everyone is progressing well. As his hand had just closed the door to walk outside, he ran into Evelyn. Jay. Her eyes widened as she asked, what are you guys doing without me? Therefore, Raven looked very surprised. Belle? She had just returned to her original state after a month. Her reaction was even weaker than usual. Because of that, he had to make up a random reason. We're just practicing lightly. This made Evelyn curious. Practicing lightly. It sounded like the end of the world out there. Only then did Jay reassure her. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Meanwhile, inside his head, he was telling himself, the Holy Grail's reaction has weakened. Then he spoke up. Belle, there's something I need to tell you. We have found a way to destroy the Holy Grail. This left her completely astonished. Really? How? And he immediately revealed. Belle, come with us, okay? To a lava lake. The only place where it can be done. At this, Evelyn asked back in bewilderment, a lava lake? Seeing this, Raven also stated directly. Our plan is to completely destroy the Holy Grail there. Before leaving, he carefully checked beforehand. Do you have the Holy Grail? She also quickly confirmed, it's with me. At this moment, Raven probed with a bit of anxiety. How is the current status of the Holy Grail? You can control it, right? Evelyn cheerfully replied. I think I finally know how to control death now. Suddenly, her expression changed and she looked down, saying, but. Seeing Evelyn's hesitant expression like this, he grew worried and asked. But what? So it turned out to be what she desired as she asked. Jay, will you come with me? To the place where we used to live. Afterward, the two of them went to that place. Snow was blanketing everything around them. While walking, Raven turned to him and So, he anxiously brought it up again and asked, "What did you mean when you said you were fighting against the Holy Grail?" Seeing this, Evelyn recounted everything. "The memories I recovered are not completely intact, so I cannot overwhelm the Holy Grail. Now I understand what the power of death is and how to control it. But that's not all. What she feared the most was, but the death I control is still not enough." Because Evelyn remembered that according to her memories of death, I realized I didn't just die once. It wasn't just the memory. Before coming to this world, she still remembered how she was back then. I also remembered when my power as the goddess of darkness was forcibly suppressed. After hearing this, he was a bit confused and asked, "How could you possibly control something like that?" Evelyn wasn't too sure either. "I'm still thinking about it. There isn't enough time left to just wait for everything to return to normal on its own." After all, she chose a different path. So I decided to take a shortcut. Meanwhile, Raven didn't understand. A shortcut? After walking for a while, Evelyn turned to him and said, "I will tell you when I'm certain. We've arrived." Afterward, the two of them stepped inside to explore. As soon as she entered, she was excited by this familiar house. This brings back so many memories, doesn't it? He looked at the house as memories flooded back and agreed in response, "That's true." At this moment, Evelyn saw a familiar room and called out, "Do you remember, Jay?" She began to recount the old memories. "When you tried to cook lunch by yourself as a kid, your fingers were covered in cuts. I felt both grateful and guilty." Hearing that, Raven smiled and replied, "That's exactly how it was. Back then, I think I desperately wanted to do something for you." Upon entering a familiar room, Evelyn called him over. "Look at this too." Looking closely now, this bed is really small. She also said cheerfully, "But it feels like there's still enough room for both of us." Seeing this, he teased her, "You just slept soundly." Without knowing how I felt, Evelyn turned around in surprise and asked, "What?" But Raven turned away without elaboration. "It's nothing." While she was still bewildered, she chuckled, "I'm so foolish." At this moment, Evelyn was incredibly grateful. "Thank you, Jay, for coming all the way here without even asking for a reason." He also replied, "Of course, since it was your request." Hearing that, she just smiled and thought, "I have become more reserved and rarely smile. So being around me must not be very fun. But Jay always treats me the exact same way. In that case, I can speak out as the goddess of darkness." Right at this moment, Evelyn called him, "Jay." She began to speak slowly. "This isn't the hatred of a girl who sold villains into slavery. No." At this moment, Evelyn even smiled and unhesitatingly revealed, "My real name is Uno." Her real name. Hearing that, Raven slowly repeated her name, "Uno?" Seeing this, she also smiled and confirmed it. Meanwhile, he was still repeating Evelyn's name once more. Meanwhile, he was still muttering Evelyn's name once more. "Uno." Suddenly, Raven walked over and placed a sweet kiss on her lips, making Evelyn feel relieved, thinking, "Oh, I feel like I've finally reached you." The two of them just gently held each other like that, not letting go. After a moment, they slowly released each other. At this point, she felt a bit shy and didn't know what to do. But Evelyn blushed and confessed to Raven, That was my first kiss." But he just stood there dazed without saying anything, which made Evelyn feel flustered, thinking, "How foolish. What am I saying? Of all things, I just had to blurt out something so childish." Unexpectedly, he replied, "Me too." Seeing her looking so blank, Raven warmly said to her again, "Oh no, that was my first kiss too." Hearing that, she was a bit astonished, freezing up. Afterward, Evelyn leaned into his chest and asked anxiously, "What should I do now?" But Raven still didn't understand what was wrong with her. "What?" Right at this moment, Evelyn began to confess her feelings. "Because I like you so much. I wish this whole world would just stop right here." Seeing this, he stepped closer, bringing his face near hers, and said gently, "Then just let yourself feel happy." After that, Evelyn stepped back and reminded herself, "Come on, focus. We still have things to do." Only then did she walk over and say, "Jay, actually, I came to this house because I have something to do." Raven asked in bewilderment, "What is it?" Evelyn made a serious request. "If possible, could you leave me alone for a moment?" Hearing that, he asked with a bit of anxiety, "You aren't planning to do something dangerous again, are you?" Seeing this, she confidently assured him, "It's something I need to do for what's to come. It's not very dangerous, so don't worry." Left with no other choice, he had to agree, letting out a helpless sigh in front of Evelyn. "Even if I say no, you'll still do it anyway." "All right then." Before Raven left, she also immediately reminded him, "Keep warm and wait for me, okay? I'll be right back after I finish checking." But what Raven cared about more was giving her advice, "Be safe. No matter how long it takes, I will wait." Afterward, he went outside and closed the door. Only then did her heart grow heavy. At this moment, Evelyn reassured herself, "All right." Right at this moment, she began deploying her magic all across this room. On the outside, Raven seemed to sense something and turned back to look. A moment later, He realized and shouted out in panic, "Wait! Belle!" Right at that very second, explosions rang out, burning the house down. At that time, only Evelyn remained inside the room. At that point, she recalled the conversation from before. "So I decided to use a little trick." Only then did Evelyn form such a resolution. The trick that I mentioned to Jay, it was to use the power of death. She remembered the words from before that Noyan said he had recovered his memories along with his power. Thinking about the moment his power returned, there is a possibility that he recovered his memories because he needed that power. But Evelyn also knew the risks. Or it could also be that those two things just happened to coincide, with no cause or order. Therefore, if I use my power and begin to feel my energy draining, then my power might return even before my memories. And furthermore, Evelyn understood full well. I know that what I am about to do is extremely dangerous. However, she no longer had any other way. I know, but there is no other choice. Because the erosion of the Holy Grail is accelerating. I am growing stronger. But it is still not enough to compare to the Holy Grail. What Evelyn needed to do at this moment was precisely to gain the upper hand in this battle. It is time to take a gamble. Having finished thinking, she began to deploy her magic, engulfing this room. Right after that, everywhere throughout the house was exploding and burning down piece by piece. After it was over, Evelyn still stood completely still in that place. After that fire, she still showed no movement at all. Suddenly, Evelyn sensed something again and thought, this feeling. Right at this moment, a loud call for her rang out. Belle. Raven, on the other side, was running over swiftly in terror. He rushed closer in a panic, still calling Evelyn's name. Belle. Seeing him so worried, she immediately asked back. Jay, are you alright? Meanwhile, Raven said anxiously in response. Who is the one who should be asking that question here? At this point, Evelyn was a bit bewildered, not knowing how to answer. Well, this is, but he requested first. First, let's move to a safe place. At a place where firewood was crackling and burning. Raven sat opposite her, having understood the entire story. You used the power of death. To the point of completely draining it like that? Are you being serious right now? How could you do something like that? What if the Holy Grail had manifested while you were weakened? She answered awkwardly. It's fine. I was worried about that too. So I waited until the Holy Grail quieted down. Besides, since everything was a complete success, we can consider it all good, right? He was confused. What do you mean? She explained. The amount of power from the aura that I can use has skyrocketed. Now, in a clash of power with the Holy Grail, victory will definitely belong to us. She thought to herself. Of course, I still don't dare to blurt out that. The ruined house back there was my doing. At this moment, her eyelids drooped. Anyway, I'm sorry for accidentally destroying the house. That was filled with our memories. He closed his eyes tightly. It's fine, it's alright. Because that means from now on, the Gnosis estate is truly your only home. This caused her heart to skip a beat. Then she said flusteredly, I'm sorry for making you worry, Jay. Only now did Raven feel less anxious, saying, It's enough that you are safe. That is sufficient. Next time, remember to tell me first. Seeing this, Evelyn immediately reassured him. I will definitely tell you. She thought to herself, if what Belle said is true, everyone can focus on training much more. But she still thought with anxiety. Even so, they still haven't completely absorbed the power of the sacred objects. Therefore, we have bought ourselves a little more time. Right at this moment, he stood up abruptly, scooped Evelyn up in his arms, and said, All right, let's head back. This sudden move made her ask with a bit of shyness. Like this? Seeing this, Raven turned back to explain. I will teleport us like this. So stay still. I don't want you doing anything dangerous. I'm fine, but you're too worried. Yes. After that they also began to teleport to the destination. Evelyn was trapped in a nightmare, shaking her head continuously. No, I cannot disappear like this. Absolutely not. The thing she didn't want the most right now. I will not die that way ever again. That's right, the only thing I have left is that. She and Evelyn also mentioned. Come here, let's have our final battle. Goddess of Darkness. That night, everyone was standing around, worrying about her. Evelyn had a nightmare and woke up with a startle. Her gaze lowered at this moment, as if she was thinking about something. After that, Evelyn began to speak. This is bad, this symptom is. She also told everyone there. At this rate, sister will be swallowed by the sacred relic. Hearing this, Evelyn immediately trembled, unable to accept it. What? I am certain I won't let it win. In the clash of power. And she also understood this. That is exactly the problem. Because it lost to you in the clash of power. It is either losing its power. But Evelyn said what no one wanted to hear. Or it is trying to make one final move. Hearing that, Raven asked in a bit of bewilderment, what does that mean? Right after that, Evelyn recounted in a panic. It is trying to corrupt her. Just like the way it did to itself. By utilizing every last bit of strength it has left. If we just leave it like this, she will. She also fearfully mentioned the ending. That she will become a demon king. The worst demon king in history. At this point, he was horrified to hear about the demon king. It turned out the Nose family had known this very well since ancient times. Right? The demon king. In other words, a state of hysterical power. The body, the soul. That it happens when the balance between those three things collapses. And now, my sister's soul is gradually approaching the level of a god. But because she hasn't recovered her memories, it is still incomplete. Therefore, even if only for a single moment, if the sacred energy gains control of her body, she will turn into a demon king. Seeing this, Raven became even more determined to stop this from happening. Before we can reach the lava lake, we must absolutely not let that moment happen. Hearing that, she also agreed with this plan. Afterward, Raven walked over and pulled Evelyn into his arms. Then let's head to the lava lake first. Noyan walked over and asked in confusion, are you going ahead? But you still haven't completely absorbed the power of the sacred object yet. But Raven simply said something surprising. It's done. This left him bewildered, asking, what? After that, he began to manifest his power again and said briefly, the absorption is already complete. Witnessing this scene, those people over there looked at him with deep admiration. Noyan still stood there, asking in confusion, what is the meaning of this? Something he could not comprehend at all. Not only did he absorb it, but he also transformed it into his own power. At this moment, Adrian walked over and asked about the matter. Young master, when did you? Well, Raven calmly replied, I finished it last night. Afterward, Noyan could only let out a helpless sigh and said, this guy always exceeds my expectations. Fine then. He began to guide them step by step. Since the sacred object you possess is the sacred object of light, having it nearby should suppress the Holy Grail. Furthermore, Noyan gave careful instructions. You should continue to supply the power of light right beside my sister. On the other side, Lucio also reassured him. We will quickly complete our preparations and follow behind. Afterward, Raven also turned around, preparing to leave, and replied, all right, then we will go ahead and wait until the next morning. He placed his hand over Evelyn's hand, channeling his power. Once finished, Raven also turned to check on her. How are you feeling, Belle? At this, she spoke back gratefully to him. Thanks to you, I feel much better, Jay. Hearing that, he affectionately and gently told Evelyn. Then let's set off. If anything feels uncomfortable, you must absolutely speak up. She replied touchingly. All right. Suddenly, right at this moment, Sarah abruptly opened the door and asked, you two don't happen to think this is a date, do you? Seeing this, she turned around in embarrassment and questioned Sarah. When did everyone get here? The young girl spoke simple-mindedly. Of course we came to see you two off. After that, Sarah, along with everyone, said in unison. Belle, we will follow behind soon. We promise to be very quick. Witnessing this scene, Evelyn touchingly replied, I will wait. She even began to speak from the bottom of her heart. I really want to scold everyone for doing such a dangerous thing, without telling anyone. After that, Evelyn expressed what moved her. But since it was for me, I will let it go this time. Raisban stepped out, both teasing her and offering his apology. Actually, if you were already my daughter, you probably would have been scolded by now. Don't make me worry anymore. My dear, she also cheerfully replied to him. I'm sorry. When we return, let's eat something delicious together. Thinking for a moment, Evelyn also made a suggestion to Raisban. Going on a picnic sounds nice too. Hearing that, he happily agreed. All right. Afterward, she left with a promise. We will definitely do that. As the carriage wheels stopped to prepare for the journey, Raven gently helped Evelyn step down. Watch your step, Belle. She looked back at him tenderly and replied, thank you. While walking, he also explained about the trip. The lava lake is occupied by other races for rest. To teleport there requires permission. We don't have time to wait for approval. So we will go around the area. Hearing up to here, she also realized. And along that path is, as Evelyn excitedly remembered, El Casa, the city of flowers. As soon as they arrived, a guard stepped out and asked, I will check your passes for a moment. Looking at the document, the guard was slightly astonished. He recognized that this document was precisely. This proves. This child is the princess of the EGA kingdom. After reviewing it, the guard announced. Verification complete. You may pass through. The two of them replied, thank you. While walking, Raven turned around and brought it up. Belle, you said your uncle appeared in your dream and said something, right? Seeing this, she also excitedly recounted it. Right? He told me to stop by El Caso on the way. He said there was something left for me at the mayor's office. As for the nagging, that was just extra. When Evelyn didn't know which way to go, now, that which direction is the city hall. Then a voice called out to her, Lady Evelyn. Riga appeared to welcome them. We have been waiting for you. I am Riga, the mayor of El Casa. Seeing that they were welcomed, so warmly like this, she was slightly astonished. Afterward, Evelyn also said with a bit of shyness, I didn't expect the mayor to personally come out to greet us like this. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Evelyn. Riga also replied cheerfully, meeting you like this is my honor. At this moment, he also turned to ask, and the person standing next to you must be the young master of the Nose family, Raven. Standing beside her, he also politely replied, it's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Afterward, he also began to arrange things for them. It is a great honor to meet both of you. I would like to invite you two for tea, but it seems you both are in a hurry. So first, I will hand over the item you requested. And at this moment, an item was presented by Riga. Here, sent by the king of EJ, the Sunset of Paven. Seeing this item, she still didn't recognize it. The Sunset of Paven. Seeing this, he immediately introduced it. A cloak that no intense heat can penetrate. A treasure that can endure a whole day even inside a lava zone. I received an urgent message from the king of EGA the day before yesterday and managed to prepare it in time. Hearing that, Evelyn was completely touched, thinking of her uncle. Afterward, she also turned to reply, thank you, sir. Meanwhile, he still cheerfully wished them well. It's nothing. I wish you two a smooth journey. Before they left, Riga also extended an invitation. Well then, have a safe trip. You must absolutely stop by on your way back. This city has a lot of things to enjoy. At this moment, Raven turned to ask, shall we go? Evelyn cheerfully agreed and said, let's go. Furthermore, he also made a suggestion. Next time, let's come back here to visit, okay? Seeing this, she was incredibly excited. Alright, I think Prince Oscar would really love this place too. But Raven shook his head in disagreement. No, that's not what I meant. After that, Raven pulled Evelyn close and said implicitly, next time, just the two of us. At that moment, she blushed again at those affectionate words. But right after that, Evelyn didn't forget to reply. Definitely, just the two of us. Right at this moment, they had also arrived near the volcano. She sensed this environment and thought, the air is getting hotter. We are about to reach the lava lake. At this point, Evelyn found it a bit hard to breathe and thought, my breath. Seeing this, he immediately turned and called out, hold my hand, Belle. Holding Evelyn's hand tightly, Raven reassured her, don't worry. I won't let go of your hand no matter what happens. Hearing that, her face flushed red again with shyness. Only moments later, Evelyn smiled with relief. She continued to walk alongside him without any fear. I'm not afraid. With Jay by my side, I am certain that we can return safely. While holding Raven's hand, Evelyn had a strange sensation. How bizarre. Just a moment ago, it was so hot it felt suffocating. And my heart was filled with anxiety, staggering and making me want to throw up. Yet right now I feel as though I can overcome anything. At this very moment, she was filled with affection for him. Even if I am consumed by the Holy Grail, my feelings toward Jay will still never change. I really like you, Jay. Reaching this place, Raven realized. A few years ago, when I left you behind at the Igara Kingdom and returned, it turned out this place was also where he had spoken to her. You said that when we met again, there was something you wanted to say, right? Thinking back on it. Hearing that, Evelyn said with a bit of regret, you should have said it sooner. Raven recalled the situation at that time and said, but because I was afraid, I couldn't bring myself to open my mouth. The only thing that stopped him back then, I was afraid that the curse of the Nose family would bind you. So I didn't have enough courage to tell you to stay by my side. Afterward, Raven stepped forward and said, but now, perhaps I can say it. He stepped closer and confessed his feelings. I like you, Uno, more than anyone else in this world. Hearing that, Evelyn froze in embarrassment and thought, so Jay has the exact same feelings as me. I'm so happy, so truly happy, but he felt apologetic toward her. Having already kissed you, but only saying it now. That it feels a bit strange too, dash. Suddenly, Evelyn's voice dropped as she called out to Raven. Jay. This puzzled her, and she asked, what exactly is it about me that you like? I'm not even the real Evelyn. Right at this moment, he called her name again, Uno. Raven poured out all the feelings from the depths of his heart. Your real self isn't beautiful like Evelyn. Nor are you young at all. You're just an adult who can't seem to do anything right. When you reincarnated as Evelyn, the reason why you could do everything well is simply because the person inside was already an adult, that's all. But Raven didn't care about that regarding Evelyn. No matter how clumsy an adult you are, when you take on the appearance of a child, you just seem more intelligent. At this, she still didn't understand and asked back. A person like me. Do you really like me? It's all a facade. Don't you hate it? Hearing that, Raven burst out laughing, which made Evelyn feel self-conscious. Why are you laughing? Then he genuinely asked her back, dash. Oh, what my answer is. Don't you already know it full well? At this, she felt shy again. Not knowing what to do with herself? Really? But what Evelyn was most certain of, even so. Maybe you like me more than I like you. After saying it, her face flushed even redder, confusing herself even more. What kind of a crazy confession is this? I just want to bang my head against something and get it over with. Seeing Evelyn like that, Raven smiled as if thinking about something. Only then did he turn to make a suggestion. Let's rest over there for a bit before continuing our journey, okay? The two of them then sat down to rest together. At this moment, Raven turned to Uno and said, I've always had to hold back, you know. Confused, she asked him back, hold back what? Then his expression immediately changed as he said, you. Raven placed his hand on Evelyn's face possessively. I want to lock you away. Unexpectedly, to the extent that I only want to keep you all to myself. Just the mansion alone is not enough. I want to imprison you in a place that no one in the world can find, so that only I can reach you. Raven was even the person who understood her best. You when you are angry, happy, or sad. Even you when you are the most insecure and mediocre. Not above all, I have seen it all. No matter what side of you it is. I want to possess the entirety of your being in every single moment when you are by my side. But for Raven, none of those things were satisfying. I still feel it's not enough. Even though you are right before my eyes. I always feel like I'm missing you. Yet it's truly funny. Even having to suppress that very desire makes me feel happy. I am the one who is truly bizarre. Finally, he probed Evelyn with a bit of apprehension. Oh no. Do you hate a person like me? Hearing that, she didn't answer right away, remaining quiet. For a moment, only now, did Evelyn, with tearful eyes, take his hand and reply. How could I possibly? Learning that, Raven finally felt relieved, thank goodness. After saying that, he turned to make a suggestion. There is not much time left, let's hurry and go. After walking for a while as dusk was settling in, still at that palace where the two of them used to stay, Adrian reached out his hand to gather some kind of power. Looking at this scene, Lucio was slightly astonished. This is precisely the power of the sacred object of the night. Arahat. It's so beautiful. Once finished, he turned around and said, Next is Lucio. It's your turn. Hearing that, she immediately replied, Yes. Lucio closed her eyes, reached out her hands, and began to deploy water droplets that surrounded her. Seeing this scene, Oscar marveled and praised. The rain droplets are sparkling and so beautiful. Noyun classified the skill of each person. Saris is Diavintia. He didn't forget to understand their skills. Jax is Soliat, and also Oscar's Alao. After classifying them, Noyun didn't forget to check. The absorption of power was a success for everyone, right? Raisban also turned around to state the plan. If that's the case, we must set off first thing in the morning. Upon reaching the lake, we will use my protective magic to travel. Hearing that, he also confirmed in response, all right. Afterward, Nohyan's gaze lowered as he thought, wait for me, sister. Back to when the volcanic currents were actively raging. The two of them had also arrived at the place and could see it. Seeing it, Evelyn was slightly astonished and said, This is the first time I've ever seen lava. Like this. It's also my first time seeing lava in this form. She was a bit surprised upon arriving and seeing it. It's not as hot as I imagined, is it? On the contrary, the air even feels cold. Perhaps it's fine to take off the cloak. Raven was still worried, turning around to check on her. How is your condition? Seeing this, Evelyn also replied to ease his worries. It's fine. I still have plenty of strength left. She also understood why. Your power of light helps a great deal. Seeing this, Evelyn also felt she had been wise. It seems setting off early was the right decision. I don't know if the Holy Grail is afraid of the lava lake or not, but I can feel that it is being cautious. Seeing this, Raven also let out a small sigh of relief and said, Good, everything is going according to plan. Suddenly, right at this moment, Evelyn joyfully called out loudly, Everyone, it looks like they are coming. They were slowly appearing, teleporting over from the castle. As soon as they arrived, they said in unison, Belle, you've waited a long time, right? They were also very serious, eager to fight. Seeing everyone present, he immediately said, Now, let's go. He looked at the path ahead with determination. Let's put an end to this battle. The sky was gradually turning pink above a canyon. Below was a sea of volcanoes. A voice rang out. Now, everyone, relax a little bit. Raisban authoritatively commanded everyone. Hold up your sacred objects and get ready. Sarah and Lucio stood holding their sacred objects, nodding slightly in readiness. Meanwhile, Evelyn looked at him with concern. And yet, Uncle himself seems to be the one who is most tense. It must be because he is about to meet Lady Celestia's soul. She seriously instructed everyone on what to do. Well then, it looks like everything is ready. Now, I will explain what I need to do. A cracked and shattered Holy Grail being pieced together appeared. When we begin to separate the souls sleeping inside the sacred relic, the power of the Holy Grail will temporarily weaken. We must create that window, even if it's only for a single moment. Evelyn nodded slightly, clenching her hand, and said, That where I can completely overwhelm the Holy Grail. Sister, can you do it? She looked with determination at Raven, who was holding her hand tightly. Let me try. Then I will slowly let go of Raven, understood? A golden beam of light separated from their hands. So the assistance of the light power ends here. Evelyn slowly approached the Holy Grail, which was radiating purple dark energy. The closer she got, the more powerfully that dark energy attracted her. With great difficulty, Evelyn coughed a few times. Feeling the heavy pressure radiated by the Holy Grail only made Evelyn more patient. The pressure I feel is horrific, but right at this moment, inside her memories, flashes of the people she loved and cherished in this world appeared one by one. That was the source of strength that made Evelyn take firmer steps forward. It's fine. I can do it. The Holy Grail suddenly began to fluctuate. Seeing that situation, Raven shouted loudly. All right, Belle has completely suppressed it. The source of dark energy within the Holy Grail continuously emitted a dark aura. Next up is, first, we must draw out the souls imprisoned inside the Holy Grail, because the deathly aura they carry is the source of power for the Holy Grail. It's time to pull out the souls bound within the Holy Grail. Evelyn quickly shouted toward Jay, who was about to touch the sacred object. Jay, that purplish-black aura continuously enveloped the Holy Grail, making it look as though it was about to shatter. Suddenly, a soul emerged from within the Holy Grail. That was the soul of Nimrod that used to be inside the Holy Grail. Jay was trying to endure it, using his power to force that soul back. I will seal it, Butter. Over on this side. Evelyn also waved her hand, using her power to conjure chains that wrapped around and forced that soul into the sacred object. The chains conjured by Evelyn were imprisoning the sacred object. Jay now, hearing her call, he immediately focused his energy. After sealing it, she quickly handed it over to Jay, who was rejoicing by her side. It's a success. Well done. By now, the Holy Grail had returned to normal, radiating a holy, pure aura. The other souls do not need to be sealed. Let's keep going directly. The holy water from the flask in Lucio's hands was gradually pouring into the Holy Grail, leaving her a bit surprised. The white soul, the beam of light from the trident held by Sarah, was converging toward the Holy Grail. The purple soul, then after that, the containers held by Oscar and Jack gradually emitted light, converging at the location of the Holy Grail. The blue soul, the yellow soul, afterward, a beam of light, blue in color, was also poured into it. And suddenly, Raisban's eyes widened as he froze in place. The person appearing before everyone was Celestia, who was smiling gently. The sixth blue soul. She reached out her hand, as if wanting to hold Raisban's with deep affection. He looked at his long-lost wife, calling out her name. Celestia, Celestia. She turned to look at Raven with eyes full of love. At that moment, with eyes brimming with emotions, Raven called out affectionately to her, Mother, with eyes filled with words that could never be uttered. Celestia just wanted to etch his image into her memory. It turned out the blue beam of light that summoned her soul came from Raven's sword. That beam of light gradually weakened, causing Evelyn to cry out in a panic. Now, sister, the power of the Holy Grail has weakened. She quickly grabbed the Holy Grail and ran. Her feet ran swiftly toward the edge of the cliff, below which the currents of lava were surging. Now, all I need to do is throw it into the lava lake. Evelyn used every ounce of her strength to raise the Holy Grail high in order to cast it away. For some unknown reason, down below, the lava gradually began to fade before her bewildered eyes. Dark energy surged into the Holy Grail. Out of nowhere, a whispering voice made Evelyn stop her movements. Why is it that only we have to die? Those words welled up even more, making her face darken. We? The one who dies is you alone. We were originally one body. For a very long time, we have been one. And we will remain so forever in the future. I am not alone. Who is she talking to? A figure gradually appeared with her face obscured, standing opposite Evelyn. She calmly questioned that figure. What are you? It seems you aren't the Holy Grail. I am you. The Holy Grail is merely a part of us. Hearing that, Evelyn understood everything. She frowned, looking at the other party warily. I see. You. The person opposite her looked exactly like Evelyn, yet was incredibly powerful. It was the goddess of darkness. The other party did not deny it either, and said, That's right, I am the leftover remnant of you that stayed behind in this world along with the Holy Grail. I am your split divine soul. She calmly explained. When we were forcefully separated by the God of Light, we became two. The day I was split in two, I saw the conclusion of this very moment. The goddess of darkness spoke as if she held all the cards, leaving Evelyn completely stunned. You all think that just destroying me will end it. But if things continue like this, both of us will die. She gently explained that the Holy Grail was originally a part of a god. You cannot simply destroy the Holy Grail alone. When a part of a god is destroyed, that god will also lose themselves. This world will completely lose the goddess of darkness. The light of that god is shining brighter and brighter, and only the god of light will be worshipped. Evelyn looked at the goddess of darkness in bewilderment, hesitating, but Noyun said. While hearing that, within her consciousness, a purple stone appeared inside a golden beam of light. That child probably couldn't know the exact outcome either, because up until now, no one has ever destroyed a part of a god. The opposition of both types of magic, light and darkness. What the god of light could know is only about the power of light. That is only about birth. Meanwhile, understanding about death is a capability that belongs solely to us, the gods of death. Hearing that, Evelyn looked at her own hands. If things continue like this, you and I will die. We will completely dissipate, without leaving behind even a single corpse. Your lover will then only be able to hold the handful of ash and dust that you leave behind. Evelyn's face darkened in disbelief as she denied it. No way. But knowing for sure that she would win, the goddess of darkness sweetly advised. Therefore, O other self of mine. She reached out to embrace Evelyn, manipulating her. It's better to just become the demon king like this. Let us overcome this predestined death. Evelyn asked in fear. What? Becoming the demon king? What does that mean? The goddess of darkness sneered. Your mind will not be controlled by the Holy Grail. It is simply uniting with it and with me, that's all. All the conspiracies were aimed at Evelyn from the very beginning. In order to intervene at this precise moment, I gave up everything. Memories, emotions, power, truly everything. I found the most suitable body for this moment, and used it to connect with my split soul. The entirety of everything seemed to become clear. She was shocked, her eyes widening. Your entry into Evelyn's body was precisely for that reason. Evelyn felt at this moment as if someone was locking her down tightly. You foolish people thought that you made your own choices and arrived at this place on your own. But your arrival here was already predestined from the start. That Holy Grail is precisely the vessel to create this outcome. The process was not created by me, but it was I who pulled that outcome toward myself. Each train of thought gradually ran through Evelyn's mind. My possession of Evelyn's body. The things I've gone through because of the Holy Grail all this time. Was it all the plan of the goddess of darkness? The goddess of darkness, from the very beginning, was the one who viewed her as a mere pastime. She arrogantly declared. Now, just rest assured and hand over your body to me, Ba. The expression of the goddess of darkness at this point was full of malice as she pronounced the sentence on her. When you open your eyes, everything that threatens us will die and disappear. Evelyn composed herself. There are truly too many things intertwined with one another. If every threat disappears upon opening my eyes, she decided to close her eyes to experience everything. Then what I have to do is already crystal clear. Suddenly, calls of her name continuously rang out, waking her up. Sister Belle. Uno. Evelyn regained her composure as Noyun asked. Uno, are you all right? Sister, what are you doing? Hurry and throw the Holy Grail away. Her gaze at this moment gradually grew guilty as she hesitated. Everyone. A slightly awkward situation has occurred, Jay. Accompanying Evelyn's awkwardness were the curious stares of Sarah and Raven. What is it? Evelyn chuckled to deflect, delivering words like a bolt from the blue that left the three of them utterly shocked. If I throw the Holy Grail away, it seems all of my clothes will disappear. She stated the scenario she might face. The Holy Grail made a final struggle, attempting to drag me inside. So I only let it drag my clothes in, while pulling my body out. After explaining everything, she could only smile sheepishly and state her decision. Therefore, if I cast this away, my clothes will probably disappear along with it. Amidst everyone's disbelief, someone blurted out, what on earth? The Holy Grail remained safe and sound in Evelyn's hands. No, I am being completely serious. Everyone, please turn your backs for a moment to help me. After throwing this away, I really won't be wearing anything at all. Sarah hesitated, while Raisban turned his back with an expressionless face. Well then, everyone simultaneously turned away, making Evelyn feel a bit less embarrassed. Thank you. Raven was still a bit worried, glancing over slightly. After getting everyone to turn away, Evelyn let out a long sigh. Goodness, it's truly exhausting to make up a story. Her gaze at this point became much more serious. But this is enough. Now, no one will see me disappear anymore. Evelyn's feet took step after step backward, moving toward the edge of the cliff. She swiftly let her body fall backward toward the currents of lava down below. Raven turned around, his face filled with disbelief. He shouted her name loudly as he witnessed the scene of Evelyn jumping down. Oh no. Everyone still didn't understand what was happening. Each person called out to Evelyn while the lava was still radiating its heat. Belle, my child. Everyone screamed in disbelief. No, what are you doing? In contrast to everyone's anxiety, right at this moment, Evelyn felt incredibly content. Her clothes at this time had reverted to what they were originally in the real world. The moment she threw herself down, a memory suddenly flashed back to when the house was on fire. I could have completely survived, but I deliberately chose not to run outside. Evelyn closed her eyes and smiled peacefully because her task was complete. Because No-Yoon was dead, life no longer had any meaning. Each stream of emotion kept welling up inside her heart. It was painful, but it was also so liberating. Perhaps I have lived until now just to wait for this very moment. So everything is truly over. Thank you, Uno. Out of nowhere, someone calling her name snapped her back to reality. Raven had quickly jumped down and grabbed her hand. He pulled Evelyn into a tight embrace, comforting her. It's okay. You are not alone. She tried her best to break free from the embrace, screaming, No, you can't, Ray. Why did even you? Right then, looking into the eyes of Raven, they were incredibly tender, overflowing with love for Evelyn. That gaze made her involuntarily become emotional, her eyes welling with tears. The two of them held each other tightly as they fell. I deliberately didn't think about how the person left behind would feel. Even if it's painful, it's still better than dying together. I only wanted to end everything. I didn't want to end it with him. Her mind became filled with immense pain. A teardrop caught on her eyelashes fell. But now, there is no way left to push Ray back up anymore. Both of them disappeared beneath that stream of lava. Everyone cried out in absolute disbelief, weeping, No way. Belle. And Master too. Belle. Belle. Ray's hands clenched tightly. He called out blankly, My son. My dear baby. Jay. Wondered if there was still a way to help, but then gradually confirmed that the lava lake is a place where even gods can be destroyed. Right? It's a fiery hell that can melt away even souls. He frowned in sorrow. If that's the case, then they have. Suddenly, a hand desperately grabbed onto the rock cliff, denying that statement to everyone's absolute astonishment. No, there is still a way. No-Yoon struggled to climb up and explained. No-Yoon, did you also jump down with them? That's right. He reassured everyone because there was still a way to solve this. So stop making those faces like you're about to die. Hurry up and gather around. Razeban asked No-Yoon with a trembling voice. A way? What on earth is that way? His words seemed to inject motivation into everyone, and they gradually became hopeful as they listened. There isn't much time left, so I will only say this once. He powerfully declared that from now on, all of you, pray to the God of Light. A huge magical explosion occurred. Lucio put forth all of her power. Raven was not to be outdone and unleashed his magic, yet. The boulder didn't move at all, nor was there a single crack, causing Evelyn to chide. I told you guys to pray to me, and yet you went and smashed the cliffside instead. It turned out, divine power could also be used in such a manner. Lucio stubbornly replied, That is our way of praying, carrying the wish that Belle and the head of the family will survive safely. Hearing that, she sighed, meaning if they can't be saved, you won't let it slide. Something like that, right? Fine, whatever floats your boat. No matter what form it took, their desire to save her sister and Raven remained unchanged. Thanks to that sincerity, power was gathering within the God of Light. Just a little bit more. Death is something unavoidable, but birth is something I can grant, though that thing is still missing a little. This time I will save my sister. As for me, what is the God of Light doing right now? Since they fell down there, aren't they completely finished? He is trying to resurrect the two of them, but to reincarnate her, a goddess of death. The power of death is far too lacking. Therefore right now, it seems the God of Light is planning to sacrifice himself to make up for that source of power. Evelyn still has a few doubts. Will a world without the God of Light be okay? Meanwhile, Celestia appears like a savior. There is a way, she firmly suggests. We can also contribute our strength to the God of Light. The golden flame beside her asks skeptically, Celestia, what kind of power could we possibly contribute? Our souls have been with the Holy Grail for a very long time. We must have absorbed the power of death as well. All right then. The items suddenly glow, and Evelyn, holding the light in her hands, says, All right. The power of light has fully gathered. Now only the power of death remains. If I just sleep peacefully, it will make up for it. She suddenly realizes something. It turns out those small, colorful flames and Celestia are surrounding her body. Everyone. Before leaving, she instructs. Please help me take care of Jay. Evelyn reassures her, Don't worry. Over on this side, seeing her power grow stronger and stronger, everyone is utterly astonished. Raven stammers out of pure shock. Is this the complete form of the God of Light? Now, her purple eyes have completely turned into a metallic golden color. Looking at the churning currents of lava, Evelyn shouts, Everyone, step back immediately. In an unfamiliar place, she gradually opens her eyes. Evelyn wonders dreamily. This place is. She freezes as if struck by something. Then frantically screams, Jay, 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 where are you? Replying to her is only a terrifying silence. Evelyn panics. Jay isn't here. Then where on earth are you? She suddenly recognizes it. This is the original novel. And the side stories I wrote after Noyun passed away. She blames herself. Why did I only remember this just now? After Noyun passed away, in order to trace the memories of him, I kept writing the rest of the novel that we used to write together. Burn those books. If you do that, this place will disappear. At that time, I just thought it was an auditory hallucination. But precisely because I ignored that voice and kept writing the novel, destiny was changed. It wasn't the goddess of darkness who changed it, but it was I who did that. But what's the use of realizing it now? I'm already dead. And so is Jay, along with me. A call rang out, snapping Evelyn out of her despair. Uno. Raven appeared, anxious. Uno, I've been looking everywhere for you. Is your body alright? Jay. She couldn't hold back her tears. Really? Then she ran over and hugged him tightly. You idiot. Why did you jump down after me? Do you know how I felt at that moment? You're truly an idiot. Raven wasn't angry, gently lifting her face up. He felt more relieved. You're finally willing to cry, aren't you? Throughout this entire journey, you didn't cry even once. Yeah, does that matter right now? I didn't want to die with you this way. Uno, you. As for you planning to leave me behind, I will be angry for a very, very long time. I'm sorry, but don't apologize too much. Just from now on, never choose to leave me behind again, and that will do. But Jay, right now, we can't anymore. From now on. Uno, look around you. A light shone from far away. That light. Raven said considerately. Staying here longer is fine too, but your brother is calling. Saying we can't stay any longer. He made an invitation. Let's go together, shall we? Evelyn smiled happily and replied. Yeah. With that, the two held hands, happily walking toward that sun-drenched path. A voice brought Evelyn back to reality. Uno. Raven looked at her with concern. Are you awake? Evelyn looked at him with emotion. Jay. She was still full of questions. How did we survive? I felt like Noyun was calling me. Saying that, Evelyn reflexively turned around. Little Noyun immediately rushed over and hugged her tight. Sister. Sister. Evelyn was curious. What is the meaning of this? Is that Noyun? Why are you here? Before they could even celebrate, Jack. And Lucio flew into a rage. Does that matter right now? You crazy human. I really must give you a piece of my mind, Belle. Wait a minute. This is too chaotic. One person at a time, please. How did things turn out like this? This is your fault, sister. Hold me. I'm still not done crying. Hold my hand. Evelyn had to hug the little boy to comfort him. Come here. Suddenly, a voice made both of them freeze. Jay. My child. Raysban had a furious look on his face, terrifying Evelyn and Raven. You too. Both of them tried to explain. Father, the thing is. Uncle, I am so sorry. But thanks to you and everyone, I survived. They thought. A severe scolding was about to happen, but no, he just gently pulled Evelyn and Raven into his arms. Raysban said softly, You've worked hard, my child. Those words made her choke up, and tears flowed endlessly like water. That single phrase from Uncle, you've worked hard, made all the tension melt away, even though I bravely plunged in as if it were nothing. In reality, I was terrified. I was so scared. I was so scared of death. This wasn't the first time I chose death. But why was I so terrified this time? I used to be afraid of both death and having to go on living. I was originally someone who only knew how to force myself to pretend that I was doing perfectly fine. But after coming here, I finally understood what it means to truly live. By meeting everyone here, I finally learned what it means to be loved and what companionship is. That's why this time I was even more terrified, scared of leaving everyone behind to an unbearable extent. He held her tighter, comforting her. It's okay, my dear. Everything is fine now. That scene was incredibly heartwarming. It seemed as though nothing could ever tear that noble parental bond apart. On that day, I finally became a child in the truest sense. It was the real ending and also a brand new beginning. The fact that Noyun turned into a child was because he spent all the power of the God of Light to resurrect us. In reality, Noyun was supposed to lose all his power and fall into a deep sleep, but thanks to the souls inside the sacred relic that provided extra strength, he was able to maintain the form of a child. Isn't this statement basically like a marriage proposal? Noyun kept acting like a spoiled child, leaving Evelyn helpless. Sister, give me something to eat, please. I thought only his body had shrunk. Who would have guessed his mind would become childish too? Our friends have all returned to their own daily lives. Lucio returned to the temple, while Joe went back to the Locat mansion. Even though they left, both of them still send letters frequently. Jack and Sarah continue to work at Brandbell, and together with Master Jane, they are putting all their efforts into the prosperity of the village on the border. Uncle said that after a long time, he was finally able to get a really good night's sleep again. And as for me and Jay, my dear child, when exactly do you plan to truly become my daughter? Raysban sighed in frustration. Evelyn smiled awkwardly. Is it that matter again? Can't we already call each other a real family? Right now? Raven also chimed in. All right, Father, stop talking nonsense. Jay and Belle have things to take care of, so please excuse us. Jay has replaced Noyun, who had just lost his power, to take over the duties of the god. This was possible because Jay turned all the light power of the sacred relic into his own. That means Ray has become halfway close to being a god of light. And after I finish my life as a human, I will become a Grim Reaper. We will be able to see each other forever, right? Raven felt shy as she kept staring at him and smiling. Uno, what are you thinking about? She teased. Thinking about how I can live by your side for the rest of my life. Raven suddenly realized. Isn't this statement basically like a marriage proposal? No, I meant. Looking at her embarrassment, he smiled. That smile was filled with absolute happiness. It turns out you were thinking the exact same thing as me. Then there's no problem at all anymore. Evelyn didn't understand what was happening yet, when suddenly Raven dropped to one knee. He proposed to her. Will you stay by my side for the rest of your life, Belle? In this very place, I vow to grant you eternity. Evelyn blushed with embarrassment, but then she chose to reach out her hand. Of course. Jay, I want to walk with you to the absolute end, forever. Witnessing that sweet proposal, Raisban and the assistant were completely astonished. Raven calculated, since things are already like this. Father, you should just give up on that idea now. We will excuse ourselves and head out first, Uncle. My son, my dear, wait a moment. The room was left with only him and his loneliness. Leaving the room, Evelyn realized, come to think of it, it's about time for Nohyan's meal as well. Let's go, Belle. Jay, do you also have business with Nohyan? That's right. It's about time to let that kid face the harsh reality that you and I have made an eternal vow to be together. The first memory of those happy days was a brilliant metallic gold, his own golden hue. A place where not even a hint of bleakness existed. Inside those eyes, where only my own reflection was cast, I smiled more happily than ever before. I secretly thought to myself, this is exactly what happiness is. The world seemed to be completely reborn after the battle that day. After everything was resolved, the world, now freed from the goddess of darkness, began to change little by little. My friends and I used the divine power of the sacred relics to take the lead and begin to make our mark on the world. Through friendly relations with the kingdoms of Elkasa and Ega, we are working hard to change the perception of mixed-race people across the continent, so that no one will face discrimination anymore. We also amended the old law which used to stipulate that people from outer villages could not hold citizenship. Now, anyone from the outer villages can learn to read and write, and receive the protection of the state. Just like that, a brand new era is gradually beginning. Jay and Lucio praised. You did great today, Belle. Thanks to you, a breath of fresh air. That of change is also blowing through the Bridium Empire. She happily replied. I didn't really do anything. It's all thanks to everyone working together. But come to think of it, it's been a very long time since we all gathered like this. After all, everyone has been busy, with their own respective positions. Just as you said, it's truly wonderful to see everyone again. Lucio replied, while everyone is here, I have something to say. Something to say? What is it? Before speaking, Lucio looked with concern toward Noyun at the corner of the table. Why does Lord Noyun look so dissatisfied over there? Did something happen? The little boy puffed out his cheeks in a pout, prompting Evelyn and Raven to smooth things over. Noyun is still acting like a child. Lucio asked with concern. Has he been like that ever since the young master and Belle made their eternal vow? Yes, he won't even eat properly. He has practically turned into a real baby, Noyun. Evelyn asked the little boy, how long do you plan on throwing a tantrum? Hearing that, Nohyan's tears burst out. I am not throwing a tantrum. I am just hurt. Of course I'm sad when my sister has a new family besides me. She had to gently hold him in her arms to comfort him. There, good boy. I guess I didn't understand how you felt. So please don't cry anymore, okay? Lucio said caringly. Lord Noyun. She found the childlike Noyun adorable. He's adorable even when he cries. However, her gaze made Noyun shiver in fear. Noticing her brother's unusual reaction, Evelyn asked, but he answered half-heartedly. Is something wrong? It's nothing. It's just that the Saintess's gaze is a bit overwhelming. Evelyn pondered as if realizing something. Now that I think about it, I think I heard that Lucio has been making children's clothes lately. At times, Lucio seemed unable to control her fanatical love for the god of light, who had turned into a baby. The love of a saintess for her god is truly terrifying. Returning to the conversation, she asked Lucio, so, Saintess, what is it that you wanted to say? Lucio hesitated slightly, then said something that surprised everyone. Are the sacred relics resonating? Yes, the water sacred relic is resonating. It's as if it's trying to communicate something. Sarah chimed in. Hearing that, now I remember. While sleeping, I heard some sound coming from Diavintia a few times. I just thought I misheard it in my dream, but Jack also confirmed, come to think of it, so did I yesterday. I accidentally fell asleep while playing with Prince Oscar. But then I woke up because of a sound, and Suhat along with Alao were resonating. Jay also sank into thought. Lately, I've also felt a crackling sensation from Arahut. For the sacred relics to all have this happen at the same time. What on earth is going on? Young master, do you know what is happening? Raven accidentally touched the sword. Much to his surprise, Celestia suddenly appeared. Her smile was just as it had always been, gentle and warm. Raven thought, so that's how it is. So it's about that. Normally I don't feel it very clearly, but the sensation I get from the sacred relic is very similar to when I faced my mother's soul. That made Evelyn ponder. Evelyn. Jay, what is going on? The souls currently being managed inside the sacred relics are the very souls that used to be trapped inside the Holy Grail. I thought everything was over, and those souls had found peace, but could it be that the souls inside the sacred relics are still awake? Evelyn suggested. Raven was surprised by that answer. Noyun also joined the conversation like a little old man. So that's it. Those sacred relics used to be my power when I was the god of light. The power of the god of light that was once stagnant within the sacred relics has probably caused their souls to awaken, thanks to the power of birth. He suddenly realized, if that's the case, then that my mother might still be awake inside this thing. I should report this to father at that time. At a small village on the outskirts of the Rome kingdom. That ill-fated village was covered with the tracks of a massacre. Down on the street lay the unfortunate bodies. A seductive woman walked unsteadily, wiping her blood-stained mouth in satisfaction. It has been a long time since I last had such a luxurious feast. Beneath her were two children whose faces were obscured. She continued to praise. Truly my children, how wonderful. Listen closely, my lovely children. Find the woman with the purple eyes. The people around her do not matter, but under no circumstances are you allowed to kill that woman. This will be your final opportunity. While she still possesses a human body,